Marshall aid was not as important economically as its cheerleaders claimed, nor was the European economic crisis as dire as the Americans thought. But the plan had a profound political impact. It forced Western Europeans to choose between capitalism and communism. And it showed that capitalism had changed. It was finally trying to end European social conflict by making serious concessions to the working class. Liberals were now offering an attractive alternative to the Popular Front, a coalition that included reformist socialists but excluded communists. The Marshall Plan put all communists, including the Soviets, on the defensive. They knew it would be popular, but it came with strings attached, and Moscow rightly saw it as a mechanism that would pull Central and Eastern Europe into an American economic sphere of influence. The Americans offered participation to everybody, including the Russians and East Europeans, and initially Molotov thought that the Soviets might be able to neutralize Marshall aid, detaching it from American leadership. But when he discovered that this was impossible, he and Stalin concluded that America was determined to destroy Soviet influence in its buffer states. 112. The Czechoslovak Popular Front's enthusiastic reception of the Marshall Plan only proved to Stalin that it was designed to lure East Europeans out of the Soviet camp. The Czechoslovak Communist Prime Minister, Klement Gottwald, was summoned to Moscow and angrily instructed to denounce the Marshall Plan, as were all communist parties and all other countries under Soviet control. The Marshall Plan was decisive for Stalin, and convinced him that the emergence of two blocs was unavoidable. 113. America, he concluded, was trying to revive German industrial power and use it to build an anti-Soviet coalition in Europe. In response, he decided that Soviet security required the Sovietization of Central and Eastern Europe. He let local communists off their leashes, and the popular fronts were destroyed, one by one, most dramatically in the Prague coup of February 1948, when Gottwald forced Bonn to accept a single-party communist government. Local communists had no qualms about abandoning democracy. Jacob Berman justified the communists' undemocratic behavior decades later, when the communists themselves were being challenged by the Polish Solidarity trade union. You can also accuse us of having been in the minority, and yes, we were. And so what? That doesn't mean anything. Because what does the development of mankind teach us? It teaches us first of all that it was always the minority, the avant-garde, that rescued the majority, often against the will of that majority. Let's admit it honestly, who organized the uprisings in Poland? A handful of people. That's simply the way history is made. 114. As Berman makes clear, many of the Stalinist leaders were true believers, convinced that the Soviet system was best for their countries. They were eager for the rapid transition to socialism. Most of the new leaders, the little Stalins of the New Order, had spent a good deal of time in the Hotel Lux and other Comintern establishments, Poland's Boleslaw Bierut, Czechoslovakia's Klement Gottwald, Hungary's Matyas Rákosi and Bulgaria's Foucault Chervenkov. Dimitrov's brother-in-law had all spent long periods in exile in Moscow. Only two were locals, Romania's George Dej, a railway engineer who helped to lead the party from a Romanian prison cell, and the now pro-Soviet Albania's Enver Hoxha, a teacher educated at the University of Montpellier, forced to become a tobacconist when sacked by the Italian occupying forces. This group of communist leaders was joined in October 1949 by Walter Ulbricht, another Hotel Lux resident, who led the new East German state, the German Democratic Republic. Germany and Austria had been split into occupation zones after the war, and the Americans, British, and French had precipitated the formal division of Germany in June 1948 by announcing plans to create a separate West German state out of their zones, introducing a new currency. Stalin had responded by cutting off Berlin, a jointly administered city within the Soviet zone, in an attempt to force the Allies to back down. Between then and the following May, the Allies organized a massive airlift to keep West Berlin from starving. But Stalin was ultimately not prepared to go to war, and his bullying tactics failed. Germany, the center of the struggle between classes in the 1920s, by the 1940s had become the cockpit of the struggle between systems. Stalin was determined to mobilize his new empire to meet the Western threat. Central and Eastern Europe's economies were to be rebuilt according to the Soviet model of the late 1920s and 1930s. Agriculture was to be collectivized, heavy industry built and consumption squeezed. Popular Front moderation was over. Governments drew up 5-year plans in all of the Soviet satellites in 1949-50, and as in the Soviet Union, this policy was combined with class struggle against kulaks and the bourgeoisie. The end of the Popular Fronts, and the creation of a communist empire in Central and Eastern Europe, was confirmed at the founding conference of the Commonform in the Polish town of Szklarska Porba in September 1947. Purportedly an organization for sharing information between communist parties, it was not designed to be a successor to the Comintern, spreading international revolution. Rather, it included only the East European parties and a few strategically important West European parties, and was to subject them to the dictates of Soviet foreign policy. 115. Stalin had become convinced that the relatively loose supervision over European communist parties had to end. He knew that his demands would be unpopular amongst national parties, and he kept the purpose of the meeting secret. The Polish leader Gomulka made his dissatisfaction clear, but he had little effect. Parties were to be subjected to stricter supervision, and were to mobilize against the American threat. The Popular Fronts were dead, and in their place was a new doctrine of international struggle between two camps, the capitalist and the socialist. 116. In the East, the Marshall Plan damaged the communists, but they could rely on force to keep them in power. In the West, communists just had to do their best in very adverse circumstances. Even though the French and Italian parties were becoming powerful political forces in 1946 and early 1947, Cold War tensions undermined their position. In May 1947 they were expelled from the coalition governments, and the Commonform then commanded them to take a more militant line, not to foment revolution but to mobilize opinion against American influence. 117. In 1947, Stalin called on them to organize strikes, and the following year they were told to take part in peace coalitions against the United States. The communist parties were inevitably damaged by the new line. The Italian communist leadership, which stood to do very well in the 1948 elections, hoped that the Soviets would take a softer line on the plan or to offer their own aid as an answer to Marshall. 118. But the Soviets ignored them. As the Italians understood, the Marshall Plan and the Americans would play a central part in the Christian Democrats' election campaign. General Marshall himself threatened that all aid would be cut off in the event of a communist victory, and the Catholic Church mobilized Italian Americans to write over 1 million letters both to family members and to total strangers, warning of the communist threat. The Prague coup proved to be the final straw in frightening voters away from communism, and the Christian Democrats soundly defeated the leftist bloc. The Italian Communist Party remained the largest leftist party, but, like its French sister party, it would be banished from the corridors of power for several decades. The Finnish party was the last to leave government, in 1948. 9. On May Day 1950 a group of men in quasi-military garb, wearing armbands decorated with red stars, seized control of a small Wisconsin mill town, Mosinee. They set up roadblocks and arrested the town's mayor, Ralph Kronenwetter, dragging him from his bed at gunpoint, clad in polka-dot pajamas and dressing gown. The mayor accepted his defeat, and urged his fellow townspeople to surrender, standing in the newly named Red Square on a platform emblazoned with the slogan "The state must be supreme over the individual." The leader of the insurgents, the derby-hatted Commissar Kornfeder, then declared Mosinee a part of the USSA, and issued a decree nationalizing industry, abolishing all political parties except for the Communists, and banning all civic and church organizations. 119. This was communism American style, though a communism staged by the conservative veterans organization, the fiercely anti-Soviet American Legion, rather than the PUSA. The citizens of Mosinee had to suffer the torments of communism for one day only. They were participants in one of the many political pageants of the era staged to demonstrate the dangers of the communist threat. Out-of-town legionnaires, dressed as communists, deliberately unfamiliar to locals, invaded Masseny. After hearing a speech in which their leader declared, "We count the hours when the poor and downtrodden workers will rise and overthrow the whole rotten regime of the United States," they embarked on their campaign of repression. Recalcitrants including 3 nuns were put in concentration camps, libraries were purged. The film, Guilty of Treason, a drama about the show trial of the Hungarian Cardinal Mindszenty running at the local cinema, banned. Other, more commonplace aspects of the American way of life were also disrupted. Sports fields were confiscated, restaurants served only black bread and potato soup, and the price of suits and coffee more than quintupled. Rationing was enforced, and the Milwaukee Journal showed a 6-year-old looking dolefully at a shop sign that read "Candy for Communist Youth Members Only." The Masseny occupation was organized by Legion officials, but ex-communists also played a leading role. Joseph Kornfeder was an immigrant tailor of Slovak origin, who had been a communist between 1919 and 1934 and had been trained at the Lenin School. He was joined in the performance by Ben Gitlow, a former general secretary of the PUSA who had been purged during Stalin's anti-rightist campaigns of the late 1920s. Mayor Kronenwetter, a Democrat, was initially unhappy about what he thought was a Republican idea, but he finally agreed to go along with the plan. The following month, a strikingly similar drama was shown, this time in the cinemas of the USSR. Ms. Films. Conspiracy of the Doomed was set in a generic East European country ruled by a multi-party Popular Front. 120. Again, a foreign-led conspiracy to stage a political revolution was at the center of the story. This time, though, the Americans were the villains. Machel, the outwardly charming but cynical American ambassador, leads a sinister coalition intent on removing the communists from government and forcing the country to join the Marshall Plan. His collaborators include the Social Democrats, the Vatican and Cardinal Bernsch, the treacherous Christina, head of the right-wing Christian Unity Party, Tito's untrustworthy ambassador, and an American vamp, the Chicago journalist Kira Reichel. They hatch a number of dastardly plots to assassinate the heroine of the film, the Communist Deputy Prime Minister Hanna Lichta, to bribe the population with the baubles of American culture, and to organize a food shortage to ensure complete dependence on the West. But the Communists fight the coup, mobilizing the masses against the insidious dollar, in defense of moral virtue and national independence. They storm the parliament and drive out Machel together with the reactionary parties, crying, "The Marshall Plan is our death. We don't want to wear the American dog collar." Both the Masseny occupation and Conspiracy of the Doomed show the themes, and the flavor, of the new Cold War politics both East and West. The era of the Popular Front is clearly over, and former allies are now deadly enemies. In the United States, communism is equated with fascism, whilst in the USSR social democracy has again become social fascism. In its place, the state enforces unity founded on a mixture of nationalism and universal ideological principles, Americanism and Soviet values. Any threats to this order are highly dangerous. Sympathy with a radical left in the West, or with liberalism in the East, had to be rooted out, as it might be connected with sinister conspiracies hatched by the rival superpower. Political elites used the ideological war for their own purposes, but no one person created it. The new obsession with ideological security explains the bizarre obsession with spies and conspiracies. And the outcome of that obsession was a lengthy interlude in the European Civil War. Internal struggles between classes had been recast as conflicts between geopolitical blocs. Both sides, then, tried to discipline society and mobilize it for the new ideological war. 121. But the effect of that mobilization was much greater in the Soviet bloc than in the West, and the balance between repression and persuasion varied. Repression was by far the most intense in the Soviet bloc, as will be seen in Chapter 7. In the Western sphere, it involved most violence in Southern Europe. The American-backed monarchists in Greece and the authoritarian Spanish regime used force to suppress communists, whilst Italy in the late 1940s saw harsh police repression of the left. 122. In America itself, communists were discriminated against, not repressed, and some 10,00012,000 communists, real or alleged, lost their jobs. 123. 3 months before the Massonee invasion, Wisconsin's own senator, the Catholic Irish-American Joe McCarthy, had delivered his first famous speech claiming he knew of 57 communists within the State Department. He soon became the symbol of the Red Scare that swept American politics, but he was one of a number of powerful individuals and organizations who launched purges of communists. 124. Truman himself instituted loyalty tests for his administration in 1947, though he disapproved of McCarthy. Employers and trade union anti-communists removed activists connected with communism. J. Edgar Hoover's Federal Bureau of Investigation employed an extra 3,500 people to investigate 2 million federal employees, and Congress's House Un-American Activities Committee launched 135 investigations between 1945 and 1955, including, most famously, into Hollywood. Moscow did have a network of spies operating in America, some at high levels, and it used the PUSA, whose activities it broadly controlled. However, the extravagant fears of communism in the period had more to do with fears about ideological security, and their use by various political forces, than the damage caused by spying. McCarthyism had precedence in the Red Scare of 1919-20, but the Cold War placed the issue of communism near the center of American politics. 125. So, although the onset of the Cold War brought with it the entrenchment of a New Deal-style economy, it weakened the American left. In 1942 polls showed that 25% of Americans favored socialism and 35% were open-minded. In 1949 only 15% supported it, whilst 61% were hostile. 126. In Western Europe, the anti-communist crusade was more muted. Western Europe did not see the extremes of anti-communist witch hunting, and McCarthyism in the United States only dented America's image in Europe. The 1953 tour of European capitals by McCarthy's minions Roy Cohn and David Skine, purging libraries in American embassies and other government institutions of dangerous leftist works like Henry Thoreau's classic Walden, went down especially badly. 127. Yet politics was profoundly affected by the Cold War. Communists were marginalized, and social democracy returned to the strong anti-communism of the immediate post-World War I period. Some West European socialist parties still included Marxist talk of class struggle in their programs, but in reality they were becoming profoundly reformist forces. Cold War liberalism was remarkably successful in achieving its main goals, destroying the Popular Front, presenting communism as the enemy, and providing an alternative that attracted much of the population. It proved to be a powerful engine of social integration. In Western Europe and the United States, workers were finally absorbed into the political and economic community. In the United States, excluded ethnic groups, especially African Americans, Catholics, and Jews, found the anti-communist crusade helped them gain acceptance in a Protestant-dominated polity. 128. Both Catholics and Jews had strongly sympathized with the victims of late Stalinist communism. Jews, once the most pro-communist of all ethnic groups, understandably became the most hostile when their confreres became targets of Stalin's post-war anti-cosmopolitanism. 129. The Vatican, of course, had long been strongly anti-communist, but Catholics also responded to the sufferings of their brothers and sisters in Eastern Europe. American Cold War liberalism also managed to retain its ideological attractiveness in Western, and increasingly Eastern, Europe. The United States did establish an informal empire, but American wealth and its liberal ideology allowed it to avoid the exploitative excesses of the 19th-century European empires. This was an empire by invitation, the embossed card issued by both elites and organized labor. 130. In much of Europe and Japan, it could present itself as a genuine purveyor of universalist values, selflessly seeking to help those under its protection achieve modernity. East of the Iron Curtain, Stalin's approach was very different. As will be seen, the relative liberalization of the wartime period was soon replaced by a new form of communism that exaggerated the paternalistic, statist and xenophobic elements of the Stalinism of the 1930s. The ideological conflict between communism and the West was therefore being reconfigured, from a social conflict within the blocs, to a geopolitical struggle between them. Cold War between the superpowers was accompanied by a cold peace within. Politics was stabilized, class conflicts tamed. A lake, once choppy, was frozen. The ice was thicker in the northwest of Europe, the USA and the USSR, more fragile in Central and Eastern Europe. It was also thinner in Southern Europe. Greece had shown the weaknesses of British and American power, Yugoslavia the USSR's. This, though, applied largely to the global north. In the South and especially Asia the situation was very different. Internal conflicts there continued to be violent and inequalities stark. Nationalists confronted European empires, whilst highly unequal and divided agrarian societies generated calls for fundamental social change. Neither the American nor Soviet blocs found it easy to absorb this turbulent part of the world, but as the war ended it seemed as if the United States might be in a better position to compete for influence. It was massively wealthier and had the power to project force anywhere. It could also appeal to nationalists, as it initially rejected the imperialism of its European allies, as the United States National Security Council explained. 19th-century imperialism was no longer acceptable because it was an ideal culture for the breeding of the communist virus. 131. The post-war Soviet Union, meanwhile, was poorly equipped to spread its influence in this newly radicalized world. The Comintern's strategy since the revolution had largely been aimed at Europe, the Popular Front had been fashioned to appeal to European left liberals, and the Cominform was entirely focused on Europe. Meanwhile Stalin's approach to the developing world was founded on a mixture of realpolitik and skepticism about the readiness of agrarian non-European societies to achieve socialism in the near future. He did not want to encourage independent communists in their revolutionary ambitions, partly because they might challenge Moscow's preeminence, partly because they might alienate the Western powers and undermine the wartime agreements on the division of Europe. He therefore refused to help the Greek or Vietnamese communists, and was also initially reluctant to recognize Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese communists. 132. His betrayal of indigenous communists was most striking and counterproductive in Iran, where the communist-led Popular Front Today party was eager to take power. Stalin had no interest in an Iranian revolution, and insisted that it was premature. His objective was a bourgeois Iranian state, friendly to the USSR and prepared to grant it oil concessions. He put pressure on Tehran, using the presence of Soviet troops in the north and support for the Azeri independence movement, and the Today was forced to follow the Soviet line. Stalin's policy, however, was a spectacular failure, destroying the prospects of communist influence. The Americans put pressure on the Soviets to withdraw their troops, and by 1947 the Today had been banned and the Shah was moving into the American orbit. In East and Southeast Asia, however, Stalin had less direct power, whilst the local communists were more confident. Their communist parties had melded the Soviet tradition with indigenous ideas, stressing the anti-imperialist elements of Lenin's and Stalin's legacy. And it was this synthesis that was to give communism a new lease of life. In the West, communism had found fertile soil largely in tension between social classes. In Russia, communists benefited from both class conflict and a powerful desire to improve the status of a backward nation. But in Asia, the next center of global communism, it had emerged largely in a different context, the conflict between the empires of the West and the colonies of the South. And to understand these powerful, new versions of communism, we need to return to the aftermath of World War I. For this catastrophic war had brought not only a crisis of Europe's elites, but also of its overseas empires. The East is red. In June 1919, a 29-year-old native of French Indochina, Nguyen Tat Ton, entered the Palace of Versailles. According to some reminiscences, he wore a mourning suit, but if he did, it was a hired one. He was a far from eminent figure, working as a retoucher of photographs and fake Chinese antiques. In his hands he held a petition, which he hoped to deliver to President Wilson and his fellow peacemakers. Entitled The Demands of the Annamite People, it was a relatively moderate document, demanding political autonomy for the Vietnamese and equal rights with their French imperial masters. 1. It was signed with a pseudonym, Nguyen Ai Quoc Nguyen the Patriot. Nguyen had hoped that it would be included on the conference agenda, and he had some reasons for optimism. Towards the end of the war, Wilson had championed the principle of self-determination of oppressed peoples, and although he did not explicitly mention non-Europeans, colonial nationalists were optimistic it would be applied to them. But Nguyen merely received a polite letter from Wilson's senior advisor promising to draw it to his attention. Wilson probably never saw it, but even if he had, it would have had little effect. Versailles endorsed self-determination for the European subjects of the old empires, but not for their colonial subjects. 2. Nguyen's response to this rebuff was to transfer his hopes from Wilson to Lenin. He soon joined the French Socialist Party and in December 1920 became a founder member of the French Communist Party. He then left Paris for Moscow in 1923, where he may have studied at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East or Stalin School, the Comintern School for Asian Communists, and the sister institution to the Europeans, Lenin School. 3. Within a few years he had become an important Comintern figure, and had accepted a new revolutionary nom de guerre. He who enlightens, or Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh was not the only Asian intellectual disappointed in Wilson. The Chinese Chen Duxiu hailed him in 1919 as number one good man in the world, but went on to found and lead the Chinese Communist Party. 4. The young Mao Zedong, a political activist in provincial Hunan, found the betrayal at Versailles shattering, and set up a journal, the Siang River Review, in which he published his thoughts on the tragedy. Mao urged his readers to study the Russian extremist party which, he believed, was spreading revolution throughout South Asia and Korea, his first reference to Bolshevism. 5. Yet in truth, any alliance between Wilson and Ho Chi Minh was doomed to failure. Wilson was undoubtedly eager to keep European imperialism in check, but had little real interest in colonial peoples and their rights. He regarded them as underdeveloped peoples, who would very slowly move towards independence, presided over by benign Westerners. He particularly admired British imperialist methods and, more generally, was a cultural Anglophile. He would not have regarded tumultuous nationalist revolutions as the way forward. Moreover, as an American Southerner, he shared many of the racist assumptions of his background. It is therefore no surprise that he acquiesced in the demands of his European and Japanese allies. He accepted that their empires should survive, and, albeit reluctantly, agreed to the transfer of the eastern Chinese enclave of Shandong in China from the defeated Germans to the victorious Japanese. 6. Moreover, if Wilson was no radical, Ho Chi Minh was certainly no liberal. The son of a disgraced government official, he left Vietnam in 1911 and traveled the world, working as a ship's kitchen hand. Embarked on what was effectively a grand tour, he visited the colonial world and then spent extensive periods living in the United States, London, and Paris. Already resentful of the French imperial presence in Vietnam, his experiences allowed him to generalize his critique of imperialism, and witnessing the humiliations of African Americans in the United States and of Africans and Asians in the European empires sharpened his consciousness of white racism. By the time he reached London he was already seen as a radical. The great French chef Auguste Escoffier spotted him in the kitchens of the Carlton Hotel, and offered to teach him how to cook if he abandoned his revolutionary ideas. Ho agreed to learn the art of pâtisserie, but spurned Escoffier's political advice. He became involved in an organization to improve the conditions of Chinese laborers, and protested in favor of Irish independence. 7. On arriving in Paris in 1917, Ho became active in labor and socialist circles. He was a reserved figure, amongst the French at least. The French socialist Leopoldis rather patronizingly described his Chaplin-esque aura, simultaneously sad and comic. He was très sympathique, reserved but not shy, intense but not fanatical, and extremely clever. 8. But one of his fellow nationalists described Ho Chi Minh as a fiery stallion. 9. And by 1921 he had concluded, partly as a result of reading Lenin's theses on national and colonial questions, that only violence and socialism would free his people. 10. Ho was in Paris at a time when the old order was under attack in the colonial periphery, as well as in Europe. In parts of the British Empire, the Great War had a similar effect to the one it had in Europe. Almost 1 million Indian soldiers had fought in British armies, whilst tens of thousands of Chinese went to Europe to work on the home front. Indians and Chinese, like the European working classes, felt that they should have some compensation for their sacrifices. At the same time, it was clear to many Asian nationalists that Europe had been hugely enfeebled by war, and the international balance of power was changing. As Ho wrote presciently in 1914, I think that in the next 3 or 4 months the destiny of Asia will change dramatically. Too bad for those who are fighting and struggling. We just have to remain calm. 11. As Ho realized, war was weakening old hierarchies throughout the world. In Europe, this took the form of social revolutions; outside it, anti-colonial revolts. 1919 saw rebellions against the British in Egypt, Afghanistan, and Waziristan, Gandhi's civil disobedience campaign in India, and the declaration of an Irish Republic. Further east, the Korean March First movement and the May Fourth movement in China protested against resurgent Japanese imperialism. Communism was in some ways a useful vehicle for frustrated anti-colonial movements. European empires generally operated through local collaborating elites, and the communist claim that domestic inequalities were closely connected with international injustice was a powerful one. Working classes were tiny, of course, but Lenin had justified revolution in backward Russia on the grounds that it was a semi-colony of Europe. Stalin was also a man of the colonial periphery, and was keenly aware of the importance of imperialism in the Bolshevik rise to power. The Comintern therefore soon threw its support behind anti-imperial movements. However, from the beginning, Asian communists encountered difficulties competing with nationalist movements that could deploy patriotic messages and fused local political cultures with modern state-building more effectively. Nor were they helped by the Comintern's sectarianism and exclusivity. Moscow was convinced that revolutionary prospects were best in Europe amongst the industrialized working class. The colonial world, they believed, could not achieve socialism for some time to come and had to concentrate on the anti-imperialist struggle, in alliance with bourgeois nationalists if necessary, with the aim of establishing independent democratic republics. The first Congress of the Comintern in March 1919 had little to say about colonial upheavals. Hopes for revolution in Western Europe were still high. By the following year, however, it was becoming clear that Western Europe would not fulfill its revolutionary promise. However, the Bolsheviks hoped that nationalist movements, especially in Soviet-ruled Central Asia, might provide vital allies at a time when their own regime was so weak. The Second Comintern Congress in the summer of 1920 therefore devoted a great deal of time to the colonial question, and many more non-European delegates were invited. Its conclusions were reinforced by another Comintern Congress, this time specifically devoted to the colonial question, held in the Caucasian town of Baku, the First Congress of Peoples of the East. It was attended by a diverse band of communists, radicals, and nationalists representing 37 nationalities, most of them from the former Russian and Ottoman empires. 12. It was in Baku that sharp divisions emerged between the Eurocentric Soviets and more radical Asians. Lenin, who opposed popular fronts so strongly in Europe, thought them the ideal recipe for backward Asia. Communists, he urged, should forge alliances with bourgeois nationalists and radical peasants to fight for freedom, socialism proper had to be put off to the distant future. His analysis, however, was vigorously opposed by the more radical Indian Narendranath Bhattacharya. Before World War I, Roy had been a member of a Bengali anti-British terrorist organization. He had then fled to the United States and Mexico, where, during its revolution in 1917, he became a socialist converted by the Russian communist Mikhail Borodin and founded the first communist party outside the USSR. In 1919 he decided to go east, as he put it, to witness capitalist Europe collapsing, and, like Prometheus Unbound, the revolutionary proletariat rising to build a new world out of the ruins. 13. What he saw, though, was the failure of the Western revolutions. Whilst in Berlin in 1919-20, he realized the future for communism lay in the colonial world, and not in Europe. As he reminisced, having personally experienced the debacle of the German Revolution, I could not share the optimism that the proletariat in a number of countries would capture power as soon as the World Congress meeting in Moscow sounded the tocsin. The proletariat would not succeed in their heroic endeavor to capture power unless imperialism was weakened by the revolt of the colonial peoples. 14. From that time, Roy resolved to open up the second front of the world revolution in the colonial world. 15. It followed, in Roy's opinion, that communists should not just rely on bourgeois nationalists, who, he argued, were too closely allied with the feudal order. Instead they had to mobilize a potentially radical working class, which Roy insisted was developing in Asia. The argument between Lenin and Roy came to a head over their assessment of the Indian nationalist leader Mohandas Gandhi. Lenin saw him as a revolutionary, whilst Roy claimed, not implausibly, that he was a religious and cultural revivalist and was bound to be reactionary socially, however revolutionary he might appear politically. 16. Lenin began to question his old views of Asia. He decided against endorsing a single strategy and encouraged Roy to write his own theses, which the Comintern then approved together with his own. And over the next 8 years the Comintern followed an uneasy hybrid course combining both Lenin's and Roy's lines. Alliances with bourgeois nationalists were the preferred course, but at the same time the Comintern focused on workers rather than peasants. However, although a hybrid course would prove to be inspired, it was not this one. Indeed, it was only once the Comintern influence waned that local anti-colonial leaders, amongst them Mao Zedong and Ho Chi Minh, created a new and successful Asian model of communism. Like the communism Stalin had forged by the 1940s, it merged communism with nationalism. But unlike the Stalinist model, with its hierarchy so redolent of the Tsarist service aristocracy, it developed a more egalitarian radicalism and a more inclusive approach to the peasantry. By the 1930s and 1940s, this radical communist nationalism came to be enormously attractive to generations rebelling against their Confucian heritage. In 1919 China experienced what can perhaps be seen as a cultural revolution, as momentous in its impact as those espoused by Rousseau in the 18th century and Chernyshevsky in the 19th. And within 3 decades China was to become a second pole of communist influence to the east, spreading its revolution to much of the Confucian world and beyond. 2. One of the most famous works of modern Chinese literature is a short story by the writer Liu Sun. In The Diary of a Madman, written in April 1918, the narrator tells of his gradual realization that all of his fellow countrymen are in fact cannibals. I have only just realized that I have been living all these years in a place where for 4,000 years they have been eating human flesh. When I was 4 or 5 years old, he recalls, my brother told me that if a man's parents were ill, he should cut off a piece of his flesh and boil it for them if he wanted to be considered a good son. Determined to investigate, he begins reading histories of China, but he only sees the characters' virtue and morality, which are rapidly replaced by the characters eat people. The story finishes with the madman desperately hoping that all is not lost, perhaps there are still children who haven't eaten men. Save the children. 17. The Diary of a Madman is a scathing attack on Confucianism, the value system that had been the foundation of Chinese culture and politics for 2,000 years. Confucianism was a philosophy of order, hierarchy, and strict moral codes. At its heart was a model of society based on the paternalistic family. Subjects had to obey rulers, children parents, and women men. Everybody in the hierarchy had to behave morally, i.e., according to their station and education. Enormously important in Confucian thought, was principally intended to perfect behavior. At the summit of the social and political hierarchy was the emperor, governing through gentlemen bureaucrats who had passed lengthy examinations in classical literature and Confucian principles. Their mastery of Confucian texts, it was believed, bestowed on them the moral legitimacy to rule. Liu Xun's response to the society he lived in was typical of his generation of intellectuals: a rebellious anger, setting the frustrated outsider against a society of all-encompassing cruelty and hypocrisy. 18. Everybody in Liu Xun's universe is perceived as a link in a rigid chain of being, forced to be both oppressors and victims. As Liu Xun's younger contemporary Fu Xinian wrote, "Alas! The burden of the family. Its weight has stifled countless heroes. It forces you to submit to others and lose your identity." 19. But Confucianism did not just provide personal misery for China's ambitious youth. Liu Xun and his contemporaries believed that it weakened China, creating a slavish and enfeebled people. As another young rebel, Wu Yu, explained, the Confucian family system rendered 400 million people slaves of the myriad dead, and thus unable to rise. 20. The answer was a complete cultural revolution. This searing cultural and political critique is strongly reminiscent of those articulated by Chernyshevsky and in some respects Rousseau. For Liu Xun as for them, the cruelty of the family and the old hypocritical and repressive order was intimately linked with the weakness of the nation. Like Rousseau's France and Chernyshevsky's Russia, China was a once great imperium, now humiliated by its rivals. For centuries the Chinese state was relatively untroubled by its neighbors, and it did not need to develop the political structures and taxation system for a powerful military force. As a result, when the much more warlike European states arrived in the 19th century, the Chinese were forced to acquiesce in foreign colonization. The British, French and Germans secured footholds on the Chinese mainland, especially in Shanghai enclaves where foreigners had privileges not granted to Chinese. Meanwhile, Japan, recently and dramatically modernized, had also become an imperial power, seizing control of southern Manchuria and the old Chinese vassal state of Korea. These defeats had brought a revolution against the Qing dynasty and with it the Chinese Empire, which collapsed in 1911. But the revolution had hastened, not staunched, China's decline. The new leader, the head of the Nationalist Party, Sun Yat-sen, was soon replaced by the conservative Yuan Shikai, and after Yuan's death in 1916, central rule in China collapsed, degenerating into a congeries of warlord-governed regimes and empire no more. It was in this weakened, divided state that it faced the peacemakers at Versailles. On May 4, 1919, the news that the Japanese had been awarded the ex-German colonies inspired 3,000 students to gather in Tiananmen Square, before moving on to stage a more destructive protest in Beijing's diplomatic quarter. More importantly, Versailles focused the minds of Chinese students and intellectuals on the need to revive China. These were the people who were to become the founders of Chinese communism. The May 4 movement proposed largely cultural solutions to China's plight. Confucianism had to be replaced once and for all with a new culture. Rather like Chernyshevsky's New People, the new Chinese had to escape from the bonds of the traditional family into a world of freedom and romantic love. At the same time, the very ethos and behavior of Chinese had to be made modern. Just as Chernyshevsky had decried the Russians' Asia-China or Asiatic values, so the May 4 intellectuals despaired at what they saw as an ingrained Chinese servility. Chen Duxiu, the Dean of Humanities at Peking University and an influential leader of the New Culture movement, urged young Chinese to be independent, not servile, and aggressive, not retiring. 21. But where were these models of behavior to be found? For some, like Chen, the answer was in Western culture. Chen, the son of a minor official and himself educated for the Confucian examinations, now rejected ancient Chinese culture wholesale. The Chinese had to learn from Mr. Science and Mr. Democracy. But others, like Li Dazhao, the librarian at Peking University and, with Chen, a co-founder of the Chinese Communist Party, were less enamored of Western liberalism and science. Li was from a rather less exalted background, a rich peasant, and by the time he was at school the old Confucian examination system had been abolished. He therefore had less emotional investment in rejecting the past, and sought rather to adapt Chinese culture, not replace it wholesale. He put more faith in the will of the people than in liberal capitalism or constitutional politics. Indeed, he was one of the first to welcome the Russian Revolution as a model for China. So whilst both Chen and Li were to become communists, they came to represent different wings of the movement. Chen's was closer to Lenin's modernist socialism, with their interest in modern, centralized organization. Li's was a more radical socialism, with a belief in the power of the people's will to transform society. 22. Backward China might not be economically ready for socialism, but as an oppressed proletarian nation it undoubtedly possessed the energy for revolution. Li's romantic version of Marxism was to be an enormous influence on a young visitor from Hunan, also from a rich peasant background, to whom he gave a job as assistant librarian on his first visit to Beijing in 1918. Mao Zedong. Interest in socialism and the Russian path intensified after the perceived betrayal by the West at Versailles. The Soviets themselves enormously enhanced their reputation in China when, in 1920, they abandoned all Russian claims on Chinese territory. But it was always likely that intellectuals would find Bolshevism more appealing than liberal talk of constitutions and rights. They may have been rebels against Confucianism, but they were products of Confucian culture, and admired socialism's commitment to self-sacrifice and social solidarity. 23. As recent ex-Confucians, they appreciated Marxism's claim to provide a complete understanding of the world and society, and also its lofty disapproval of commerce. And, of course, they also welcomed the important role it gave to an intellectual elite. The socialist vanguard was not too far from the Confucian literati gentlemen, spreading virtue through education and moral example. Communism flourished amongst urban intellectuals in other parts of the Confucian world as well. By the end of the 1920s, communists were at the forefront of the anti-Japanese nationalist movement in Korea, although they were soon repressed by the colonial authorities. 24. The fusion of Confucius and Marx was clearest in Vietnam, another region in the Confucian cultural sphere. As in China, a new generation questioned the Confucian verities of their parents. Trained at French-run rather than traditional Confucian schools, they began to criticize the old thinking and blame their culture for their weakness in the face of French oppression, and in 1925 6 Vietnam cities saw a rash of radical student demonstrations against French rule. Ho Chi Minh, from his base in southern China, exploited this dissatisfaction, but he also understood the importance of reconciling communism with Confucian culture. In 1925, with Comintern help, he set up the Vietnamese Revolutionary Youth League as a broad, cross-class party. He stressed nationalist rather than communist goals, though he also formed a secret inner group committed to the victory of Marxism-Leninism in the long term. Ho's Marxism had a strongly Confucian flavor, and he even attempted, rather unconvincingly, to reconcile the two great sages, Confucius and Lenin. If Confucius lived in our days, and if he persisted in those views, he would be a counter-revolutionary. It is possible that this Superman would rather yield to the circumstances and quickly become a worthy follower of Lenin. As far as we Vietnamese are concerned, let us perfect ourselves intellectually by reading the works of Confucius and revolutionarily by reading the works of Lenin. 25. His Road to Revolution devoted a whole chapter to the ideal moral behavior of the communist. Lenin would never have used such an explicitly moralizing language, as morality was always to be subordinate to the needs of the revolution. Ho himself sought to be seen as a Confucian superior man, with all of his qualities. 26. And the leadership style of this Mandarin's son was in stark contrast to that of the rebellious peasant, Mao. In other parts of Asia it proved more difficult to embed Marxism in the local culture. Japan, although part of the Confucian cultural universe, had developed a more militaristic political culture than its bureaucratic Chinese counterpart. The ideal of a world ruled by scholar administrators who had mastered the laws of history was rather less appealing to its martial elites. The Communists also found that in Japan, unlike China, Vietnam, and Korea, it was impossible to merge Marxism with nationalism. A powerful and successful Japanese nationalism, fostered by political and military elites, already flourished, and Japan had an empire of its own. The Comintern was implacably hostile to the emperor cult, a central feature of Japanese nationalism. Japanese communists pleaded for the Comintern to relax its rigid line, but in vain, and such wranglings meant that the communists in Japan were easily presented as foreign stooges and were subjected to harsh repression. 27. The Indian communists found it equally difficult to adapt to the local culture. Some, like Roy, exulted in rejecting Hindu mores such as caste, and communists were often depicted as an alien, foreign force as a result. They were also unlucky in their rivals, a relatively liberal British imperial administration, expert in dividing its opponents, and Mohandas Gandhi's Nationalist Congress Party. Gandhi created a highly successful nationalism, blending a curious mix of mildly progressive though anti-modern socialism with Hindu traditions. He succeeded in forging a powerful coalition of the dominant peasantry and urban middle classes whilst retaining the moral high ground by using a pro-poor rhetoric and rejecting violence. Intellectuals with some sympathy for the USSR and the modernist Marxism of the plan, like India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, were persuaded to stay within Congress, and remained faithful to a fundamentally liberal view of politics. In the early 1920s, Japan, as the most industrialized country in Asia, had been seen by the Comintern as the most hopeful place to see a proletarian revolution. But by the mid-1920s, the Comintern's attention had moved to China. How, though, could a small group of students and academics, eager to transform Chinese culture, have any effect on such a diffuse society? Their initial strategy was remarkably similar to that of the Russian agrarian socialists of the 1870s. They tried to put their ideals into practice, by setting up work-study societies, which often involved communal living. They also tried to urge workers and peasants to boycott Japanese goods, or reform the Confucian family system. 28. However, they found that most ordinary people were not interested, and the work-study societies were also short-lived. For many, the May 4th movement seemed to have failed. Culture and education would change nothing. China remained weak and divided, its population ignorant and deferential, its rulers corrupt and selfish. Liu Xun's powerful story of 1921, The True Story of Aq, expressed the despair of his generation. It is the story of a petty thief living in a village during the last years of the Qing Empire. He is a pathetic figure, frequently beaten and bullied by his neighbors, and he retains his self-esteem by bullying those who are weaker than him. After alienating the local gentry family, he moves to the city, where he joins a gang of thieves and hears about the 1911 Republican Revolution. On returning to the village to sell stolen goods, he tries to frighten the gentry by pretending that he is himself a revolutionary. However, real nationalist revolutionaries descend on the village and join forces with the gentry to arrest him for a theft he has not actually committed. The story ends with the execution of Aq. Aq is China, at the mercy of its more powerful neighbors. But he is also the unenlightened poor Chinaman, pathetically ignorant of his humiliating position within an entrenched social hierarchy. 29. It was this awareness of the enormous difficulty of transforming China that led many of the May 4th generation from a romantic socialism or anarchism to Bolshevism. There was at first a great deal of ignorance about the ideology. When Li Dazhao wrote one of the first articles about it in November 1918, the subject was so alien that the printer transliterated the word Bolshevism into the Chinese characters for Hohenzollern. 30. However, what little was known of Marxism appeared extremely appealing at this time of crisis, it was committed to uniting a disorganized and vociferous nation, it was not afraid to use violence, and, unlike a nationalism based on the 19th-century European model, it identified selfish elites as the main obstacle to national rebirth. On July 1, 1921, Chen Duxiu echoed Liu Xun's pessimism about the Chinese, and his Promethean frustration with their supposed passivity. They were a partly scattered, partly stupid people possessed of a narrow-minded individualism with no public spirit, who are often thieves and traitors and for a long time have been unable to be patriotic. Democracy was impractical. Instead, it would be best to undergo Russian communist class dictatorship. Because in order to save the nation, make knowledge widespread, develop industry and not be stained with a capitalist taint, Russian methods are the only road. 31. Given their admiration for the Soviet example, it is no surprise that Chinese communists looked to Moscow and the Comintern for help. Indeed, the Chinese Communist Party was essentially a joint Chinese-Soviet venture from the beginning, largely set up by Chen Duxiu and the Russian Comintern representative, Grigory Wodinsky. Formally established in Shanghai in July 1921, it sought to absorb many of the study groups in the cities of China, and to subject them to Bolshevik-style discipline. But from the very beginning there were tensions between the Chinese and Moscow. Of course, Bolshevization was a fraught process everywhere, and initially it was easier than in the West because the Chinese communists welcomed the discipline they thought they lacked. Yet the cultural differences between the Russians and the Chinese were probably greater, and the power of locality, lineage, and personal networks even stronger in China than elsewhere. Moreover, Moscow was imposing a much more gradualist strategy on Asia than Europe, so the gap between the goals of the Comintern and of the locals was bound to be that much greater. The conflict between Lenin's alliance strategy and Roy's proletarian radicalism, far from being resolved, continued to dominate Chinese communist politics throughout the 1920s. 3. In 1923, a young Russian emissary to China, Sergei Dalin, wrote about his experiences in the Komsomol newspaper. Komsomolskaya Pravda. Matters are discussed without a chairperson or secretary and everyone speaks whenever they like or feel it necessary, he complained. Discussion was endless, and the Chinese were reluctant to come to decisions. When, during one debate, Dalin suggested that each side sum up for 5 minutes before holding a vote, they fell silent, opening their eyes wide at me, so that I looked in the little mirror hanging on the wall to see if there was dirt on my face. Suddenly, they all began to laugh. Evidently, no one had ever made such a proposal in thousands of years of Chinese history. Later I learnt that Chinese refrain from a final decision until everyone is in agreement. 32. Dalin's complaints were typical, and despite the Comintern's efforts to create a Bolshevik-style party, it ran up against opposition from Chen and others, who were determined that the party remain a relatively broad church. The Comintern did not always use the best techniques to achieve its aims. Some officials, like Wodinsky, were sensitive and popular amongst the Chinese, others, like the Dutchman Hendrikus Sneevliet, who had had considerable experience in Dutch-ruled Indonesia, were more overbearing. One Chinese communist who worked with him remembered, he left the impression with some people that he had acquired the habits and attitudes of the Dutchmen that lived as colonial masters in the East Indies. 33. One way of inculcating Bolshevik methods and attitudes was by sending Chinese communists to Moscow for training. At its height, the Communist University of the Toilers of the East had 1,502,000 students at any one time. Its curriculum was very similar to that at the Lenin School for Western Communists, although language problems complicated things, and students had to slave endlessly over their Russian. Learning new forms of behavior was also fraught with difficulty. Students here, as in other party institutions, were expected to undergo self-criticism, or study criticism. Students had to criticize their fellows, and then submit to criticism themselves. This emotionless struggle would help them to eliminate bad thoughts. By the 1930s, these struggle sessions were exported to China itself, and became a central part of Communist Party practice. But in the early years they were deeply unpopular, breaking with the traditional Chinese emphasis on face and group consensus. 34. However, the Soviet-Chinese relationship was not only damaged by these questions of centralization, but by a more fundamental political question: the relationship between communism and nationalism. Chinese intellectuals were attracted to communism because it could be yoked to the nationalist cause. It seemed like a way of reviving a weak China. But how could class struggle be reconciled with national unity? The Comintern answered the question by following its highly gradualist line. A cross-class national bourgeois revolution would have to unite China first. In 1923, the Comintern therefore decided to support not only the Communists but also Sun Yat-sen's nationalist Kuomintang, which was looking for foreign friends. The Kuomintang received a dedicated Soviet advisor, Mikhail Borodin, and Red Army officers taught Kuomintang and Communist soldiers at the Huangpu Military Academy on an island south of Canton. Nationalists also joined Chinese Communists at the Sun Yat-sen University of the Toilers in China in Moscow, founded in 1925. 35. The Comintern persuaded the Kuomintang and the Communists to join together in a united front. The Communists would become a bloc within the Kuomintang that would, at some time in the future, take over the whole party. The Kuomintang welcomed both Soviet military aid and advice. It even reorganized the party along centralized Bolshevik lines, underlining the appeal of the Soviet organizational blueprint in Asia. But it was divided between a left, committed to the Communist alliance, and a right, closer to the Chinese elites. On Sun's death in 1925, it looked as if the center had won, when Chiang Kai-shek, the head of the military section at the Huangpu Academy, took control. Chiang was at first a great admirer of the USSR, which he visited in 1923, and his son was a member of the Komsomol. But he never supported social revolution, and he soon found himself in conflict with the Soviet advisors and the Kuomintang left, whom he believed were conspiring against him. 36. Chen Duxiu and the Communists were initially reluctant to follow the Comintern's advice and join the United Front with the Kuomintang. In 1923 Chen went along with the policy, but as the Kuomintang moved to the right, and local elites began to resist social reforms, he began to press for the end of the alliance. All selfish elites, including the gentry and the bourgeoisie, were now the enemy. China would only be strong and united when these elites were overthrown by the proletariat. The decisive move to the left came on May 30, 1925. A strike at a Japanese-owned factory was put down forcibly by the foreign-controlled, principally British or Indian Shanghai police. 12 workers were killed, and the May 30 movement demonstrations and boycotts of foreign goods spread throughout China's cities. The events seemed to be straight out of a Marxist-Leninist textbook. The links between imperialist and class oppression seemed crystal clear. Communism became more fashionable amongst writers and intellectuals, and membership of the party swelled to 60,000, it was on the verge of becoming a mass party for the first time. The Communists also enjoyed some success in organizing trade unions in the cities, and began to achieve real breakthroughs in the countryside. As Kuomintang armies took over ever vaster swathes of China, peasant associations took the opportunity to challenge their landlords' control, which worried the gentry who were the Kuomintang's natural supporters. The Communists, naturally, were eager to help. The nationalists soon had their revenge. In 1926 Chiang Kai-shek launched his Northern Expedition, a military campaign to unite China and defeat the warlords. His National Revolutionary Army, trained and financed by the Soviets, marched up the Chinese eastern seaboard, sometimes defeating, but more often absorbing warlords. An important consequence was that the Kuomintang became even more reliant on the gentry and the military, and more hostile to social reform. As Chiang approached Shanghai, the Communists led a preemptive uprising of some 200,000 striking workers, seizing power from the local warlord ruler. But in the spring of 1927 Jiang's forces captured Shanghai and finally destroyed the United Front. With the help of businessmen, city fathers, the authorities in the international settlement, and the notorious Green Gang Mafia, Chiang arrested and killed large numbers of communists and their sympathizers. The Shanghai massacre marked a catastrophic end to the Comintern's attempts to manipulate Chinese politics, and it led to vicious recriminations in both China and Moscow. Chen Duxiu was made the scapegoat and removed, but the destruction of the Chinese Communist Party really demonstrated the bankruptcy of both Lenin's and Roy's ideas. Stubbornly committed to Lenin's United Front, the Comintern had provided finance and training for the very army that was to massacre the party. But the Chinese Communists were also guilty of Roy's proletarian utopianism. They set about organizing urban worker revolution, even though the Chinese proletariat was tiny and workers often felt greater loyalty to secret societies and lineages than to their class. Moreover, the Chinese Communists lacked their own military force but believed they could hold their own against rivals armed at Comintern expense. Failed insurrections in Indonesia in 1926-7 also convinced the Comintern that urban revolutions were premature in Asia. The Shanghai massacre was followed by a White Terror. Communists were purged from the Kuomintang, and the remaining communists fled to the mountains, where they established communist base areas. There were over a dozen of these, but they were far from the centers of power. Comintern blunders seemed to have destroyed the communist prospects that only 2 years earlier seemed so rosy. But the defeat and the enforced sojourn in the countryside, far away from the Comintern's influence, were ultimately to be the making of the Chinese Communists. Expelled from the towns and persecuted by the Kuomintang, they were forced to refashion themselves. 4. In the winter of 1918 a 25-year-old man from the provinces sat in a crowded lecture hall in Peking University, at that time the center of the extraordinary intellectual and cultural unrest of the period. He was listening to one of the most westernizing leaders of the new culture movement, Hu Shi. At the end of the lecture, excited by these new ideas, he went up to Hu to ask a question. On hearing his strong southern dialect, Hu inquired whether he was really a student, and learning that he was, in fact, only a lowly library assistant at the university, gave him the brush off. 37. The young librarian was Mao Zedong, who had left his native Hunan and was in Beijing for a few months, before his mother's illness forced him to return home to his ancestral village. Mao was just one of many young, idealistic Chinese, desperate to take part in the revival of their country and learn about new, foreign ideas. And despite his humiliating treatment by Hu, it was in fact his provincial, rural origins that fitted him to adapt those ideas to Chinese soil far better than more educated and sophisticated students. The parallels between Mao and Stalin are striking. Both were from lowly backgrounds, and neither had spent much, or any, time in the West, and had to establish themselves amongst more cosmopolitan and better educated communists. Both were suspicious of the educated intelligentsia, both spent their youths on the periphery of great but declining empires, amidst a politics of angry nationalism, and then made their way, by a tortuous route, to the imperial center. Both were interested in military issues from an early age, and established themselves as leaders during civil wars. Both were ruthless political Machiavellians. Both were clever but educated only to a relatively low level in a traditional system that stressed the importance of morality and ideology, whether orthodox or Confucian. And both had a belief in the power of ideas in politics, and were initially on the radical side of the Marxist movement. They were both also stubborn and rebellious, and had developed a deep contempt for their fathers. Mao saw his father as a narrow-minded, greedy tyrant, who exploited the poor. He refused to live with the wife chosen for him, and later he claimed that he had learnt the importance of rebellion from his relations with his father. Mao's interest in rebels is evident in his love of the water margin. The classical Chinese tale of the 108 bandit brothers who fought for the poor against unjust officials, a heroic romance reminiscent of the Koba tales Stalin was so attached to. He told the journalist Edgar Snow that he had much preferred them to the Confucian texts, and often read them in class, hidden by a classic when the teacher walked past. 38. Mao himself, like Stalin, would have known of peasant bandits near to home. As the Qing Empire decayed, Hunan, like Georgia, had its own bandits, secret brotherhoods that fought the landlords. But we should not press the parallels too far. Georgia of the 1870s and 1890s, Hunan were very different places. Mao, unlike Stalin, was an eager participant in a movement of cultural revolution against a hierarchical Confucianism. The May 4th movement and his attitudes to a whole range of issues, family, society, culture, were much more egalitarian and radical than his elder comrades. Whilst Mao shared Stalin's sardonic sense of humor and his use of coarse language, he was reserved amongst his peers. People who met him saw an intense, private figure. As the American writer and Manchester Guardian correspondent Agnes Smedley wrote of her first meeting with him in the 1930s. His dark, inscrutable face was long, the forehead broad and high, the mouth feminine. Whatever else he might be, he was an aesthete. As Zhu was loved, Mao Zedong was respected. The few who came to know him best had affection for him, but his spirit dwelt within itself, isolating him. In him was none of the humility of Zhu. Despite that feminine quality in him, he was as stubborn as a mule, and a steel rod of pride and determination ran through his nature. I had the impression that he would wait and watch for years, but eventually have his way. 39. When he was only 18, Mao had an opportunity to emulate his warrior heroes by enlisting in the Republican Army in Hunan's capital, Changsha, to defend the 1911 revolution. He was not involved in the fighting, but he still faced considerable hardships and risks. After 6 months he was demobilized, and had to decide what to do with his life. He thought about enrolling in a police school, registered as a trainee soap maker, and enrolled at a business school, which he left when he learned that the courses were all in English. He passed the exams for a prestigious middle school, specializing in Chinese history and literature, but found the regime too restrictive and disciplinarian. He finally ended up at a teacher training college, which he enjoyed, graduating in 1918. He used his years at the college to extend his reading. At a time when China was in intellectual and political ferment, he was typical of nationalist students of his time in seeking ways to revive China. Like members of the New Culture movement, he believed that the Chinese had to shed their servile mentality. Assertiveness and willpower were the answers. But Mao's solutions also had a distinctly military coloring, and he continued to see the world through the eyes of the young soldier and reader of heroic romances. In his first article, written in 1917, he wrote, "Our nation is wanting in strength, the military spirit has not been encouraged. The physical condition of the people deteriorates daily. If our bodies are not strong, we will tremble at the sight of soldiers. How then can we attain our goals, or exercise far-reaching influence?" 40. The discipline of physical exercise which Mao himself practiced every day would strengthen the will, and in turn willpower, combined with a proper moral outlook, would give the Chinese the strength to rise up against their imperial oppressors. Unlike the Confucian superior man, whose deportment was cultivated and agreeable, exercise had to be savage and rude. 41. Mao was perhaps justifying his own, rather earthy peasant character. But he was also combining a Confucian interest in ethics with a fashionable social Darwinism imported from the West. Mao's remedy for national decline was much the same as his French and Russian predecessors had been, to destroy the old elitist culture and forge the people into a quasi-military fraternity. Like many of his contemporaries, Mao began as a vague anarchist, but it is no surprise that he should have been one of the first to conclude that the Russian extremist party, as he called it, had the real answers. His observation of what he saw as the corrupt and selfish Hunan gentry convinced him that any reform that relied on them was hopeless. 42. In 1921 he went through the options available to China, and argued that all models from social reformism to moderate communism would fail to change China. Only extreme communism with its methods of class dictatorship can be expected to deliver results. 43. Mao soon became a successful Communist Party organizer in Hunan. He embraced the United Front strategy, and worked for the Kuomintang in the office of its Central Propaganda Department. But after the crisis of 1927, when the Communists were forced out of the towns into the countryside, Mao was well prepared to take advantage of the new conditions. His attention returned to the military, and soon he urged the Communists to build a military force to counter the Kuomintang. As he famously declared, "We must be aware that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun." 44. Mao also had a deep interest in the countryside and its social tensions. He was not sentimental about rural life, but, as his doctor reminisced, Mao was a peasant and he had simple tastes. 45. Like other southern Chinese peasants, he never brushed his teeth, and merely rinsed his mouth with tea. Foreign visitors were sometimes disconcerted when he took his clothes off in mid-conversation to search for lice. 46. From 1925 onwards, Mao became increasingly convinced that the peasantry had to play a decisive revolutionary role. He never abandoned the Marxist doctrine that the working class and the party were the vanguard, and that socialist society would be modern and industrial. 47. But he argued that communist strategy should be focused on the countryside, because the feudal landlord class was the main bulwark of the warlords and the foreign imperialists. 48. Initially, Moscow took a dogmatic Marxist-Leninist line, opposing this emphasis on the peasants. But by the end of 1927, and with the disaster of its United Front policy clear, it had accepted the new strategy. Mao himself established a base in the Jinggang Mountains, before being forced to move it to the Jiangxi-Fujian border in southwestern China, near the town of Rujin. On November 7, 1931, the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, the first communist state in China was inaugurated, the Jiangxi Soviet Republic. The ceremony took place in a clan temple outside the capital Rujin, the regime's headquarters. A parade was organized, which included a figure symbolizing a British imperialist with two prisoners in chains, India and Ireland. Mao, standing with others on a Soviet-style podium and surrounded with red flags and hammers and sickles, was declared president of the new republic. 49. It was in this period that the party developed the notion of the guerrilla people's war, which was to be so important in adapting communism to the conflicts of the Third World. The Central Committee of the CCP issued a general outline for military work in May 1928, which explained the strategy in detail. The Communist Red Army was to mobilize local peasants into Red Defense detachments to fight against local landlord militias and the Kuomintang, whilst confiscating land and distributing it to the poor. Meanwhile, the party was to be dominant and would perform agitation and propaganda amongst the soldiers. Relations between officers and soldiers were to be egalitarian, and efforts were made to exclude the petty bourgeoisie from the army. The Jiangxi bases were to be the germ of a communist state, whilst supplying the Red Army and resisting Kuomintang incursions. 50. This, then, was a very different model of military organization to the conventional European one and indeed the one taught by the Soviets at the Huangpu Academy. It was paradoxically Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang who were more impressed by Soviet ideas than the Communists were, and they tried to create a hierarchical, all-encompassing national structure to mobilize the population for military and labor service. According to their Baijia system, all households were to be registered through a complex bureaucratic organization supervised by a mixture of central envoys and local elites. The Kuomintang's effort had some successes, and was by no means doomed to failure. 51. But given the political chaos of the time, the proliferation of armed gangs, and the weakness of central government, its top-down approach was over-ambitious and could easily be frustrated by disobedient local officials. The communist strategy, in contrast, was a local rather than a national one, and was only likely to succeed at a time of extreme political disruption. But it was effective at knitting together a society pulverized by war, whilst forging disparate military groups into coherent forces. 52. Mao was just one communist military commander of many, but he became a particularly successful and committed practitioner of the guerrilla people's war. He had joined Zhu De, a former mercenary and opium addict who had gone to Germany and then returned, a secret communist, to train officers in the Kuomintang. Mao learnt about military science from him, and together they formed the Fourth Red Army, which became an effective guerrilla force. Rather than confronting a stronger enemy in conventional battle formation, their strategy was to retreat, luring their enemy into their heartland and attacking them when they were far from their supply lines. Meanwhile, Mao applied himself to a thorough sociological analysis of the peasantry. He saw the peasantry as a sea of sympathy and sustenance, essential if the communist fish were to swim freely. But he realized that the crude Marxist class divisions of rich, middle and poor peasants would not help him, and might even alienate the rural population. In 1930, therefore, he carried out a massive and exhaustive survey of the peasantry of several areas, including Sunwu. 53. He itemized the numbers of shops and the 131 consumer goods available in them, as well as the professions and political attitudes of the inhabitants. He soon concluded that the rich peasants were a tiny, isolated minority. The party could therefore draw on the fat to make up the lean, that is, redistributing the land of the rich to the poor without upsetting the majority. 54. Even so, Mao had no qualms about using violence, and organized red execution teams to kill landlords and other counter-revolutionaries. Communist rule could therefore be violent and chaotic. The communist armies that arrived in Jiangxi and other base areas were ragtag groups of intellectuals, Kuomintang defectors, bandits, criminals, workers, and peasants. They were then confronted with the task of imposing their control over a fractured political landscape whilst simultaneously trying to resist frequent Kuomintang attacks. Meanwhile, secret societies, lineage brotherhoods, rival villages and a plethora of Kuomintang and communist militias all competed for power. The leadership itself was also highly divided, as was the norm in the Communist Party. Despite Mao's military success, Moscow and the Shanghai-based Communist Party thought him much too revolutionary and undisciplined. In 1929 the Comintern had tried to impose control over the Chinese Communists, by sending Wang Ming and the so-called returned students, trained at the Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow, to run the party, and they in turn were intent on imposing control over this stubborn maverick. They disliked Mao's preference for informal, guerrilla war, preferring more conventional military action. And they tended to favor attacks on cities to Mao's rural methods. Mao's appointment as president of the Jiangxi Soviet was actually a clever way of promoting him out of harm's way. 55. By 1934 Mao had effectively been sidelined by the Muscovite group. Paradoxically, however, it was Chiang Kai-shek who came to his rescue. Jiang's fifth campaign against the Jiangxi Republic was successful, and the Communists were forced to flee. The tortuous search for a new base area, which took them from the southwestern region of Jiangxi to the northern region of Shaanxi and the city of Yan'an, became known as the Long March. Mao yet again showed his prowess as a military leader and the success of his guerrilla methods, swiftly re-establishing himself as a contender for sole leadership. In future years Mao skillfully transformed the Long March into the transcendent moment in communist mythology. Mao became a Moses, leading his chosen people to the promised land, enduring enormous suffering on the way. 56. In fact, Mao and the central leadership had a rather more comfortable journey than most, because they were born in litters. Even so, the Long March was an extraordinary feat. 6,000 miles were covered in a year, about 17 miles a day, over what was often very difficult terrain. They were pursued by the Kuomintang, and were especially vulnerable at river crossings. Of the 86,000 that set off, only a few thousand reached the safety of Yan'an. As the Communists fled from Jiang's armies, more dangerous enemies were gathering their forces. The Japanese, their economy ravaged by the Great Depression, now sought captive markets in China. Meanwhile, of course, Nazism had forced the Comintern to change its line. Moscow now pressed Mao and the Yan'an government to create a popular front with the Kuomintang in order to resist the Japanese. Mao, unsurprisingly, was hostile to the idea. In 1936 he gave in to Comintern pressure, however, taking part in campaigns against the Japanese, but he resisted Moscow's continuing attempts to force him into a close alliance with the nationalists. He insisted on maintaining the independence of the Communist Party, expanding the communist base areas, and following his tried and tested guerrilla tactics. The Long March had enhanced Mao's prestige, but he was still part of a collective leadership, and the Comintern was still trying to assert its authority. Again, Stalin sent Wang Ming to re-establish Moscow's chain of command and to force Mao to accept the Popular Front policy. For a time Mao was under serious threat. It may be that Stalin was planning to implicate him in a planned trial of Comintern rightists in 1938. 57. But Mao was rescued by renewed tensions between Chiang and the Communist Party, and by the capture of Wang's capital, Wuhan. By the Japanese, Mao's strategy of fleeing to distant Yan'an was vindicated. By the end of 1938, Mao had secured Moscow's support as party leader, though it was only in 1943 that Mao's dominance was wholly secure. And it was in this period, holed up in Yan'an, that Mao established himself as preeminent leader, and began to forge a new radical communist amalgam. The Yan'an region had been the cradle of Chinese civilization, but it had become one of the most isolated and poorest parts of China. The landscape was rugged, the earth yellow. Edgar Snow, the American journalist, tried to convey the effect to his distant readership, using the common references of European modernist culture. There are few genuine mountains, only endless broken hills, hills as interminable as a sentence by James Joyce, and even more tiresome. Yet the effect is often strikingly like Picasso, the sharp-angled shadowing and coloring changing miraculously with the sun's wheel, and toward dusk it becomes a magnificent sea of purpled hilltops with dark velvety folds running down, like the pleats of a mandarin skirt, to ravines that seem bottomless. 58. The town of Yan'an, meanwhile, was an ancient stronghold, far from the sophistication of the cities of the eastern seaboard, with massive crenellated walls, dominated by a white pagoda on a hill. But it was precisely its distance from cosmopolitan civilization that made it ideal for Mao's new communist community. Mao had always been mistrustful of big cities, and felt much more at home in this provincial backwater. Yan'an was also an ideal place for Mao to establish himself as the prophet of a new, sinified Marxism. 59. Mao, who had had so much trouble from Moscow-educated communists, realized that he needed to establish a theoretical justification for his independent line. It was not enough to be a military leader and expert on mobilizing the peasantry. In the next few years he sought to establish an agreed party history that vindicated his alleged deviations, and he wrote several works of Marxist philosophy, which were to become the foundations of Mao Zedong thought. Mao's untrained Marxism was idiosyncratic, and did not stick to the rigid, dogmatic language that was taught in Moscow. Agnes Smedley commented on his style. Mao was known as the theoretician. But his theories were rooted in Chinese history and in experience on the battlefield. Most Chinese communists think in terms of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and some take pride in their ability to quote chapter and verse of these or lecture on them for 3 or 4 hours. Mao could do this too, but seldom attempted it. His lectures were like his conversations, based on Chinese life and history. Hundreds of students who poured into Yan'an had been accustomed to drawing their mental nourishment only from the Soviet Union or from a few writers of Germany or other countries. Mao, however, spoke to them of their own country and people. He quoted from such novels as Dream of the Red Chamber, or All Men Are Brothers. His poetry had the quality of the old masters, but through it ran a clear stream of social and personal speculation. 60. It was intrinsically difficult to translate Marxist concepts into Chinese. Words like bourgeois or feudal could not just be imported unchanged as they could into European languages. The word proletariat itself was rendered by the Chinese characters for without property class, blurring the distinction between the urban and rural poor, and making it easier to treat the peasantry on a par with industrial workers. But Mao went further, and deliberately used traditional Chinese terms to describe Marxist ideas. For instance, he used the old term for autocracy as an equivalent for dictatorship. 61. He also used the Confucian concept of great harmony as synonymous with communism, combining a Marxist theory of history with a traditional Chinese notion of a future golden age. 62. The works of Marxist philosophy he wrote in this period were also full of Chinese concepts. His discussions of dialectics and the conflict of opposites, though central to a view of Marxism so concerned with struggle, were also reminiscent of Daoist theories on the presence of opposites, yin and yang, in all things. 63. Mao read Soviet textbooks on dialectics carefully, but his annotations often showed he wanted to relate general abstractions to concrete, Chinese circumstances. 64. Yet the sinified Marxism of this period was less specifically Chinese than is sometimes thought. 65. It was, in fact, a version of egalitarian radical, mobilizing communism suited to a guerrilla force that needed to gain the support of peasants. It tended to see the power of human will and ideological inspiration as important, and not just economic forces. 66. It argued that peasants could be as revolutionary a force as workers, and it embraced the principle of the mass line, the notion that the party had to practice socialist democracy and learn from the masses. 67. In practice, the communism that prevailed in Yan'an combined idealism and pragmatism. It was a strongly egalitarian system. Everybody, even leaders, was expected to perform some form of manual labor, and lived in the drafty caves outside the town. New arrivals at Yan'an were housed 8 to a cave, and life consisted of productive work, military training, theatrical performances and, perhaps most importantly, long, intense political discussions and study sessions. There were inequalities. Mao's cave was larger than most and had excellent views, and salary differences did exist. 68. These hypocrisies attracted criticism from some of the more idealistic urban intellectuals who had flocked to Yan'an, hoping to find the radical equality they had demanded during the May 4 movement. Some complained of the absence of political principle and passion amongst Yan'an's officials. Others, especially the writer Ding Ling, protested at officials' attitude towards women. Despite claims to the contrary, women were not treated as equals in Yan'an. 69. Although Ding Ling did not say so openly, the promiscuous Mao, who had a callous attitude towards his many wives and girlfriends, was a major culprit. However, compared with its Soviet communist counterpart of the later 1930s, Yan'an's culture was puritanical and egalitarian, as was fully on show in the Yan'anites' dress. Men and women wore either military uniforms or the Sun Yat-sen suit, a military-style outfit based on the Japanese student uniform, and popular amongst both communists and Kuomintang officials. Nevertheless, the communists, whilst puritanical, could not be doctrinaire, because they needed the support of the peasantry as a whole. They therefore made every effort to avoid alienating local elites. The 3/3 system of government allowed traditional bosses to retain some influence, giving communists only a third of seats on village councils, with the second third reserved for non-communist progressives, and the final third open to anybody, as long as they were not Japanese collaborators. Most of the richer peasants were also allowed to keep their land. The poorer, meanwhile, benefited from lower rents and taxes, and seemed to have welcomed the guerrillas who were sent to live and work amongst them to improve the local economy. Yan'an's combination of ideological flexibility and activism seems to have attracted support among both peasants and elites. 70. Initially, the atmosphere amongst the communists in Yan'an itself was also relatively tolerant. But with the outbreak of the Japanese War in 1937 and the influx of new recruits from widely diverse backgrounds, Mao insisted on greater ideological unity, and he became especially suspicious of the bourgeois individualism of intellectuals from Kuomintang areas. From 1939 onwards he followed Stalin's example in using ideological texts as tools to make party officials conform, ordering the translation of Stalin's 1938 short course of Communist Party history and writing his own supplements on the Chinese experience. Senior officials were then expected to read and learn the texts. However, by 1942 Mao had decided that the whole party had to be trained, to rectify their thoughts. Only if communists truly internalized the ideology would they have the commitment to win the war and establish communism. Rectification was a Chinese variation on the Soviet Party purge, though it was much more elaborate, probably reflecting a Confucian belief in the importance of moral education and correct thinking. 71. Party members were instructed to study 22 texts of ideology and party history, most of them written by Mao himself, which members were told to relate to their personal experience. They filled out questionnaires, which asked them to give accounts of any instances of dogmatism, formalism, and sectarianism, and to describe their plans for thought reform. They were also expected to denounce others in so-called short broadcasts. These documents were then checked by leaders, and the group then held a session in which individuals were publicly criticized and confessions made. Eventually most errant party members were received back into the fold, their thoughts supposedly reformed. As in the Soviet Union, some accepted that purges were necessary, and that their thoughts had needed reform. Dou Shangchu, a regimental commander of the People's Liberation Army, admitted that the rectification had forced him to change his old-fashioned attitudes to marriage. His future wife would have to be politically reliable and somebody he loved, not just an obedient homemaker. 72. Others found it deeply unpleasant. As one Yan'an veteran reminisced, you had to write down what X or Y had said, as well as what you yourself had said that was supposed to be not so good. You had to dig into your memory endlessly and write endlessly. It was most loathsome. 73. The rectification soon escalated into a more violent campaign of repression. 74. This was partly because the Communists were under increasing military pressure from the Kuomintang, following the effective end of the alliance in 1941, and paranoia reigned. But Mao and his own Ezhov Kongsheng were also responsible. The sinister Kong Mao's pistol, as he was sometimes called, came from an elite background and was a cultivated man, a poet, calligrapher, connoisseur of erotic literature and Song dynasty pots. He had lived in the Hotel Lux throughout much of the 1930s, and had worked with the Soviet secret police to spy on the Chinese in Moscow. He was one of the returned students flown to Yan'an with Wang Ming, and had an unusually cosmopolitan appearance, wearing a mustache, a Soviet-style black leather jacket, and with a preference for high black leather boots and riding crop. He also had a fondness for black Pekingese dogs and employed the chef who had prepared delicacies for the last emperor. 75. Yet despite his Soviet connections and pantomime villain habits, Kong enjoyed a close relationship with Mao, whom he helped with his poetry and calligraphy. He soon became the head of the security service in Yan'an, the euphemistically named Social Affairs Department. Kong claimed that the rectification campaign had exposed the presence of spies in the party's ranks, and with Mao's support he launched a Rescuing the Fallen campaign, which used torture, round-the-clock interrogations and terrifying mass struggle meetings to force confessions. This was no repetition of Stalin's terror. There were relatively few executions, but the campaign, which Mao had promised would be educational, not repressive, caused deep anxieties amongst some leaders. Ultimately Mao was embarrassed by the episode and apologized for excesses. The rescue campaign may have done more to damage Mao within the party than help him, but by 1943 his power was secure. After years of expert manipulation of party politics, he had emerged triumphant, and he had established a new charismatic form of leadership, the first leader to rival the status of Lenin and Stalin. 76. Mao Zedong thought was declared to be the ideology of the party, and the famous anthem "The East is Red" was adapted from an old love song. The East is red, the sun rises. In China a Mao Zedong is born. He seeks the people's happiness. He is the people's great savior. 77. It is important to remember, though, that despite his pretensions Mao was not the only guerrilla leader during the period, and Yan'an was not the only communist base. Chinese communism was a polycentric movement, and the Long Marchers left behind a number of smaller armies scattered throughout southern and central China which succeeded in tying down many of Chiang Kai-shek's forces. Their experience was very different to that of the Yan'anites, and they were forced to adopt different tactics, eschewing peasant mobilization and relying on traditional feudal and clan networks. 78. It was the Yan'an experience, however, that was ultimately to prove most influential on the party. In future years Mao was to try to resuscitate its spirit, most notably during the Cultural Revolution, but in the shorter term it gave the party the cohesion to exploit the chaos of the war. But the Japanese invasion of China in 1937 was perhaps most crucial in delivering ultimate victory to the Communists. The Communists could present themselves to the peasants as defenders of their localities against the Japanese. 79. They therefore enlisted the support of some Chinese in guerrilla actions, whilst avoiding head-on military confrontations. Meanwhile, the conventional military machine of their Kuomintang rivals was worn down by the superior Japanese forces. 80. The Communists had used the war against the Japanese to expand the areas under their control, but when the Japanese were defeated in 1945 they were still in a relatively weak position, largely confined to the northwestern periphery of China. The Kuomintang controlled most of China, including the urban centers, had the support of the United States and was recognized by the USSR, which tried to force the Communists to forge another united front with the nationalists. When the Soviets withdrew from Manchuria in the spring of 1946, fighting for control soon broke out between the Communists and the Kuomintang, and the Chinese Civil War began. The Communists played a weak hand well. They benefited from renewed Soviet help, but they also had some success in mobilizing peasants against landlords with promises of rent reductions, though it did take some time to persuade them to break with tradition and challenge their landlords. 81. From 1946, Mao pressed for radical land redistribution in communist-occupied areas, and this undoubtedly helped the People's Liberation Army to secure support and recruits in some areas, especially the north. Communist work teams arrived in villages and set up poor peasant associations, with whose help they would try to determine the class of the villagers. They would then encourage poor and middle peasants to participate in struggle meetings, in which they would speak bitterness against, and often physically attack, their landlords. In one village in the northern Shaanxi province the main target was Sheng Jinghe, the wealthiest man in the community, who had grown rich from money lending and scheming from gifts to local temples. When the final struggle began, Jinghe was faced not only with those 100 accusations but with many more. Old women who had never spoken in public before stood up to accuse him. Even Li Mao's wife, a woman so pitiable she hardly dared look anyone in the face, shook her fist before his nose and cried out, "Once I went to glean wheat on your land. But you cursed me and drove me away." Jinghe had no answer to any of them. He stood there with his head bowed. That evening all the people went to Jinghe's courtyard to help take over his property. People all said he must have a lot of silver dollars. So then we began to beat him. Finally he said, "I have 40 silver dollars under the Kong." We went in and dug it up. The money stirred up everyone. We beat him again and several militiamen began to heat an iron bar in one of the fires. Then Jinghe admitted that he had hidden 110 silver dollars. Altogether we got $500 from Jinghe that night. All said, in the past we never lived through a happy new year because he always asked for his rent and interest then and cleaned our houses bare. This time we'll eat what we like, and everyone ate his fill and didn't even notice the cold. 82. As this episode shows, long festering resentments could explode into violent anger, and peasants sometimes behaved in a more radical way than the Communists intended. 83. In areas occupied by the Communists, richer peasants were often influential supporters, and the Communists could not afford to lose them. And in southern China, where the Communists were weaker, there was much less conflict between rich and poor. Other leaders and especially Mao's number 2, Liu Shaoqi pressed, successfully, for a less divisive approach. 84. Liu was born near Mao's native village in Hunan, and knew him as a youth. But he was better educated and more cosmopolitan than Mao, and went to study in Moscow at the Stalin School in the early 1920s. Like Mao, he had had his arguments with Moscow in the 1930s, but he remained on the modernist side of the Marxist divide. He saw the rational, bureaucratic state he had witnessed Lenin trying to build as the model for the new China, not Mao's sect cum guerrilla band. By late 1947, Mao himself agreed that class struggle had to be moderated in the name of national consensus. Rent reductions could be more effective in dividing the peasantry from the Kuomintang. 85. The peasantry, then, was difficult to mobilize, and the party's propaganda, featuring serried ranks of peasants marching to power, red banners aloft, was far from the truth. Most peasants were observers of, not participants in, revolution, and many obeyed the communists because they were punished if they did not. 86. Much more important in Mao's victory were the communist fighters themselves. It was youth, rather than poverty, that predicted peasants' willingness to join the communists, though the party itself discriminated against the wealthier, and by the end of the Civil War the ranks of the party largely comprised poor peasants. 87. The most systematic contemporary study of Chinese Maoist guerrillas was carried out by the American anthropologist Lucien Pai, who interviewed 60 Chinese former communist insurgents, most of them party members and low-level officials, in British Malaya in the early 1950s. 88. The communists he encountered were an exceedingly alert group of people with very active minds. 89. Most were from a lowly background, though they were not from amongst the poorest. They were better educated than the norm, and were eager to better themselves. Yet their prospects were limited. Most were skilled workers, many on foreign-owned rubber plantations, and had little chance of betterment. 90. They were dissatisfied with their status and the way their superiors treated them. They were also trying to realize their ambitions in a rapidly changing world. This led them, like the May 4th generation of urban intellectuals, to question their parents' Confucian values. They were convinced that their parents' world of filial piety and ritual would condemn them to low status and poverty. They wanted to be modern. They therefore relied more on peers than elders. Friends and male comradeship were important to them, and they often had charisma, becoming the informal leaders of their peer groups. They also lived in a chaotic world where politics mattered. With the Japanese invasion, the lives of ordinary people were clearly and directly affected by the world of high politics. Many of them had lost family members during the occupation. They felt they needed to become involved in politics, both to protect and to advance themselves. One option was to join one of the many community associations, secret societies, clans, and trade organizations. But the Communist Party offered something different. It was perceived as more reliable than traditional associations in helping its members. It seemed to make sense of the politics of the time and had a clear strategy. It was modern, yet not Western and imperialist. It was committed to the ordinary person, people like them. 91. It was well organized and powerful, and it promised to help the Chinese assert themselves. As one said, I thought their propaganda said that if I joined them, I would be like those who were running China. I knew the communists were very powerful in China and no one dared oppose them. Communism and the October Revolution had shown how a poor, weak nation could suddenly become one of the great powers, as another explained. Until the Chinese learned about the Russian Revolution, we were no good at politics and we made fools of ourselves. However, now the Chinese communists have learned from the Russians how to have a revolution, and no one laughs anymore about the Chinese Revolution. 92. Once they joined the party, communists felt they had influence in the world. It was as if I climbed on the back of a tiger, one declared. It was very exciting and I had the power of the tiger. I moved as he moved. They did not at first object to party customs such as rectification. As eager self-improvers they were happy for the party to correct them, though they soon became anxious that group criticism might lead to a loss of status within the party. Indeed, for communists brought up in a Confucian culture, a primary attraction of the party was the moral education it offered. The political commissar told me he would help me learn about Marxism-Leninism, so that I would be able to get rid of my bad habits, one remembered. 93. Maoist Marxism-Leninism served a number of other functions for the guerrillas. It could be a source of emotional sustenance in battle. The political commissar would frequently give long political lectures before fighting started, and each soldier would step forward with a clenched fist salute, promising to sacrifice his life to the Marxist-Leninist cause. According to one soldier, when we had all finished making our speeches, and I had told them that I wasn't afraid to die a true revolutionary, it didn't seem as though it would be very serious if we were all killed. That's how fierce Marxism-Leninism is. The ideology was also seen in another way, as a special, esoteric knowledge, which showed how history worked and how to win the political struggle. The Malayan guerrillas were particularly impressed that the communists had shared this valuable knowledge with them, unlike the selfish Westerners who kept the secrets of their success to themselves. Marxism-Leninism teaches one how to carry out a revolution and what history will be like. The communists have books that tell how to be successful politically, and they let everyone read them so that if you want to help them you will know what to do. The democracies keep everything secret and tell no one what their plans are. Who knows what the strategy and tactics of Wall Street are? If I had wanted to work for the democracies against the communists, how would I have known what to do? 94. Within China itself, the communists were one of a number of forces, regional, liberal, student and secret society, opposing a Kuomintang that was divided, compromised by discredited elites and corrupt. 95. Massive amounts of collaboration between Chinese elites and the Japanese during the war split the Kuomintang's supporters, and the party was shattered by the war against the Japanese. Nationalist administrators after the war were widely seen as greedy, imposing unpopular taxes and unable to meet the expectations for social justice that were then so common, in Asia as in Europe. The nationalists found themselves suppressing student demonstrations and rural unrest, whilst Chiang Kai-shek's attempts to strengthen central state control also alienated regional elites. The communists did attract much peasant and even some urban support, but their cohesiveness was perhaps their main advantage. Ultimately their victory was a military one, and it was by no means a foregone conclusion. Both sides made strategic errors, but Chiang Kai-shek's were more serious. 96. He was forced to retreat to Taiwan, where the Kuomintang ruled for many decades. In the spring of 1949 Mao found himself traveling from the village of Zibapo in Hebei province, the communist headquarters since 1947, to the old imperial capital of Beijing. Mao was clearly nervous. He joked that it was rather like making the journey to sit the imperial Mandarin exams. 97. For whilst the trip was a relatively short one geographically, in cultural terms it was equivalent to the Long March. Mao had to transform himself from guerrilla leader to master of one of the largest states on the globe. On October 1, 1949 Mao Zedong ascended Tiananmen, the gate of heavenly peace, to the old Forbidden City in the center of Beijing, and addressed a crowd of about 30,000, famously declaring, "The Chinese people have now stood up." His audience stood in the square in front of the gate, waving the new Chinese flag, red with 4 small yellow stars surrounding a larger star in the upper left-hand corner. Speaking in his high-pitched voice, he announced the foundation of the People's Republic of China. It was followed by a military parade, made up of thousands of civilians, some holding portraits of leaders, others playing waist drums and dancing the traditional northern Chinese yanga. The ceremony had been carefully planned, and every element was there for a reason. 98. It owed much to the Soviet demonstrations for the anniversary of the October Revolution in Red Square, but, unlike them, it also had a strong peasant, folk element. Meanwhile, the parade's symbolism carefully combined Soviet communism and Chinese nationalism. October was the anniversary of both the 1911 revolution against the Qing and the Russian Revolution, whilst the red of the flag referred both to Communist Revolution and China's Red Earth. The stars also showed that the communists were committed to national unity. They represented the 4 classes of the people: the national bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, the workers, and the peasants, surrounding the great Communist Party, all of whom were to be part of the Chinese new democracy. Mao was showing that the new regime was communist, unashamedly nationalist, and pro-peasant. October 1949 marked the culmination of the post-war reddening of the East. As in Europe, the end of Axis power rule helped the anti-imperialist communists, as did the serious damage done to old elites by collaboration. China joined two other states, North Korea and Vietnam, as part of the new Asian Communist Brotherhood. All three regimes had close similarities, and differed from their East European confreres. They were created by peasant parties, operating in Confucian societies that had fought guerrilla wars against imperialist powers. Yet each state was born in rather different circumstances. If China was Asia's Yugoslavia, a communist state born out of an anti-imperialist guerrilla war, North Korea was closer to East Germany, a regime largely created by superpower. Realpolitik and partition. The Vietnamese Revolution, meanwhile, had a strong urban element, and had similarities with its Russian predecessor. The North Korean regime was created under the auspices of Soviet troops. The Americans had proposed that Korea be divided on the eve of the Japanese surrender in August 1945, allocating the portion north of the 38th parallel to the Soviets and the south to themselves. The North then followed an East European path, a popular front followed by communization. In February 1946, a communist-dominated central government was established, led by Kim Il-sung. However, we should not press the East German parallel too far, for the regime soon secured a good deal of autonomy. Kim Sung-ju was born in a village near Pyongyang in 1912 into a Christian family. His father was a member of a Christian Korean nationalist organization, and may have been imprisoned by the Japanese. On his release in about 1920, the family emigrated to Manchuria, joining a large Korean émigré community. Kim's cultural background was therefore eclectic. He was Korean, born in a state ruled by the Japanese, was educated in Chinese schools in Mandarin, but also returned to Korea for 2 years at the age of 11 to attend a Christian school. Indeed, he was for a time a Sunday school teacher, a fact not recorded in his official biography. 99. He followed his father into nationalist politics, joining a Marxist group at school in 1929 and, after a brief time in prison, joined a Chinese Communist Party-led guerrilla force in 1931 to fight the occupying Japanese. He rose through the ranks, and became a regional commander of the guerrilla army. He spent most of his youth outside Korea, then, but it would be a mistake to see him as a foreigner. He, like many of his fellow guerrillas, saw himself as a Korean nationalist, though one fighting for international communism under the leadership of the USSR. There were close links between eastern Manchuria and the lawless borderlands of North Korea, and Koreans were involved in the guerrilla struggle against the Japanese throughout the region. It was in this tough guerrilla milieu, fighting against an extremely resourceful and harsh Japanese enemy, that Kim's politics were forged. By 1940, however, the Japanese were winning, and Kim, like many other fighters, was forced to seek refuge over the border in the Soviet Union. Kim flourished during his 5-year sojourn there and embraced Soviet life with enthusiasm. He seemed to prefer the culture of the Red Army to his former guerrilla life. He received training at the Khabarovsk Infantry Officer School, and became a captain in the Red Army. He fathered 2 sons and a daughter during this time, to whom he gave Russian names. His elder son was called Iuri. The man who came to be known as Kim Jong-il was known as Iuri Arsenovich Kim for the first few years of his life. Kim seems to have wanted to continue his career in the Red Army, but on the fall of the Japanese, the Soviets had different ideas for him. They had begun to mistrust the North Korean nationalists whom they were trying to work with, and decided to impose a more reliable, communist leadership. The 33-year-old returnee was an ideal candidate, even though initially he was not keen. 100. He was introduced to the public in October 1945 at a ceremony to honor the Red Army. He had been billed as a venerable, heroic guerrilla leader, and many confused him with a semi-mythological, Robin Hood-style fighter. When they saw him, naturally, they were deeply disappointed. A young man of about 30 with a manuscript approaching the microphone. His complexion was slightly dark and he had a haircut like a Chinese waiter. His hair at the forehead was about an inch long, reminding one of a lightweight boxing champion. He is a fake. All of the people gathered on the athletic field felt an electrifying sense of distrust, disappointment, discontent, and anger. Oblivious to the sudden change in mass psychology, Kim Il-sung continued in his monotonous, plain, and duck-like voice to praise the heroic struggle of the Red Army. He particularly praised and offered the most extravagant words of gratitude and glory to the Soviet Union and Marshal Stalin, that close friend of the oppressed peoples of the world. 101. Kim, then, was a Soviet puppet, but the Soviets were not interested in micromanagement, and left much of the day-to-day administration to the Koreans. 102. Despite his inauspicious start, Kim proved able to manage the factions within the party: his own Manchurians, the Koreans who had stayed under the Japanese, the Soviet Koreans who had lived in the USSR, and the Yan'an Communists who had been attached to the Chinese Communists in China. 103. As will be seen, he also laid the foundations for a regime that attracted a great deal of support by forging together communism and Korean nationalism. Just as Korea was being divided in August 1945, another communist regime was rising from the ashes of Japanese rule, in Vietnam. But unlike the Koreans, the Vietnamese communists came to power as part of a genuine, indigenous revolution, a mixture of the Chinese guerrilla revolution of 1949 and the Bolshevik urban revolution of 1917. 104. Ho Chi Minh had always been a radical in the Comintern, on Roy's side of the debate with Lenin, but he had become increasingly dissatisfied with the Soviet obsession with the urban working class. With Mao's success from the mid-1930s, Ho learnt from the Chinese experience, distancing himself from the old Moscow template. He visited Yan'an in 1938, and then sent two young party members, Vion Wenjup and Pham Van Dong, there to a CCP school. 105. The Vietnamese soon began to follow the Chinese recipe. They formed a base area in the border regions to the north, created a guerrilla army, and in 1941 transformed the communist movement into a nationalistic, cross-class popular front force, now called the League for the Independence of Vietnam, the Viet Minh, with an extensive rural organization. They then began to plan a peasant uprising against the French imperial administration, which was cooperating with the Japanese. Communists were told to merge with the peasants, dress like the locals, and translate Viet Minh manifestos into vernacular verse. They took advantage of peasant resentment at the disruption of traditional agriculture, first by French colonial exploitation, and then by brutal Japanese exactions. Most help to the communists, however, was the famine of 1944-45, which was made worse by Japanese wartime exactions and not helped by the French, who attracted most of the blame. 106. In March 1945, central control of the country was weakened further when the Japanese launched a coup against the French administration and set up a puppet government under Emperor Bao Dai. When the Japanese finally surrendered to the Americans in August, the Viet Minh were in an ideal position in the north, with strong support in both Hanoi and the countryside, and merchants and officials stood by as they took over. In the south, the Viet Minh also took control, although there they had more serious nationalist rivals. On September 2, 1945, Ho stood in Ba Din Square in Hanoi, dressed in a humble khaki suit and blue canvas shoes, and declared the independence of Vietnam, under communist control. His speech quoted both the American Declaration of Independence of 1776 as well as the French Declaration of the Rights of Man of 1791. 107. Ho still hoped that he might secure American support by signaling that he was still committed to a broad, non-ideological government in the medium term. Stalin had not yet given the Vietnamese communists any recognition or aid. However, when the French returned to the south with British help soon after the Declaration of Independence, nationalist groups began to withdraw their support for the Viet Minh. The Communists, with strong support in the north, were soon on the defensive in the south, and by 1947 the Viet Minh were fighting another anti-colonial war against a French-backed regime. The subsequent restoration of European colonial rule after the defeat of the Japanese enraged and emboldened communists throughout Asia. In many places they were able to exploit the economic disruption in the countryside caused by the war and harsh Japanese exploitation. But outside China, Vietnam, and Korea, they were generally unable to fuse communism with an attractive nationalism. The Indonesian Communist Party took part in fighting against the Dutch, but it had little success. The indigenous socialist leader Sukarno, who sought to combine a non-Marxist socialism with Islam, was much more able to forge such a diverse archipelago together than the Communists. The Communist Party was finally crushed after a failed rebellion in eastern Java in 1948. It was only when it adopted a less revolutionary approach in the 1950s that its fortunes revived. More serious were communist insurgencies in American and British colonies, though, confined as they were to particular groups of the population, they also ultimately failed. The Americans granted independence to the Philippines in 1946, handing over power to a wealthy collaborator-landed elite. Its attempts to disband the communist-led People's Anti-Japanese Army precipitated a peasant rebellion in central Luzon. The hooks, though, were relatively few. The Americans also decided that communism was best fought by addressing social problems, and persuaded the Manila government that land reform could blunt the communists' appeal. The revolution was soon tamed by a judicious mix of repression and reform. 108. The Malayan Communist uprising failed for similar reasons. The appeal of Maoism and guerrilla warfare took hold amongst the Chinese in Malaya. Like the Malays, about 40% of the population after the beginning of the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, it was then, at the age of 15, that their future leader Chin Peng first became interested in communism. 109. During World War II, the Malayan Communist Party, like the Vietnamese Communists, formed a guerrilla force to fight the Japanese and even received British support. But the British were soon to alienate the Chinese community, first promising them full political rights and then, when the war was over, reneging on that promise under pressure from the Malays. The Communists took up the Chinese ethnic cause, and fought a guerrilla insurgency against the British from 1948. 110. They were, however, at a disadvantage compared with the Viet Minh. Their support was largely limited to the Chinese, especially the poor, excluded rural population without secure land rights, and the British, like the Americans in the Philippines, generally took a more conciliatory line than the French and the Dutch. They sought to win hearts and minds of potentially communist villagers. 111. And as well as declaring their intention of giving Malaya independence, they embarked on the costly resettlement of 500,000 Chinese squatter peasants into highly defended new villages, which gave them higher living standards and starved the guerrillas of support. Despite these setbacks, communists had established a powerful position in East and Southeast Asia by 1950. On the face of it, they had benefited from the very forces that had helped communists in Europe in the 1940s. They were at the forefront of a struggle against imperialist occupiers and their collaborators amongst local elites. They had also used similar guerrilla or partisan strategies, retreating from the cities into the countryside and harrying their more powerful enemies. But the outcomes were very different, much depending on the role of the Red Army. In the West, communist parties were defeated electorally and returned to political isolation. The Central Soviet zone embarked on projects to build Soviet-style socialism, and in southeastern Europe and Asia, more independent, radical communisms emerged. The communist bloc was therefore highly diverse, much more so than many in the West appreciated at the time. Even so, for a few years from 1949, communist regimes, most of them closely allied with Moscow, ruled a third of the Earth's population. Few would have predicted such an extraordinary outcome only 8 years before, when the Nazis were at the gates of Moscow and communism was on the verge of collapse. Empire. Like Shelley's Ozymandias, all great imperial rulers have built monuments to celebrate their power, from the Roman emperors' aqueducts and triumphal arches to the grand memorials and Gothic railway stations of the British Empire. The Soviet Empire was no exception. Despite the removal of most of the Marx and Lenin statues that adorned the former communist world, remarkably prominent monuments are still scattered throughout the former Soviet sphere of influence. The most recognizable of all are the Stalinist tall buildings. These colossi of Stalinist Gothic were planned between 1948 and 1953, and had Stalin lived longer there would have been many more. 8 were planned for Moscow, though only 7 were actually built. The most monumental is the massive 5,000-roomed Moscow State University building on the Lenin Hills. Similar enormous buildings, gifts from Comrade Stalin, were planned for the satellite states. Only one, the Stalin Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw, was completed. But the ex-communist world contains a number of smaller versions, from the Hotel International in Prague to the Soviet Friendship buildings in Beijing and Shanghai. Scores of other grand buildings were also built in a similar style. Amongst the most striking were the Casa Sintei in Bucharest and the Stalin Allee in East Berlin. 1. These symbols of communist power were the points d'appui of the Soviet sphere of influence at its most extensive, when it encompassed much of the Eurasian landmass, from the Baltic to the South China Sea in the period between Mao's victory in 1949 and the Sino-Soviet split in the late 1950s. Moscow's tall buildings also tell us much about post-war Stalinism. Gargantuan hybrids of Manhattan skyscraper Gothic and neoclassical bombast, studded with ornamentation from the medieval Muscovite past, they combined modernity, empire, and nationalism. 2. But they also indicated a politics that was increasingly emphasizing local, mostly Slavic cultures over internationalism and universalism. 3. Stalinist buildings in every state tried to incorporate, in a minor way, national forms, whether Byzantine features in Romania or Renaissance motifs in Poland and Czechoslovakia. They were also designed to boost the prestige and power of elites. These offices and apartment blocks were clearly not designed to provide housing for the cramped masses after the destruction of war. All of these massive structures were stone embodiments of a post-war high Stalinism, an exaggerated version of the order first seen in the mid-1930s, both paternalistic and technocratic. The remnants of radical, anti-bureaucratic Marxism, still evident even during the Terror, had now largely disappeared. This hierarchical model was also applied to the whole of the Soviet bloc. Indeed, there was something distinctly imperial about it. Of course, the USSR never called itself an empire, and it was deeply hostile to imperialism, which, following Lenin, was still seen as the highest stage of capitalism. Unlike many empires, it did not justify hierarchy on the grounds of ethnicity but as a reflection of different levels of socialist attainment. Russians were at the top of the tree because they were the most progressive people, not because they were racially or culturally superior. In practice, however, the USSR's relationship with its satellites in Eastern Europe was typically imperial, and its politics and culture were increasingly those of an imperial state. A hierarchy of power, centered in Moscow, extended to all Soviet bloc states. Russians had higher status than other nationalities, and socialist societies were becoming highly stratified, with the most loyal party members at the top. In some parts of the bloc, such a system required high levels of coercion and intimidation to keep it in place. Anxiety about maintaining control over a USSR and Eastern Europe devastated by war and lessons learned from the Terror all fed the Soviet leadership's appetite for a fixed and ordered culture. At the same time, fears of foreign invasion and the desperate desire to raise international status reinforced inequalities at home. Khrushchev remembered, with some contempt, Stalin's anxieties that Westerners would look down on the Soviet Union. What will happen if they walk around Moscow and find no skyscrapers? They will make unfavorable comparisons with capitalist cities. 4. According to the Stalinist post-war vision, then, top officials were to live and work high above the ordinary people, a service aristocracy of technical experts and ideological visionaries, guiding the state machine towards a glorious future. At the same time, however, the Soviet leadership hoped to combine discipline with dynamism. Alongside the tall buildings, the communist bloc regimes built vast squares to accommodate huge parades of supposedly enthusiastic people. Assembling the people, or as many of the people as possible, in elaborate state festivals and marches was, of course, reminiscent of Jacobin France. But the ceremonies of the late Stalin era acquired a particularly Soviet coloring. The original model was the Lenin Mausoleum repository of the great man's mummified corpse, which served as a tribune on which leaders stood to welcome the masses processing the Red Square. Bulgaria followed the Soviet example most closely, with the construction of Dimitrov's mausoleum in 1949 and the ceremonial September 9 square in front of it. Tribunes and squares were also built in Budapest, Bucharest, and East Berlin. Only Prague, relatively undamaged by war, escaped Comrade Stalin's generosity. 5. Meanwhile, the Chinese built their own Stalinist spaces on their own initiative, with Soviet assistance. During the 1950s, the vast space in front of the Tiananmen Gate podium, what is now Tiananmen Square, was built, destroying countless ancient buildings and walls. How, though, could mass enthusiasm be generated within such a rigid political hierarchy? The contradiction was most visible in Warsaw, where the base of the enormous Palace of Culture served as the tribune for the mass parades. This highly unpopular building, symbolizing, as it did, not only Russian domination but also party and bureaucratic privilege, was hardly going to generate feelings of commitment amongst the ordinary workers marching past every May Day. Stalin had, of course, wrestled throughout the 1930s with the problem of how to mobilize the masses whilst subjecting them to discipline, and he had sought to do so through appeals to inclusive patriotism rather than class. The Stalinist regimes therefore sought to merge local nationalisms with Soviet communism, but inevitably the task was a difficult one. The Stalinists were therefore left with a problem. The economic system demanded high levels of heroism and self-sacrifice from workers and peasants, but it depended on repression and harsh discipline, wielded by white-collar workers and officials. Even more than in the USSR of the 1930s, the post-war Soviet system seemed to operate in the interests of the socialist intelligentsia rather than the workers and peasants. This had its advantages, as it attracted young, ambitious people eager to advance themselves and develop their countries. At the same time, however, many ordinary people were deeply alienated, as were the non-communist middle classes. The socialism Stalin exported throughout his empire therefore, like his buildings, looked monumental, but had serious cracks behind the facade. The balance between repression and mobilization, and levels of support, differed in the various parts of the communist bloc, however. It was at its most rigidly disciplinarian in the USSR itself. In Eastern Europe, in contrast, communist parties were more dynamic, for they were transforming their societies and building socialism from scratch. But the violence inevitably alienated many, and the bemedaled patriarchs found it increasingly difficult to inspire ordinary people. And as the hoped-for dynamism turned to stasis, Soviet socialism looked less like universal progress and more like Russian imperialism. The late Stalinist model was most appealing in China, part of the USSR's informal empire, for it was seen as more effective in building a modern state than the more egalitarian guerrilla socialism of the Civil War period. But here also the drawbacks soon became abundantly clear, and the way was soon prepared for a sharp rejection of the Stalinist vision. 2. In 1951, a certain Mishchenko, of the Molotov Military Academy in the city of Kalinin, reported on the visible poverty in its center. If the secretaries of the party committees take a walk along the streets of the regional center, they would notice that some kind of beggar is sitting on almost every street corner. It gives the impression that the center of the town of Kalinin is beggarly. Citizens of the countries of the people's democracies study at the Molotov Academy. There is one indigent near the post office, who without fail seeks them out and begs. They will go home and say that the town of Kalinin is full of beggars. 6. Mishchenko's priorities were typical of the late Stalinist elite. Poverty and inequality within the USSR were less important than international status, and after World War II Stalin sacrificed the living standards of Soviet citizens to the needs of the crippling Cold War arms race. The Soviet Union was, of course, a victorious power, but its triumph had been a Pyrrhic one. At the end of the conflict it was at a huge disadvantage in its competition with the enormously wealthier United States, with a massive 23% of its assets destroyed and 27 million lives lost, it was faced with the task of rebuilding with a devastated population. 7 Labor shortages were especially bad in the countryside, and contributed together with drought and harsh state grain requisitions to the famine of 1946-7, in which between 1 and 1.5 million died. The Soviet state was barely able to cope with the chaos, disorder, poverty, and criminality in the aftermath of war. And at the same time it was faced with the task not only of rebuilding but also of creating a virtually new, technologically advanced military complex. By the end of the 1930s, the USSR had more or less eliminated the technological gap with Germany, but the challenge was far greater in the mid-1940s now that American weaponry had become atomic. The USSR faced all of these tasks at a time when the ideological preparedness of the population, as the official jargon put it, was seriously dilapidated. The wartime experiences of many Soviet soldiers presented a major challenge to the values of the regime. Some had fought in partisan units, where they had become used to a degree of equality and autonomy. More importantly, millions of soldiers had visited the West, and were in a position to question official propaganda. One political officer, charged with repatriating Soviet citizens who had sought sanctuary in neutral Sweden, reported that, after they have seen the untroubled life, certain individuals among our repatriated draw the incorrect conclusion that Sweden is a rich country and that people live well. But some even claimed that they were better fed and treated as German prisoners of war than they had been in the Red Army. Unsurprisingly, Stalin suspected all ex-prisoners of war of anti-Soviet thinking, and on their homecoming many were dispatched to the Gulag. Faced with deteriorating relations with the West and disunity at home, the Stalinists imposed a regime that reinforced the nakedly coercive elements of the pre-war order and depended on patriotic, rather than class mobilization. The speech which George Kennan saw as an attack on the West signaled the end of wartime liberalization in the spring of 1946. The entire country was now to be mobilized to reconstruct the economy. Problems of labor shortage were addressed by increasing the levels of unfree labor beyond those already seen before the war. About 4 million students aged between 14 and 17, mainly from the countryside, were conscripted into factory jobs, where they worked for nothing but their board and lodging. 91 of the greatest contributions was made by the Gulag, the vast archipelago of labor camps, most of them in remote Siberia. Prison labor had also played a major part in the economy in the 1930s, but the system now became much more extensive under their post-terror boss, the secret police chief Lavrentiy Beria. The whole prison system, which is estimated to have included some 5 million in 1947, provided some 20% of the industrial labor force and over 10% of the USSR's industrial output. 10 But Stalin's firm belief in the economic importance of the camps was wrong. They were extremely wasteful and unproductive, inevitably, given that conditions were so poor and the prisoners treated so callously. Certainly, in comparison with the mid-1930s, the Gulag was more technocratically organized, but this was hardly a rational way to run an economy. In her brilliant pen portrait of one Gulag director, called Dymov, Evgenia Ginsburg, a worker on his Siberian state farm during the war, vividly illustrated how technocracy and a belief in the Stalinist hierarchy combined to produce extraordinary cruelty. Karl Dymov, a child of peasants, had benefited from the interwar social mobility and had become a teacher of dialectical materialism before an embarrassing family scandal led him to move to Siberia. Nevertheless, in the eyes of his bosses he was a good director. Judging from fulfillment of the plan, he made quite a respectable job of running a state farm in the taiga with its convict labor force, used to run his enterprise on a work-intensive basis, relying on slave labor and a rapid turnover of worked-out contingents. He was totally oblivious to his own cruelty. Take, for example, his dialogue with Orlov, our zootechnician, which one of our female workers who was forking manure near the dairy farm happened to overhear. "What about this building? Why has it been left empty?" inquired Karl Dymov. "It had bowls in it," Orlov replied, "but we have had to put them elsewhere. The roof leaks, the eaves are iced up, so it isn't safe to put cattle in it. We will be doing a proper repair job on it in due course. It's not worth wasting money on such a pile of old lumber. The best thing would be to use it as a hut for women." What are you saying, comrade director? Why, even the bulls couldn't stand it and began to fall ill here. Yes, but they were bulls. No question, of course, of risking the bulls. This was not a joke, nor a witticism, nor even a sadistic jibe. It was simply the profound conviction of a good husbandman that bulls were the foundation of the state farm's life and that only extreme thoughtlessness on the part of Orlov had prompted him to put them on an equal footing with female prisoners. In his sanguine swinishness, his fixed belief in the solidity and infallibility of the dogmas and quotations he had learned by heart, Koldymov would, I think, have been fearfully surprised if anyone had called him to his face a slave owner or slave driver. The Jacob's ladder that supported on its lowest rungs the prisoners and near the top the wise and great one, with the official cadre members like the State Farm Director somewhere in between, seemed to him utterly irreversible and sempiternal. His firm conviction of the unchangeability of this world, with its hierarchy and its accepted rituals, could be sensed in every word and gesture of the Director. 11. Given these attitudes to prisoners, it is no surprise that millions died of starvation and overwork. Figures remain uncertain and one based on official archives of 2.75 million for the whole Stalin era is certainly too low. 12. Conditions, though not quite so harsh in ordinary factories, were certainly grim, with workers much poorer than before the war. Prices were raised and rations cut in September 1946. In many ways, the regime was returning to the strategies of the late 1920s and early 1930s, forcing workers to finance industrialization through low living standards, but the methods were different. The leadership eschewed populist appeals for fear of undermining managers. And whilst Stakhanovism survived, the leadership largely relied on coercion. Managers were given more powers over workers than in the 1930s and labor discipline was harsh. Workers were no longer free to change jobs, and anyone who tried to was liable to be punished for labor desertion. However, the system was less draconian in practice than the legislation suggested. Managers did not always enforce their powers because they needed the cooperation of the workforce. Moreover, there was remarkably little sign of labor unrest. Workers undoubtedly resented the post-war hierarchical order, but protests were muted, and demoralized workers and peasants tried to evade controls by going slow or running away from their jobs. 13. A letter of complaint sent to Moscow gives a sense of the dire conditions and the inequalities in the city of Vodsk. In the city from early morning all the people are on the search for water, the pumps don't work, we take water from the open manholes wherever they are. For a population of 50,000 we have only one functioning bathhouse. There are huge queues to get into the bath and they are only made up of the damned directors of the city. 14. As this complaint suggests, the early 1950s were a much better time for bosses. Efforts by the police to control them were discouraged, and corruption flourished. From 1946 Stalin did launch ideological campaigns of purification against deviations amongst the socialist intelligentsia, but rather than anti-elite, they were nationalistic and xenophobic in content. The first victims of the post-war ideological campaigns were two literary journals Leningrad and Zvezda and two writers, the poet Anna Akhmatova and the humorous short story writer Mikhail Zoshchenko. In a major decree on patriotism in literature in August 1946, the ideological chief Andrei Zhdanov described Akhmatova as a mixture of nun and harlot, a crazy gentlewoman dashing backwards and forwards between her boudoir and her chapel. Zoshchenko was denounced as a vulgar and trivial petty bourgeois, who oozed anti-Soviet poison. But the center of the charges was that they, and other literary figures, had slipped into a tone of servility and cringing before Philistine foreign literature. 15. However, it was the beginning of the Cold War proper in early 1947 that led to full-scale patriotic campaigns. Purge commissions, now given the distinctly retro name of honor courts, were set up in offices and bureaus to eliminate servility to the West. 16. This new cultural xenophobia blighted several areas of intellectual life, and most famously affected genetics, in the person of the notorious bogus biologist Trofim Lysenko. Lysenko came from a peasant family and had no scientific training, but he claimed that his practical knowledge as a peasant more than made up for the absence of formal education. During the late 1920s and 1930s he had been a beneficiary of the radical Marxist idea that ideologically inspired scientists from the people were superior to academically trained specialists. His main invention was vernalization, soaking and chilling winter wheat so that it would grow in the spring. The results were unimpressive, but Lysenko skillfully exploited the political atmosphere of the time. He also developed an ideological justification for his new approach. Changes in the environment, not just genes, could improve plants, a doctrine that accorded with Marxist ideas on the importance of the environment over heredity. Lysenko fought a long-running battle with geneticists in the Academy of Sciences throughout the later 1930s, but failed to secure political support. Stalin was not then prepared to endanger economic development by subordinating scientific research to Marxist speculation. However, by the summer of 1948, at the height of the Berlin crisis, he was more willing to sacrifice science to patriotism. At that point Stalin was determined to establish a clear difference between a progressive Soviet science and a reactionary bourgeois science. 17 Soon after this, Lysenkoism became the new orthodoxy, blighting Soviet biology for 2 decades. Stalin was, however, more circumspect about subjecting physics to such ideological tampering because he was unwilling to risk the atomic project. Even so, science became increasingly bound up with national pride. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia informed its readers that Alexander Mazeysky, not the Wright brothers, built the first aeroplane, Grigory Ignatieff invented the telephone, A.S. Popov the radio, V.A. Monosen and A.G. Polotabnov penicillin, P.N.I. Ablakov and A.N. Lodygin the light bulb. Stalin and his propagandists were of course tending the seed of a nationalism they had planted some time before, in the mid-1930s. This was not Russian nationalism pure and simple, but a Soviet-Russian amalgam, intended to integrate all official Soviet nationalities into a single harmonious whole. But the Russian element in the mixture became far greater after the war, and in one respect particularly it came strikingly close to the state nationalism of Tsar Nicholas II, its anti-Semitism. Jews, as an ethnic group, had not been victimized by the Soviet regime before World War II, and were not specifically targeted by the 1936-8 terror. Indeed, as has been seen, Jews were one of the most pro-communist peoples in the USSR, and throughout the world. As a highly educated and urban group, they were also overrepresented in the upper echelons of professional and cultural life. Nevertheless, Stalin frequently manifested crude prejudices about many ethnic groups, including Jews. Khrushchev, hardly a model of political correctness himself, described him as having a hostile attitude towards the Jewish people, recalling Stalin's mimicking of a Jewish accent in the same way that thick-headed backward people who despise Jews talk when they mock the negative Jewish traits. 18 But this was no ideological racism, Nazi style. Jews were numbered amongst Stalin's closest associates. Anti-Semitism was, he said in 1931, an extreme form of racial chauvinism, the most dangerous rudiment of cannibalism. 19 And during the war, the Soviet leadership set up the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, a typical Popular Front-style organization designed to attract worldwide Jewish support for the Soviet war effort, chaired by Solomon Mikhoels. Even so, the war strained relations between Jews and Slavic nationalities. The sufferings of the Jews at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators intensified the sense of their ethnicity, whilst the revived Russian nationalist messages of the period encouraged a popular anti-Semitism. 20. Initially the Soviet leadership was happy merely to indulge this traditional anti-Semitism. But Stalin took more extreme measures when international politics intervened. The USSR had supported the foundation of Israel in 1948. The Zionists, after all, were socialists, and many had been born in the Russian Empire. Stalin hoped that Israel would become a bridgehead for Soviet influence in the Middle East. But he also worried that Israel might act as a magnet for the loyalties of Soviet Jews. The arrival of Golda Meyerson in Moscow, born in Kiev but brought up a 3-hour drive from Mosinee in Wisconsin as the first Israeli ambassador to the USSR, caused particular anxiety when it provoked spontaneous Jewish demonstrations of support. And when it became clear in 1949 that Israel was firmly in the American sphere of influence, Soviet Jews were transformed, overnight, into potential fifth columnists, and became victims of discrimination and even repression. Like the Germans, Poles, and Koreans in the 1930s, they were seen as conduits for foreign influence, in this case Israeli, and therefore American. According to Stalin, Jewish nationalists believe that their nation has been saved by the United States. 21. Many were caught up in the witch hunt. The anti-fascist committee was closed down, and Mick Howells murdered by the secret police. The film Circus was re-edited and Mick Howells' performance of the Yiddish lullaby verse excised. Jews who embraced Yiddish culture were now bourgeois nationalists, those who were more assimilated were rootless cosmopolitans. Various conspiracies were discovered, some leading figures were arrested, including Molotov's Jewish wife, many more lost jobs or were unable to continue their studies. Most worrying for Soviet Jews was the discovery of a supposed plot by a spy group of doctor murderers. These monsters in human form, all of them Jews, had allegedly assassinated Soviet leaders, including Zhdanov. The so-called doctors' plot was made public at the beginning of 1953, months before Stalin's death. Fortunately for Soviet Jews, the anti-Semitic campaigns did not survive him. Some have seen these events as a fresh outbreak of the purges of the 1930s. They did have some similarities with the ethnic cleansings of the earlier period, but they were very different from many of the repressions, which had at their core the revival of class struggle. They were much more targeted and there were many fewer victims. Also, the new message now being broadcast was of patriotic unity, not class division. These purges then were not a threat to the vast majority of party bosses, technical experts, and other previously suspect elites. Stalin had learnt the lessons of the 1930s terror. Never again would he allow mass criticism from below, nor would he try to mobilize the population with campaigns for ideological purity. The carrot of unequal wages and the manager's stick was replacing appeals to worker heroism. The new balance of power between elites and masses was reflected in the continuing embourgeoisement of culture. Paintings dwelt lovingly on elaborate lampshades and curtains, and soft pink replaced red as the dominant color. Novelistic heroes were no longer puritanical scourges of bureaucracy, but bluff and easygoing pragmatists. Whilst the appearance of a piano in a 1920s novel was always a sure sign that its owner was a bourgeois enemy, in the 1940s and 1950s pianos were approved of as markers of culture and education. Even Pasha Angelina, the famous Stakhanovite woman tractor driver of the 1930s, had transferred her enthusiasms from the cultivation of wheat to cultivating her daughter's pianistic virtuosity. In 1948 she wrote a magazine article in which she related that her youngest daughter, the delightfully named Stalinka, wanted to follow in her sister's footsteps. "Mama, Mama, when I grow up like Svetlana, will I play the piano too?" "Of course you will." I listened to Stalinka with excitement and happiness. My childhood was different, I couldn't even think of music. 22. It would be misleading to see late Stalinism as a restoration of the Tsarist ancien regime, populated with a new elite. This was a much more modern society, integrated, socially fluid and welfarist than Tsarist Russia. But after the war, Stalin went further than many other communist leaders in jettisoning the remnants of radical socialism and embracing hierarchy, bolstered by ancien regime trappings and symbols. It was this model that was, at least in principle, exported to the USSR's empire and its spheres of influence. However, the circumstances in Eastern Europe were rather different. East European communists were introducing a wholly new social and political system, and inevitably pursued a more revolutionary politics, eliciting much opposition, but also some enthusiasm for the new order, at least for a time. 3. The Joke, the Czech writer Milan Kundera's 1967 novel, is the story of Ludvík, a bright and popular student during the Stalinist period of Czechoslovak history, whose life is ruined by a minor mistake. He is a keen party member, and a true believer, though his motives are mixed. The intoxication we experienced is commonly known as the intoxication of power, but I could choose less severe words. We were bewitched by history, we were drunk with the thought of jumping on its back and feeling it beneath us. Admittedly, in most cases the result was an ugly lust for power, but there was still an altogether idealistic illusion that we were inaugurating a human era in which man would be neither outside history, nor under the heel of history, but would create and direct it. 23. Yet far from being history's master, he becomes its victim. For a tiny crack opened up between the person I had been and the person I should and tried to be. 24. Whilst he can be earnest and committed at party meetings, he adopts a teasing, cynical persona when flirting with his fellow student Marketa. Marketa is a very different type of true believer, a straightforward, unsophisticated and humorless enthusiast. Much to Ludwig's chagrin, she sends him a postcard praising the healthy atmosphere of calisthenics, discussions, and songs. Upset that she prefers party propagandizing to him, he sends a jokey repost, "Optimism is the opium of the people. A healthy atmosphere stinks of stupidity. Long live Trotsky." Ludwig. But for the party this is no joke, and he is denounced as a Trotskyist and a cynic, whose nihilistic attitudes are sabotaging socialism. Stripped of party membership and with it his university place, he is forced to work in a labor brigade in the mines. Initially he attempts to rehabilitate himself, but he ultimately lapses into angry contempt for the shallow, folksy nationalism now being propagated by the party. The bitterness stays with him, and lays the ground for another series of disastrous jokes. Kundera's novel was loosely based on his own experience. The son of a famous pianist, he joined the party in 1948, a true believer, and has even been accused of informing on a Western spy. He was then expelled in 1950 for making a politically incorrect comment. He was therefore ideally placed to capture the atmosphere amongst educated youth during the revolutionary years of the early 1950s. For whilst the old Popular Front generation of communist leaders was either assiduously conforming to the Moscow line or enduring purges and show trials, a younger group of enthusiastic communists was coming to the fore. In part this was typical of the swing to the left in many countries amongst an anti-Nazi post-war youth, East and West. But their place on the periphery of a more successful Western Europe also explains their choices. The Stalinist model could appeal to young and educated people in developing countries, for whatever its failings it seemed to provide a recipe for catching up. The conservative counts and generals and liberal professionals who had ruled most of Eastern Europe between the wars had been strikingly unsuccessful in improving their economies. After the disasters of the interwar period, when the poor, weak, and divided countries of the region had been at the mercy of an aggressive Nazi Germany, loss of liberty seemed to some to be a price worth paying for development and Soviet protection. Moreover, communism promised free education and an expanded state with large numbers of professional jobs, precisely what the ambitious, self-improving middle classes were seeking after the deprivations of depression and war. Some groups with a middle-class background did suffer under late Stalinism. Class quotas were applied to education. The playwright and future dissident Václav Havel was one of the victims. Others suffered more directly in deportations and other persecutions. In 1951, for instance, many thousands of bourgeois were deported from Budapest to make way for workers in the new industrial plants. 25 But high Stalinism never permitted class struggle to threaten economic productivity. The educated generally retained high status as long as they were loyal. And except in Poland and East Germany, the old middle classes were remarkably successful in clinging on to their dominant positions. In Czechoslovakia there was relatively little anti-bourgeois discrimination. In Hungary there was some, but in 1956 60–70% of professionals still came from the old middle and upper classes. The regime, desperate to fill technical jobs, was often happy to turn a blind eye to the airbrushing of biographies. One girl, expelled from grammar school because she was labeled a member of the dangerous element of the bourgeoisie, the X-class as it was informally called, was told that if she worked as a laborer for a time she could shed her bad background and return to school. 26. The captive mind and analysis of the thinking of the Polish intelligentsia by the dissident Czesław Miłosz explored these mixed motives, a sense that history was on communism's side, a moral commitment to national development, and self-advancement. He described the attitude of Alpha, a well-known writer. Alpha did not blame the Russians. What was the use? They were the force of history. Communism was fighting fascism, and the Poles, with their ethical code based on nothing but loyalty, had managed to thrust themselves between these two forces. A moralist of today, Alpha reasoned, should turn his attention to social goals and social results. The country was ravaged. The new government went energetically to work reconstructing, putting mines and factories into operation, and dividing estates among the peasants. New responsibilities faced the writer. His books were eagerly awaited by a human ant-hill, shaken out of its torpor and stirred up by the big stick of war and of social reforms. We should not wonder, then, that Alpha, like the majority of his colleagues, declared at once his desire to serve the new Poland that had risen out of the ashes of the old. 27. For people like Alpha and Marketa, therefore, the regime seemed to be the harbinger not only of modernity, but also of morality. The Stalinist social model elevated self-sacrificing labor over all else. Production, not selfish consumption, was to lie at the center of life. As if to prove the point, the numbers of shops fell and advertising entirely disappeared. And what shops there were became billboards for the regime of labor. The facades of the shops in Warsaw's 1952 Marzalowska residential district bore a huge narrative sculpture, depicting the heroic workers who had built the complex. There was no representation of the products sold inside. 28 Production also lay at the center of the massive new socialist cities of the period, like Nowa Huta outside Krakow in Poland, and Stalinvaros in Hungary, both built around huge steel works. 29 In the latter, the whole city plan was arranged around the twin poles of political and productive power. At one end of the main street lay the party headquarters and city hall, and at the other the steel plant. The ideal of the large, collectivist factory was also brought to the countryside, through collectivization. As in the USSR, these campaigns were accompanied by repression of kulaks, and were also highly unpopular amongst the small-holding peasantry, now corralled into collectives and forced to give more food to the state for lower prices. Indeed, despite valorization as the owners of the state, workers and peasants tended to be the groups most disillusioned with communism, for it was they who bore the brunt of Eastern Europe's revolution from above after 1949, a revolution even more rapid and radical than the USSR's in the 1930s. This economic revolution probably damaged living standards even more than in the 1930s USSR. Except in the more developed Czechoslovakia, investment in the industrial plan was set at between 20 and 27% of national income, compared with 9–10% before. 30 Consumer goods were no longer a priority, and collectivization contributed to dire food shortages. For communist leaders, such suffering was the inevitable price of development. Without foreign help there was no alternative to reducing consumption to fund investment. The Polish secret police chief, Jacob Berman, explained. We had to see this realistically, and the whole thing boiled down to solving the puzzle of whether to build at the expense of consumption, which could bring the risk of upheavals along with it, and indeed this happened in 1956, or not to build and resign ourselves to a situation with no prospects. 31. Others, though, were skeptical of Berman's reasoning. For critics, the 5-year plans were imperialist projects, pure and simple, designed to extract resources for the Soviet military effort. The huge sums taken by the USSR in reparations reinforced these views, between $14 billion and $20 billion. 32 Most of these reparations came from East Germany, but all the satellites' economies were affected. The euphemistically named Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, founded in January 1949, was also designed in such a way that economic cooperation furthered Soviet interests. The perception that the USSR was an imperial power, squeezing the economic lifeblood from its East European colonies, was deeply damaging to the communist regimes in those countries. Communism had always been most successful when it could enmesh itself within local nationalisms, and the Stalinist regimes did try to present themselves as indigenous. However, their attempts to drape themselves in national colors were often unconvincing, and soon, as Kundera demonstrated, even loyal communists developed a bitter contempt for the Russians. As Czeslaw Milosz wrote, many Polish intellectuals privately harbored an unbounded contempt for Russia as a barbaric country. Their position was socialism yes, Russia no. 33 Rather like Bela Kun in 1919, they came to believe that East Europeans were actually far better able to realize socialism than Russians because they were more civilized, intelligent, and organized. But unable to say so openly, they hypocritically praised Russian literature, songs, and actors at every turn. The harsh political controls could be especially unpleasant and humiliating for East European communist elites. Show trials and purges were initially used against non-communist rivals. The most notorious case was the trial of the Bulgarian Agrarian Party leader, Nikola Petkov, in 1947, whose confession had to be published posthumously because he refused to cooperate at his trial. It was the defection of Yugoslavia's Tito from the Soviet bloc in 1948, though, that brought about the wave of repressions and trials. Tito's lese majeste was a serious challenge to Soviet control, and there was a real possibility that other communists would follow him. Wolfgang Leonhardt, for instance, escaped from Berlin to Belgrade, after a severe attack of political tummy ache as he called it. He now decided that Stalinist communism, with its special party canteens and housing, was unbearably hypocritical. 34. Moscow responded by launching violent campaigns to root out potential Titoid influences in East European communist parties. Communists who had not spent some time in exile in Moscow were at particular risk. NKVD experts in staging show trials were sent to the satellite states to share their expertise in repression. The show trials and purges of alleged Titoites were particularly intense in those countries near Yugoslavia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania. In Poland, Władysław Gomulka was also accused of Titoism in 1951, because he had objected to the harsh centralization of the Cominform and called for a national road to socialism. He, though, escaped execution. Together with anti-Titoism, Stalin and his secret police brought with them anti-Semitism. And many East European regimes were often happy to seek popular support by scapegoating Jewish communists. Anti-Semitic campaigns were especially pronounced in Poland, East Germany, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. In the latter, the number 2 in the party, Rudolf Slansky, was accused of both Titoism and Zionism. His show trial in November 1952 was meticulously scripted and prepared, and indeed a dress rehearsal was recorded in case one of the defendants should retract his confession. 35. Repression was, however, difficult to direct and control. As in 1936-8, Moscow was interested in political biographies and ordered the East European parties to investigate the pasts of communists who might be susceptible to Titoism or who had prior links with the West. But the outcome of those investigations could be shaped by locals who wanted to settle personal scores or do favors to friends, as they had been in the terror of the 1930s. The East European terrors therefore had a logic to them, yet they also appeared unpredictable and arbitrary, creating confusion and fear. In East Germany, for instance, several communists found themselves under suspicion because they had lived in exile in the West during the Nazi period. Perhaps, their accusers argued, they had been turned by Western spies. The inmates of concentration camps were also investigated, some were accused of cowardice, others of recklessness. And it was in these kinds of cases that local politics could come into play. Erich Honecker, the future East German leader, received a party reprimand for escaping from a Nazi prison without party permission, but this had no further consequences. Franz Dahlem, however, a serious rival to Walter Ulbricht, found himself stripped of all his offices and threatened with a trial as a result of allegations that he had tried to stop an uprising in the Mauthausen concentration camp. 36 And in Albania and Romania, Enver Hoxha and George Georgiadej were able to turn Stalin's repressions into opportunities to strengthen their own networks of clients at the expense of loyal Moscow communists. East European communists had, therefore, been granted their wish. Stalin had destroyed the popular fronts, put them in power and allowed them to embark on full Sovietization. But they had paid a high price. They did have considerable powers over their countries, but their influence ultimately derived from Moscow. It was, as Gomulka commented, a reflected brilliance, a borrowed light. 37 leaders even found that they were expected to synchronize their lives to coincide with Stalin's eccentric daily routine. Jacob Berman remembered how he would go to work at 8 a.m., return home for lunch with his wife and daughter between 3 and 4 p.m., and then go back to the Central Committee for 6, where he would work until midnight or 1 a.m. Stalin remained at his desk until late in the night, and his subordinate leaders had to be there in case he phoned. Every high official had to follow the same schedule. 38. In Moscow, the heads of East European parties were treated as subordinates in an imperial court, rather than heads of state in their own right. One of the most unsettling of experiences was the invitation to dine at Stalin's Kuntseva dacha on the outskirts of Moscow. These dinners went on all night, and the senior guests often found that they were the entertainment. According to one, Stalin tried to get them drunk so they would spill secrets. He also subjected them to practical jokes, for instance arranging for tomatoes to be left on chairs so when the victim sat on it there would be loud roars of laughter. 39 On one occasion, Beria wrote the word prick on a piece of paper and attached it to Khrushchev's overcoat. 40 There was much hilarity when, about to leave, he put it on. The brittle Khrushchev was less amused. Film viewing and dancing were also regular features of the tense evenings. Berman, who kept his job in charge of the Polish security services despite being a Jew, was more indulgent of the bizarre soirees. He found they could be useful. Berman, once, I think it was in 1948, I danced with Molotov. Interviewer, surely you mean with MRS Molotov? Berman, no, she wasn't there, she was in a labor camp. I danced with Molotov. It must have been a waltz, or at any rate something very simple, because I don't know the faintest thing about dancing, so I just moved my feet to the rhythm. Interviewer, as the woman? Berman, yes, Molotov led, I wouldn't have known how. Actually, he wasn't a bad dancer. I tried to keep in step with him, but what I did resembled clowning more than dancing. Interviewer, what about Stalin? Whom did he dance with? Berman, oh, no, Stalin didn't dance. Stalin wound the gramophone, considering it his duty as a citizen. He never left it. He would just put on records and watch. Interviewer, so you enjoyed yourselves? Berman, yes, it was pleasant, but with an inner tension. Interviewer, you didn't have fun, really? Berman, Stalin really had fun. For us these dancing sessions were a good opportunity to whisper to each other things that couldn't be said out loud. That was when Molotov warned me about being infiltrated by various hostile organizations. 41. Not all communists were as tolerant as Berman. The widow of the Czech minister Rudolf Margolius remembered, our lives, permeated by insecurity, became hopeless drudgery. Even the president, Clement Gottwald, had taken to drink, drowning his pangs of conscience, so the gossip went. 42 As the realities of the high Stalinist order became clear, many early enthusiasts became disillusioned. 4. The Cold War and behavior of the Soviets in Eastern Europe also damaged the Western Communist parties. Communists remained a significant force in only 3 countries: France, Italy and, to a lesser extent, Finland. They attracted a triple alliance of industrial workers, intellectuals, and a traditional peasantry determined not to be absorbed into the free market. 43. Elsewhere these conditions were absent, and communism soon withered, especially in Northern Europe, where the Social Democrats had a strong presence. The French and Italian parties, Western Europe's biggest, also suffered declining membership numbers after 1948. In France, membership estimates show a fall from some 800,000 party members in 1948 to 300,000-400,000 between 1952 and 1972. Yet the French Communist Party benefited from its outsider status, challenging the entrenched Parisian establishment. It took 26.6% of the vote in the 1951 elections, and in 1956-55% of Parisian workers voted communist. 44. The turn towards high Stalinism in the USSR did not discomfort the French party too much, for its social conservatism and anti-intellectualism, its strict discipline and its Manichaean outlook all remained close to the Stalinist worldview. It proceeded to create a counterculture, free of the influence of America and consumerism. Morality was strict and puritanical, and every aspect of life was politicized. For members, the party continued to be the center of intense emotional involvement. The writer Dominique Dessanti found communist life completely absorbing. She and her fellow communists felt themselves almost wholly cut off from the outside world. 45. The party had its own parallel society, its organizations for youth and sport, its children's holiday camps to keep people in the fold. Despite its closed and dogmatic culture, the party attracted support beyond its committed membership. Some of the most famous intellectuals in France became fellow traveling sympathizers, even, paradoxically, existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre, whose philosophy celebrated individual responsibility. There were a number of reasons for this apparent contradiction. The Communists' resistance record was undoubtedly important, as was their influence amongst the virtuous proletariat, and, oddly, their anti-intellectualism. 46. Simple anti-Americanism and snobbery about Coca-Cola and other accoutrements of the new consumer culture also had a place. But imperialism was also a major issue. The French, supported by the United States, were fighting an anti-nationalist war in Vietnam, and the Communists were the only major domestic force to oppose the fighting. It was this issue that helped push a semi-detached Sartre towards the Communist Party between 1952 and 1956. He had undergone a conversion and had developed a hatred of the bourgeoisie. 47. High Stalinism was, ironically, benefiting from anger at Western imperialism. Moral outrage was being transferred from inequalities at home, to inequalities abroad. As Sartre was later to write in his preface to Frantz Fanon's great anti-imperialist polemic. The wretched of the earth. Europe was a pale fat continent, and the Third World was the future. 48. The consequence, of course, was that the progressive left was often willing to ignore repression in the Eastern Bloc in the fight against what it perceived as the more brutal repression in the South. The most notorious case was the controversy over Viktor Kravchenko's memoirs. I Chose Freedom. With their lengthy account of the terror and discussion of the Gulag. When they were published in French, the party's journal, Les Lettres Françaises, accused Kravchenko of being part of a CIA conspiracy to discredit the USSR. Kravchenko sued in 1948, and a galaxy of non-communist intellectuals spoke in defense of the French party and the USSR. Even though Kravchenko won, the damages were small and the moral victory belonged to the French communists, who continued to follow a slavishly pro-Moscow line. 49. Lysenko, socialist realism, and Russian xenophobia were all defended by the French comrades. Similar to the French party was the Finnish. After its electoral defeat in 1948, it retreated into its own world, nurturing a workerist political culture. It continued to be highly successful in elections. In 1958 it took 23.3% of the vote and became the largest parliamentary group. 50. If the French and Finnish leaderships followed Moscow's change of line happily, their Italian comrades were much less content about it. Palmiro Togliatti's old strategy of cross-class alliances was now heresy, and he was forced to bow to the Kremlin, fearful of being ousted by his more orthodox rival Pietro Secchia. He remained leader, but the Stalinists were in the ascendant in the party organization, and Stalin's portraits could be seen much more commonly in party offices than Gramsci's. 51. Yet in many ways the Cominform's Manichaean approach to politics suited the times. The Catholic Church with the Christian Democratic Party and the organization of Catholic lay people, Catholic Action became the center of a militant opposition to communism, and in July 1949 Pope Pius XII excommunicated all communists. The Church continued to present elections as a choice between Christ or Antichrist, rather than conventional political parties, and communists in turn feared the emergence of a pro-Catholic fascist regime, rather like Franco's in Spain. 52. The Communists and the Catholic Church therefore faced each other as rivals, each with its own self-enclosed social and political world. 53. In this atmosphere of confrontation, the popularity of Stalin was perhaps not surprising. The two largest communist parties of the West therefore survived the crisis of 1947-8 as major political forces. They lost support, but politics was polarized enough to sustain them in their bunkers. Stalin's two camps view of the world still made sense to many, even though his behavior made it more difficult to admire the USSR. On the other side of the Soviet sphere of influence, in China, meanwhile, the Communists also found Soviet high-handedness and realpolitik difficult to stomach. But there the Soviet model was much more attractive, promising an alternative to backwardness, division, and foreign occupation. In December 1949, Mao boarded a train and prepared to take his first journey abroad. His destination was Moscow. The 10-day trip was kept secret until his arrival, and the strictest security was observed. The train was escorted by two others occupied entirely by soldiers. In front and behind, guards were also posted along the entire route. Mao was accompanied by only a small delegation, but he had also brought an eclectic selection of presents for Stalin, ranging from white cabbage and radishes from Shandong to embroidery and cushions from Hunan. Whether Stalin ate and appreciated the cabbage we do not know. 54. The new master of Red China, now 56, was to meet the great Vajda of world communism for the first time on the occasion of Stalin's 70th birthday. Mao hoped to secure aid and recognition in a new Sino-Soviet treaty, to replace the one signed by Chiang Kai-shek and approved by the Americans and British at Yalta in 1945. Despite its significance, though, the trip was far from the slick PR opportunity of the modern state visit. Indeed, it was one of the most bizarre encounters of the post-war era, as the two protagonists danced a tense pas de deux. Over the course of 2 months, trouble started at the railway station, when Stalin failed to welcome Mao in person, against the usual protocol. The leaders did speak later that day, but Stalin made it clear he was reluctant to conclude a new treaty. He was happy to give aid, but did not want to risk upsetting the Yalta arrangements, and thus give the Americans an excuse to unpick them. Stalin also mistrusted Mao. So soon after the Yugoslav split, Stalin was worried that this guerrilla leader who had caused Moscow so much trouble over the years might well turn out to be a disloyal Asian Tito. Mao was sent to a state dacha, bristling with bugging devices so that Stalin could observe him and make up his mind. On one occasion he sent Molotov to find out what kind of guy he is. A patronizing Molotov reported back that he was a shrewd peasant leader rather like the 18th-century Russian rebel Pugachev. He was naturally not a proper Marxist, and had not even read Capital. Even so, Molotov's impression was broadly positive. Mao, left stewing in his own juices, as his Russian minder put it, became more and more frustrated. Used to the privations of a guerrilla army, he hated the trappings of Western comfort, moaned about the European pedestal toilet, and ordered that his soft mattress be replaced with hard planks. He repeatedly tried to arrange another meeting with Stalin, but in vain. "Am I here just to eat, shit and sleep?" he complained. He even told colleagues that he was under house arrest and might never be allowed back to China. Stalin did, however, make a fuss of Mao at his birthday celebrations in the Bolshoi Theater. Mao was placed at Stalin's right hand, and was the first foreign leader to speak. Stalin clearly realized that he had a great deal to gain from association with a man who had brought communism to a quarter of the world's population. Eventually, fearing that Mao might do a deal with the Americans, Stalin agreed to the treaty. Mao was forced to make concessions, accepting an independent Mongolian People's Republic, but he had got his way. Soviet aid and advisors went to China. The Chinese recognized the Soviets as their elder brothers. However, the tension continued. Mao decided to recognize Ho Chi Minh's government in Vietnam, and Stalin felt he had to do the same, even though he did not want to antagonize the French. Stalin also continued to suspect Mao of colluding with the Americans. After one frosty meeting, Stalin invited Mao, with a number of Soviet Politburo members, to his dacha for one of his bizarre soirees. He tried to break the ice in his customary way, by starting up the gramophone and presiding over an all-male dancing session. But Mao was not in the mood to party. As his translator remembered, although 3 or 4 men took turns trying to pull Chairman Mao onto the floor to dance, they never succeeded. The whole thing ended in bad odor. 55. A couple of weeks later, the Soviets compounded the embarrassment by inviting the Chinese to Reinhold Gleyer's 1920s ballet about revolutionary China, The Red Poppy. It told the story of a Soviet Marine who met a Shanghai prostitute, and then converted her to Marxism-Leninism. Mao, hearing of the patronizing plot and the dubious title, did not attend. It is just as well he did not. His secretary, who went in his stead, was deeply offended by the yellow face paint worn by the Russian dancers playing Chinese characters. To him it seemed that the Chinese were being portrayed as monsters. In this fraught visit we can see the acute tension between Stalin's aging communism and the younger, radical communism to the east. There were, of course, strong reasons for the USSR to seek close relations with China, despite the long-standing difficulties between Stalin and Mao. Communism in Asia gave Stalin real opportunities. He already had a close ally in North Korea. In North Vietnam, Ho had drifted away from Moscow towards Beijing, but Stalin could influence events in Vietnam through China. And whilst Mao was difficult to manage, he still recognized Stalin's suzerainty over the world communist movement. Mao, moreover, however frustrating he found the Soviets' patronizing attitude, still saw them as the source of the magical blueprint for transforming China. Stalin's short course of party history continued to be an enormously important text for Mao. In Yan'an its stress on ideological unity and conformity had been uppermost, now it was just as valuable as a route map for development. By 1945 the short course was one of the 5 must-read books for Chinese communist officials for the transition to socialism. 56. The USSR, it was commonly believed, was fundamentally the same as China, only about 30 years ahead. As the slogan of the mid-1950s went, the Soviet Union's today is our tomorrow. The short course's narrative of Soviet history could plausibly be mapped onto China's. There had been a revolution and civil war, and now was the time for a NEP-type period. Then would come socialist industrialization, collectivization, and finally the struggle to complete the building of the socialist society. China, it was widely believed, would follow the same stages, though the timetable was rather more controversial. In 1949 the Chinese and Soviet leadership were agreed that the time was not ripe for socialist ambition. China, Mao and his colleagues believed, was still vulnerable to foreign invasion. And the Communists, who had not yet conquered Tibet and Taiwan, were therefore not yet ready for internal conflict. The Kuomintang officials of the old regime were kept in place whilst liberal intellectuals, with their valuable expertise, were treated well. Private ownership was retained, and whilst land was taken from landowners the objective was not equality but improvements in productivity through consolidating farm size. This was defined as the era of new democracy. The state was a people's democratic dictatorship under the guidance of the proletariat but including the bourgeoisie. Purges were confined to only the avowedly anti-communist. As in the USSR in the 1920s, there were different views about how rapid China's journey to socialism would be. Those with the closest connections with Moscow, Liu Shaokai, his ally and fellow Hunan Moscow-educated communist Ren Bishi, and Zhou Enlai all hoped that new democracy would last between 10 and 15 years, during which time they could build a state and economy on the Stalinist model. 57. Liu was an especially important influence. He visited Moscow in June 1949, before Mao's trip, and toured scores of ministries and institutions to learn how they worked. He then returned to China with some 220 Soviet advisors primed to set up Chinese organizations in the Soviet image. However, rather more important than the relatively modest number of advisors were translations of a wide range of Soviet how-to books. 58. It was from these handy socialist manuals that the Chinese learned how to run factories and offices. Textbooks were much more effective than tanks in exporting the Soviet model of modernity. Liu's visit to Moscow turned out to be much more harmonious than Mao's, as he shared a much closer affinity with Stalin. Mao, in contrast, with his nostalgia for the guerrilla socialism of Yan'an, continued to prefer radical solutions. He was impatient to push history forward towards industrialization and socialism. As in the USSR of the late 1920s, the threat of war helped the radicalization of Chinese politics. In April 1950, Stalin, uncharacteristically, agreed to support Kim Il-sung's invasion of South Korea, and when, after initial North Korean successes, the Americans landed and drove them back, the Chinese reluctantly agreed to intervene. 59. The war continued for over 2 years. The struggle was a huge burden on China. It was a conventional war of mass armies, planned and partly financed by Moscow, but fought largely by Chinese soldiers. 3 million Chinese fought there, and over 400,000 died. Mao's eldest son, Anying, was amongst them. China itself spent between 20 and 25% of its budget on the campaign, and the war caused enormous hardships on the front and at home. The Korean War had the effect of accelerating calls for rapid industrialization, and Mao began to discuss the need for a 5-year plan as early as February 1951. But war legitimized radicalism more generally, and strengthened the supporters of violent class struggle. For example, the land reform of 1949 and 1950 had begun to stall as party bosses found it difficult to enforce redistribution against the opposition of landlords, clans, and temples, and the war became an opportunity for the party to accuse foreign enemies of colluding with the bourgeoisie within. Land reform quickly escalated into violent class struggle. Speak bitterness meetings, public humiliations, and straightforward violence not always endorsed by the authorities became common. Meanwhile, 43% of the land was redistributed to 60% of the population. Although this undoubtedly strengthened support for the new regime, it did so at an enormous human cost. It has been estimated that between 1 and 2 million died in these land reform campaigns. The Chinese Communists were not yet imposing collective farms on the population, but in some ways they were even more radical than their Soviet predecessors in the early 1930s. Determined to root out old identities of class, clan, and region, they put enormous efforts into categorizing the rural population by class, and class labels, whether landlord, rich peasant, or poor peasant, became crucial in determining people's lives. Between 1951 and 1953, the CCP extended class struggle to the towns with the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries, the 3 Antis campaign against corrupt officials, the 5 Antis against the big national bourgeoisie, and a thought reform campaign against intellectuals. These campaigns often involved extreme violence. 60. The suppression of counter-revolutionaries campaign alone led to between 800,000 and 2 million deaths, and countless more were dragged before mass public trials. As in the countryside, the party was often successful in mobilizing the majority against the minority. Between 40 and 45% of all Shanghai workers sent denunciations against counter-revolutionaries to the authorities. According to one report, 30,000 attended one accusation meeting in Beijing directed against the 5 major tyrants, a group of local bosses. As they had done in the land campaigns, the communists mobilized the respected elderly to denounce their enemies. As the criminals entered, suddenly mass feeling erupted with the sounds of curses and slogans that shattered the earth and sky. Some spit on the criminals. Others burst into violent tears. One 80-year-old woman came forward on her walking stick, confronting the accused. "You never thought you'd see today." "Ha! I never did either. The previous court system belonged to you, but now Chairman Mao will repay us our blood debts." 61. In September 1952, Mao announced to his colleagues that the era of NEP-style reconstruction was drawing to a close and the time was ripe for China to embark on building socialism. The first 5-year plan, when the socialist sector of the economy would begin to squeeze out the capitalists, began in 1953. Shortly thereafter, in 1955, collectivization was launched. Now that he had decided on a full-blown 5-year plan, Mao was happier to accept the need for a move towards the high Stalinist model. In February 1953 he declared there must be a great nationwide upsurge of learning from the Soviet Union to rebuild our country. 62. The graded hierarchies of the Soviet service aristocracy were now introduced wholesale. Engineers were the new kings of the workplace, whilst the party organization was marginalized. Enormous industrial plants were started with Soviet help. But most striking were the changes to the People's Liberation Army, as Soviet-style ranks and insignia replaced the old Civil War guerrilla style of army. The Stalinist model was not, however, followed to the letter. The Chinese, so reliant on peasant support, were unwilling to exploit the peasantry too harshly in the interests of heavy industry. Overall, though, the USSR became the accepted model, and the enthusiasm for all things Soviet soon penetrated beyond the party elites. In urban areas, especially amongst the educated, the pro-intelligentsia high Stalinism of Moscow inevitably proved to be far more attractive than the peasant socialism of Yanin. Russian novels were widely read in translation and Russian films were shown throughout the country. Ostrovsky's How the Steel Was Tempered had the highest sales of all, and its hero, Pavel Korchagin, became an example for all to emulate. From 1952 several schools established Pavel classes as part of a Reading Good Books, Learning from Pavel campaign, whilst a 1956 Soviet film, dubbed into Chinese, was shown throughout China the following year to celebrate the anniversary of the October Revolution. There is some evidence that Ostrovsky's book was genuinely inspirational amongst young people, in part because Korchagin was such a flawed hero. His poor behavior at school and his impulsiveness made him easier to like than the remote and improbably virtuous Chinese New Socialist men. Korchagin represented revolutionary romanticism, tempered with some realism. 63. Cinema became a major conduit of Soviet ideas into China. By 1957, 468 Soviet films had been translated and shown in China, seen by almost 1.4 billion Chinese. These films propagated a number of messages. The heroism of the little man people like Korchagin was one, but the films also popularized modern ideas, such as gender equality. 64. How the Steel Was Tempered. Like many other Soviet films, showed women fighting and working alongside men. China's first female tractor driver, Liang Jun, claimed that the film inspired her to seek work. The Soviet Union, as seen through film, seemed like the acme of modernity. As the historian Wu Heng remembers, thinking about the early 1950s, it seems that everything new and exciting came from the Soviet Union and anything from the Soviet Union was new and exciting. Repeated over and over in schools, parks, and on streets was the slogan, "The Soviet Union's today is our tomorrow." It was both exhilarating and uncanny to see your own future written on someone else's face, especially when this someone else had yellow hair and pink skin. My mother, along with all her colleagues at the Central Academy of Drama, immediately permed her hair into numerous curls to resemble those of the robust Russian heroines. Fused with my memory of my mother's hairstyle during that period was a kind of dress that people called a boulaji. It had short puffed sleeves, a buttoned-up collar and a wide, floating skirt, and was always made of colorful fabric with cheerful patterns, again associated with the revolutionary spirit of the Soviet Union. 65. However, as Wu Heng illustrates, the Soviet modernity transmitted to China was of a particular type. In fashion, as in many other areas, the official embrace of the Soviet model after 1953 marked a transition rather similar to the one that the USSR underwent in the mid-1930s, from the more egalitarian, guerrilla socialism to a more joyous and aspirational society. In the late 1940s, the Lenin suit, a female version of the Sun Yat-sen suit, based on the Soviet Red Army uniform, had become popular amongst female revolutionaries, and was common attire amongst urban women in the early 1950s. But in 1955, inspired by the Soviet model and fed up with Yan'an-style austerity, several leading cultural figures, including the poet Ai Qing, launched a dress reform campaign. For Ai Qing, the Sun Yat-sen and Lenin suits did not harmonize at all with the joyful tenor of life. In the Soviet Union, he explained, if there are 6 or 7 girls walking along together, they will all be wearing different styles of dress, whereas Chinese children dress up like little old people. 66. Despite a great deal of press coverage in 1956, the dress reform campaign was not entirely successful, and many women clung to their Lenin suits. In part, the reason was economic. Full skirts demanded more material than Lenin suits. But expense was not the only reason. Popular values were not yet in tune with this departure from Yan'an guerrilla socialism. One of the supporters of dress reform explained the enduring popularity of the Lenin suit amongst women. They have linked together cotter suits and progressive thinking, cotter suits and simplicity of lifestyle, cotter suits and frugality. Although this is all erroneous, there is no denying that in it we find encompassed the desire of women for progress and for equality with men in life and work, as well as a view of simplicity and frugality as the core elements of Chinese aesthetics. 67. The conflicts over revolutionary fashion mirrored the continuing tensions within Chinese politics. Mao was willing for a time to embrace the Soviet model, but he never jettisoned his guerrilla values, and it was not long before he would turn against the tide from Moscow. A different blending of the Chinese-style peasant guerrilla tradition with Soviet-style hierarchy is evident in communist North Korea. Kim Il-sung himself had been immersed in both Chinese and Soviet communist cultures, but Korean political culture was crucial in forging this very specific model of communism. 68. Like the Chinese Party, the Korean Workers' Party, as the Communist Party was called, was predominantly a peasant-based party, and had secured considerable support from the poorer peasantry with its land reform of 1946. Its kinship with the Chinese Party was also evident in the enormous emphasis it placed on self-criticism and thought unity. Korea's Confucian culture contributed to the stress on ideas and thought, but the Japanese colonial administration's efforts at ideological conversion, something many communists experienced in prison, may also have been influential. 69. At the same time, however, Kim found the high Stalinist model attractive. The Japanese had left the North with the foundations of a heavy industrial economy, and the regime launched a typically Stalinist program of industrialization, helped by Soviet experts and technical training. By the end of the 1940s, Korea had become part of a broader Soviet economic empire, exporting raw materials in exchange for manufactured goods. 70. Kim's personality cult also had echoes of Stalin's and Mao's, though its extravagance and intensity were of a different order, and here non-communist sources were crucial. 71. Stalinist and Maoist imagery and language were certainly present. Kim was compared, like Mao, with the sun, but so was Confucian familial imagery. Kim's revolutionary lineage was praised, and he was presented as the father of the Korean people. Korean shamanistic folk religion also played a part. Kim was presented as the mother of the nation, and had a magical control over the weather and harvests. He was also, moreover, hailed as a transformative philosopher king who gave on-the-spot guidance, advising workers how to use lathes and peasants how to improve their crop yield. North Korea is still littered with thousands of signs commemorating his inspirational visits. Finally, Christian elements penetrated the cult. His biographer wrote that a shining star marked his rise to the leadership, and he shed precious blood to save the nation. A curious mixture of high Stalinism and Korean tradition was also evident in the social order. The post-war Stalinist model of the factory was replicated, complete with Stakhanovism and sharp wage differentials, but the inequalities and social distinctions were to become much more rigid than in the USSR or China. Korean political culture may have been influential here. Although influenced by Confucianism, the Korean Chosun dynasty had preserved a hereditary aristocratic elite, unlike in China, where Confucian ideas of educational merit were much stronger. 72. The rigid communist hierarchy of core class, wavering class and hostile class was therefore reminiscent of the Joseon dynasty's tripartite division of society into the Yangban. Commoners and outcasts or slaves, and heredity remained crucial in determining people's life chances. 73. As will be seen, these hereditary hierarchies had also emerged in China, but Mao was determined to undermine them. Kim, in contrast, buttressed them, a hierarchical outlook which was reflected in the extraordinary use of two different words for comrade. Tongmu. For equals and Tongji. For superiors. Kim and his fellow communist leaders were to create a form of communism with strong local roots that were to prove remarkably resilient. It was to become one of the most ancien regime like of all communist powers, and its social structure proved unusually rigid. But all communist societies in the late Stalinist period had strong elements of hierarchy, and they inevitably undermined the hopes of many potential supporters for a new era of modern social relationships and justice. 6. At the age of 17, Edmund Chmielewski left his home village in central Poland to join a youth labor brigade and work in the new socialist city of Nowa Huta, outside Krakow. Chmielewski had been traumatized by war, his father had been killed, and at the age of 11 he had been interned in a Nazi slave labor camp. On his return to his home village he was confronted by poor prospects. He was at the bottom of the village hierarchy, treated badly by his teachers and the local priest. His uncle, a communist youth organizer, offered him an escape route, even though his mother tried to keep him in the village. My decision was unalterable. I wanted to live and work like a human being, be treated the same as others and not like an animal. There was no force or might that could keep me in the village that I hated so much, which had looked down on me throughout my childhood. 74. When he arrived, Chmielewski was issued with a new khaki uniform, complete with cap and red tie. Sometimes I furtively looked at myself in the mirror and I couldn't get over how different I now appeared. He was now an equal, part of a new army of labor. Equal rations were given to everybody at dinner, and all of us were equal. For the first time, he fell asleep completely happy. Although the work was hard, and Chmielewski was surprised that his brigade was expected to build a huge plant with only very basic tools, he became an enthusiastic Stakhanovite laborer, engaging in heroic socialist competition to reconstruct the country after the war. I firmly believed that with a common effort we would build in a few years a splendid city in which I would live and work. I didn't count the hours of work. I built as though I was building my own house. I believed that I was working for myself and my children. 75. However, his story ended in tragedy. He won a scholarship to study at a vocational school, but even so he could not afford all the fees. He had a nervous breakdown, blaming trade union and party bosses for the injustice, and ended up a homeless alcoholic. He rejoiced when the old regime was removed after the rebellion against the Stalinist order in October 1956. Chmielewski's memoir, written in 1958, after the high Stalinist period but still under communism, was undoubtedly influenced by the ideological nostrums of the time, but its account of youthful enthusiasm is corroborated by others, and indeed makes sense. Chmielewski believed communist promises of a new system, of a semi-militarized guerrilla society of equals, all striving for the common good, which would bring personal education and advancement, and it is no surprise he was taken with the vision. However, like many others he found the new order much more stratified, unjust and harsh towards the poor than was promised. The dreams of many young communists like Chmielewski foundered when confronted with the reality of the hungry state and the new class. Young and ambitious people like Chmielewski, desperate to escape from rural backwaters, were precisely the sort of people willing to be forged into new socialist people much as they had been in the USSR of the 1930s. And there were real benefits to conformity. Large numbers of managerial and technical positions were waiting to be filled in post-war Eastern Europe, especially in Poland and the GDR, and levels of social mobility in this period were much higher even than in the West. Chmielewski may have found that mobility had its limits, but many others were able to afford an education and join the ranks of middle management. Established, older workers, however, had fewer incentives to become part of the regime's new labor army. They remained loyal to older working-class cultures that the communists were trying to break. 76. The late Stalinist order in industry was an even more authoritarian and non-egalitarian version of the one developed in the USSR in the mid-1930s. It was founded on a rigid hierarchy. Plans and work targets were laid down by the ministry at the center, and then communicated down the line of command to be implemented by managers and foremen. Each worker was given what was effectively a mini-plan to fulfill, and was paid according to how much he or she produced. Bosses were therefore given even greater powers than they had wielded under the capitalist system. In practice, shortages of labor, and the boss's need to secure workers' cooperation, prevented managers from throwing their weight around too much. But workers still resented their powers, especially over the allocation of jobs, where they could show favoritism. For example, a worker's pay very much depended on whether the norm was easy to fulfill or not, and shortages of materials could make it impossible for the worker, however heroic, to make a reasonable wage. Unequal pay was also a source of resentment. It was common to pay workers on a piece rate system, and this gave power to foremen and bosses who could decide who was to be given the easy and who the difficult jobs. And at the same time that technicians and bosses were given higher pay and privileges, older, more equal wage scales were scrapped. This was particularly controversial in the GDR, where many of the technical specialists were former Nazis who had been fired in 1945 and then rehired. According to one party report, party members were deeply hostile to these policies. The intelligentsia must be brought to account once and for all. The preferential treatment of the intelligentsia is bullshit. The stores where the intelligentsia have the right to go shopping must be smashed. 77. Especially unpopular were the Stakhanovites, who cooperated with managers to over-fulfill their norms, and, just as in the USSR in the 1930s, this put pressure on all workers to do the same. One worker at the United Lighting and Electrics factory in northern Budapest, János Stankovics, had been deported to the USSR after 1945 and worked in a Soviet factory, where he became a Stakhanovite worker. On his return to Hungary he resisted becoming a Stakhanovite there as well, telling party agitators that Stalin could stick his shift up his arse. I worked for him for 3 years for free, I wasn't even given proper clothes, I was freed, and why should I work for him again? He was now in serious trouble, and had no option but to cooperate and become a Stakhanovite, and he received the higher wages that came with it. His fellow workers were naturally angry that he was prepared to overfulfill the norm, telling him to go back to the Soviet Union, if you like it so much there. 78. The communists could, of course, justify this inequality according to Marx's ideological scheme. In the lower phase of socialism, the principle to each according to his work would operate. But, understandably, many saw the new order as a betrayal of the socialist values the party proclaimed so loudly, and Marxism gave them a ready-made language of protest. One anonymous letter of January 1949 from a worker to Hilary Mink, the Polish Minister of Industry, signed a follower of the teachings of Marx and Engels, declared: "You announce that the factories in which we work are our exclusive property, only ours, and how does it turn out that we are only miserable servants with a lower wage rate than in private factories? And after all, if this is our property, then the income which the factory gives should be divided among the workers, and we would pay a tax like the private factories pay. You don't like it, do you? For then there wouldn't be money to build you palaces in which there are dozens of square meters of space for each bureaucrat." 79. There was one area of life, though, where the regime was too egalitarian for many workers' tastes: the place of women. The communists pressed for women to be employed in all jobs, even those that were traditionally done by men. Some women did become party activists and hero workers, but the obstacles were enormous. Male workers often successfully resisted the employment of women, and women tended to be confined to traditionally female roles, whilst earning less than men. Meanwhile, the life of the hero laborer, working all shifts to overfulfill the plan, was difficult to reconcile with family life. 80. This was not the only concession the regime had to make to East European workers. In many places, pre-existing socialist cultures gave workers the confidence to resist the communists. In the GDR, for instance, old social democratic workers were at the forefront of complaints. 81. In some cases, the ideal of creating a new socialist man, full of enthusiasm for communist ideology, was more or less abandoned. The Polish sociologist Hanna Święta noted that as long as workers worked, ideological incorrectness was permissible. In my contacts with workers at the time, I was struck by their freedom of expression, their aggressive attitudes toward their superiors, and the system of the time shown sometimes very sharply at public meetings. This was not a matter of personal courage in that community, but the result of the ruling ideology, and also the social practice of the Stalinist system. In contrast with the intelligentsia, who were expected to follow the party line, the duty of the workers instead was essentially work, the realization of the 6-year plan. Views and opinions could be expressed without punishment, and instead the slightest sign of real refusal to work could be dealt with under many different types of regulations. 82. If East European communist regimes, dealing with a pre-existing industrial workforce, had to make compromises with workers, the Chinese communists were in a much stronger position. In 1949, manufacturing had largely taken place in small-scale workshops. It was the communists themselves who created large-scale industry, much as the Soviets had done in the 1930s, and their large factories and plants were modeled on those found in Soviet textbooks. This made it much easier for the regime to mold its workforce. Moreover, as the gulf between rural and urban economies was even greater than it had been in Eastern Europe and the USSR, the Chinese economy enjoyed a huge labor surplus. Nevertheless, the regime could not provide industrial jobs for all comers, but those who did find work with relatively high wages and benefits soon rose to the top of the labor hierarchy. Below them was a group of less privileged and unprotected workers in smaller plants, whilst at the very bottom came the mass of the peasants, who after 1955 were effectively tied to the land. Realizing their privilege, the urban working class proved far more receptive to the party's intensive propaganda effort. Despite this, many aspects of high Stalinism became deeply unpopular in Chinese factories. The Soviet piece rate and wage system, introduced between 1952 and 1956, was not only difficult to organize in circumstances where skilled managers au fait with its complexities were scarce, but also caused intense hostility amongst workers used to more egalitarian wage regimes. A rigid, Soviet-style 8-grade scheme that was applied throughout China's various regions was endlessly criticized for its arbitrariness. Efforts to categorize the labor force according to the 8 grades reached absurd lengths. The managers of one Shanghai department store tried to determine salespeople's skill levels by giving them a blind taste test designed to assess their judgment of a range of tobaccos. Non-smokers were naturally disgruntled. 83. Meanwhile, the powers given to managers fed smoldering resentments, especially in the case of formerly private sector firms where the old capitalist owner was officially dubbed a new socialist manager. These various grievances constituted a powder keg of anger, which would explode the moment Mao began to question the hierarchies of the so-called Soviet model of management in the late 1950s. This kind of crisis came much earlier in Eastern Europe, as the governing regimes ratcheted up pressure on workers whilst real wages fell. In Hungary, for example, wages declined by an estimated 16.6% between 1949 and 1953. Workers tended to express their dissatisfaction indirectly, for example by going AWOL, frequently changing jobs, and foot-dragging. But occasionally full-blown strikes would break out, necessitating forcible repression. 31.6% of those imprisoned in Czechoslovak jails for political crimes were workers. 84. By the early 1950s, it had become clear that the Communists' attempts to mobilize workers into their new army of labor had stalled badly. If they were so singularly unsuccessful in their appeals to the supposed labor vanguard, it was hardly likely that the backward peasantry would prove more willing recruits to the new communist project. 7. In April 1952 a Chinese traveler, far more humble than either Mao or Lu, visited the Soviet Union. Geng Changsuo, a peasant from the village of Wuzhong, first reached Moscow, where he enthusiastically celebrated May Day in Red Square, and then traveled to Ukraine, where he and his delegation inspected various collective farms, including the model October Victory Collective. Geng and his fellow Chinese were flabbergasted by the riches on show, the water, electricity, plentiful food, and clean solid houses equipped with telephones. Geng was even more impressed by what was presented as the source of this wealth, the miraculous tractor which achieved what 150 Wuzhong peasants with 150 animals and 150 plowshares would struggle to complete. 85. Geng was an earnest party member, committed not only to helping his own family and clan, but the village as a whole. He neither smoked nor drank or gambled, and with his low, confident voice and down-to-earth manner, he was the ideal communist village leader. During the war he had organized a voluntary cooperative of poor peasant families who pooled their resources and were able to diversify into rope production, which they then sold on local markets. The cooperative prospered in the early 1950s as more and more families joined, and Geng soon attracted the attentions of the party leadership. From 1951 Mao had been trying to coax Chinese peasants into embracing fully socialized agriculture, and Geng, after his state-sponsored study tour in the USSR, returned a convert and true believer, not only in Soviet collectivism, but more generally to the Soviet version of modernity. Advertising his passion for all things modern, he shaved off his beard and mustache, sported Western-style tailoring, and began to learn to read and write. He soon embarked on a mission of proselytization, explaining how collectivization and mechanization, and especially the tractor, transliterated as tology, a word the Wuzhong peasants had never heard before, had brought the USSR prosperity. These same villagers were exhorted to join an expanded, village-size cooperative. 86. When Mao pressed for full Soviet-style collectivization in the summer of 1955, Geng became one of the first collective farm chairmen. However, the policy was a step too far for Geng and his fellow peasants, and the collective farm proved to be a very different proposition from the much less ambitious peasant cooperative. Peasants' income, which had hitherto come from selling their produce, now came entirely in the form of wages from the labor they gave to the collective farm. Under this system only a few large families with many wage earners could earn the income they had enjoyed before. Moreover, the Chinese drew directly from the Soviet model, using the collectives to extract more and more resources from the countryside for industrial investment. Peasant living standards suffered accordingly. Even so, Geng and the other Wuzhong leaders, desperate to retain their status as model villagers, banned all private plots, and pressed on with full-scale collectivization. More revolutionary, perhaps, than even its economic consequences was the political impact of collectivization. The power of Geng and people like him over peasants' lives now became vast. Village leaders exercised exclusive control over all of the land, they allocated jobs to peasants, and they gained privileged access to all state resources. One popular verse tersely captured the new relationship between rank and resources. First-rank folk have things sent to the gate. Second-rank folk rely on others. Third-rank folk only fret. 87. Geng was one of the more honest and altruistic officials, and put much effort not only into persuading peasants of the advantages of the collective farm but into making the system work. Education was expanded, and unlike many villages, Wuzhong acquired, for the first time, a rudimentary welfare system. However, even the virtuous Geng was soon wrapped in all the trappings of local bossdom, for alongside schools and welfare, Wuzhong could also now boast its own village security apparatus. The new police force was led by the feared Fierce Zhang, a former poor peasant, who recruited a rough and ready cadre of local toughs to keep order. When, for example, a group of villagers uprooted 1,500 cotton plants in protest at the low price for cotton being offered, this security force used torture to flush out the culprits. In other Chinese villages, abuses by officials could be even worse. Now village leaders' powers fused with traditional patriarchal attitudes into a new quasi-feudal code, which could include an informal droit de seigneur over mainly poor women. Rapes were widespread. 2 of Mao's former bodyguards, for instance, rewarded with high office in Tianjin, used their power to terrorize local women. They were ultimately executed for their crimes, but many others escaped justice. 88. The story of Geng Changsuo and Wujiang village encapsulates many of the hopes and disappointments of what was called the Soviet model in China. Some aspects of collectivization could appeal to some peasants. The tractors and the large-scale agriculture all promised the riches small-scale agriculture could not deliver, whilst education and welfare promised integration and opportunities in the broader national community. But collectivization soon created a new hierarchy, a powerful privileged stratum which often behaved arbitrarily and exploitatively. The peasantry, as a whole, remained at the bottom of the social hierarchy, isolated from the rest of China and tied to the land, over which they exercised much less control than they had before. Meanwhile, rural resources were sucked out of agriculture and pumped into heavy industry, whilst the incentive system damaged productivity, laying the ground for food crises in the longer term. Soviet Eastern Europe had experienced collectivization in a similar, though even more traumatic way. China escaped violent dekulakization. The Chinese Communist Party succeeded in persuading peasants into joining collectives without a full-blown class struggle campaign. Eastern Europe, however, following the Soviet 1930s blueprint more closely, launched collectivization and dekulakization simultaneously. Pressure to join the collective was often intense, and in some areas, coercion was explicit. In others, it was less direct. Peasants would find that they could only buy non-agricultural goods in state shops if they were collective farm members. As one Bulgarian peasant put it, of course, you did not have to join the cooperative, unless you wanted shoes on your feet and a shirt on your back. 89. Even so, as in the USSR of the 1930s, there was a good deal of resistance. Peasants mistrusted the detachments of officials sent from the towns to impose the collectives, and refused to give inspectors information about who owned what. It was not, moreover, easy to persuade peasants to denounce their influential wealthy neighbors. In the Romanian village of Herseni in the Altland region of southeastern Transylvania, for instance, party officials tried to persuade the poor peasant Nicolae R to denounce his allegedly Colac neighbor Iosif Oltean, who had promised him 20 kilograms of wool and 10 of cheese in return for work, but had only delivered a nugatory quantity of poor quality wool. Nevertheless, Nicolae defended his neighbor. Oltean was a good man who helps us poor people, even if he was greedy. 90. Peasants were profoundly alienated by the loss of their land. The new Marxist-Leninist ideology, which regarded labor as the prime virtue, was diametrically opposed to the moral economy of many peasants, which saw landowning and economic independence as a mark of status. But the high food delivery quotas demanded by the state to feed workers and finance industrialization were, if anything, even more unpopular than dekulakization or collectivization. One woman peasant from the Hungarian village of Sarost, south of Budapest, remembered her misplaced hopes that she could deliver enough tax to the state by growing 1.7 hectares of sunflower seeds. One came home without a penny. Everything went to taxes, not enough was left even to buy an apron. 91. On the collective farm itself, pay was low and conditions were poor. One peasant from the Bulgarian village of Zamfirovo remembered. It was terrible. I remember nearly collapsing in the fields one day during the wheat harvest. We worked all day in unbearable heat, doing everything by hand just like before. The work was hard and the pay very low, only 80 stotinki a day, and any pay in kind was deducted from that. People were worse off. Even the poorest people who joined the cooperative with little land felt worse off. I remember one summer somebody came to the fields to sell beer and sodas, and even though we were dying of thirst no one could afford to buy them. 92. As in China, the weakly constrained power of the new village political elite inflamed peasant anger further. Quotas depended on the whims of collective farm officials. Meanwhile, peasants found that people higher up in the political hierarchy were given more credit for their collective farm work than others. Life became intensely political, as villagers' future became dependent on relationships with the new bosses. Some resisted the harsh policies, and rebellions and demonstrations broke out in several areas. One of the most violent and disruptive was in the Bosnian Bihar region in May 1950, though elsewhere they rarely posed any real threat to the authorities. A more common way of resisting collectivization was simply to leave agriculture altogether, something that some East European governments, desperate for industrial labor, encouraged. Resistance and resentment slowed the pace of collectivization, and by the time of Stalin's death it had made surprisingly little headway in Eastern Europe. In Czechoslovakia, for instance, only 43% of the agricultural population were employed on collective farms of some sort, whilst in Poland the figure was a mere 17%. Indeed, it was only in the early 1960s that collectivization was completed, and then only after serious concessions had been made to the peasantry, allowing private plots and giving peasant households the right to organize the use of labor, for example. In Poland and Yugoslavia, collectivization was simply scrapped, and the countryside reverted to small private farms. In 1949, the Communist Party organization in the East German town of Plauen drew up one of its regular reports on popular opinion. It concluded that whilst the highly qualified workers and technical intelligentsia were reasonably content, the broad masses of the population, workers and peasants, were not. 93. And by 1953 there is a great deal of evidence that this distribution of happiness held for much of Soviet Eastern Europe. Efforts to break peasant cultures were inevitably unpopular. Meanwhile, the high Stalinist system, in which a new class of bureaucrats was set above the laboring classes as official resource extractors for the ever-ravenous state, could not be sustained for long, especially in societies with indigenous socialist traditions of a pre-Soviet provenance. In the closing years of the high Stalinist era, the Soviet satellite regimes became increasingly reliant on naked coercion to force through unpopular economic policies. In 1950 in Poland, and 1952-3 in Romania, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia, currency reforms effectively confiscated people's savings, and in Czechoslovakia they led to a wave of protests. 94. By 1953, it has been estimated that between 6 and 8% of all adult males in Indiana, Soviet Eastern Europe, were in prison. It was no surprise that the high Stalinist system did not long survive its architect's demise. Parasite. On a bright summer's day in June 1962, beneath the shadow of the monumental Moscow University building, a good-humored and avuncular Nikita Khrushchev released a goldfish into a newly constructed pond. Shortly afterwards, a young child was given a giant key on behalf of all pioneers, the key to the land of the Romantics, as the press put it. Both were part of the opening ceremonies for the new Pioneer Palace, a center for the party's children's organization on the Lenin Hills. The massive 56-hectare park and large, airy building were to be a children's wonderland, a children's republic, where the children are masters and adult discipline was to be as light as possible. The project's creators claimed that children would teach each other, using peer pressure to maintain discipline. 1. This was all a long way from late Stalinism. Stalin loved to be shown patting children's heads, but handling goldfish in public would have been beneath his dignity. The building itself was also a sharp contrast to its forbidding Stalinist neighbor. In the modernist international style created in the 1920s, it was decorated with modern sculptures and reliefs, some in a primitivist, childlike style, not with the old neoclassical figures of muscle-bound workers. It was low-rise and deliberately democratic, with large glass windows and doors on all sides open to the joyful children running in from the surrounding park. The Pioneer Palace was ideology in concrete. It showed the form of communism Khrushchev wanted to take the place of high Stalinism, modern and internationalist, free of the archaic nationalism of the early 1950s. 2. And yet also romantic, full of the possibilities of human creativity. According to the journalists of Komsomolskaya Pravda, it was built by people who are romantics, and this romantic pioneer style of life must splash over the walls of the palace. 3. It was centered round the welfare of its people, rather than the power of the state. Most importantly, though, it was to be a building for children free of parental restraint. It embodied the values of equality and fraternity and was to be inhabited by children who disciplined themselves. Khrushchev loathed the old aristocratic, status-obsessed Stalinist style. He thought the Moscow University building was church-like, an ugly, formless mass. 4. Khrushchev was only one of the communist leaders to seek an alternative to the harshness and hierarchy of Stalinism. Once the old patriarch of communism was dead, the heirs realized that the old system must change. Coercion was no longer working and growing privileges and inequality were causing anger. At the same time, the legacy of mass violence and the Stalinist party's continuing commitment to struggle against enemies were narrowing the regime's base of support. The system had to become more inclusive. More generally, many reacted powerfully against the Stalinist economic determinism, the view that everything, including values, morality and human lives, had to be sacrificed to building a modern, industrial society. The old cruel dogmatism, they argued, had to be replaced by a more humane socialism. What, though, was this to mean in practice? Some called for a more pragmatic communism of limited markets and individual rights. This was especially appealing in Soviet Eastern Europe, but most party leaders were not ready for this compromise. For it would undermine the ruling party and threaten its leading role in politics, whilst challenging the old command economies. Others sought a more technocratic, modernist model. Another answer, more appealing to communist leaders, was to seek to broaden the regime, whilst restoring its revolutionary dynamism. The band of brothers had to be reassembled and the spirit of collective will revived. The great ideological innovators of the 1950s, Tito, Khrushchev, and Mao, all embarked on a great leap backwards to the radical Lenin of 1917 or even the romantic Marx of the 1840s. Yet the photographs of the Pioneer Palace's opening ceremony present a rather different picture to the image of relaxed self-discipline depicted in Komsomolskaya Pravda. To the modern eye, the atmosphere looks distinctly militaristic. Uniformed children stand in ordered ranks, bearing flags and drums. And here lay the difficulty facing Stalin's sons. Whilst their ideal might have been a people working creatively and cooperating in an easy spirit of peace and harmony, they hoped to achieve this whilst constructing powerful states and efficient economies. In the absence of market incentives, a resort to semi-military mobilization therefore remained attractive. This was Mao's solution, and a military, guerrilla communism, complete with accompanying class struggle, became the foundation of his strategy. Khrushchev was determined to avoid violence, but even he found it impossible to pursue a radical communism whilst escaping the bullying, military party culture of his youth. Only Tito really broke from it, but at the cost of drifting towards the market and into the Western sphere of influence. It is therefore no surprise that the death of Stalin brought not peace, but a thaw that exposed some of the frozen tensions within the communist world, whilst fragmenting his vast empire. Indeed, the 15 years after Stalin's death were some of the most turbulent in the communist history and the most dangerous of the Cold War, when the world came closest to nuclear conflagration. The first challenge to Stalin's orthodoxy, though, had come whilst he still lived with the break with Tito in 1948. 2. In his memoirs, Milovan recalls, "One day, it must have been in the spring of 1950, it occurred to me that we Yugoslav communists were now in a position to start creating Marx's free association of producers. The factories would be left in their hands, with the sole proviso that they should pay a tax for military and other states' needs that remained essential." He then revealed his new idea to the ideologist Edvard Kardelj and the economic chief Boris Kydry while we sat in a car parked in front of the villa where I lived. Kydry was skeptical, but eventually they took it to the boss. Tito paced up and down, as though completely wrapped up in his own thoughts. Suddenly he stopped and exclaimed, "Factories belonging to workers, something that has never yet been achieved. With these words, the theories worked out by Cardinal J and myself seemed to shed their complications and seemed, too, to find better prospects of being workable. A few months later, Tito explained the Workers' Self-Management Bill to the National Assembly. 5. Gillas was describing the first of many returns to Marx of the 1950s, as communists tried to find an alternative to Stalinism. Gillas's account of eureka moments, fevered discussions about Marxism in the backs of cars and sudden decisions in party villas tells us a great deal about the closed nature of Tito's leadership. Yet his story of the origins of the new Yugoslav model of communism is not entirely convincing. Tito and the leadership had been looking for new models for some time before the break with the USSR. More importantly, the rhetoric of self-management was highly misleading. Gillas and his friends were doubtless sincere in trying to find a democratic Marxism, and their ideas caused enormous excitement amongst Western socialists. But in practice, Yugoslav self-management had little to do with the Romantic Marx's ideas of democratic participation in management, or even the workers' control of Lenin's state and revolution. The reforms were the beginning of Tito's move towards the market, and the Yugoslav model showed how difficult it was to re-radicalize Marxism in Europe after Stalin. As in China, the roots of the Yugoslav communism are to be found as much in the experience of partisan warfare as in Moscow and the Comintern. But in Yugoslavia, with its ethnic and economic diversity, two models of governance emerged as the war ended. The first, in the relatively peaceful and prosperous Slovenia, was moderate and pragmatic. Local assemblies were relatively democratic, land redistribution was limited, and the state used money to give people incentives. The second, in the poorer, war-torn Bosnia-Herzegovina and Macedonia, was more radical and egalitarian. Here shortages and inflation had destroyed the value of money. Communists resorted to rationing, ideological enthusiasm, and the mobilization of labor teams to keep the economy going. 6. Tito's objective in the first few years of communist rule was to combine the pragmatic Slovenian and radical Bosnian models and apply them to the rest of Yugoslavia. Many policies of the early years echoed Lenin's NEP. Tito, apprehensive about alienating his peasant supporters, eschewed collectivization, whilst Kidri's five-year plan of 1947 was not modelled on Stalin's. It was an amalgam of hundreds of local plans. The center used financial incentives, not political commands, and budgets were expected to balance. At the same time, however, Tito wanted rapid development for his poor and vulnerable country, something moderate NEP-style policies would not achieve. So the communists decided to rely on voluntary, unpaid shock work to push the economy forward. The Communist Youth League was particularly active, and led 62,000 young people in building the Brkobanovici Youth Railway. Several idealistic communists from around the world also joined the labor platoons, much as their predecessors had flocked to Spain in the 1930s. One of them was the future Cambodian communist leader Pol Pot, who was studying in France at the time. For Yugoslavs, however, participation was not always voluntary, and conditions were poor. Nevertheless, some enthusiasm persisted, as one worker declared, "Although we are tired, together, and with song, it is easier." 7 This type of mobilization, though, had its disadvantages for Tito. In its enthusiasm for social transformation, the Youth League often encouraged the unauthorized persecution of class aliens, something the leadership did not want. This schizophrenic combination of two very different approaches continued until 1947, at which stage Tito understood his real vulnerability. A wily operator, Tito had secured foreign aid from both the Americans and the Soviets after 1945. With the beginning of the Cold War, though, Western aid stopped, and following the break with Moscow in 1948, Yugoslavia was left friendless and threatened by a possible Stalinist coup. Paradoxically, Tito resisted Stalin by emulating him with a much more centralized, militaristic strategy. These years saw some of the harshest repressions of the period, including purges of Cominternists and the foundation of the Naked Island prison camp for political opponents. The old idealism came under severe strain. Gillas commented angrily to the security chief Aleksandar Rankovic, "Now we are treating Stalin's followers as we treated his enemies," to which Rankovic replied despairingly, "Don't say that. Don't talk about it." 8. Repression, though, was combined with pro-worker campaigns rather similar to Stalin's in the early 1930s. The party encouraged workers to criticize managers and experts, at the cost of losing control of the workforce. These years were grim ones for Tito and his circle, constantly terrified of assassination, Soviet invasion, and economic collapse. But in 1950 salvation arrived in the form of American aid. It was the United States, keen to have an ally in the communist world, that decided to keep Tito afloat, and the Americans, the International Monetary Fund and World Bank all provided loans. Loans, of course, had to be repaid, and that meant that budgets had to be balanced, which in turn made more radical socialist experiment impossible. Military-style mobilization had to give way to strict accounting and efficiency. Meanwhile the regime decentralized power, and officially transferred all property from the state to so-called worker councils. The Yugoslav Communist Party was renamed, in about to democratic sensibilities, the League of Communists of Yugoslavia. But this was still a one-party state, and worker self-management was not management by workers at all. In practice managers and officials were in control, and they had to keep within budgets set by the center. This much trumpeted democratization of the workplace was actually a reversion to the Slovenian wartime model, and far from being a return to Marx, this was ruled by managers and financial controls. After 1950, Yugoslavia was neither a command nor a market economy but something in between. The state managed the economy by regulating prices and issuing credits rather than by political diktat. In some ways, it continued to behave like a typical communist state. The regime poured money into heavy industry, and used redistribution to soften inequalities, especially between the richer Croatia and Slovenia and the poorer Macedonia and Montenegro. But it had scrapped collectivization, and was, to all intents and purposes, part of the Western economic world. For a time, this mixture of markets, socialism, and American aid was remarkably successful, and in the 1950s Yugoslavia posted the highest growth rate in Eastern Europe. The country was also the most open and liberal of all communist states. Western tourists visited and Yugoslavs worked abroad, bringing back Western influences with them. At the same time, tensions between the republics were held in check by memories of wartime bloodletting, and by Tito himself. Tito, Serbian Orthodox and Croat, embodied Yugoslavism, and his almost monarchical style appealed to many, even as it alienated others. Gilas, a Puritan and intellectual, excoriated Tito's vanity and love of luxury, his 32 palaces, his lavish banquets and receptions, his permatan, dyed hair and dazzling false teeth. 9 But he conceded it had a rationale. By taking up residence in palaces, by ruling from them, he attached himself to the monarchic tradition and to traditional concepts of power. Pomp was indispensable to him. It satisfied his strong nouveau riche instincts. It also compensated for his ideological deficiency, his inadequate education. 10. Gilas was expelled from the Central Committee for his democratic scruples in 1954. But he acknowledged that Tito's monarchical style appealed to a rural population accustomed to traditional forms of authority. Tito's regime, caught as it was between the East and West, the urban and the rural, presented a remarkably diverse set of faces to the world. To the urban intelligentsia, party idealists, and the Western left it was the home of an authentic democratic Marxism. To the United States and Western business, it had reconciled socialism with the market, and to the peasants, it was a government of ancient heroes. Folk poets celebrated the break with the Soviet bloc in pseudo-epic verse. O Rakosi, where were you when Tito spilled his blood? You rested in the coolness of Moscow, whilst Tito fought the war. Pretend now to be a democrat. If a battle develops again, the old story will repeat. Our Tito will be the leader, and you will hide again. 11. As will be seen, beneath the prosperity and Tito's bravura confidence, all was not as happy as it seemed. Nevertheless, by 1956 Tito could afford to be satisfied. Since the perilous and gloomy days of 1948-9, he had steered Yugoslavia towards independence and wealth. He had even gained international prestige with his own special form of Marxism. He became a major figure in the non-aligned movement of states outside the Soviet and Western alliances, and by 1955 he had made peace with the USSR. The transition from the Stalinist model was to be rather more traumatic in other East European states. 3. On the morning of March 1, 1953, after a boisterous evening of food, drink, and cinema that lasted until 4 a.m., Stalin was discovered on the floor of his bedroom. He had suffered a severe stroke. Members of the party's inner circle Georgy Malenkov, Beria, Khrushchev, and Red Army boss Nikolai Bulganin were called to his bedside, but it was some time before they summoned the doctors. This may have been deliberate. They had become increasingly worried about Stalin's unpredictability and vindictiveness in his final years. But it is more likely that they were too frightened to act. 12. In the poisonous atmosphere of the Soviet leadership, overt ambition and pushiness could attract severe punishment. The extreme centralization of power Stalin had spent so much of his life perfecting may well have killed him. Stalin's death came as an emotional shock to friends and enemies alike. For Stalin was not just a political boss, he was the embodiment of a whole system: ideological, cultural, political, and economic. Fyodor Berlatsky, later one of Khrushchev's main advisors and, privately, no admirer of Stalin's, tried to sum up his mixed feelings. His death shook everyone in the Soviet Union to the core, even if the emotions it aroused were varied. Something that had seemed unshakable, eternal, and immortal was gone. The simple thought that a man had died and his body had to be consigned to the earth hardly entered anyone's head. The institution of power, which lay at the very foundation of our society, had crumbled and collapsed. What would life be like now? What would happen to us and to the country? 13. Berlatsky's thoughts were probably shared by many of the middle-aged lieutenants of world communism who attended the funeral, including Tolyatti, Torres and Zhou Enlai, as well as the Soviet inner circle. All were aware that the USSR was in a poor state. Living standards were low, there was little new housing, and consumer goods were scarce. Agriculture was a disaster, harvests were poorer than before World War I, and much of the nation's food was produced outside the collectives on the tiny proportion of land given over to individual plots. The prison system was massive, and Beria, charged with making the Gulag pay, despaired at the cost of managing the 300,000 guards and the low productivity of the prison labor. 14. Riots and protests in the camps were common. In early 1954, inmates in the Kengur prison in Kazakhstan took over the camp for 40 days before being eventually subdued by tanks and aerial bombing. Relations with the West were also tense, forcing the regime to expend scarce resources on guns, not butter. The Korean War dragged on. Only repression kept Eastern Europe stable, and the USSR lagged behind the United States in air power and nuclear capability. Stalin's successors all agreed that his security-obsessed worldview had merely caused fear and resentment abroad, and had ultimately undermined Soviet security. There was, however, no agreement on what was to replace Stalin's old order. Of the influential leaders that succeeded Stalin, Beria, Malenkov and, very much in the rear, the poorly educated party secretary, Nikita Khrushchev. Beria and Malenkov had most in common. They were on the modernist side of the party, and believed that repression and persecutions, especially of intellectuals and experts, were counterproductive economically and politically. On Stalin's death they probably worked together to install Malenkov as head of the state apparatus and senior leader. It was Lavrentiy Beria who took the initiative in the days after the funeral, and he immediately launched a radical program of change. At first sight, he was an unlikely reformer. As Eshov's successor as head of the secret police, he was directly involved in torture. But he was a talented administrator and was largely responsible for the success of the Soviet atomic project. He also had a deep contempt for the party apparatus. It was full of useless prattlers and parasites. 15. Power, not agitprop, would make the USSR great. Beria had no moral qualms about repression, but he realized how economically irrational it was. On Stalin's death he began to review Stalin's fabricated cases. He told his fellow party leaders that over 2.5 million people were languishing in the Gulag who were no threat to the state, and proposed the release of over 1 million non-political inmates. Forced labor, he argued, was less efficient than free, the Gulag had to be drastically reduced. 16. At the same time, he challenged the Russian chauvinist and imperialist elements of late Stalinism, condemning discrimination in favor of Russian personnel and language, something he felt keenly as a Georgian. 17. Most dramatic and controversial, though, were Beria's foreign policy proposals. He and Malenkov were convinced that the health of the economy depended on serious concessions to the West, and they had some success in winning over their colleagues. Soon after Stalin's death, the USSR helped to bring the Korean War to an end and restored relations with Tito's Yugoslavia. More controversial, however, were Beria's proposals for the future of the GDR, where unrest was rife and thousands were continuing to leave for the West in response to Walter Ulbricht's harsh policies. Beria, it seems, proposed that the Soviets cut their losses and abandon socialism there completely. Why should socialism be built in the GDR? Let it just be a peaceful country. That is sufficient for our purposes. 18. Malenkov probably had sympathy with Beria's ideas, but the old Stalinist Molotov was strongly opposed, as was Khrushchev. Beria became vulnerable on the issue, partly for ideological reasons, but largely because his colleagues did not trust him. They were right not to. He was clearly maneuvering for the top job and might well have killed them had he succeeded. Once Khrushchev and Malenkov had come to this conclusion, they began to conspire against him, securing the support of the army, together with the old guard Molotov and Kaganovich. Charged in a typically Stalinist manner with being a British spy, Beria was executed as an enemy of the people. The triumvirate had become a duumvirate, and Khrushchev and Malenkov were now left to fight it out. Malenkov came from an old officer family, and was academically successful. He had a technical education, and, according to his son, saw himself as an enlightened autocrat, the leader of a Soviet technocracy. 19. Sophisticated and intelligent, the patrician British ambassador Sir William Hayter recorded that whilst there was something creepy about his appearance, like a eunuch, he was quick, clever, and subtle, an extremely agreeable neighbor at the table. 20. Malenkov's outlook was a broadly technocratic, modernist one. The plan would remain, but the regime would motivate people to work by offering higher living standards and financial incentives, not by repression, and so investment had to be reallocated from heavy industry and defense to consumer goods. Industry also needed to be more efficient, and that required less party interference in the economy and a slightly more liberal attitude towards the intelligentsia. Malenkov encouraged scientists to vent their grievances, which predictably provoked a flood of attacks on Lysenko and Stalin's ideologized science. Malenkov also continued to defend a less confrontational foreign policy, and was committed to serious détente with the West, though he did not pursue Beria's controversial proposals on East Germany. He used the testing of the new Soviet hydrogen bomb in August 1953 to argue both that the USSR was now strong enough to seek peace, and that the old East-West confrontation had to be superseded. Any war between the United States and the USSR, he declared in March 1954, would mean nuclear conflagration and the destruction of world civilization. In making this statement, Malenkov was implicitly challenging Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. In these new conditions, he was calling for a new world of pragmatism, in which the United States and the USSR engaged in long-term coexistence and peaceful competition between the two systems, rather than Stalin's international class struggle between two hostile camps. 21. The brief influence of Malenkov after the death of Stalin therefore presented the West with a real opportunity to reduce Cold War tensions, and it was an opportunity it missed, as Charles Bolin, the American ambassador in Moscow at the time, admitted. 22. The respected World War II General Dwight Eisenhower had been elected American president in 1952 in an atmosphere of recriminations over Truman's alleged loss of China and the Soviet acquisition of the atomic bomb in 1949, and he promised to wage a more vigorous, but cost-effective, struggle against communism. A committed Christian, he saw the Cold War in highly ideological terms, as a war in which the forces of good and evil are massed and armed and opposed as rarely before in history, as he declared in his inaugural address. 23. His Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, had a similar view, though he was, if anything, even more confrontational as he feared the power of communism in the Third World. Containment, he argued in 1952, had had its day. The United States had to roll back communism. At first, therefore, Washington was determined to use Stalin's death and the tensions within the Kremlin to weaken the USSR. Eventually Eisenhower did make some proposals to reduce the threat of nuclear war, but few serious efforts were made to achieve détente. It may be that any lessening of tensions was impossible because too many leaders, on both sides, saw the conflict in absolute ideological terms, and were suspicious of the motives of the rival superpower. 24. Even Malenkov retained deep suspicions of the capitalist West. But had Eisenhower followed Churchill's advice in May 1953 and held talks with Malenkov without conditions in that year, the Kremlin's more hardline Cold Warriors might have lost influence. As it was, Malenkov found himself under increasing pressure from the ambitious Khrushchev, and in January 1955 he was sacked as Prime Minister, accused of rightism and condemned for neglecting the struggle against the international bourgeoisie. The West now had to deal with a much less easygoing leader, Nikita Khrushchev, whose vision of peaceful competition was a more ideologically committed and confrontational one. Sir William Hayter's first impression of Khrushchev at a dinner for the then British Prime Minister Clement Attlee was predictably less flattering than his view of Malenkov. He found him rumbustious, impetuous, loquacious, freewheeling. In a deft if patronizing pen portrait sent to his London bosses, he described Khrushchev as a combination of a peasant from a 19th-century Russian novel, shrewd and contemptuous of the master, and a British trades union leader of the old-fashioned kind, with a chip on his shoulder. The result was a leader suspicious of the Baron, now transformed into the capitalist powers of the West. 25. Hayter's remarks were undoubtedly snobbish, but this product of the British class system understood the importance of hierarchy and status, in both the USSR and the international arena, better than many others. Of all communist leaders, Khrushchev's background was one of the poorest. He was born into an illiterate peasant family in Kursk province in April 1894 and for much of his youth lived in deep poverty. His father was a seasonal laborer in the mines, and at the age of 14, after a parish school education, Nikita followed him to work in the industrial town of Ihuzovka, named after its founder, the Welsh businessman John Hughes. This was a huge cultural transition, and Khrushchev was eager to become a modern person. He began as an apprentice fitter, and like many first-generation workers developed an enthusiasm for all things mechanical that lasted for the rest of his life. 26. He even built his own motorcycle out of spare parts he managed to find around the town. 27. His first proper job was in a factory linked to the mines where labor radicalism was strong, and he soon became involved in illegal trade union activities. He was the type of person likely to become a communist leader and reminds one of Stalin and Tito: popular, gregarious, a natural leader, ambitious and eager to better himself. Khrushchev was a politician of a strongly populist hue. He joined the Bolshevik Party in 1918, became a political commissar in the Red Army, and after the Civil War returned to the Ihuzovka mines as deputy manager. He had the classic democratic style prized at the time, spurning the office and report writing to roll up his sleeves and help the workers out. It is no surprise that he briefly joined the Trotskyist opposition in 1923, a lapse which he managed to survive. Even though he had clearly found his niche as a party activist, he always wanted to make up for his lack of education and at one time had ambitions to become an engineer. He made 2 attempts to return to college, in the early 1920s he went to a party workers' faculty to prepare him for a course at Mining Technical College, and in 1929 he went to the Industrial Academy in Moscow. Each time he found the academic demands a struggle, and returned to full-time party work. The radical Marxist politics of the late 1920s were especially appealing to him, and the populist Khrushchev could support Stalin's great break with genuine enthusiasm. He was rapidly promoted and by 1932 was effectively running the Moscow party organization as Kaganovich's deputy. One of his most high-profile jobs was overseeing the construction of the first two lines of the Moscow metro, with its People's Palace-style stations bedecked with chandeliers and statuary. He was the ideal early Stalinist party boss, enthusiastic, mobilizing, down in the tunnels day and night, driving his workers on to achieve extraordinary feats despite immense hardship and numerous accidents. He was also prepared to implement Stalin's repressions, and benefited from them when he replaced the purged boss of the Ukrainian party in 1938. Like many other party members, however, he became disillusioned and angry as he saw people he knew to be innocent accused and killed. He reportedly told an old friend at the time, "When I can, I'll settle with that Mudakshvili in full," combining the word for prick with Jugashvili. 28. Khrushchev's attitude towards Stalin's legacy was therefore more complex and ambiguous than that of his colleagues. Beria and Malenkov saw Stalin's repressions as irrational, and had no trouble cutting themselves loose from the boss. Khrushchev, in contrast, had a more emotional reaction. Berlatsky remembered that he was always moved by the fate of individuals, and frequently launched into long, guilt-ridden monologues on the victims of the terror. 29. He was as determined as his colleagues to replace Stalinist dogmatism and xenophobia with a new world of science and modernity, but he had been forged by the party of the 1920s and 1930. He was a true believer in the ideals of military-style radical communism, the collective, socialism, achieving great things by force of will. So whilst determined to abandon violence, he tried to revive the mass mobilizing spirit that had so often been its progenitor. The differences between Malenkov's and Khrushchev's reform programs soon became obvious. Whilst Malenkov was willing to sacrifice guns for butter, Khrushchev insisted that it was perfectly possible to have both. To square the circle, he looked to the mass mobilization methods of 1930s Moscow, proposing a massive expansion of the area devoted to grain and maize, especially in western Siberia and Kazakhstan, the so-called Virgin Lands program of 1954. This was a typical Khrushchev solution. It was massively ambitious, claiming to solve the food problem at a stroke, and it relied on the self-sacrifice of some 300,000 young Komsomol volunteers who were sent to these remote regions in specially chartered trains. And for a time it appeared to be a huge success. The 1958 harvest was almost 70% above the 1949-53 average. Khrushchev's solutions may have seemed naively optimistic to some, but they were, in fact, in greater accord with the party's culture than Malenkov's, which appealed principally to the urban managerial and educated classes. This popularity was easy to explain. Khrushchev was not asking the USSR to retreat before a more powerful West, risking a rollback of communism. Nor was he challenging entrenched military and heavy industrial interests. And he was also giving the leading role to the Communist Party and the Central Committee. After 1945, Stalin's lack of interest in grand ideological campaigns had led to a decline in the party's influence in relation to state administrative bodies, but Khrushchev promised to put it back at the very center of Soviet politics. It is no surprise that he had no trouble winning over the party's Central Committee in engineering the fall of Malenkov. Khrushchev now had the power to impose his new vision, and he did so in a momentous act of parricide, his denunciation of Stalin at the 20th Party Congress in February 1956. As Mao justly commented, Khrushchev did not just criticize Stalin, he killed him. There were various reasons for this brave, if reckless, step. In part, Khrushchev was motivated by raw politics. Although Khrushchev had taken part in the terror, his rivals, Molotov and Kaganovich, were far more closely implicated, and any attack on Stalin was effectively an attack on them. Nevertheless, there was clearly an idealistic motive to the speech. Khrushchev was convinced that the party's moral stature was central to its success, and the only way to restore that stature was to admit the horrors of the past and start anew. On February 25, after an exhausting 10 days of Congress speeches, the Soviet delegates were asked to stay for an extra meeting. The speech Khrushchev gave at this secret session was probably the most extraordinary in the history of the Soviet Communist Party. His excoriating denunciation of the Vazd lasted for 4 hours. In it he detailed Stalin's responsibility for the torture and murder of honest and innocent communists, his cruel deportation of whole peoples, his vainglorious recklessness during the war, and his treachery towards Leninist principles. Khrushchev delivered the speech at a highly emotional pitch, at one point even berating Stalin's old associates. "Hey you, Klim," he sneered at Kliment Voroshilov, "cut out the lying. You should have done it long ago. You're old and decrepit by now. Can't you find the courage and conscience to tell the truth about what you saw with your own eyes?" 30. Yet despite this language, Khrushchev's was a controlled and calculated attack. Stalin alone, with his cult of personality, was responsible for the terror. He had gone to the bad from the mid-1930s, after which he had built the foundations of the Stalinist system. The party had been his victim, and now he had gone, it would be resurrected, pure in spirit. 31. It was evident that neither the party, nor the plan, nor the collective farm would be threatened by Khrushchev's denunciation. The audience was stunned. Accustomed to achingly dull speeches larded with ideological clichés, they could not believe their ears. Aging party bosses, realizing its incendiary impact, reached for their heart medication. But the speech was also, of course, fundamentally implausible, for it would be extremely difficult to condemn the post-1934 Stalin without also discrediting the whole system which he, and Lenin before him, had built. Moreover, as Khrushchev well knew, the secret speech could not be confined to Communist Party circles and was bound to become widely known. Soon there was a rash of demagogic speeches and Stalin statues were vandalized. Meanwhile demonstrations broke out in Georgia, in defense of its disgraced son. 32. But the greatest impact, predictably, was on the region where the hold of Soviet communism was at its weakest in Eastern Europe. 4. In 1953 a Russian theatre company staged a production of Hamlet in Budapest. Even though few would understand the Russian language performance, this was an important ceremonial occasion, when the imperial power would demonstrate its generosity and cultural prestige to the cream of Hungarian society. On this occasion, the communist ideology chief, Joseph Rive, was in attendance. This time, though, there was one major difference from the past. Although the old communist leaders were still in power, Stalin was dead. A journalist, sent to cover the performance, remembers. Everybody knew that nobody would understand anything, but it was packed, and I was there from the radio. We were behind Rive's box and there was a scene where the ghost is talking to Hamlet and the actor was just repeating, "Gomlet, Gomlet." And there was an incredible murmur of, "Gomlet, Gomlet, Ediciuta, Dave Chasey." Everybody in the audience thought they alone were murmuring that stupid thing, and then the actor also said, "Gomlet, Gomlet, Ediciuta, Dave Chasey." That was the Russians in 45. Ediciuta, Dave Chasey. I'll never forget Rive's face, it lengthened and paled. Then the entire audience was whispering, "Gomlet, Gomlet, Ediciuta, Dave Chasey." 33. This may have been a minor revolution, but it was a revolution all the same. The Hungarian intelligentsia were telling the Soviets what they thought of them. They were not the high-minded missionaries of a superior civilization they claimed to be, they were crass imperialists, no different from the Red Army occupiers of 1945 who had seized Hungarians' valuables including their watches as war booty. In Hungary, especially, such anti-imperialist mutterings amongst the middle classes following Stalin's death were predictable. Hungary, along with Poland, presented the most united opposition to Moscow. All social classes could identify with their powerful nationalisms, in which anti-Russian feeling featured strongly. Elsewhere societies were more divided. In East Germany, where much of the old elite had been killed or had fled to the west, and Czechoslovakia, where indigenous communism still had a hold, middle-class groups were less angry. Here it was workers who rebelled. And paradoxically, it was generally not hardline Stalinists who provoked these revolts but Malenkov-appointed reformists. For Moscow's liberalizing reforms often helped the middle classes and peasants rather than the workers. Workers may have been disadvantaged under high Stalinism, but they did not do well from market reforms either. Stalin's death put all of the little Stalins under pressure. Beria and Malenkov had an extensive intelligence network and realized how fragile Soviet rule was in Eastern Europe. Reform was deemed essential to shore up the crumbling empire. East European leaders were bullied into adopting a new course, a mixture of technocratic and decentralizing reforms. East Germany, the biggest worry for Moscow, was the first in line. The rigid Ulbricht, whom even the conservative Molotov thought somewhat blunt and lacked flexibility, was summoned and told of the Kremlin's grave concern about the situation in the GDR. 34. In June 1953 he reluctantly introduced reforms, which helped small and medium-scale enterprises, lessened discrimination against the bourgeoisie, and relaxed controls in the countryside. They did not, however, improve workers' wages or reduce plan targets. On June 16 the laborers building the monumental Stalin-Ali Boulevard protested, sparking 2 days of working-class strikes and risings throughout East Germany. Only Soviet troops rescued the regime. Ulbricht beat a rapid retreat and made concessions to the workers, but the incident was profoundly embarrassing for this alleged workers' state. Czechoslovakia witnessed similar unrest in the same month and for much the same reasons. Shortly after attending Stalin's funeral, Clement Gottwald died, and a new collective leadership took power. The veteran trade unionist Antonin Zapotocki, a Malenkov protégé, became president, and Antonin Novotny, a member of Khrushchev's client network, party boss. Zapotocki pleased peasants with the end of forced collectivization, but his simultaneous currency reform hit workers' living standards. The result was serious unrest in the Lenin car plant and PLZE strikes, the burning of Soviet flags and demands for free elections. Repression was swift and brutal, but again the workers ultimately got their way and received higher wages. All leaders in the Eastern Bloc were forced to bend to the winds of change coming from Moscow. Collective agriculture was relaxed, whilst in some places collective leaderships replaced the little Stalins, at least in theory. Even so, old Stalinist regimes remained in control, and in Romania, Bulgaria, Albania, and Poland reforms were limited. It seemed, by late 1954, that the East European regimes had largely weathered the storm of Stalin's demise with a mixture of concessions and repression. There was one notable exception, Hungary, and here the problem was Moscow's indecision. Like Ulbricht, the Hungarian leader Rákosi was summoned to Moscow and forced to accept the Malenkov ally, Imre Nagy, as prime minister. Nagy, his avuncular bourgeois appearance only marred by a luxuriant Stalin-style mustache, was a veteran Comintern official who, like Bela Kun, converted to Bolshevism whilst imprisoned by the Russians during World War I and was a resident of Moscow in the 1930s. Unlike Kun, however, he was a more pragmatic Marxist and a follower of Bukharin's pro-peasant ideas. 35. A struggle between Nagy and Rákosi ensued, Nagy seeking to push through the new course and Rákosi, supported by much of officialdom, seeking to sabotage it. The conflict ended in 1955 with Malenkov's, and with him Nagy's, fall and the return of Rákosi. But the obvious instability at the top quickly spread to all classes and bred popular dissent. The Hungarian intelligentsia, who had been relatively passive, high up in Stalin's imperial edifices, now seemed willing to join the workers. The young poet Sándor Kőszöry expressed their feelings of guilt in 1953, remembering how he had lived on the topmost heights, ignoring the harsher reality of his people, staggering among overfulfillings and miraculous plan targets. 36. The apparent stabilization of the old order in Eastern Europe after Stalin's death was therefore rather fragile. Even so, Khrushchev still tried to replace the old paternalistic relationship between the USSR and its satellites with a more fraternal one for both moral and economic reasons. In April 1956 he abolished Stalin's instrument of control, the Cominform, and he also sought to repair relations with Yugoslavia. From 1955 he wooed Tito assiduously, trusting that their common hatred of Stalin would persuade Tito to rejoin the Soviet bloc. He sincerely hoped that the secret speech would draw a line under the past, reunify the bloc, and legitimize a new cohort of East European leaders committed to the new course. However, it proved difficult to heal the wounds inflicted by Stalinist imperialism. Tito welcomed the diplomatic rapprochement, but he refused to give up his ideological independence, and continued to promote the Yugoslav model as an alternative to the Soviet one. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe itself, Moscow's more liberal policy threatened to destabilize communism, and Soviet control. The first crisis developed in Poland. The secret speech had killed not only Stalin's reputation, but also Poland's party leader Bierut, who was ill in hospital. On reading the text after the session he was so shocked by Khrushchev's lèse-majesté that he succumbed to a fatal heart attack and died. The new leader, Edvard Okab, bent to the Malenkovian line and implemented moderate new course reforms, but they failed to prevent popular rebellion. As in East Berlin and Plze, it was workers who started the protests, this time in Poznan. Low living standards lay at the root of the discontent, and as so often in communist systems, workers condemned communists from the left for exploiting them as the capitalists had done. As one older worker complained, "I have slaved all my life. I've been told that before the war it was the capitalists who profited from my work. Who profits now? It is a treat when I give the children butter on their bread on Sundays. It was never so bad as that before the war." 37. Many believed that the Russians, not the Polish communists, were really profiting from the exploitative system. Butter, it was alleged, was being shipped eastwards, glory to our Polish railway workers. Poles joked. If it weren't for them, we'd have to carry our coal to the east on our backs. 38. The Poznan riots of June 1956 were put down, but war then broke out within the party between the Stalinists and reformers led by Gomulka, now released from jail. Pressed by an increasingly angry public opinion, the Polish Communist Party planned to install Gomulka as first secretary and remove the Soviet-imposed Minister of Defense, Marshal Rokossovsky. The Soviets were seriously concerned. They regarded Gomulka as anti-Soviet and Khrushchev even feared that Poland might break away from us at any moment. On the morning of the crucial Central Committee meeting on October 19, a delegation including Khrushchev, Mikoyan, Molotov, Kaganovich and Marshal Konev flew to Warsaw in a dramatic move to forestall the reformist coup. At the same time Soviet troops were moved to the border. Talks between the Russians and the Gomulkists continued into the night. The explosive Khrushchev was furious at what he saw as the Poles' rude resistance. Indeed, he was so incensed that on his arrival in Warsaw he had shouted and shaken his fist at Okab in full view of the airport staff. 39. However, despite his apparent weakness, Gomulka prevailed. He may not have had superior military power, but he had the party, the secret services and much of the nation behind him. He insisted, moreover, that he had no intention of ending party control or taking Poland out of the Soviet bloc. Reform would be limited to decollectivization, liberalizing economic reforms, freedoms for the influential Catholic Church, and limited socialist democracy. The uninvited guests returned to Moscow, apparently reassured, but the following day Khrushchev's anger returned and he ordered that troops be sent in. Mikoyan, realizing that he might regret it, managed to delay the final decision, and Khrushchev again changed his mind. 40. An invasion had been averted just. Hungary was less fortunate because the party was more divided. Hardliners had more influence, convinced by the failures of 1919 that only harsh, Stalinist methods could break the reactionary classes. The reformist communists, unlike their Polish comrades, therefore did not have the power to defuse popular discontent. Khrushchev forced Rákosi to resign in July 1956, but imposed another leader with hardline connections, Erno Gero. Unrest continued, and on October 23 demonstrating workers raided the civil defense weapons stores in their factories. Gero panicked, and Soviet troops were called in, which only stoked the unrest. The communist power structure, highly divided, disintegrated within a few days. Revolutionary committees and worker councils filled the vacuum. Gero tried to recover the situation by appointing Nagy as prime minister, but it was too late. Nagy could no more control the popular anger than Gero. If he was to stay on the crest of the revolutionary wave, he had to become ever more radical. Delacroix would have recognized the Budapest of October 1956. As Miklós Molnár, a communist and participant in the Hungarian uprising, has written, this was perhaps the last of the revolutions of the 19th century. Europe will probably never see again this familiar and romantic picture of the rebel, gun in hand, cries of freedom on his lips, fighting for something. 41. Hungary's was a genuinely spontaneous, cross-class revolution. It included many different political strands, from radical left to radical right. There was no time to develop a coherent program. Initially, the rebels had no plans to destroy one-party rule but only to modify it, to transform an austere, unforgiving, and imperial socialism into a more humane and national one. The rebels' first manifesto of October 23 even adopted the rhetoric of Leninism to condemn the current regime. Bela Kovacs, a former chair of the Old Peasant Smallholder Party, urged that the changes of 1945 be preserved. No one should dream of the old order. The world of counts, bankers, and capitalists is gone for good. Anyone who sees things now as if it were 1939 or 1945 is no authentic smallholder. 42. Doubtless, had the insurgents actually formed a government, tensions between democratic socialists and nationalists would have surfaced rapidly. The Hungarian events could not have been more painful for Khrushchev. Budapest was like a nail in my head, he remembered. 43. Intent on transforming Stalin's empire into a fraternity of nations, he now had to make a stark choice between brutal imperialism and humiliating retreat. The choice was made all the more embarrassing because simultaneously the old colonial powers, Britain and France, were secretly helping Israel against Nasser in Egypt, in their ill-fated attempt to restore neo-imperial influence in the Middle East. On October 30 the Presidium took an extraordinary decision, to accept that Hungary could go its own way, they would rule out force, withdraw troops, and negotiate. 44. But this idealistic line lasted for precisely one day. As the Presidium met, violence on both sides in Hungary was escalating. Nagy could no longer channel popular resentment into reformist communism and had bowed to popular pressure, calling for the withdrawal of Hungary from the Warsaw Pact and the creation of a multi-party Popular Front government. From Moscow's point of view there was now a real risk of revolutionary contagion. Disturbances broke out throughout the region, and Romania closed its border with Hungary as students from its Hungarian minority demonstrated in Transylvania. Khrushchev was terrified that the West would intervene, his whole reforming project would collapse and the Stalinist hardliners would have been proved right. According to one witness, Khrushchev told Tito that people would say when Stalin was in command everybody obeyed and there were no big shocks, but that now, ever since they had come to power, Russia had suffered defeat and the loss of Hungary. 45. On October 31, Khrushchev reversed his earlier decision. János Kadar, a reformist who had been imprisoned by the Stalinists, was taken to Moscow and persuaded to return to Hungary with Soviet tanks, on condition that there would be no return to the old order once the rebellion had been put down. On November 4 Warsaw Pact forces entered Hungary and Nagy fled to the Yugoslav embassy. Resistance was heavy. By the 39th anniversary of the October Revolution, Kadar had established his new regime after some 2,700 had died in the fighting. Repression was harsh. 22,000 were sentenced, 13,000 imprisoned, about 350 executed, most of them young workers. Some 200,000 managed to escape to the west. 46. Nagy was not so lucky. He was tricked into leaving the Yugoslav embassy and arrested, imprisoned, and finally executed in 1958. 1956 devastated the reputation of Soviet communism in Eastern Europe. Harsh repression of workers' councils and revolutionary committees looked like counter-revolution, not progress. For many East Europeans, Russia and its satellites seemed the very reincarnation of the reactionary post-Napoleonic Holy Alliance. v. 1956 was also damaging for communism in Western Europe. Khrushchev looked like an aging imperialist, not that different from the socialist French Prime Minister Guy Mollet and his conservative British counterpart Anthony Eden, who had invaded Egypt at the same time. The Hungarian invasion triggered mass defections in all parties. The Italian Communist Party lost 10% of its membership, and Erich Hobsbawm, who remained a communist after 1956, remembered how difficult it was to deal with the reality of Soviet violence, both past and present. He and his fellow party members lived on the edge of the political equivalent of a collective nervous breakdown. It is difficult to reconstruct not only the mood but also the memory of that dramatic year. Even after half a century my throat contracts as I recall the almost intolerable tensions under which we lived month after month, the unending moments of decision about what to say and do on which our future lives seemed to depend, the friends now clinging together or facing one another bitterly as adversaries. 47. The party that had the greatest difficulty, though, was the one most closely identified with high Stalinism, the French. Maurice Thorez did his best to limit the effect of the secret speech. He had, in fact, been shown it before it was delivered but kept its contents secret. When it was published 5 months later he even denied its authenticity. The French party was eventually forced to accept that Stalin had made errors, but insisted that he had also achieved much. The term "the party of Maurice Thorez" was abandoned, redolent as it was of Stalin's cult of personality, but communist leaders supported the invasion of Hungary, precipitating the defection of Sartre and other intellectuals. The French party remained workerist, loyal to the USSR and relatively closed, though it did make some concessions, finally accepting that a peaceful transition to socialism was possible. Thorez even moved towards a form of alliance with the socialists, and on his death in 1964, Waldek Rochet established a much more consensual leadership style. By 1968, the party's membership was creeping up again, to 350,000. Italy's Togliatti, predictably, had a very different response to de-Stalinization. He welcomed Khrushchev's speech, and indeed went further in his critique. The Soviet model, he declared, was no longer to be obligatory. The communist world should become polycentric, allowing a number of diverse approaches to communism. The denunciation of Stalin in 1956 weakened the hardliners, but Togliatti now had to hold the ring between reformists surrounding Giorgio Amendola, who called for the party to forge alliances with the socialists, and a left wing associated with Pietro Ingrao that favored a more populist and radical politics. Both sides were demanding a more inclusive party, but this tension, between a more pragmatic, parliamentary road, and a more radical, participatory Marxism, was to divide the party for some time to come. The party retained a large membership, and its culture remained vibrant and relatively inclusive at a local level. At its heart lay the festival. Initiated to finance and distribute the party newspaper. El Unida. They. Festa El Unida. Were modeled on the church. Fest. And competed with them, as a boastful communist pamphlet from the Bologna region makes clear. What incenses the clerics? 276 sectional. Fest. 1500 cell. Fest. An unprecedented provincial. Festa. 28 million in contributions. 48. The communist festivals were a mixture of community bonding, entertainment and politics, in that order. They would begin with a procession, the people bearing red flags and banners rather than statues of the Virgin. They would then enter the site of the Festa. filled with propaganda stalls and posters on the struggle for justice in Italy and internationally. But at its center would be long tables laden with local food and drink, cooked by the comrades. To add to the egalitarian atmosphere, party bosses would serve ordinary members at table. 49. They Fest reinforced the bonds of community, and Italian communism was expert at making itself the center of working class and peasant neighborhoods. In some areas, such as Emilia-Romagna in central Italy, a very high proportion of the adult population joined the party. This was far from the Leninist party, a vanguard committed to ideology and revolution. One joined the party to indicate broadly defined socialist values, and because your friends and neighbors were also members. The party might also be able to help out with housing and welfare. The Italian party had similarities with the 19th-century German Social Democrats. Excluded from power at the top, it abandoned revolutionary goals, and created its own cultural world. Even so, from the 1950s economic change began to erode the party's support, which had hitherto relied on traditional impoverished groups such as Central Italian sharecroppers. 50. Its culture also came under assault from a new consumerism, and it did not always respond well to the challenge. Togliatti had concentrated on securing high cultural prestige and winning over intellectuals, and the communists were less willing to make concessions to popular culture than their rival Catholics. So, whilst they did organize a series of beauty contests for the coveted title of Miss New Life, their contest was less popular than the church's. Communist intellectuals were unable to hide their suspicion of consumerism and popular music, raging, for instance, against the music of Elvis Presley and the hysteria and paroxysm it allegedly caused. 51. Despite the events of 1956, both the French and Italian communist parties remained powerful political forces. In France, the mass of the membership seemed unperturbed by Hungary, and in Italy membership remained above 2 million for much of the Cold War era, with a youth wing of some 400,000. In the Eastern Bloc, too, the violence of that year if anything stabilized politics, and led to a more viable modus vivendi between communist regimes and society over the next decade. Most East European governments established a more liberal, less austere form of communism from the late 1950s, and after a period of repression Hungary itself was to become one of the most relaxed countries in the bloc. For their part, potential rebels in Eastern Europe realized they had to make the best of the situation. American covert actions before 1956 had encouraged some to believe that they might intervene, but their refusal to do so in that year showed there was no real plan to roll back communism. The lake had refrozen and the cracks could no longer be seen, but the ice would never again be so thick. Eastern Europe was the first region to be stabilized after the revolutionary period that followed Stalin's death. Yet it was some time before the turbulence in the USSR itself was to come to an end. The forces Khrushchev unleashed in Eastern Europe were so powerful he had to use violence to suppress them. But he had barely started his project to transform the Soviet Union. 6. On May 13, 1957, Khrushchev attended a day-long discussion of Soviet writing at the Writers' Union, a sign of the extraordinary seriousness with which the party treated literature. A number of novels, including Vladimir Tudentsev's Not by Bread Alone of 1956, had elicited vicious attacks from influential Stalinists. The writers listened in trepidation, not knowing which side the leader would take. They were to be disappointed. Khrushchev gave a typically rambling 2-hour-long speech, which descended into farce when an elderly Armenian writer interrupted to complain about the shortage of meat in her homeland. Yet the message of the speech was clear: Tudentsev and other writers had been taking their criticism of Stalin too far. It was evident that Khrushchev had not read the book, but had been briefed on it by conservative advisers. Mikoyan tried to convince him that Tudentsev was actually on Khrushchev's side, but failed. He stuck to the view that the novel was slandering the Soviet system. But within 2 years he had changed his mind. Though still critical of the novel, he now declared that it was, nevertheless, ideologically acceptable. 52. It was no surprise that Khrushchev should have spent so much time worrying about not buy bread alone. It was an extraordinarily popular novel. Everywhere, in the subway, in the streetcars, in the trolley buses, young people, adults, and seniors were reading it. Mounted police, fearful of unrest, patrolled meetings organized by readers to discuss it. Journals were flooded with letters calling for a purge of the targets of the book, the bureaucrats. Some used language strongly reminiscent of the 1937 terror. A bricklayer from Tashkent wrote that the novel showed the need for struggle against hidden enemies, the survivals of capitalism in the people's and our own mind. 53. It is unsurprising that Khrushchev and his advisers found the novel so difficult to categorize, for it was a roman à these, which understood and sympathized with Khrushchev's almost romantic ideas, but also explained why it would always fail. The novel is the story of Lopatkin, an idealistic young physics teacher of the late 1940s. He designs a machine for the centrifugal casting of drain pipes, but although the machine is excellent, he is thwarted at every turn by Stalinist bureaucrats. Chief villain is the ambitious careerist Drozdov. Drozdov is a typical Stalinist of the post-Stalin imagination. He is socially aspirant and a lover of luxury who refuses to associate with ordinary people. He is also a Philistine technocrat, whose bedtime reading includes Stalin's very unidealistic chapter on dialectical materialism in his short course of party history. Drozdov describes his philosophy thus: I belong to the producers of material values. The main spiritual value of our time is the ability to work well, to create the greatest possible quantity of necessary things. The more I strengthen the base, the firmer our state will be. 54. For Lopatkin, this is an extreme form of vulgar Marxism. Men need ideals, they cannot live by bread alone. Lopatkin, though, is in a small minority. Cynical bureaucrats hound him and steal his ideas, and eventually succeed in having him banished to a prison camp. Whilst he is there, his friend Professor Galitsky constructs his machine and shows that it works, and when he is released, he is rehabilitated and given a prestigious job. But the corrupt circle of bureaucrats, a hidden empire, as Tudentsev calls it, remains in power, as materialistic and cynical as ever. They accuse Lopatkin of being a selfish individualist. Now he is a success, why doesn't he re-enter the Soviet collective of good old boys, and buy himself a car and a dacha? 55. The novel ends with Lopatkin leaving industry to enter politics, vowing to fight the bureaucrats. Not by bread alone was typical of the novels of its time. It condemned the callous technocracy it saw as typical of late Stalinism, and called for a new romantic Marxism of creativity, feeling, and democracy. This was also the message of Ilya Ehrenburg's The Thaw of 1954, whose title came to define the whole period. The theme chimed with Khrushchev's view that in everybody lay an innate creativity. If only officials encouraged it to flourish, economic miracles would ensue. In many ways, of course, this romantic message was close to Stalin's campaigns against bureaucracy in the late 1920s. But Tudentsev, like Khrushchev, refused to return to the old class struggle rhetoric of the 1930s. As in the past, the villains were the bureaucrats, but the hero was now an educated person, not a horny-handed worker. Even so, the novel's overall message was deeply disturbing for Khrushchev. Tudentsev was implying that the elite could not be reformed. The system would be saved by individual creativity. The Soviet collective had been corrupted by greed and selfishness. It turned out that Tudentsev's pessimism was more realistic than Khrushchev's utopianism. Khrushchev hoped to revive the idealistic campaigns of the 1920s and 1930s, stripping them of class conflict and workerist exclusivity whilst purging them of the old Stalinist austerity. But he and his allies found themselves confronting a bureaucracy intent on preserving its power, a population more interested in bread than Marxist enthusiasm, and a disaffected intelligentsia, often idealistic but slowly losing its faith in the virtues of the collective spirit. Khrushchev outlined his new vision of communism in a long speech at the 22nd Party Congress in 1961. Like Tito, he was appealing to a radical Marxism with some elements of romantic utopianism, and it is notable that editions of the early Romantic Marx were now appearing in Russian for the first time. For Khrushchev, Lenin, and Stalin had, in effect, postponed communism to the distant future. Socialism, with its inequalities of income, its use of money to incentivize people to work, and its all-powerful state, would continue for some time. But Khrushchev was impatient, and believed the Soviet people had waited long enough. In 1959 he set up a commission to look into how the USSR might speed up the journey to communism. It came up with a new party program, which predicted that the party would build communism in the main by 1980. Khrushchev had hoped that the program could promise all of Marx's desiderata, the withering away of the state included. But wiser heads prevailed, and all talk of withering was removed. Communism in the 1961 USSR denoted a combination of collectivism, a society in which work would become genuine creativity, and consumption. Even so, this was a far cry from the romantic thinking of the 1840s. Society would be disciplined, but that discipline will depend not on any coercive means, but on fostering a feeling of duty to fulfill one's obligations. 56. This would transpire within the next 20 years, but Khrushchev insisted that the time was ripe for the end of repression immediately. Indeed, the class struggle was formally ended. The dictatorship of the proletariat, founded by Lenin, was abolished. The USSR now included all classes, and was described as an all-people's state. One class, the proletariat, and its vanguard, the party, no longer lorded it over the others. How, though, could Khrushchev reconcile the dream of creative work and the promise of outpacing Western living standards? Marx's communism did indeed promise material abundance, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. But the principles of Western consumerism had more to do with desires than need. Also, Western consumer culture with its focus on the home, the nuclear family and the individual was deeply corrosive of communist collectivism. The Czech Zdenk Mlyna with acute understood how dangerous Khrushchev's new consumerist goal was for the communist system. Stalin never permitted comparisons of socialism or communism with capitalist reality because he argued that an entirely new world was being built here that could not be compared with any preceding system. Khrushchev, with his slogan "Catch up with and surpass America," changed the situation fundamentally for the average Soviet citizen. After that, a comparison was indeed made. He wanted to strengthen people's faith in the Soviet system, but in fact the practical comparison with the West had the opposite effect and constantly weakened that faith. 57. The scale of the task confronting Khrushchev became evident in the dramatic kitchen debate between Khrushchev and U.S. Vice President Richard Nixon in 1959. As part of Khrushchev's new peaceful competition between ideologies, the Americans were allowed to stage an exhibition in Moscow's Sokolniki Park, which included a Model 6-room ranch house, its kitchen packed with the latest appliances. The two leaders, equally brittle and belligerent, found themselves confronting one another. Khrushchev was rattled when told that a typical American steel worker could buy this $14,000 house. In a reply that convinced no one he blustered, "You think the Russians are dumbfounded by this exhibition? But the fact is that nearly all newly built Russian houses have this equipment. You need dollars in the United States to get this house, but here all you need is to be born a citizen." 58. Khrushchev did what he could to make the boast come true. The most visible signs of change were the thousands of new low-rise apartment buildings in the towns. They were small and cheaply built. They soon acquired the nickname Khrushchevy, merging Khrushchev with the word Trushchevy. But this was an enormous advance on Stalinist housing policy, which had poured resources into a few high-prestige skyscrapers, leaving ordinary people to live in cramped communal apartments, sharing kitchens and bathrooms. Khrushchev's goal was to give every family its own apartment. Yet he was insistent that greater consumption should not engender petty bourgeois individualism. The authorities encouraged public dining rooms, neighborhood committees, apartment block wall newspapers and open-door days, when families would invite anybody from the building to drop in and engage in wholesome sociability. Sewing and knitting were discouraged as dangerously individualistic activities. 59. The modernist buildings themselves were an implicit attack on old high Stalinism. The USSR now endorsed a version of the modernism of the 1920s and 1930s, the high point of international communism. It was engaged in an ideological competition with the West, and needed to present a more modern and cosmopolitan image. 60. The fussy, elaborate style of late Stalinism was regarded as petty bourgeois, Philistine kitsch, the type of art liked by the crass Drozdov and his Philistine chums. Officials even launched campaigns to persuade ordinary Soviet people to throw out their sets of miniature carved white elephants, an ornament as popular amongst Soviet households as the china flying ducks that populated Western living rooms in the 1960s. 61. The greatest symbol of the modernity of the communist project, however, lay not in the boxy apartments that clustered around the metropolises of Eastern Europe, but in the Sputnik satellite floating in the vastness of outer space. The Soviet space project had its origins in early scientific utopianism, and especially in the work of the pioneering theorist of space travel Konstantin Tsiolkovsky and his Society for Studies of Interplanetary Travel, founded in 1924. In the 1930s, Marshal Tukhachevsky championed the cause of rocket science. But with his disgrace in 1937, many of his scientist protégés were imprisoned and some even executed. In the early 1940s, the baton of the space project passed to Malenkov, and the scientists, including several previously arrested as enemies of the people, were now recruited for the atomic missile project. By the 1950s, the entire program, which had benefited enormously from hardware and expertise developed by the Nazis, had come under the protection of Khrushchev, who hoped to transform the Soviet armed forces and end its reliance on soldiers and tanks. The world became aware of the first spectacular success of the Soviet rocket program when, on October 4, 1957, radios broadcast the beeps from the first Sputnik artificial satellite. More triumphs were to follow, the first journey into space by an animal, and then, most impressively, the first human space journey by the pilot Yuri Gagarin in April 1961. Khrushchev marked Gagarin's mission with the most lavish public celebrations since 1945 and could not hold back his tears at the ceremony. For him, the success of Gagarin's Vostok 1 rocket was proof that the USSR had become a modern country. The Americans were rattled. The Democratic Senator Henry Scoop Jackson, a militant Cold Warrior, declared that the Sputnik launch was a devastating blow to American power and called on President Eisenhower to announce a week of shame and danger. Convinced that there was a huge manpower gap between Soviet and American scientists, Jackson and his allies persuaded a tight-fisted president to sign the National Defense Education Act into law. Federal spending on education doubled and included massive funds for science and the study of the communist and developing world, laying the foundations for American preeminence in higher education and advanced research. The space program might have planted in the minds of its enemies the idea of the USSR as a land of enlightened, rational citizens, but the transformation of image into reality proved a far greater challenge. After a period of relative tolerance during wartime and the late Stalinist period, Khrushchev returned to the atheism of the 1920s and 1930s, closing churches and introducing new courses on scientific atheism into universities. Party propagandists, in their efforts to spread atheism, declared the Gagarin journey proof positive of God's non-existence. The Soviet Union, then, had spectacularly reclaimed its earlier status as the acme of modernity after the dark ages of post-war obscurantism. But how was modernization of both defense and living standards to be paid for? Khrushchev's solution lay in his new, more inclusive and nonviolent form of mobilization. He was convinced that would achieve much more than either Stalin's bullying or capitalism's incentives. He relaxed the old disciplinarian regime in factories, and workers were given more freedoms in the hope they would work harder. He was also determined to shake up complacent officialdom. But this emphasis on inclusivity and participation did not amount to the end of the privileged position of the Communist Party. Indeed, he expected the party to take a leading role in mobilizing the masses. One of his first initiatives was to scrap the industrial ministries, the home of the arrogant Drozdovs as he saw it, and give power to local party bosses through new regional economic councils. Khrushchev expected that party people, as ideological enthusiasts, would be much better able to enthuse the masses than the state bureaucrats. The old 1930s campaign style was back. Party officials, desperate for promotion, made impractical promises to achieve economic miracles. Even the disgraced Lysenko returned, as Khrushchev believed his promises to improve wheat output. Predictably, Khrushchev's faith in the rapid leaps was sadly misplaced. His first campaign, the Virgin Lands Grain Program, had run aground by 1963, as the land planted was prone to drought, and was less fertile than average. Promises of enormous feats of production were shown to be fraudulent. The party leader of the Ryazan region promised to triple meat production, and was made a hero of socialist labor on the strength of his utopian plans. But it was then shown that he was actually buying meat from neighboring regions and passing it off as his own. When exposed, he committed suicide in shame. Nor did Khrushchev's attempts to recast the relationship between officials and workers meet with success. He replaced Stalinist repression and individual peace rates with new collective incentives, but with little success. Workers did not feel inspired to work harder when they, individually, had little control over the performance of the factory as a whole. 62. Meanwhile, Khrushchev found that party bosses were no more capable of inspiring heroism in ordinary people than state bureaucrats. A disillusioned Khrushchev, like Stalin in the 1930s and Gorbachev in the 1980s, increasingly moved from seeing party bosses as allies against a recalcitrant state bureaucracy, to blaming them for the failures of his grand projects. These party men were as conservative as the Drozdovs in the old economic apparatus, he complained, arguing that the answer was an infusion of new blood. He ordered that a fixed proportion of officials be compulsorily replaced at each party election, and divided the party apparatus into two, one in charge of agriculture and one industry. Both of these reforms were deeply unpopular amongst party officials, who understandably saw them as a threat to their jobs and status. Khrushchev's early popularity also declined as he failed to meet his economic promises. Food price rises in 1962, designed to improve incentives and living standards for the peasants, hit workers, triggering strikes and unrest in many Soviet cities. Most serious was a strike at the Budennyi electric locomotive plant in the Caucasus town of Novocherkassk. Workers complained that they could no longer afford meat and sausage. One official told them, in an inversion of Marie Antoinette's advice, they should be satisfied with cheap liver pasties, and the workers replied with a new slogan, "Make sausage out of Khrushchev." 63. Echoing Bloody Sunday in 1905, the strikers marched to the town center, loyally bearing portraits of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and were confronted by soldiers. Shooting started when they refused to leave, and 23 were killed. Khrushchev was worried that the unrest would spread if it was left unchecked. 64. Novocherkassk had brutally illustrated how conditional workers' support was. The urban educated classes, Khrushchev's most fervent early supporters, also soon fell out of love with their hero. Ludmila Alexeyeva, a teacher who was later to become a dissident, remembered the circle of friends of her youth, her compania. They saw themselves as descendants of the intelligentsia of Chernyshevsky's era, but unlike them weren't burdened by guilt before the common people, since we were just as poor and deprived of rights as our compatriots who hadn't reached our level of education. Alexeyeva pointed to an increasing split between the educated, urban middle classes and the party. She recalled how her friends were divided into two groups. The physicists were the descendants of the modernist Marxists, but were now deeply skeptical of all ideology, all this blather about social justice, democracy, equality, the people, proletarians of the world unite. Look where it got us, there's nothing to eat. We are up to our throats in shit, and you are still chit-chatting. 65. The lyricists, in contrast, were scornful of this obsession with atoms and neutrons. These romantics wanted to know about the meaning of life and how to live. Amongst this group a few remaining enthusiasts for Marxism could be found, though theirs was an eclectic unofficial Marxism, a mishmash of Karl Kautsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and the Frankfurt School's Herbert Marcuse. Both Alexeyev's physicists and lyricists had initially found much in Khrushchev's de-Stalinization to admire, but they were soon disillusioned. Khrushchev, like Beria and Malenkov, accepted that the rigid dogmatism of the Stalinist era had been destructive, and that the regime had to have a more inclusive attitude towards the technical intelligentsia. He allowed work to be published which would never have seen the light of day before, like Solzhenitsyn's powerfully bleak account of a Gulag prisoner's life. One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. But the rehabilitation of Lysenko and the criticism of Tudintsev disappointed his erstwhile supporters. In his memoirs, Khrushchev regretted that he had not courted the intelligentsia more, but the problem was in part a cultural and generational one. The poorly educated party official of the 1920s and 1930s had little in common with the urban sophisticates of the 1960s. The clash of cultures is well illustrated by his tirade at an exhibition of modern art in Moscow. "You're a nice-looking lad, but how could you paint something like this? We should take down your trousers and set you in a clump of nettles until you understand your mistakes. You should be ashamed. Are you a queer or a normal man? We have a right to send you to cut trees until you've paid back the money the state has spent on you. The people and the government have taken a lot of trouble with you, and you pay them back with this shit." 66. More dangerous for Khrushchev than the relatively quiescent intelligentsia, though, were his fellow leaders. They found his ambitious goals, ideological enthusiasm, and impulsive behavior deeply threatening. His behavior on the foreign stage was especially unsettling and embarrassing. Khrushchev had promised to convert the old East-West military confrontation into peaceful ideological competition, but he presided over the most tense and dangerous period of the Cold War. His leadership was marked by a series of crises: Hungary in 1956, his attempts to drive the West out of Berlin in 1958, culminating in the construction of one of the greatest symbols of the Cold War confrontation, the Berlin Wall of 1961, and, most serious of all, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. It would be unfair to place all of the blame for the warming of the Cold War at Khrushchev's door. The world of the early 1960s had become much more ideologically charged than that of a decade earlier. The true believer Mao was snapping at Khrushchev's heels, whilst Fidel Castro's Cuban Revolution of 1959 announced the arrival of a new generation of Third World communists. Meanwhile, though the policies of President John F. Kennedy, elected in 1960, were marked by a great deal of flexibility, he was determined to negotiate from strength. He also injected a new energy into the struggle against communism in the Third World, and was willing to use covert military action. Khrushchev, determined to retain the ideological leadership of world communism, responded to these challenges impulsively, with none of Stalin's fearful caution. Khrushchev was also trying to mount an ambitious foreign policy on the cheap, reluctant as he was to cut living standards, and he hoped to reduce spending on the conventional military whilst building up nuclear weapons. Yet his plans did not go smoothly. Red Army officers were naturally unhappy at the proposed cuts in manpower, whilst the construction of long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles proved much more expensive and difficult than he had expected. In 1962, a year of disappointing economic performance, price rises, and social unrest, Khrushchev had to find a cheap and quick way of improving the strategic balance, at a time when the United States was installing missiles in Italy and Turkey. His solution was to put one of our hedgehogs down the Americans' trousers, as he vividly put it, placing intermediate and medium-range missiles in newly communist Cuba. 67. It was American technological superiority, though, that unraveled Khrushchev's plan. Spy planes revealed the build-up, and American and Soviet ships confronted each other in the Caribbean. The superpowers were eyeball to eyeball, as Dean Rusk said, and the world was the closest it has ever been to nuclear catastrophe. Khrushchev blinked first, and the ships retreated. He extracted some concessions from the Americans, they withdrew the missiles from Turkey and promised, informally, not to attempt another Cuban invasion. But Kennedy insisted that the Turkish missile deal not be made public, and so Khrushchev was unable to rebuff criticisms that he had humiliated the USSR. He had lost face within the Soviet leadership, before the Americans and the Chinese, and faced the anger of the Cubans. The Cuban Missile Crisis proved to be a turning point in the Cold War. Warnings of the dangers of nuclear weapons, made by Malenkov and others in the mid-1950s, could no longer be ignored. Meanwhile, Khrushchev, and the USSR's leadership of world communism, was deeply damaged, and within 2 years he was facing a plot against him. Yet his foreign policy failures were not the only reason for his weakness. His conflicts with party bosses were also important. Khrushchev believed that his policies were not working because they were being undermined by self-interested officials. His colleagues suspected, probably rightly, that he was planning a purge of party bosses by organizing elections to which they would have to submit. On October 13, 1964, Khrushchev returned from the Caucasus to a meeting of the Presidium, where his colleagues condemned him for his unreliability and voluntarism, and called for his removal. Khrushchev did not fight, and even tearfully accepted some of the criticisms. He peacefully went into retirement on health grounds. His successors, led by party boss Leonid Brezhnev, Prime Minister Alexei Kosygin and Nikolai Podgorny, changed course. Promises of imminent communism were abandoned. Populism gave way to the power of officials, and Khrushchev's term for the USSR, the all-people's state, was abandoned. Brezhnev returned lifetime job security to insecure officials. Khrushchev's nonviolent version of the radicalism of the 1930s had failed. Dudensaf's invisible empire had struck back. As the Lenin Hills Pioneer Palace was opening its doors in 1962, it was already clear that the peaceful version of radical Marxism it expressed was failing. The Communist Party was clearly not going to enthuse the people and drive them to work harder. It was no longer the messianic organization of the late 1920s, and the declaration of class peace at home and abroad ensured it was even more difficult to engage popular enthusiasm. Confronted with an enemy whether within or without, people are often willing to make sacrifices, but Khrushchev did not want violent class struggle, and the West was not an immediate threat. Khrushchev was increasingly forced to behave like a Soviet Father Christmas, promising treats and abundant consumption, rather than as a Marxist Moses, leading his people to a land of justice and equality. The early 1960s was still a time of optimism and faith in socialism. But by throwing down the gauntlet to Nixon at the kitchen debates and explicitly setting out to compete with the West over living standards, Khrushchev had only succeeded in planting the seeds of future ideological decay. Khrushchev always saw himself as a radical, and his disgruntled Central Committee colleagues agreed. But to communists forging a new wave of revolutions in the developing world, Khrushchev seemed to have lost his revolutionary elan. He had backed down over Cuba, and by rejecting class struggle he had deprived communism of its moral and emotional energy. The most vocal critic of Khrushchev's revisionism was Mao, for the Chinese party still believed that it was building socialism, and harsh measures were still required. Also, China had not suffered anything as traumatic as the Soviet Great Break or Terror of the 1930s, and class struggle still seemed virtuous and necessary. China, though, was soon to make up for its lack of experience. In the following decade it was to suffer disasters unprecedented in the communist world. 7. Between 1958 and 1959, as part of China's utopian Great Leap Forward into modernity, a grand architectural project was completed: Beijing's 10 great buildings. 5 of them were museums and exhibition halls, the other 5 included Beijing's railway station and government hotels and guest houses. Even though this was 5 years after Stalin's death and the Soviet bloc had embraced modernism, the style adopted in Beijing was unashamedly Stalinist, though leavened with Chinese features such as pagoda roofs. These, though, were not the elaborate wedding cake buildings of 1950s Stalinism, but were closer to the more austere Soviet architecture of the mid-1930s, more like the 1937 Paris Pavilion. 68. As in architecture, so in politics, whilst the Chinese rejected the rigid hierarchies of the late Stalinist style, they were closer to the radical Marxism of the early Stalin. Mao was ambivalent about Khrushchev's act of parricide. On the one hand, he disliked the paternalistic culture of high Stalinism as much as Khrushchev did. Relations between the Soviet Union and China, Mao complained, had been akin to those of father and son, cat and mouse. 69. Stalin had behaved like an old-style Confucian Mandarin, and Khrushchev's secret speech was like a liberation movement. Mao also at first liked the forthright Khrushchev, recognizing in him a fellow rough and ready Marxist from the provinces. It was good, Mao asserted, when comrades from the localities replaced comrades from the center, because at the local level the class struggle is more acute, closer to natural struggle, closer to the masses. 70. However, as this observation revealed, he had fundamentally misunderstood Khrushchev. Khrushchev may have been a radical, but he had abjured class struggle, whilst Mao most certainly had not. Mao's view of Stalin, though critical, was never as harsh as that of the Soviet leadership. In February 1957 Mao formulated a more favorable and remarkably precise assessment of Stalin: he was 70% a Marxist, 30% not a Marxist. Moreover, Mao was not pleased that Khrushchev had embarked on his act of parricide alone, without consulting the fraternal parties. Khrushchev himself, he concluded, was adopting the arrogant, imperial mantle of the old patriarch. In the mid-1950s all was set fair for the Chinese Communists. The party had its enemies, but it also attracted wide support as a force for justice and economic development. The political situation was stable, the USSR was helping its younger brother. Soviet aid, which had been relatively modest under Stalin, had swelled, and in 1959 it amounted to an extraordinary 7% of Soviet national income. 71. Mao showed his continuing vigor despite his 62 years by taking 3 well-publicized long-distance swims in the Yangtze River. Something, though, had to be done to flatten the old hierarchies inherent within high Stalinism. Mao looked anxiously at the rebellions sweeping Eastern Europe between 1953 and 1956, and was determined that they should not erupt in China. He and other Chinese communist radicals had been unhappy about emerging inequalities for some time. The transformation from a guerrilla to a professional army was particularly galling. Army officers were behaving like petty feudal lords, using their soldiers as servants and even exercising droit de seigneur over local women. Mao's solution was to bring soldiers closer to local peasant communities by, for example, donating their excrement to the villages for fertilizer, or helping them in pest eradication efforts. Naturally, professional, technically proficient officers found this political interference and slanting of military priorities deeply irritating. Mao's general approach, though, was closer to Khrushchev's, or even Malenkov's at least initially. The party, he concluded, needed to be rectified, but this was not to be an old-style class struggle, for that might undermine the pace of economic development. Rather, this was to be a liberal purge. Bourgeois intellectuals, rather than the red classes, workers, peasants, and party activists would be invited to offer their criticisms. And it would not be done through abrasive and confrontational struggle sessions, but as gently as a breeze or mild rain. Officials would be cut down to size, but every attempt would be made to avoid a revival of communist puritanism and dogmatism, as had happened in Yan'an in 1943. 100 flowers were to bloom in culture and 100 schools of thought contend in science. 72. At first, intellectuals sensibly kept quiet. They feared retribution from party bosses if they spoke openly. Mao, though, eventually persuaded them he was serious. For a 5-week period from May Day 1957, they obeyed Mao's calls for frank and open criticism. Mao, predictably, did not like what he heard. The criticisms were vitriolic. Corruption, rigged elections, and party arrogance were all targets, as expected, but so was collectivization, the party's monopoly of power and slavish emulation of the Soviet Union. In Peking University, a democracy wall was plastered with posters attacking the party. Mao soon realized that his liberalizing revolution had got out of control and was undermining the legitimacy of the party itself. He soon performed an abrupt volte-face and launched a brutal attack on rightists. Over 300,000 intellectuals fell victim to censure, their careers ended. Mao was never again to follow Khrushchev's strategy of controlled liberalization, indeed, it was only to be repeated after his death. From thenceforward, as far as Mao was concerned, intellectuals were irredeemably anti-communist. Nevertheless, he continued to look for an alternative to what he saw as the Stalinist order now embedding itself in China. He found it by going back to the guerrilla socialism of Yan'an and in radical class struggle. The drawbacks of the old Stalinist model were particularly glaring in the economy. How was China to overcome the disparities with the West and indeed with the USSR? On his second trip to the USSR in 1957, Mao had been deeply impressed by the Moscow University building, but Stalinist methods seemed unlikely to help China reach those heights of wealth and culture. 73. Stalin's strategy had involved squeezing the rural sector and pouring these resources into heavy industry. But there was a problem applying this to China. Chinese agriculture was much poorer and less productive than the USSR's had been in 1928, when Stalin began his economic transformation. In truth, there was not much of a surplus to extract. How was the state to pay for industrialization? Mao's solution was the Great Leap Forward of 1958. This campaign was even more utopian than Stalin's Great Break, though it did have a certain logic to it. China was abundant in one resource, only peasant labor, and Mao was determined to exploit it to the absolute limit. The theory of the Great Leap was that the peasantry would achieve huge productivity improvements in agriculture by, for example, building irrigation systems, whilst simultaneously constructing industry. Unlike most models of development, industrialization was to happen not in towns, but in the countryside. Peasants were to achieve these ambitious feats as part of revolutionary armies led by party activists. The hope was that the self-sacrificing spirit of the Revolutionary War could be reignited and transferred to the economy. At the same time, the use of guerrilla-style work brigades would dissolve the political inequalities of feudalism and Stalinism. As Mao explained, "Our revolutions follow each other, one after another. After a victory, we must at once put forward a new task. In this way, cadres and the masses will forever be filled with revolutionary fervor, instead of conceit. Indeed, they have no time for conceit, even if they like to feel conceited." 74. This rhetoric was, of course, eerily familiar. Indeed, it echoed Stalin's in the late 1920s. Willpower could achieve anything when properly mobilized. There was no fortress the Bolsheviks could not storm. But Mao's ambitions were far in excess of anything even Stalin could have imagined. The British economy, it was announced, would be surpassed in 15 years, and as enthusiasm intensified, this timetable was compressed. In September 1958, Mao claimed that China would catch up with Britain the very next year. 75. Moreover, Mao asserted, China was on the threshold of full communism. In the cities, the Great Leap took the form of a more utopian and participatory version of Stalin's first five-year plan. It was a time of democracy. Criticisms of managers and specialists by party activists were energetically encouraged. Expertise was no longer privileged. Everybody, from the poorest peasant to the highest academician, could be a specialist, or in the regime's famous slogan, both read and expert. But the real focus of the Great Leap was the countryside. People's communes, created out of groups of villages, were charged with organizing the peasants for the great tasks Mao had set them. More than 100 million men and women were mobilized in semi-military units to work on irrigation, reforestation, and anti-flood projects, often far from home. Peasants were also encouraged to build industry in the countryside, constructing small steel furnaces. Buletin Yulong, a rural official from Henan province, who volunteered to build steel furnaces some distance to the south of his village, remembered the martial atmosphere. "We were divided into companies of 180 people, like a military company. Indeed, Everything was a copy of the military system. We were soon given green military uniforms and the running of daily life was also militarized. Every morning, a bugle blew to rouse everyone. 76. All able-bodied people were expected to participate, and this raised the question of who was to look after children, cook, and perform domestic tasks. Here again the communes stepped in. Nurseries and schools were built on the assumption that the promised rise in productivity would pay for them. Food was free, and everybody ate in public dining halls. Wage rates were flat, no longer linked to productivity. Self-sacrifice, not money grubbing, would motivate the heroic Chinese people. The Great Leap was not just to be economic, but cultural as well. Theaters for the performance of regional opera sprang up, and millions of men and women were encouraged to write poetry and so break the stranglehold of the old elite on culture. State scribes traveled the country to collect this new people's literature. To begin with, the Great Leap Forward had some support in the countryside. One villager from Xingbu village in Guangdong, southern China, recalled the altruism of the time. The people's consciousness was so high at the beginning of the Great Leap Forward that we wanted to do everything in a collective manner. There was no need even for shop assistants in the shops because people could be trusted to leave the correct amount for the goods they had taken. 77. Buletin Yulong also found the collectivism of the era exhilarating. I'll never forget the excitement when I saw my first furnace. Our output was hardly high, yet a big celebration took place in Zigu. Firecrackers were let off and drums beaten. Some read out their poems. Our spirits rise higher than the rockets. Our will is stronger than the iron and steel. We are counting the limited days until we overtake Britain and America. 78. But rapidly disillusionment set in. So many were working on irrigation projects and steel production, there were not enough hands to bring the harvest in. Meanwhile, free dining in communal halls contributed to food shortages. Also the backyard steel furnaces produced substandard steel, and targets were only fulfilled by confiscating pots and shovels and melting them down. This was only one symptom of the effect Mao's wild optimism was having. Party bosses had come under intense pressure to promise the earth, lie about their achievements and cover up failures. Mao seems to have fallen for all this fraudulent activity. His doctor, Li Zisui, recalls how they both took a train trip into the Hebei countryside and marveled at the transformation they saw. Peasant women, dressed in colorful clothes, were at work tending luxuriant crops, whilst everywhere they looked steel furnaces lit up the skies. But Dr. Li soon realized that this was a giant Potemkin village. The furnaces, it transpired, had been specially constructed along the route, whilst rice had been brought from distant fields and temporarily replanted to give an impression of abundance. Paddy fields were so overplanted that electric fans had to be brought in to keep the air moving through the rice and stop it from rotting. As Li commented bitterly, all China was a stage, all the people performers in an extravaganza for Mao. 79. Most of Mao's colleagues went along with the Great Leap, convinced by the vastly inflated successes reported by local officials. But by early 1959 doubts were setting in, and even Mao was worried. When he visited Shaoshan, the village of his birth, he was saddened to discover that the local Buddhist shrine much visited by his mother had been destroyed, the bricks had been taken to build a backyard furnace and the wood used as fuel. 80. Mao made some adjustments in May. The communal dining halls, for instance, were no longer compulsory. Nevertheless, the leap continued, and when the head of the army, Marshal Peng Dehui, called for a retreat in July 1959, Mao, stung by the criticism, insisted on re-radicalizing it. Peng was condemned for rightism, and officials were again pressured to open communal dining halls. The waste therefore continued, and at the same time the peasants were forced to pay taxes levied on falsely inflated production figures. 81. Huge resources were now being extracted from agriculture. Industrial investment soared from 38% in 1956 to a massive 56% in 1958, much of it at the expense of the peasantry. The result was a catastrophic famine. According to some estimates, between 20 and 30 million people died between 1958 and 1961, one of the most devastating famines in modern history. 82. By 1960, the party leadership, including Mao, had accepted that the Great Leap had been a disastrous failure. And a further blow was delivered to Mao's prestige by the break with the USSR. Mao's guerrilla radicalism made Khrushchev look like an arch-reactionary, especially in foreign policy. Mao berated Khrushchev for his doctrine of peaceful competition with the West, and for his willingness to ally himself with non-communist Third World leaders, like Nehru in India. Chinese forces shelled the island of Quemoy, occupied by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, and Mao even declared that full-scale nuclear war would not be such a disaster, socialism would rise from the rubble. The Americans' bomb was a paper tiger. Alarmed by Mao's recklessness, Khrushchev refused to assist him in a nuclear weapons program. By 1961 the Communist bloc was irrevocably split. Mao's position after the end of the Great Leap in 1961 resembled Stalin's after the Great Break in 1931-3. He realized that his vaulting ambitions and populism had caused chaos. He also accepted that retreat from radicalism towards a more technocratic form of communism was necessary. The Great Leap was abandoned. Most of the backyard steel furnaces were dismantled and 6% of the land was given back to peasants for cultivation as private plots. Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Zhou Enlai, more modernist Marxists, took control, whilst Mao lost both face and influence. The new collective leadership's main objective was to restore order after the chaos of the leap. Democracy campaigns were abandoned, peace rates returned, expertise was valued again, and old elites were re-established in the countryside. The inequalities that Mao had inveighed against crept back. Local bosses reasserted their authority much as their Soviet predecessors had done in the mid-1930s, with police and paper. Passports, identity cards, and files recorded details of every individual, including those essential pieces of information, class and political background. Since the revolution, people had been categorized as members of the 5 red types, or of the 5 black elements. When, from the mid-1960s, local parties began to take more control of the economy, these categories began to matter a great deal. A university education, a good industrial job, or the risk of being sent down from the town to the countryside to work as a peasant all depended on which of these categories one occupied. The Chinese leadership was inadvertently creating a new communist ancien regime, where everybody was allocated an unchangeable status with the proletariat at the top and the black elements at the bottom, at least in the towns. Class discrimination happened to some extent everywhere in the communist world in the early phases of the regimes, but it was more systematic in China than in the Soviet bloc. This was because both communists and society differed in each region. Lineage, clan, and patronage were more dominant in China than in the USSR, and communist leaders, many of them former members of the anti-patriarchal May 4 movement, believed these traditions were at the root of China's backwardness. They therefore used rigorously imposed class labels as a way of breaking the old order. But once they became the rulers, red clans emerged, and used the class label system to entrench their power. But as the ancien regimes often discovered, fixed, inherited status hierarchies fueled resentment. All those who were excluded from the red establishment, whether people with a bad class background or the migrant workers who lacked the secure jobs and welfare benefits of tenured workers, had reason to feel angry with a rigid system they could not change. The Chinese Communist Party was paradoxically creating a new alliance of revolutionary groups that had every reason to stage a revolution against the new communist class, and the leader of that revolution was to be none other than Mao himself. By the mid-1960s, Mao had become deeply unhappy about the policies of Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Zhou Enlai. These leaders were, he believed, presiding over new inequalities based on class inheritance, differential wages, and educational merit. Mao, in contrast, never abandoned his guerrilla socialism and his belief that China could only be revived by altruism and self-sacrifice. Mao identified his legacy with equality in China, and became more radical with age. What, he fretted, would happen after his death. Would the communism he had created be hijacked by right-wing revisionists within the party, as had happened in Germany in the 1890s or the USSR after Stalin? As he said to Ho Chi Minh in 1966, "We are both more than 70, and will be called by Marx someday. Who our successors will be, Bernstein, Kautsky, or Khrushchev, we can't know. But there's still time to prepare." 83. Challenges from abroad, as the Vietnam War threatened to spread to China, also convinced Mao of the need to return to guerrilla communism. He decided that he had to root out the forces of the right, partly by purging officials at the top, but largely by changing the attitudes of the whole of society. Patriarchal hierarchy, clan domination, technocracy, and money grubbing were to give way to the reign of virtue, when people worked altruistically, for the good of all. Such were the goals of Mao's most disastrous campaign, his Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. As the 16 points that launched the campaign in 1966 declared, although the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, it is still trying to use the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes to corrupt the masses, capture their minds, and endeavor to stage a comeback. The proletariat must change the mental outlook of the whole of society. 84. In some ways, then, Mao was following Stalin's path in the 1930s. Having led disastrous economic leaps, both had been forced to restore order, which in turn entrenched officials and other leaders. Both then tried to increase their power over the party, by undermining any potential rivals in the leadership. At the same time they launched ideological campaigns, purging non-believers or rightists from the bureaucracy, Stalin in the Terror and Mao in the Cultural Revolution. Both campaigns also rapidly escalated out of control. But Mao was much more radical in his methods and goals. Stalin preserved hierarchy, and relied on the secret police. Mao returned to the guerrilla socialism of Yan'an and mobilized the masses in the hope of creating the new socialist man. Mao, then, was not merely imposing his will on the party, he was launching, as he saw it, a communist revolution within a communist state, a revolution that in effect became, uniquely, a civil war. Within the Communist Party, and amongst the population as a whole. Typically for Chinese politics, this devastating revolution from above began in a rather subtle, oblique way, on November 10, 1965. A play, The Dismissal of Hai Tui from Office. About the removal of a virtuous Ming dynasty official by a tyrannical emperor, became the subject of a campaign of press criticism, orchestrated by Mao and his wife, Jiang Qing. They claimed it was an Aesopian attack on the chairman, alleging that parallels were now being drawn between Hai Tui and Marshal Peng Dehui. They then used the case to condemn a group within the leadership whom they accused of right-wing revisionism, including Peng Zhen, the party boss and mayor of Beijing and a close ally of Liu Shaokai, and Liu Dingyi, the head of party propaganda. Speaking in March 1966, Mao used the vivid language of ancient myth. The Central Party Propaganda Department is the palace of the Prince of Hell. It is necessary to overthrow the palace of the Prince of Hell and liberate the little devil. The local areas must produce several more to vigorously create a disturbance at the palace of the King of Heaven. 85. Soon Mao was using more radical language and leveling more fundamental criticisms at the revisionists within the party. On May 16, the First Cultural Revolution circular described them as representatives of the bourgeoisie and people of the Khrushchev brand still nestling in our midst, and called for a mass campaign against them. Naturally, local party bosses became anxious, and they, with Liu Shaokai's support, tried to blunt the campaign, leading Mao and the radicals to raise the stakes. Mao now called for the creation of so-called Red Guard groups, many made up of students, as a new vanguard to attack revisionism in the party and, more generally, the four olds within society as a whole: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits of the exploiting classes. In August, Mao himself donned a Red Guard armband, and 13 million Red Guards from across the country visited Beijing in 8 mass rallies, all brandishing their little red books of Mao quotations. Throughout China, young Red Guards, often school children, rampaged through the streets. They enforced puritanical morality, forcing women to cut their hair and remove jewelry. They changed shop signs and street names, and they broke into bourgeois houses and smashed or looted their belongings. Gao Yuan, the schoolboy son of a provincial official, remembered. With a red flag reading Red Guard fluttering at the head of our column, we set out for the center of town. Most of us carried the little red book, as we had seen the Beijing Red Guards doing in pictures in the newspapers. As we marched, we bellowed the new song of the Red Guards. We are Chairman Mao's Red Guards. Tempering ourselves in great waves and winds. Armed with Mao Zedong thought. We'll wipe out all pests and vermin. We reached 3 elaborately carved marble arches that straddled the street. The triple archway had stood there for 200 years. Although I had happy memories of playing under the shadow of the arches, I did not feel too bad about destroying them. Of all 24 Chinese feudal dynasties, I disliked the Qing most. It was under the Qing that the Western powers had begun to subjugate China with opium and gunboats. To the clamor of "Smash the four olds," the resplendent structure came down and smashed into a pile of broken stone. 86. Mao's Cultural Revolution, then, bore striking similarities to the Soviet Cultural Revolution of the late 1920s, in that it combined a populist attack on capitalist backsliders in the party with a sudden leap to modernity. Culturally, the impact was devastating, just as the closure and demolition of churches in late 1920s Russia had been. However, cultural figures, most vocally Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, also made serious efforts to create a new Chinese culture. Traditional opera was an early target of these cultural modernization campaigns. Jiang complained that opera, a very popular art form, was full of cow ghosts and snake spirits, and false values such as capitulation to feudal power holders. She encouraged communist writers to write new works, in which emperors, ministers, scholars, and maidens were replaced with heroic workers, peasants and soldiers. 87. These revolutionary operas, though heavily influenced by Soviet revolutionary romanticism, were also saturated with older stylized models, especially in the accompanying music. In 1966 Kong Sheng declared that 5 modernized operas, together with 2 ballet dramas and a symphony, now constituted China's 8 model performances. The Magnificent Eight were shown endlessly to Chinese audiences, both on stage and on film. Initially, the operas were popular, however, because relatively few were produced, audiences were soon seeing the same operas again and again, and unsurprisingly boredom set in. As the joke went, the culture of the Cultural Revolution amounted to 800 million people watching 8 shows. 88. Though very self-consciously modern, the new culture of the Cultural Revolution also harked back to the guerrilla socialism of Yan'an. 7 of the 8 model performances concerned the Chinese revolutionary experience, and their heroes and heroines were often soldiers dressed in Revolutionary-era fatigues. Indeed, military uniforms soon became the height of fashion, especially amongst the young. As one who lived through the period remembered, real army uniforms were few. I was 10 at that time, and pestered my mother for a uniform. All she could do was buy some wrapping cloth, and dye some for me and my brothers. 89. The Cultural Revolution's guerrilla socialism was, then, a sharp departure from Stalinism. Society was to be completely reordered, with the virtuous at the top, not the well-educated or the well-connected. Prestige based on educational achievement was an early target. Now not only feudal hierarchies but also meritocracy had to yield to a type of virtuocracy. 90. The ideal was now one of extreme altruism, and even the formerly lionized fictional hero Pavel Korchagin was now censured by Chinese critics for his self-indulgent romanticism and complaints about his illnesses. The new order particularly affected schools and universities. Following Mao's belief that merit as tested by exams merely reinforced class divisions within society, political activism was to count for more than educational achievement. Students confronted an entirely novel set of incentives, where political virtue, not intellectual distinction, would gain the rewards of prestigious urban jobs. Students were amongst the most enthusiastic supporters of the Cultural Revolution. But towards the end of the year official attention shifted to workers, who were now encouraged to embark on vocal campaigns against their bosses. Liu Qiaokai, a member of a group of rebels in a Guangzhou factory, described how Hatid bad factions responded eagerly to Mao's signals by rebelling against Hatid good groups. On December 25, 1966, protesters closed down the Ministry of Labor in Beijing, and the next day Jiang Qing supported them, berating the vice minister for treating them as the Cinderellas of the working class. She said, "The Ministry of Labor is simply the Ministry of the Lords. Even though the country has been liberated for so many years, the workers are still suffering so much, it is unbelievable. Does your Ministry of Labor know about this or not? Do you mean to say that contract workers are the offspring of a stepmother? You, too, should work as a contract worker." Saying this, Jiang even burst into tears. 91. On hearing that the Cultural Revolution group now supported their cause, contract workers throughout the land rose up to demand the end of their subordinate status. They also, more generally, demanded less high-handed, more comradely and dignified treatment by officials. 92. The Cultural Revolution reached the countryside last of all, though the inhabitants of some villages had experienced the remoralization of politics as early as mid-1965. When Chen village, in Guangdong province, was visited by party work teams from the towns sent to spread Mao's radical message, individual piece rate wages gave way to a work points system designed to encourage collective labor and reward. At the same time, local political structures, based on kinship networks and family favoritism, were shaken up. One such network was that of Chen Qingfa, nicknamed Hot Sauce after his temper and his willingness to resort to physical violence during an argument. However, rural power structures did not really change until the most radical phase of the Cultural Revolution in 1967. In Chen village, Qingfa's rival, Chen Longyang, with the help of radical urban students sent to the countryside, seized control and imposed a terrifying reign of virtue. Longyang, who rejoiced in the nickname Old Pockmark, came from a more modest background than Qingfa, and had the support of poorer peasants excluded from village politics. He was also more Puritan in his lifestyle and morals. He decried clannishness, he zealously organized collective labor and was more respected than the luxury-loving Qingfa. But the Cultural Revolution allowed him to wage a moralistic terror against bad people, including Qingfa and even some of the radical students, and he soon alienated many of the villagers. They may have found Qingfa's rule corrupt, similar to the gentry of old, but they also found it more human than Longyang's harsh and vengeful behavior. 93. Mao and his allies, however, did not always find it so easy to replace the Qingfas with the Longyangs. Local bosses successfully protected themselves by deflecting the Cultural Revolution campaigns away from themselves and onto class alien outsiders, much as their Soviet predecessors had done in 1937. Mao's attacks on the bourgeoisie were deliberately misinterpreted as a campaign against the black bourgeois classes who had long suffered discrimination rather than one against their own class of newly bourgeois red groups. So, for instance, worried local bosses set up their own Red Guards, made up of red students, to persecute the old black bourgeoisie and their offspring. The campaigns of class discrimination were pursued with fanatical consistency. Visitors to restaurants were forced to complete questionnaires on their class origins, whilst bourgeois surgeons were afraid to operate on proletarians in case the procedure went badly and they were accused of class revenge. 94. Party officials justified these highly self-interested distortions of Mao's campaigns by reinterpreting Mao's warnings of revolutionary decay using the dogma of blood pedigree theory. Blood pedigree was the notion that virtue was not only a class-specific but also an exclusively inherited characteristic. The red classes and their children were genetically good, whilst the black classes were forever tainted across the generations. Class was reinterpreted as something akin to caste or race. The theory was summed up in a verse couplet. If the old man's a hero, the son's a good chap. If the old man's a reactionary, the son's a bad egg. 95. This, of course, was the exact opposite of what Mao had in mind. He and his radical supporters condemned blood pedigree theory as futile, and stated that class was about attitude, not blood. It was, Mao insisted, possible for the black classes to be more virtuous and proletarian than the red ruling groups. Indeed, he argued, it was the Reds who were fast becoming a new privileged class, similar to the old bourgeoisie. However, Mao, like Trotsky, never categorically declared that the party elite had become a new bourgeois class, for to do so would have been tantamount to calling for a full-blown revolution against the Communist Party, endangering the entire regime. 96. Mao was, therefore, always studiedly ambiguous. Though he encouraged the black classes, he never wholly disowned the Reds. Such equivocation contributed to chaotic civil war, with both sides insisting that only they were following the true will of the chairman. The former bourgeoisie, allied with underprivileged workers and other stigmatized blacks, advanced their claims to revolutionary virtue by forming their own Red Guards. An Wenjiang, the son of a lowly seaman who was studying at Fudan University, Shanghai, decided to join one of the rebel Red Guard groupings to counter the violence of the establishment Red Guards known as Scarlet Guards. Before the movement, I had been quiet, obedient, and almost shy in class, but only because my free and reckless nature had been suppressed. Given the opportunity, I grew radical, daring, and enthusiastic. I can't deny there was a selfish element, a desire to show off, in my becoming a rebel leader, but it was mostly a conviction that the son of a working-class man should be allowed to participate in revolution. 97. On August 24, 1966, An's Red Guards were thrilled when a large poster with Mao's declaration bombarded the headquarters appeared on the campus. As he remembered, we regarded it as a victory for our rebel groups, for it was a call to attack the elite, and near midnight, 1,400 of us marched off in high spirits to invade Shanghai's Drama Academy at the invitation of its rebel minority. 2 days later, however, the establishment Scarlet Guards staged a massive 40,000 strong rally, claiming Mao supported them, and decided to go to Beijing by train to see Chairman Mao and understand the real situation. He was assured by the Red Guards of Peking University that the chairman was indeed on the rebels' side, and he returned to Shanghai, full of radical zeal. 98. This civil war dynamic soon spread throughout China as rival Red Guard units fought for dominance. Most institutions and workplaces, schools, universities, and factories had their competing Red Guards. As Mao later recalled, everywhere people were fighting, dividing into two factions. There were two factions in every factory, in every school, in every province, in every county. There was massive upheaval in the country. 99. The young were most active in the Red Guards, but much of the urban population was sucked into the revolutionary turmoil. By the end of 1966 the blacks were in the ascendant, but the Reds continued to defend themselves. Mao understood perfectly well that the Cultural Revolution was generating extreme violence, and saw that Beijing and the Central Party were losing control. Nevertheless, he would not retreat, determined as he was to foment a real revolution from below against the party bureaucracy, not merely a purge from above. For once perfectly unambiguous, Mao, entertaining guests at his birthday party on December 26, 1966, proposed a toast to the unfolding of nationwide all-round civil war. 100. This heartless insouciance was also evident in Mao's justification of the chaos and violence that engulfed China. It's a mistake when good people beat up on good people, though it may clear up some misunderstandings, as they might otherwise not have got to know each other in the first place. 101. For Mao, disorder was less dangerous than allowing the old elite to remain in power. The most decisive signal that the tide had turned against the Reds and in favor of the radicals and the blacks, was the January storm of 1967 in Shanghai. Here, unusually for China, the rebels were not students like in Wenjiang, but largely unprivileged workers. The local party had amassed battalions of Red Guards to oppose them, but the 800,000 members they claimed to have could not defeat the rebels. On December 30, 1966, some 100,000 rebels attacked 20,000 establishment Red Guards and after 4 hours fighting were victorious. On February 5 Mao approved the end of the local party's power, and its transfer to a new organization, the Shanghai People's Commune, modeled on the Paris Commune of 1871. The January storm buffeted the whole country. The young Gao Yuan, a child of the party establishment, now became a victim of the violence he had previously meted out to others. When he awoke one morning and went out to buy food, he was shocked to see notices posted around the town center, declaring that the time is ripe to seize power from the Counter-Revolutionary Party Committee and government and elite that included his father. The rival Black Red Guard group, the so-called Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards, broke into his house and held his father in the painful jet plane position for 2 hours, kneeling down, his arms outstretched and a Red Guard foot on his back. They then ceremonially crowned him with the cap of an old-style feudal official, as worn by actors in traditional operas, to symbolize his ejection from office. 102. Across the land, political factions subjected their enemies to similar public humiliations, torture and even death. Meanwhile, in Beijing, a secret police-style organization established by Mao, the Central Case Examination Group, investigated and purged the so-called enemies of the Cultural Revolution Group. Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping were now denounced as China's Khrushchevs. The high point of Mao's radicalism came in the summer of 1967, when, realizing that the conservatives were winning, he ordered local military authorities to arm the left. The results were predictable. The casualties in local battles between conservatives and radicals rose to the thousands. By the end of August, Mao had begun to accept that the Great Chaos had become too dangerous, and he launched a new campaign to support the military and cherish the people, using the army, which had previously allowed the radicals free rein, to restore central control. Mao toured China establishing new revolutionary committees, thus restoring the shattered party organization, but it was a lengthy process. Competing factions had to be united and radical Red Guard movements suppressed. The army itself now embarked on a campaign of purging and killing rather more systematically than the Red Guards had. This was the period when the Cultural Revolution was at its most bloody and brutal. It was only in September 1968 that the last of the stabilizing revolutionary committees was put in place. Alongside political centralization went a restoration of cultural order, especially when it came to the thorny question of Mao's own cult. As was often the case in communist regimes, Mao's cult had emerged during periods of threat, when the leadership needed to consolidate its power in Yan'an in the early 1940s, and during the leadership crisis surrounding the Great Leap Forward. However, with the Cultural Revolution, the leadership began to lose control of a cult that was becoming ever more extravagant, far outstripping that of Stalin. 103. As political power crumbled, rival Red Guards outdid each other to show loyalty to the chairman, and competitive sycophancy pushed the cult to extreme levels. In some places life became dominated by expressions of loyalty to the chairman. Quotation gymnastics were held, in which participants competed to show their knowledge of quotations from Chairman Mao. And many meetings began with a loyalty dance. Some rural expressions of devotion had even more explicitly ritual or religious overtones, with the building of quotation pagodas housing instruction tablets. Mao's words were being treated as if they were Buddhist sutras. The Cultural Revolution leadership in Beijing disapproved of the uncontrolled use of the cult, recognizing that it was really being used to further the ambition of local bosses, and so ultimately weakening Mao. As Kong Sheng explained, at present the loyalty dance is being danced everywhere. They say it is loyal Chairman Mao, but in reality it is opposing Chairman Mao. There further exists loyalize this, loyalize that, wasting the nation's wealth. This is loyal oneself, giving oneself political capital. 104. Soon, the army made serious efforts to control the cult, imposing rigid codes and practices on its use and thus depriving it of spontaneity. The new 3 loyalties and 4 boundless loves movement encouraged revolutionary committees to establish strict liturgies, setting out precisely how citizens should show their devotion to Mao. Most extraordinary were the authorities in the Hebei city of Shijiazhuang, who prescribed a detailed set of rituals for all shop sales staff. Before shops opened in the morning, they were to seek instruction from the chairman's works, and in the evening they were to report back on the day's events before a portrait of the chairman. They were also given a catechism of Mao's quotations, suitable for opening conversations between salesperson and customer. A sales clerk welcoming a worker customer, for instance, might say, "Vigorously grasp revolution," whilst the customer would respond, "Energetically promote production," completing the quotation. An elderly person, on the other hand, would be greeted with the phrase "Let us wish Chairman Mao a long life," and would be expected to reply, "Long live Chairman Mao! Long live! Long live!" Naturally, these rituals caused deep anxiety, for punishments could be harsh for those who made mistakes. One teacher from Fujian County in Hebei Province was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment because he had initially written in his diary that a Mao quotation had given him boundless energy, and then changed the phrase to "very much energy." In the cities, the 3 loyalties and 4 boundless loves movement ended in June 1969, and by then the worst of the violence was over. Nevertheless, many remained in prison or exiled to the countryside until the official end of the Cultural Revolution, with Mao's death in 1976. Estimates suggest that at least 1 million people died and many more suffered through torture or humiliation in the Cultural Revolution. The lives and the prospects of millions of others were blighted, as a generation of youths was deprived of education. Feng Zhike, the son of a former banker, stressed the long-lasting psychological damage wrought by the persecutions. The greatest tragedy of the Cultural Revolution was its torture of people's souls. "My father suffered badly. In the 70s, after countless struggle sessions, he developed a strange problem. At night, he would wake from his nightmares and begin to scream. It was a small place. When he screamed, no one could sleep. But he dragged on until 1989. 105. However, the Cultural Revolution had resolved absolutely nothing. Mao, like Stalin, had hoped to remobilize the country to build a new society, but only violent chaos had ensued. Political leadership in Beijing remained weak and the economy had been wrecked. The Cultural Revolution officially may have continued until 1976, but it was already clear as early as 1968 that the old radical class struggle waged against the communist bureaucracy had brought disaster to China and its people. With Sputnik's launch in October 1957, the international reputation and self-confidence of communist regimes reached their zenith. As in Fraser's Golden Bough, it seemed as if the sacrifice of Stalin, the mythical king, had permitted a reinvigoration of the system. The use of rocket technology to conquer space for the whole of mankind suggested that communists really had devoted their energy to the service of peace and humanity rather than war and division. By the late 1960s, however, it was clear that efforts in Yugoslavia, the USSR, and China to expand the appeal of the regime beyond the rigid Stalinist party, whilst finding new forms of radical mobilization to achieve economic successes, had failed. Tito had, to all intents and purposes, abandoned mobilization and was beginning his journey to the market and the West. Khrushchev found it difficult to escape the crude militarized methods of the 1930s, whilst Mao's extremism had demonstrated how fearsome and destructive a highly radical, egalitarian communism could be. But at the same time as these 3 communist regimes were finding it difficult to transform their own societies, they found new opportunities abroad, in Latin America and in Africa in the throes of decolonization. And they were joined by a new communist competitor in the struggle for the hearts and minds of the Third World, Cuba. Guerrillas. Early in 1954, a young Argentinian was to be found in the center of Guatemala City peddling bulb-illuminated pictures of Guatemala's Black Christ. As the icon particularly appealed to the numerous poor Indians of the city, the trade was surprisingly lucrative. The idea of manufacturing the icons had originally come from Antonio Nico Lopez, a Cuban exile and sometime participant in Fidel Castro's failed coup of 1953. But it was the Argentinian Ernesto Guevara who sold them. Though a qualified doctor, Che had been unable to get a job, and he was forced to make ends meet however he could. In a letter home, Guevara described his sales patter: "I am selling a precious image of the Lord of Escapulas, a black Christ who makes amazing miracles. I have a rich list of anecdotes of the Christ's miracles and I am constantly making up new ones to see if they will sell." 1. Guevara and Lopez were just two of an eclectic group of Latin American leftists, from Venezuelan Social Democrats to Nicaraguan Communists, from opponents of the Argentinian strongman Juan Perón to rebels against the Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista, who had come to see the new radical Republic of Guatemala. Rather like the Europeans who had flocked to Republican Spain 18 years before, many Latin Americans on the progressive left saw Guatemala, ruled by the socialist Jacobo Arbenz, as the hope of the continent. Guevara himself, still only 26, was a charismatic figure, brave or reckless depending on one's perspective. But he could also be a tough disciplinarian. He endorsed the Stalinist position on the legitimacy of violence, and his brusque and moralistic manner alienated some. This austere demeanor, however, was leavened by a self-satirizing sense of humor. One of his favorite literary characters was Cervantes' Don Quixote, the ridiculous would-be knight-errant, fighting for hopelessly lost causes. 2. Born to an aristocratic but now impoverished family, Che was a sickly child, whose severe asthma had turned him bookish. He often retreated to read in the family bathroom to escape his chaotic environment. Though physically fragile, he was determined to overcome his physical weakness through willpower and brain power, and as a youth he set off on his now famous motorcycle tours of the Latin American continent, when he saw the enormous inequalities between indigenous Indians and affluent whites. However, for Che such inequalities were not merely about race, or even class. Like many Latin American intellectuals, he saw them as the consequence of imperialism and colonialism, and of the power of the United States over the continent, its companies' capitalist exploitation of natural resources, and its cadre of local dictators who maintained semi-imperial control. Pablo Neruda, the Chilean communist sympathizer and Che's favorite poet, captured this anger in his 1950 poem The United Fruit Co., in which he painted a picture of swarms of tyrant flies feasting on the rotten fruit of imperialism and corruption. 3. It was Urban's attempts to nationalize the vast lands of El Polpo that had attracted many radicals to Guatemala, including Guevara. "I had the opportunity to pass through the domains of United Fruit, convincing me once again of just how terrible these capitalist octopuses are. I have sworn before a picture of the old and mourned comrade Stalin that I won't rest until I see these capitalist octopuses annihilated. In Guatemala I will perfect myself and achieve what I need to be an authentic revolutionary." 4. El Polpo, however, proved resilient, and it was not United Fruit that capitulated but the Arbenz regime. Local conservatives fought back, assisted by the American CIA, which directed a year-long campaign of political and military subversion against Arbenz. Guevara was determined to stay and defend the Guatemalan Revolution, braving the aerial bombing of Guatemala City just as the Communists had defended Madrid. But Arbenz refused to fight and fled the country. Guevara himself, sheltering in the Argentinian embassy, only narrowly avoided arrest at the behest of the American Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, who was determined to stop revolutionaries regrouping elsewhere. In September 1954 he fled to Mexico. The fall of Arbenz galvanized the Latin American left, just as the fall of Republican Spain had radicalized it in the 1930s, and communists took advantage. As in the 1930s, Moscow allowed communists to ally themselves with other bourgeois forces, and communists argued that their combination of modernity and hard-headed discipline could best rid their countries of foreign imperialism. For Che Guevara, certainly, Soviet-style communism provided the answers, and he criticized Arbenz for failing to embrace Stalinist ruthlessness and organization. His uncompromising approach might have been expected given his upbringing. His father had led campaigns to support the Spanish Republic and, as a child, Che had named their family pet dog Negrina after the pro-Moscow Spanish president Juan Negrin. 5. Even so, there were naturally enormous differences between 1950s Latin America with its history of foreign interventions and 1930s Europe, as there were between the communisms of the period. Communism had become a much more diverse movement, and the success of Asian communism offered an alternative, rural guerrilla model of revolution to the Third World. From the mid-1950s, Moscow began to lose control of international communism to rival capitals, and Havana, following Castro's and Che's Cuban Revolution of 1959, was to be one of them. Che, who had once signed a youthful letter to his aunt Stalin too, gradually became disillusioned with the Soviet tradition, and his nom de guerre certainly suggested he had a different revolutionary style. Hey, you was no man of steel, but a much more radical, even romantic Marxist. Che became an iconic figure, and for a time Cuba became one of the most attractive models for radical nationalists. But the Cubans were not alone. The parasital, post-Stalin regimes of Tito and Mao were competing fiercely to attract the new, nationalist Third World leaders. And under Khrushchev, the Soviets themselves were presenting a more idealistic face. They had also abandoned their old Stalinist sectarianism and adopted a more inclusive strategy, forging alliances with non-Marxist-Leninist groups. This was a fluid era in which Soviets, Chinese, and Cubans supported an eclectic range of left-wing groups: radical Marxist guerrillas, Soviet-style modernizers, moderate communists willing to collaborate with nationalists, and non-Marxist nationalists. After a long period of Stalinist neglect, communism was now speaking to a wider audience in the Third World at a time when the West was also presenting a more attractive face under the leadership of John F. Kennedy. However, Cuba's guerrilla communism was no more successful in sustaining itself than the other romantic communisms of the 1960s, whilst the new communist activism in the Third World caused instability and frightened its opponents, leading to a backlash and a string of communist defeats. The era of optimism, on both sides of the ideological divide, was not to last. 2. Almost a year after the fall of Arbenz, on April 18, 1955, 29 delegates from Asian and African countries assembled in the West Javan city of Bandung to hear Indonesian President Sukarno's thunderous welcoming speech. Yes, there has indeed been a Sturm über ASEAN and over Africa too. Nations, states have awoken from the sleep of centuries. The passive peoples have gone, the outward tranquility has made place for struggle and activity. Hurricanes of national awakening and reawakening have swept over the land, shaking it, changing it for the better. 6. Sukarno's Storm over Asia was a reference to Pudovkin's 1928 film of that name, a drama about a Mongolian descendant of Genghis Khan who, in 1918, switches allegiance from the imperialist British to the Bolsheviks. 7. There were, then, echoes of the old Comintern in Bandung, and, like the Baku Conference of Peoples of the East of 1920, it was seeking to unite the global South in the struggle against imperialism. However, this was categorically not a communist congress. The Mongolians had not been invited, nor had any other nationalities deemed too close to the Soviets, whether the Soviet Asian republics or the North Koreans. Of the communist regimes, only the Chinese and North Vietnamese were there. And whilst some of the leading delegates, India's Jawaharlal Nehru and Indonesia's Ahmed Sukarno, were socialists, they were indigenous nationalist socialists, determined to meld socialism with local political traditions, rather than Marxist-Leninists. Being nationalists, they also refused to identify themselves too closely with any bloc, whether Eastern or Western. Indeed, some delegates were strongly anti-communist. 6 of the 29 had recently aligned themselves with the United States and Britain. Carlos Romulo, representative of the Filipino regime that had recently suppressed the Communist Hook Rebellion, famously quipped, "The empires of yesterday on which it used to be said the sun never set are departing one by one from Asia. What we fear now is the new empire of communism on which we know the sun never rises." 8. The Chinese refused to accept that their Soviet allies had an empire in Eastern Europe, and the meeting was a fraught one, as delegates argued about the conference's attitude towards the superpowers. However, Zhou Enlai made a masterful attempt to charm the Bandung leaders, presenting China as a moderate, tolerant friend of the global underdog. He recognized that Marxism-Leninism was a rarity in the new decolonized world, and that compromises were required if China was to have any influence. Romulo complained that he behaved as if he had taken a leaf from Dale Carnegie's tome on how to win friends and influence people. 9 But Joe had more respectable theoretical backing for his charm offensive than Dale Carnegie. The Chinese Communists were in their ideologically moderate new democracy phase, and were happy to sanction communist alliances with bourgeois nationalists. Bandung saw the birth of the Third World as a new entity, independent of both the First West and the Second East. The conference agreed on the need to escape economic dependence on the First World, described by Sukarno as colonialism in modern dress, through economic cooperation. It also resolved to fight against the dangers of nuclear war. In his rousing speech to the conference, Sukarno urged the African and Asian South to deploy the moral violence of nations in favor of peace, standing up to the militarism of the two Cold War blocs. 10. The Bandung Conference marked the entry of an identifiable South into world politics, and the power of anti-imperialism. Though the old empires were clearly waning, many were clearly determined to hang on, or at least retain influence after decolonization by shaping the politics of the successor states. By the early 1960s, only a few states remained under white control: the Portuguese colonies, mostly in Africa, South Africa, and Rhodesia. Nevertheless, many Third World leaders still saw imperialism as a powerful force, and notions of neocolonialism and informal empire were much discussed, especially in connection with the United States and its prominent role as the new supporter of old, pro-Western collaborators. However, debates at Bandung also underlined how far Stalin's communism was tarred with the imperialist brush, opening the way for the Chinese and the Yugoslavs to challenge the USSR as the true and legitimate leader of global communism. Even more worrying for the Soviets was a meeting the following year on the Yugoslav island of Brijuni between Tito, Nehru, and Nasser. Their plans were made to turn the Third World into a foreign policy bloc with a plague on both your houses' stance towards the superpowers. The founding of the non-aligned movement in 1961 in Belgrade was the result. 11. Khrushchev was swift to respond to the challenge. He and his ideologists were convinced that decolonization provided enormous opportunities for Soviet socialism. The USSR, he believed, could provide an attractive model to Third World nationalists, one that combined a long record of anti-imperialism, a commitment to social justice, and technological progress symbolized by the Virgin Lands Project and Sputnik. With Soviet encouragement, he argued, bourgeois progressive nationalists would gradually move into the socialist camp. Meanwhile, as their economies developed and working classes became stronger, anti-imperialism would become anti-capitalism. This transition, Khrushchev insisted, could be peaceful, it need not necessarily be a violent, revolutionary one, involving vanguard parties and class struggle. The progressive Third World was to be a zone of peace. 12. Shortly after Bandung, therefore, Khrushchev hurriedly organized a series of state visits to Yugoslavia, India, and Burma, aimed at restoring the Soviets' image amongst the anti-imperialist left. He also sent an emissary to the Middle East to forge links with Nasser. This marked a dramatic departure from the late Stalinist view of all non-aligned leaders as potential enemies. 13. And it necessitated a major change in Soviet doctrine, for with the end of the Popular Front in 1947 the USSR had seen the world as divided into two camps. Khrushchev announced the end of the old Stalinist worldview at the 20th Party Congress in 1956. The USSR, he proclaimed in 1960, was happy to see national democratic states, in which communists forged alliances with left-wing bourgeois nationalists. 14. This was, in effect, a version of the old United Front policy, with bourgeois nationalist governments taking the place of nationalist parties. The new policy took the form of increased aid to Nehru's India, Nkrumah's Ghana, Sukarno's Indonesia, and Ben Bella's Algeria. But from a propaganda perspective, Khrushchev's most effective intervention was in formerly Belgian Congo. On giving the Congo independence in 1960, the Belgians, with the support of the Americans, had backed an insurgency against the elected left-wing nationalist Patrice Lumumba. Lumumba's capture and assassination in 1961 was a setback to Soviet policy, but he became a martyr to the cause of Soviet-backed anti-imperialism, and his death resonated throughout Africa. Following the Sino-Soviet split of the late 1950s, meanwhile, the Chinese provided stiff competition to Moscow in its quest for Third World influence. In the early 1960s, Zhou Enlai and Liu Shaoqi crisscrossed Africa and Asia, and visited large numbers of non-aligned leaders from Burma to Egypt, from Algeria to Ethiopia. The Chinese now presented themselves as a radical alternative to the Soviets and strong opponents of the policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. In 1965, Lin Biao, the radical military leader, argued that Chinese guerrilla experience was much more suited to freedom struggles in agrarian societies than the Soviet model. Their old strategy of encircling the cities by first liberating the countryside could be applied to the whole world. The West constituted the world's cities, whilst Latin America, Africa, and Asia were the world's countryside. 15 People's wars had to be fought against feudalism and imperialism. The Chinese message was an appealing one for many Third World communists. As the head of the powerful Indonesian Communist Party, Dipa Adat, told a foreign communist delegation, communist regimes like the Soviet one would inevitably become rich fat cats at the expense of backward countries and will lose their revolutionary spirit. He was particularly exercised by the fact that he had paid much more for a shirt in Moscow than in New York, and even then the quality had been distinctly inferior, proof positive that the Russians were even more money-grubbing than the Americans. 16 The Indonesian Party was one of the main allies of the Chinese, but Beijing also funded the Vietnamese and a number of African and Middle Eastern non-communist regimes and independence movements. The 1960s Third World United Front of Indigenous Socialists and Communists, like its 1920s predecessor, was highly unstable, for the renewed prestige of international Marxism increased communist support in many post-colonial societies, which inevitably threatened nationalist leaders. Nasser responded by brutally suppressing the Egyptian communists in 1959, and Abdel Karim Qasim of Iraq, a left-wing nationalist leader who came to power in 1958 in collaboration with the communists, soon began to regret the alliance. For whilst there were only about 25,000 Iraqi Communist Party members, affiliated mass organizations boasted some million members, about a fifth of the population. 17 One of the most striking examples of tensions between left nationalists and communists occurred in India, where the Communist Party of India won elections in the highly caste-divided southwestern state of Kerala in 1957, partly with the support of low-caste groups. The CPI, with Moscow's support, pursued a non-revolutionary set of policies. Indeed, its plans for land reform were strikingly similar to Nehru's own ideas. Nevertheless, it soon encountered serious opposition from conservative groups, and especially from the powerful Catholic Church, which opposed its education policies. The Catholics formed a liberationist militia, and local communists responded. In 1959, the threat of a Catholic coup d'état forced the communist chief minister Ilamkulam Nambuddiripad to call on the Centre for help, and Nehru took advantage of the crisis to dismiss the government in July. 18. Khrushchev's efforts to improve the image of the USSR amongst Third World leaders benefited enormously from the Americans' deep mistrust of Third World nationalism. In the years after the war, the United States agonized over how to deal with the radical South. Its leaders understood that European imperialists and conservative local elites were fueling popular radicalism, and yet they were afraid that nationalists, many of whom were demanding land redistribution and other social changes, might ally with Moscow. In the early years, the Americans generally maintained their anti-imperial position. In 1949, for example, Secretary of State Dean Acheson warned the Netherlands that it would be deprived of Marshall Plan aid and military help if it used force to reimpose its rule on Indonesia. Indonesian independence rapidly followed. However, the loss of China to communism in 1949 had a major impact on American policy. It was a devastating trauma, and loomed over American foreign policy for years. Washington's belief that it could contain communism throughout the world was shaken, and policymakers increasingly moved from idealism to realpolitik, from the optimistic belief that Third World states could be converted to American-style liberal democracy, to a pessimistic fear that anybody who did not fully support private property, the free market and the American alliance was likely to defect to Moscow. The result was a tendency to exaggerate the communist threat and regard all socially radical nationalisms as potentially dangerous. This attitude led in turn to a strategy of supporting European empires or narrowly based conservative elites, which naturally fueled Third World fears of neocolonialism, a condition in which the vintage European empires seemed merely to have been replaced by a new American model. Unsurprisingly, this apparently seamless connection between European empire and American hegemony helped Moscow and Beijing increase their influence amongst Third World nationalists. Perhaps the most long-lasting result of this change in Washington was the jettisoning of serious efforts to lessen economic inequalities between the First and the Third Worlds. Whilst there was never any serious chance of a Marshall Plan for the South, the British liberal economist John Maynard Keynes had persuaded the Bretton Woods Conference of 1944 to extend the benefits of the new financial system in that direction, by establishing an international trade organization with the power to stabilize the commodity prices on which poor countries depended so greatly. However, the ratification of Keynes's plan by the United States Congress was delayed, and after 1949 suspicion of international organizations in the United States was such that it was never passed. Its replacement, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, offered no support for commodity prices. The result was growing economic inequality between the industrial North and agrarian South, as improving technology depressed agricultural prices whilst industrial prices rose. The economies of the South did grow during the 1950s and 1960s, but much more slowly than those of the industrialized North. 19 Many poor countries found themselves trapped, unable to rise up the ladder of development. Of more immediate importance, though, was the change in American foreign policy. In 1953, as the USSR began to move away from Stalin's Manichaean power politics, the new administration of President Eisenhower embraced realpolitik at least insofar as the Third World was concerned. The administration accepted that anti-Western feelings were growing, and were the result of racial feelings, anti-colonialism, rising nationalism, popular demand for rapid social and economic progress and other deep-seated causes. 20 And it was sometimes acknowledged that the United States needed to win hearts and minds, to wean nationalists away from communism. But soft power was less central to American policy under the Eisenhower administration than the use of force, often in the form of military aid to strongmen and dictators. Secretary of State Dulles was convinced that communism was an internationalist conspiracy, not an indigenous movement, and he favored firm action. 21. One of the main features of Eisenhower's Cold War strategy in the Third World, therefore, was the use of the CIA to stage coups d'état against nationalists deemed to be too close to communism. The first attack on a popularly elected government targeted that of the nationalist president of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh. Fearing that he would deliver oil supplies to the Soviets, the CIA organized a successful coup in 1953. Mossadegh, however, was not alone. The United States found itself facing a whole series of popular nationalist leaders in the Middle East, committed to destroying European influence, and willing to make tactical alliances with the USSR. Sometimes the Americans intervened successfully, for instance saving the regime of the Lebanese President Camille Chamoun against radical challengers. Other cases were more difficult. Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal in 1956, provoking the bungled British, French, and Israeli invasion. By the 1950s, the United States even found itself moving closer to a state that was regarded by Third World nationalists as the most egregious example of imperialism and racism, South Africa. Despite CIA warnings about increasing African opposition to apartheid, American relations with South Africa actually strengthened during the 1950s as Washington sought strategic and economic advantages. But it was Vietnam that offered the most stark example of the United States' assumption of the mantle of the old European empires. President Roosevelt had been hostile to the continuation of French rule after World War II, but in 1950 Truman performed an about-turn, fearful that communist victory in Vietnam would lead to the serial collapse of pro-Western regimes throughout Southeast Asia. The Americans reluctantly compromised their anti-imperialist principles and recognized the French-backed South Vietnamese Bao Dai regime. In 1953 Eisenhower went further and approved the financing of most of the French campaign. But even that could not stop the French defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954 and their withdrawal from Vietnam. Neither the Russians nor the Chinese wanted war to continue against the Americans, and they therefore pressed a reluctant Ho Chi Minh to agree to a temporary partition of Vietnam into North and South, pending elections. He would control the North, whilst the South would be run by the American-backed Ngo Dinh Diem, a nationalist politician who had parted from Bao Dai in the early 1930s. For some time it looked as if the American strategy had worked. Diem, who had good anti-French credentials and local support from the Catholic Church, had some initial success in entrenching his government. 22 And for some time neither Moscow nor Beijing was eager to revive the war, whilst the North Vietnamese were distracted by a Chinese-style land reform whose violent excesses had become deeply unpopular within the party. 23 However, Hanoi became increasingly worried that the division of the country would become permanent, and at the same time the underground communists in the South, the National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam, exploited resentment at the heavy-handed policies of Diem. In 1959, under pressure from the Viet Cong, the North decided to escalate the war. The United States may have succeeded in distancing itself from European imperialism by backing Diem's temporarily stable regime in South Vietnam in 1954, but in the same year it seemed as if Washington were following a Marxist-Leninist manual on how to be an imperialistic capitalist. It really did look as if it was promoting imperialism, and that imperialism really was the highest stage of capitalism. Jacobo Arbenz' threat to the interests of United Fruit led to lobbying in Washington. The company's tentacles reached the New York law firm of John Foster Dulles and his brother, Alan, the head of the CIA. More worrying to the White House, however, was Arbenz' willingness to work with the Guatemalan Communist Party, and despite minimal Soviet involvement, the administration was convinced that Guatemala threatened to become a launching pad for communism across the continent. The covert CIA campaign of subversion, Operation Success, finally toppled Arbenz in 1954. The operation may have lived up to its name in the short term, but it would eventually have a profoundly damaging effect on America's image. In Latin America, it helped to push some of the post-Bandung generation towards radicalism, and the first sign of this process was evident only 90 miles from the shores of the United States, Indiana, Cuba. 3. As the Americans had feared, after his fall, Arbenz's radical supporters merely fled the country and continued their struggle elsewhere. Flushed out of Guatemala, Che Guevara, his Cuban friend Nico Lopez and other radicals made their way to the Mexican capital. Mexico City hosted a number of revolutionaries, including Fidel Castro and his brother Raúl, who were in exile but planning to return to Cuba. Che, unlike Fidel, was now a convinced Marxist, but he was still willing to join Fidel's liberation movement. As Castro remembered, "Our little group there in Mexico liked him immediately. He knew that in our movement there were even some petit bourgeois members and a bit of everything. But he saw that we were going to fight a revolution of national liberation, an anti-imperialist revolution. He didn't yet see a socialist revolution, but that was no obstacle. He joined right up, he immediately signed on." 25. The son of a Spanish immigrant who had leased land from United Fruit and planted sugar, Fidel Castro was from a wealthy, but far from aristocratic or well-connected background. He was a rebellious child, and his politics were profoundly different from those of his Franco-sympathizing father. Nevertheless, he valued the military spirit of his Jesuit boarding school, and he enjoyed the kind of healthy, austere life I lived in those schools. 26. Whilst studying law in Havana, he became involved in radical politics, though he had little in common with the Cuban Communist Party, which had forged alliances with Batista in the 1940s. Rather, he joined the Ortodoxo Party with its roots in the radical nationalism of the 19th-century poet cum revolutionary José Martí. Cuban intellectuals felt the power of American neo-imperialism and capitalism particularly keenly. Following the end of Spanish rule in 1898, Cuba was occupied for 4 years by the United States, and even after formal independence it remained tightly tied to its northern neighbor. Indeed, its economy was almost wholly integrated into that of the United States. It was highly dependent on income from sugar exports to the United States, and foreigners owned a large number of the plantations. Havana itself was a cosmopolitan city, full of American expatriates, who were blamed by nationalist moralizers for transforming the city into a center for organized crime, gambling, and sex tourism. It seemed to many educated Cubans that their country was trapped by sugar and the United States in a position of permanent subordination. Only radical change could restore its self-respect. The immediate target of the nationalists, however, was the corrupt American-backed dictator Batista. The Ortodoxo party with its demands for social and land reform soon became Batista's main opponent. Castro proved a tireless revolutionary. After his exile following the failed 1953 coup, he rallied his small force, now dubbed the 26th July movement, and returned from Mexico to Cuba in 1956, on the Granma, a rusty motorized yacht. The landing was a disaster, and only 22 revolutionaries of the original 82 managed to regroup, eventually establishing a base in the inaccessible Sierra Maestra, a poor region in the east of the island with a long-established tradition of peasant rebellion. From here Fidel and his band waged a guerrilla war, whilst at the same time urban rebels the Llano carried out a campaign of strikes and violence in the towns. 27. However, the failure of the urban general strike in the spring of 1958 weakened the Llano and increased the power of Castro and the rural guerrillas. Batista responded to the guerrilla violence with more violence, and support for him ebbed away, not only within Cuba but also in Washington. On New Year's Eve, Batista, correctly sensing which way the tide of history was flowing, fled, and Castro and Guevara entered Havana 2 days later. Compared with the Vietnamese and Chinese revolutions, the Cuban Revolution was remarkably swift and easy. The roots of Batista's support were shallow, whilst the opposition included a large, vocal urban middle class, and links between towns and the rural proletariat were stronger than elsewhere in Latin America. Castro was buoyed by enormous popular support for an end to the Batista regime, and he insisted that his was a nationalist revolution, not a communist one. Indeed, in a speech on January 1, he placed his revolution firmly in the tradition of past nationalist risings. This time Cuba is fortunate, the revolution will truly come to power. It will not be as in 1895 when the Americans intervened at the last minute and appropriated our country. No thieves, no traitors, no interventionists. This time the revolution is for real. 28. Castro announced a cabinet of liberals headed by Judge Manuel Urrutia, and declared that his regime would be humanist, not capitalist or communist. Unlike Raúl and Che, he was no communist. Indeed, Che wrote in 1957, "I always thought of Fidel as an authentic leader of the leftist bourgeoisie." 29. As late as May 1959, Castro could declare that capitalism can kill man with hunger, while communism kills man by destroying his freedom. 30. And the July 26 movement's economic program was not initially that radical. 31. It proposed a relatively moderate land reform and the development of domestic import substitution industries to diversify away from sugar. Castro was clear that national capitalists, excluding the big landowners and foreign companies, were part of the revolution, and many capitalists saw great opportunities in the new regime's industrialization policies. Nevertheless, Castro's 1959 revolution was far more radical than his 1953 coup had been. Che Guevara, radical by temperament and immersed in Marxism, was clearly an important influence, and many of his views were shared by Raúl. But the tough guerrilla life of Sierra Maestra, where Castro's compañeros lived in close proximity with poor peasants for the first time, also had an impact. It forged an egalitarian revolutionary culture. 32. It was in Sierra Maestra that the guerrillas adopted their trademark unkempt beards, a badge of identity which became such an essential part of the revolutionary image in the 1960s and 1970s. 33. In contrast to 1953, therefore, the rebels of 1959 were committed not just to nationalism and industrialization, but also to ruling in the interests of the popular classes as opposed to the propertied classes economicas. 34. Unsurprisingly, the poor now harbored high hopes, and the guerrilla forms of mobilization that had emerged in the Sierra Maestra encouraged them. They therefore demanded more radical reforms, and Castro's rebel army, which had a great deal of power on the ground, was sympathetic to them. 35. There also seems to have been popular support for the summary trials and executions of Batista's supporters, presided over by Che Guevara himself. Some of Che's old Argentinian friends were dismayed by his transformation from curer of the sick into violent dispenser of revolutionary justice, but he was unapologetic, as he told one of them, "Look, in this thing either you kill first, or else you get killed." 36. Inevitably this radicalism alienated many, including liberals, the propertied and the United States. Washington was naturally suspicious of Castro's revolution, fearing his communist connections, but, initially reassured by his anti-communist statements, it had recognized his regime. However, Castro's emerging commitment to economic nationalism and land redistribution inevitably fueled conflict with Cuban-based American-owned firms. The trials and executions of Batista supporters, and the cancellation of elections, also convinced Washington that Castro had been lost to communism and could not be won back. Relations with the United States deteriorated, and by March 1960 Eisenhower had asked the CIA to plan a coup with the help of anti-Castro émigrés. 37. They were determined that Castro should suffer the fate of Arbenz 5 years before. In 1959 the Cubans and the Soviets knew little of each other, but in March 1960 Castro, convinced that the Americans were about to invade, asked for a meeting with the now well-traveled and cosmopolitan Anastas Mikoyan, who happened to be in the region. Mikoyan arrived in Havana, and they hit it off. The Cubans saw the USSR as a source of economic and military aid, and Khrushchev's Politburo regarded the Cuban Revolution as a chance to extend their influence, and to infuse some youthful spirit into the aging body of Soviet communism. 38. Mikoyan excitedly described Castro as a genuine revolutionary, completely like us. I felt as though I had returned to my childhood. 39. The Soviets agreed to send arms and oil in exchange for sugar, and dispatched a group of Spanish communist officers who had lived in exile in Moscow since the end of the Spanish Civil War to reorganize the Cuban army. 40. Castro was right to fear American intentions. Eisenhower and Dulles were indeed planning to support a full-scale émigré military invasion with American air cover, but the Cubans had a piece of luck in the form of a change of regime in Washington. With the election of John F. Kennedy, American foreign policy was again more synchronized with that of the USSR. Kennedy came to power much as Khrushchev had, promising a new way of pursuing the struggle with the rival superpower that would be both more idealistic and more intelligent. Shocked by the loss of Cuba, the greatest defeat since the loss of China a decade before, he was determined to jettison the crude military methods of the Eisenhower era and to distance himself from European imperialism and its epigones in apartheid South Africa. As he explained, America had to be on the side of the right of man to govern himself, because the final victory of nationalism is inevitable. 41. Under Kennedy, Washington began to acknowledge more fully that communism could be the product of economic and political inequalities. Modernization theory, as developed by academics like the Kennedy advisor Walt Rostow, was the answer. Rostow and his followers maintained that all societies were on a similar modernizing path to liberal democracy, but in the transitional stage, before they reached full maturity, they could catch the disease of communism. The best solution was to accelerate the process of modernization, and the interests of the world were best served by trying to promote rapid development through financial assistance and the promotion of democracy. 42. In 1961, Kennedy even mobilized thousands of youths to spread American modernization throughout the world through the Peace Corps and its community development programs. Hard power, the military option, remained, but it had to be conducted through intelligent counterinsurgency campaigns, tempered with appeals to hearts and minds, or soft power. When it came to Cuba, Kennedy had real doubts about Eisenhower's planned invasion, and feared that if it went wrong it would damage America's reputation. Even so, he was as eager as his predecessor to eradicate communist influence from the United States backyard and decided to go ahead, though with a more covert, guerrilla-style operation and without air cover. The hope was that strategic landings by armed exiles would provoke spontaneous sympathetic uprisings amongst ordinary Cubans. The result, the Bay of Pigs landing of April 1961, was a complete fiasco. The expected pro-exile uprisings failed to materialize, and Castro's civil defense forces proved highly effective. Most of the invaders were captured, and the image of the United States in the Third World further besmirched. The Bay of Pigs invasion was also counterproductive, and merely pushed Cuba even further into the Soviet sphere. Castro was convinced that another invasion was imminent. Meanwhile, the CIA embarked on a long series of outlandish attempts to assassinate Castro, from exploding cigars to fungus-infected diving suits and even to damage the supposed source of his charisma, his beard. Castro has claimed that over the years 600 attempts have been made on his life by the CIA and Cuban émigrés. 43. Greater reliance on the Soviet alliance was accompanied by a turn towards a more disciplined style of government at home, as the Cubans became convinced that the informal, participatory rule through the rebel army was not suited to national defense and state building. Diverse revolutionary organizations were integrated into a single body, the Integrated Revolutionary Organization, and Castro increasingly relied on the well-organized old Cuban PSP communists to provide an administrative infrastructure. The culmination of the Soviet alliance was Khrushchev's offer to station nuclear weapons on Cuban soil. Castro seized the opportunity, believing that the Soviet nuclear umbrella would finally guarantee his revolution against an American attack. But the subsequent Soviet capitulation to American threats during the missile crisis of October 1962 was deeply disappointing for Castro, and whilst Kennedy gave a verbal assurance that invasion would not be attempted again, he did not trust the American. Meanwhile, ample proof had been provided that the USSR could not be relied upon. Castro proceeded to turn against the Soviets. Earlier that year, Castro had asserted his control by purging the PSP communists, and along with Che Guevara he had made it clear that the harsh, technocratic Marxism which underlay the Stalinist model was no longer welcome in Cuba. Humanist Marxism, as Che called it, would be the alternative. This was a version of Romantic Marxism, though one that was not afraid to use an explicit language of morality. Che defined his Marxism with explicit reference to the young Marx, in whose works he was steeped. Economic socialism without communist morality does not interest me. We are fighting against poverty, yes, but also against alienation. One of the fundamental aims of Marxism is to bring about the disappearance of material interest, the what's in it for me factor, and profit from men's psychological motivation. If communism fails to pay attention to the facts of consciousness, it may be a method of distribution, but it is no longer a revolutionary morality. 44. In practice, the Cuban regime sought to blend the struggle against poverty and state weakness with mass participation, just as radical communists had in the past through guerrilla communism. Citizens, or unselfish new men, were to be soldiers in an egalitarian, brotherly army of labor, giving their all so that Cuba might achieve extraordinary levels of development. This, then, was an ascetic communism. Cubans were mobilized to work for their homeland for little individual reward. But collective reward was a different matter, and huge efforts were made to improve education and health for the whole population, and especially for the countryside, which was the main beneficiary of the new regime. The literacy campaign of 1961 became one of the iconic movements of the era. Some 250,000 school and university students were trained, mobilized in literacy brigades and sent to the countryside for 6 months to live with peasants, where they would teach and revolutionize the illiterate. As so often in communist history, campaigns like these, appealing to youthful idealism, seem to have been enormously popular, whilst also transforming the lives of the illiterate. 45. One American visitor remembered the atmosphere of celebration when the students returned to Havana for a week of games, cultural activities, and parades. Dressed in the remnants of their uniforms, often wearing peasant hats and beads, and carrying their knapsacks and lanterns, the brigadistas swarmed into the capital, singing and laughing and exchanging stories of their experiences. The similarities between the joyous return of the literacy army and the triumphal entry of the guerrilla troops only 3 years earlier was not lost on the population. 46. Public expressions of joy, of course, were central to all communist regimes, as Milan Kundera showed so well. But it is no surprise that Cuba was especially appealing to the global left at the time. Cuban communism was as puritanical and militaristic as any other form of guerrilla communism, and nonconformity and dissent were punished, most notoriously in labor camps established between 1965 and 1969. But in the early years the Cubans were more successful than many other communist regimes in emphasizing the enthusiasm and heroic spirit brought by militarism, at the expense of its more unpleasant features, violence and repression. This was partly a matter of leadership and the culture of the party. Che and Castro tried to present their Marxism as one that genuinely relied on persuasion and consciousness, and unlike Mao and the Chinese leaders, they had not been brought up within a Soviet-influenced party culture of institutionalized self-criticism and purges. But it was also the result of the relative ease with which the revolutionaries took power, owing to the weakness of internal opposition. The peasants of the southern region of Escambray did rebel during a 6-year-long insurgency, which was put down by force. But many opponents simply left the island. After the revolution and between 1965 and 1971, many of the middle class migrated to the United States, with the agreement of both governments. The Cubans therefore avoided the systematic class struggle or mass persecution of the bourgeoisie seen in so many other communist regimes. 47. Meanwhile, the sense of being a David besieged by a bullying American Goliath inevitably bolstered the legitimacy of Castro in the eyes of those left behind, at least for a time. Yet Cuban communism was far from free of the other great disadvantage of radical Marxism, the economic trauma and dislocation it tended to bring in its wake. The direction of economic policy became clear very early on, when Che emerged not only as the main strategist of agrarian reform, but also Minister for Industry and head of the Cuban Central Bank. Che relished the incongruity of this last appointment, and humorously claimed that he had got the job by accident. At the cabinet meeting to decide on the post, Castro had asked for a good economista to volunteer, and was surprised when Che put his hand up. "But Che, I didn't know you were an economist," he exclaimed, to which Che replied, "Oh, I thought you needed a good comunista." 48. Che actually went on a crash course in economics, but the communist won over the economist. Like all voluntarists before them, Che and Castro insisted that harnessing popular willpower would permit Cuba to leap from agrarian poverty to communist plenty, and the regime pursued a highly ambitious policy of rapid industrialization. Predictably, it ran into a combination of chaotic central planning, American sanctions and the loss of middle-class expertise to exile. Che himself later admitted that we dealt with nature in a subjective manner, as if by talking to it we could persuade it. 49. The result, by 1963, was economic crisis, and Che found himself fighting a losing battle against Soviet-supported technocrats who favored a less ambitious, more modernist approach. Che, wholly unsuited to the practicalities of economic management, became disillusioned. According to one of his friends, his spirit was smothered under the mountains of statistics and production methods. 50. It was during these debates over the direction of the economy that he began a fundamental reconsideration of the Soviet Union. Che recalled to another friend how he had been converted to Marxism in Guatemala and Mexico by reading Stalin's works. They had convinced him that in the Soviet Union lay the solution to life, believing that what had been applied there was what he had read about. But when he actually worked with the Soviets, he realized they had been tricking him. The result was a violent reaction against Stalinism in 1963-4. 51. Castro, however, took a more pragmatic view, and had more sympathy with the Soviets. From 1964 he realized that Che's recipes were too ambitious. Labor enthusiasm alone could not make tiny Cuba into a self-sufficient, industrial power. Soviet-style material incentives and the Soviet market for Cuban sugar would be needed for some time. Che, defeated, gave up on his efforts to apply guerrilla communism to the economy, and decided to employ it in a more appropriate area, spreading the Cuban model of revolution to the rest of Latin America and Africa. He resigned all of his offices, even renouncing his Cuban citizenship, and spent the rest of his short life as a revolutionary nomad. But the reconciliation between Cuba and the USSR was to be short-lived. Following the Sino-Soviet split and the fall of Khrushchev in 1964, the USSR seemed to be an increasingly unreliable protector, and from 1965 Castro yet again began to pursue a radical politics of mass mobilization to develop the Cuban economy. After zigzagging between radical and modernist Marxism, the Cubans were to retain their guerrilla model of economic development until the end of the decade, but they were now to do so under the auspices of a disciplined, vanguard party, the Cuban Communist Party, founded in 1965. The early experiments in participatory democracy of 1959-60 were finally at an end. Even so, the Cubans avoided following the more technocratic Soviet model for some time. They believed their revolution was uniquely democratic and suited to the developing world, and were committed to exporting it. 4. Shortly after the revolutionaries had taken power, Che Guevara dictated his thoughts on his experiences, and they were published in May 1960 under the title Guerrilla Warfare. This was partly a how-to manual. Guerrillas were instructed in the use of Molotov cocktails, as well as the best ways of bringing social reform to their peasant hosts. Advice was also given on what to wear and carry. A hammock, a piece of soap and notebook and pencil were all recommended. But Che was also defending a rural guerrilla strategy as an exemplar for all Southern revolutionaries, regardless of the peculiarities of the Cuban Revolution, and carefully ignoring the importance of the Cuban urban insurgency. Placing himself in the guerrilla communist tradition, from Mao Zedong to Ho Chi Minh's struggle against the French and the Americans, and explicitly distancing himself from the Soviet tradition, Che was arguing that the FOCO, the small, vanguard guerrilla band, could ignite revolutionary fires throughout the Third World. 52. The book was primarily written for revolutionaries in Latin America. In part, Castro and Che regarded it as their duty to help the oppressed throughout the continent. But there were also strong practical reasons to foment revolution abroad. As Castro explained, the United States will not be able to hurt us if all of Latin America is in flames. 53. Castro did signal that he would abandon his support for foreign revolution in return for peaceful coexistence with the United States, though it is unclear whether he would have kept to this promise. But whether seriously meant or not, his overtures came to nothing. Kennedy continued to support anti-Castro forces, and his successor from 1963, Lyndon Johnson, was even more unwilling to compromise. Efforts to spread the revolution were directed by Comandante Che Guevara. The Cubans trained more than 1,500 revolutionaries from the continent, but more important than practical help was the galvanizing example of Cuba itself. As a leader of the Venezuelan Communist Party remembered, the Cuban Revolution was like a detonator. 54. The ease with which the Cubans had taken power gave rise to extraordinary optimism. It seemed that the FOCO could swiftly seize power everywhere. One Venezuelan guerrilla recalled that he took to the mountains believing our war was going to be a Cuban-style war. We thought that the solution to our problems was no more than 2 or 3 years away. 55. The Cuban example inspired numerous communist guerrilla movements to take up arms across the continent, whether Castroist, Maoist, pro-Soviet communist or Trotskyist. However, most were small and lacked popular support. They only had any real impact in Venezuela, Guatemala, and Colombia, where brief periods of left-wing success had been followed by the victory of the right. 56. In Guatemala, a series of dictatorships had followed Jacobo Arbenz rule, and following the suppression of a left-wing military revolt in 1960, two officers set up a guerrilla group in alliance with pro-Soviet communists and then Trotskyists. In Colombia, the Communist Party had controlled peasant enclaves for some years, and when the military succeeded in putting them down in 1964-5, the Communist Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia emerged to fight back. Meanwhile, the Venezuelan guerrillas, supported by the Communist Party despite Moscow's displeasure, benefited from their participation in ousting the Pérez-Jiménez dictatorship in 1958, and then from some popular resentment at the economic austerity imposed by the democratically elected center-right. Nowhere, however, did the guerrillas pose a serious threat to the regimes. In Venezuela, a mixture of liberal democracy and repression damaged them. Elsewhere, guerrilla forces were no match for government's military forces. Kennedy and his successors were determined to thwart Cuban plans for revolution and poured money into local militaries, even if that meant setting aside his more ambitious plans for modernization and democracy. Between 1962 and 1966, 9 military coups took place in Latin America, and in at least 8 they were designed to replace governments that were felt to be too left-wing or soft on communism. 57. Divisions within the communist world also played a part in the failure of the FOCO. At first, the Soviets tolerated the Cubans in Latin America, but they soon decided that they were becoming too expensive, their plans were unrealistic, and they were spoiling relations with the United States at a time when Moscow sought détente. Local communist parties in other Latin American countries also resented what they saw as Havana's unrealistic ambitions. Most followed Moscow's gradualist line. Communists and workers had to unite with peasants and the bourgeoisie, rejecting a sudden Cuban-style leap from feudalism to socialism. Nor did the Chinese help the insurgencies, despite their guerrilla origins. Their relations with Cuba were poor, and whilst Maoist groups did spring up usually made up of extreme hardliners, they secured little practical support from Beijing. 58. By the mid-1960s, it was clear that rural guerrilla revolution on the continent was failing, and the Cubans realized they had to retreat. They had, however, already found another outlet for their revolutionary energies: Africa. The Cubans felt a strong link with Africa. About a third of its own population could trace connections through ancestors brought to the island as slaves. The revolutionaries had formally abolished all racial discrimination in Cuba, and believed they had a mission to do the same abroad. But to the Cubans, Africa was also a continent where the United States seemed vulnerable, a power on the wrong side of history as the continent threw off European imperialism. In December 1964, Che Guevara embarked on a 3-month tour of the radical nationalist states of Africa, and in January 1965 he reached Brazzaville, the capital of the formerly French Congo. In 1963 the first self-proclaimed Marxist regime in Africa had taken power in an insurrection there, and the new government of Alphonse Massamba was happy to host the popular movement for the liberation of Angola, which was struggling against Portuguese rule in its southwest African colony. The meeting was a tense one. The MPLA wanted Cuban help, but Che was determined to pour all of his resources into the war in the neighboring Congo Leopoldville, where the Simbas leftist followers of the assassinated Patrice Lumumba were staging a remarkably successful rebellion against the American and Belgian-backed regime. Che proposed that the MPLA send their fighters to Congo Leopoldville and learn from Cuban trainers on the ground, in the course of the fighting. Naturally the MPLA, and its leader, the doctor and poet Agustin Jonito, were unenthusiastic about fighting somebody else's war, but despite their differences, the prevailing atmosphere was a good one as the MPLA were a Marxist group, and they had much in common with Che. 59. As one of the MPLA leaders at the meeting remembered, "We wanted Cuban instructors because of the prestige of the Cuban Revolution and because their theory of guerrilla warfare was very close to our own. We were also impressed with the guerrilla tactics of the Chinese, but Beijing was too far away, and we wanted instructors who could adapt to our way of living. 60. Che was not only impressed by the Angolans' Marxism, but also by their apparent strength. He sent one of his associates to their training camp, where he saw an impressive guerrilla force, little realizing that what was being paraded before him was a continuous loop of the same men. He should have spotted the ruse, for the Cubans had done exactly the same thing when parading before journalists from the New York Times. In the Sierra Maestra. 61. But the Cubans were fooled, and Che relented, agreeing to send instructors to the MPLA in Congo-Brazzaville. The following month, Che had a much less successful encounter with African guerrilla fighters in Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania, which under the African socialist Julius Nyerere had become the main center for exiled fighters in the anti-imperialist struggle. The Cuban embassy gathered a meeting of about 50 people from a number of liberation movements, all seeking Che's support. Che's proposal that they all send their guerrillas to Congo Leopoldville was received in an atmosphere that was worse than cool, as he remembered. His audience objected that their duty was to defend their own people, not help other liberation movements. But although Che insisted that they had a common enemy, imperialism, and a blow against it in Congo Leopoldville would help everybody, he was forced to concede that no one saw it like that. Eduardo Mondlane, former United Nations diplomat and leader of Frelimo, the guerrilla movement fighting the Portuguese in Mozambique, was especially angry. At the end of the meeting, the farewells were cool and polite, and Che concluded, "We were left with the clear sense that Africa has a long way to go before it reaches real revolutionary maturity. But we also had the joy of meeting people prepared to carry the struggle through to the end." 62. Che's efforts to persuade his audience to contribute to the Congo-Leopoldville War were a failure, as was the expedition of black Cubans he led to help the Simbas. The insurgency was defeated in 1965, and the Cubans were driven out. But his encounters in Brazzaville and Dar es Salaam had given him a good idea of the state of the left in Africa, from the Marxist government of Brazzaville to the African Socialist state of Tanzania, from the Marxist insurgents in Angola to the non-Marxist guerrillas of Mozambique. His judgment that nationalism in Africa was radically anti-imperialist but not mature was broadly accurate. Nyerere was the most common type of nationalist leader in the independent parts of Africa of the early 1960s, a non-Marxist, indigenous socialist of the Bandung generation. African socialists had much in common with the Russian agrarian socialists of the 19th century. Just as the latter had seen Russian peasant society as a communitarian idol, so Nyerere and his fellow socialists believed that African society was naturally collectivist. Nyerere claimed that the idea of class and caste was non-existent in African society, and Africa's unique concept of familyhood would help the continent develop a special form of socialism. 63. Such philosophies were inevitably attractive to leaders who had inherited states riven by ethnic divisions from the European empires. For them, Marxism, with its love of class struggle, was much too aggressive a creed for their fragile new states, whilst the small vanguard party seemed to be unsuited to countries that were so divided along ethnic lines. The all-inclusive mass party was, for a time, much more attractive. Some African leaders did move towards a more Marxist politics, believing that only a more ambitious state would promote economic development and prevent continuing neo-colonial subjection. European and American interventions also pushed African socialists to the left, and the Lumumba assassination played an equivalent role in Africa to the toppling of Arbans in Latin America. Guinea's Sékou Touré, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, Algeria's Ahmed Ben Bella, and Mali's Modibo Keïta all, therefore, moved towards a more radical, quasi-Marxist politics. Africa's weaknesses, they were convinced, would have to be resolved by a more determined, centralized state. As Nkrumah explained, socialism is not spontaneous. It does not arise by itself. 64. By 1961, he had established an ideological institute to indoctrinate ruling party officials, and in 1964 he had launched a 7-year plan for industrialization. However, Ghana retained a mixed economy and foreign capital was welcomed. And whilst questioning their old optimistic African socialism, and welcoming Soviet, Chinese, and Cuban aid, these leaders were not ready to embrace a full-blown internationalist Marxism. Marxist influence was still weak in Africa, and it flourished only in particular conditions. The Marxist Congo-Brazzaville had an unusually large urban and literate population of civil servants and students, and they were receptive to Western ideas and responsive to the highly charged events in neighboring Congo-Leopoldville. Political forces also reflected a French prototype, and as in France the communists had a great deal of power over the trade unions. To these urban dwellers, a French-style Marxism promised modernity and independence. President Massemba Dibat was relatively moderate, but more radical Marxists, connected with the party's youth group, soon became influential as the regime tried to consolidate its power. By the middle of 1964 Congo had a single Marxist-Leninist-style party and an ideologically trained popular army. Moreover, on the failure of Che's mission to Congo-Leopoldville in 1965, some of the Cubans crossed the border to Congo-Brazzaville, and had a further radicalizing effect on the regime. 65. The influence of Marxism is perhaps least surprising in the guerrilla groups that confronted the Portuguese Empire in Angola, Mozambique, and Portuguese Guinea. The Portuguese, under the authoritarian dictator Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, were determined to hold on to their empire, and the long struggle inevitably radicalized politics. But there were other reasons why Marxism should have appealed in the specific conditions of Portuguese Africa. 6. To the guerrillas of Mayombe, who dared challenge the gods by opening a path through the dark forest. I am going to relate the tale of Ogun, the African Prometheus. 66. Thus began the novel Mayombe, written in the early 1970s by a white Angolan fighter in the Marxist MPLA forces, Arthur Carlos Mauricio Pestana dos Santos, better known by his nom de guerre, Pepetila. As the dedication makes clear, the novel is about Promethean modernity and war, for Ogun is an African warrior god. It is the story of a group of guerrillas fighting the Portuguese in the dense forest of Mayombe, and much of it is taken up with everyday life. But it also includes interior monologues by the characters that reveal the continuing tensions within the guerrilla band. One of the novel's main themes is the effort to forge a modern Angolan people and end the divisions of tribe and the racist colonial past. The novel shows how, eventually, the guerrillas succeed in overcoming these differences, but the continuing tribalism and racial prejudice of the fighters are made very clear to the reader. As Theory, the half-Portuguese, half-African former teacher with a highly ideological nom de guerre, explains at the beginning of the novel. In a universe of yes or no, white or black, I represent the maybe. Is it my fault if men insist on purity and reject compounds? In the face of this essential problem, people are divided in my view into two categories, Manichaeans and the rest. It is worth explaining that the rest are rare, the world generally is Manichaean. 67. But despite Theory's complaints about Marxism as practiced by MPLA guerrillas, Marxism in theory became enormously attractive to the mesticos and assimilados, the small group of Africans and Indians educated in Portugal to help administer the colonial state, because it gave class preeminence over race. 68 For people who had been placed in a rigid racial hierarchy between Portuguese civilizados and African indigenas, Marxism provided an opportunity to forge bonds with black African workers and peasants. It also promised to create a modern integrated state, capable of standing tall in the world. Moreover, after the war the mesticos and assimilados had particular reason to be angry, for they faced competition for jobs from new immigrants from Portugal. At first, these nationalists' main interests were largely cultural, deportugalizing and re-Africanizing Angolan culture. But they were always self-conscious modernizers, seeking to create large, European-style states out of numerous tribal groups. It is therefore no surprise that they moved towards modernist, Soviet-influenced Marxism, especially as one of the few forces to oppose the Salazar regime was the underground Portuguese Communist Party, which established an Angolan party in 1954. And even though like the French communists the party did not wholly condemn the empire or defend national liberation until 1960, many modernizing nationalists came into its orbit. 69. Marxism had a particular influence on the Portuguese Africans who studied in Lisbon, and especially on a group of friends who met regularly to discuss African affairs and included Agostinho Neto, the future leader of the MPLA, and the Cape Verdean agronomy student Amilcar Cabral, the future leader of the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde. However, their commitments to Marxism varied. Neto became a member of the Portuguese Communist Party and remained an orthodox, pro-Soviet Marxist throughout his life, whilst Cabral's Marxism was much more flexible. 70. On their return to Africa, it became increasingly clear that the Portuguese were not going to give up their colonies without a fight. In 1961, political activists and local youths in Angola's capital tried to release political prisoners from Luanda's Bastille, the São Paulo jail. They failed and the police stood by whilst the Portuguese settlers exacted an extremely bloody revenge. Nationalists now became convinced that they had little choice but to retreat to the countryside and resort to the gun. Apart from modernizing socialists, a host of other nationalist movements emerged, some seeking to create a supposedly traditional Africa of chiefs and tribes, and others promoting a particular ethnic group. In Guinea-Bissau, the pragmatic Cabral succeeded in absorbing all of these resistance fighters into his inclusive and highly successful PAIG. Similarly, in Mozambique, the modernizing nationalist Eduardo Mondlane created a broad coalition in Frelimo. A former United Nations diplomat, Mondlane was much less influenced by Marxism and was closest to Nyerer's socialism. Frelimo was a coalition of three nationalist organizations, whilst Mondlane used his considerable diplomatic skills to smooth over ideological and ethnic conflicts. The MPLA, the most Marxist and pro-Soviet of all, was least successful in establishing itself as the single Angolan nationalist party, and it faced serious anti-communist rivals, the ethnic nationalist FNLA and then Jonas Savimbi's breakaway UNITA. 71. In the course of the 1960s, all three modernizing parties, the Angolan MPLA, the Guinean PAIG and the Mozambican Frelimo, became more radical, marginalizing the traditionalist groups, whilst launching their own versions of Maoist guerrilla war. The MPLA moved to the left in 1963, and in 1964 Cabral defeated the traditionalists in the PAIG. Even so, Cabral's Marxism was still relatively undogmatic, whilst Frelimo did not fully move into the Marxist camp until the early 1970s. In South Africa, too, communists developed a flexible Marxism so they could collaborate with African nationalists in the struggle against apartheid. The Communist Party of South Africa was a long-established one, and in the 1920s it had considerable success in attracting black African members. 72. However, by the 1940s it found its revolutionary proletarian ideology had little resonance amongst African workers, many of whom were rural migrants. 73. The increasing militancy of the African National Congress, and the apartheid government's banning of the Communist Party in 1950, led them to rethink their doctrine. The new, underground party, the South African Communist Party, formed in 1953, declared that South Africa suffered from a colonialism of a special type. Because there was no black bourgeoisie, it was possible for a proletarian communist party to ally itself with non-communist nationalists. 74. The SACP had given itself theoretical cover to enable it to forge an alliance with the ANC, and both parties had overlapping memberships. The SACP had considerable influence on the struggle against apartheid, despite its small numbers, and members of both parties including the ANC's Nelson Mandela formed the guerrilla organization Umkhonto we Sizwe, which began its campaign of political violence in 1961. 7. By the mid-1960s the guerrilla communism promoted by Mao, Ho Chi Minh and Che had therefore acquired a foothold in Africa, mainly in the Portuguese-controlled south, but elsewhere it struggled to survive, and it no longer seemed like the force of the future as it had in the late 1950s. Much stronger in this era were the non-revolutionary, United Front parties, which were prepared to collaborate with left nationalists. Such parties boasted the largest memberships in the non-communist Third World in the early 1960s. The Sudanese Party was the second largest, benefiting from its good record in the struggle for independence and commanding support amongst students, some peasants, and workers. 75. The Iraqis came third. But largest of all was THIRD-WORLDISm, Indonesian Communist Party, which had recovered after the 1948 Javanese debacle by adopting a more moderate, inclusive set of policies. It forged an alliance with Sukarno, and by 1965 it had an extraordinary 3.5 million members, whilst another 17 million or so joined its trade unions and other mass organizations. 76. On the face of it, therefore, it seemed that the great powers could be satisfied. The Soviet National Democratic State and Chinese New Democracy were paying dividends in delivering mass communist support, whilst the United States did not have to worry about a powerful revolutionary strain of communism. In reality, though, all three powers were deeply dissatisfied with the Third World United Fronts, because their global influence was largely dependent on nationalist leaders over whom they had no direct control, and who could defect to the other side at any moment. The United States was the most discontented, understandably, given many Third World nationalist leaders' overt sympathy for the Communist bloc. And Washington became particularly determined to change the status quo from late 1963, under Lyndon Johnson. Several in the administration had concluded that Kennedy's encouragement of modernization and liberal democracy had been counterproductive and had only helped the left, especially in Latin America. 77. It seemed as if communism was advancing in the Third World, and Washington could not risk a liberal policy. But Johnson's personality probably led him to favor military solutions even more than Kennedy. Though undoubtedly committed to improving relations with the Soviets, he suffered deep anxiety about the humiliation of the United States, and his own personal humiliation. One of his greatest fears was that he would lose face after the loss of another China or Cuba to communism. 78. And so he responded very harshly to any sign of left-wing nationalist advance. Whatever the reasons for the change in policy, Johnson presided over a sustained American offensive against radical nationalist governments throughout the global South. The United States encouraged coups in Brazil and Ghana, and in 1965 invaded the Dominican Republic, helped its client Mobutu Sese Seko to defeat the Lumumbist insurgency in Congo Leopoldville, and welcomed the toppling of Algeria's Ben Bella. In the same year, most fatefully, Johnson responded to Ngo Dinh Diem's deteriorating position in South Vietnam by sending in ground forces and escalating the bombing campaign. The clearest and most violent attack on the Communist United Fronts, however, occurred in Indonesia. In 1963, Sukarno moved sharply to the left in response to popular unrest at famine and economic collapse, and angered that the Americans had accepted the foundation of Malaysia as an independent state. He strengthened his alliance with the Chinese without, and aided its pro-Beijing communists within. The communists took advantage of their new power by launching a campaign of rent reduction for peasants, which in turn sparked off a violent reaction by landlords and anti-communist Muslim organizations. 79. The communists, who had no military force of their own, were forced to moderate the campaign, and they became increasingly anxious about the possibility of a military coup against Sukarno. Therefore, when a group of junior army officers mounted their own coup against the generals, the communists probably supported them, though the facts are unclear. 80. The rebel officers failed. The commander of the Army's Strategic Reserve, General Suharto, took control and proceeded to launch a violent campaign against the communists. Commandos were sent to kill suspected party members and sympathizers, and Suharto also exploited social tensions generated by the communists' rent reduction campaign. Whole villages were destroyed in the resulting massacres, and scholarly estimates of the numbers killed range from 200,000 to 1 million. 81. The United States was pleased to see the end of Sukarno, and it supported General Suharto in his violent campaigns against the communists. Meanwhile, for the Communist bloc and especially the Chinese, the destruction of the powerful Indonesian party was a disaster. The events had distinct echoes of the Kuomintang's massacre of the Chinese Communists in Shanghai in 1927. And just as that catastrophe had led Stalin to reconsider the United Front strategy of forging alliances with bourgeois nationalists, so the Indonesian events cast doubt on the collaborations which Zhou Enlai and Khrushchev had championed from the mid-1950s. The Soviets had been disappointed with the strategy for some time. Khrushchev's optimistic view that support for left-wing nationalist leaders would help the transition to Soviet-style socialism was clearly false. The Soviets had spent time and precious resources nursing leaders like Nasser, only for them to turn against their benefactors. Even the relationship with Castro had turned sour, and the series of defeats in Indonesia, Ghana, and Algeria only reinforced the conviction that the Soviet approach had to change. The Chinese, who had particularly close relations with the Algerians and Indonesian communists, were similarly dismayed. The response of the two communist powers was to withdraw from the Third World for a while, but for rather different reasons. The Chinese became increasingly absorbed in the domestic politics of their own cultural revolution, and as a result of that upheaval their foreign policy became strident, uncompromising, and ineffective. In the USSR, meanwhile, the fall of Khrushchev had discredited Third World adventures, and Leonid Brezhnev had little interest in them. And when, in the late 1960s, the Soviets renewed their assault on the global bourgeoisie, they were to abandon Khrushchev's faith in United Front-style alliances in favor of orthodox Marxist-Leninists. 8. After his failure in Congo, Che Guevara abandoned Africa, seeking new revolutionary opportunities in Latin America. He returned to Bolivia, where he had traveled as a youth, and tried to apply his FOCO theory of guerrilla warfare there. It was, predictably, a failure, and in October 1967 he was tracked down, caught and executed by the Bolivian army with the help of the CIA. His emaciated corpse was preserved and displayed to journalists in an ultimately misguided PR exercise to prove that he, and the guerrilla communism the Americans so feared, was truly dead. Walt Rostow wrote a triumphant letter to Johnson, asserting that the death of Che marks the passing of another of the aggressive, romantic revolutionaries like Sukarno, Nkrumah, Ben Bella. It shows the soundness of our preventive medicine assistance to countries facing incipient insurgency. 82. But the dead Che proved to be just as, if not more, potent than the live one. With his matted hair and beard, wan features, and drawn face, many pointed to the resemblance between Freddy Alborta's photograph and Montaigne's Lamentation over the Dead Christ. And in a strange reprise of his youthful trade in Catholic trinkets, he too became a source of relics, as local women cut off locks of his hair and kept them as charms. The Cuban regime exploited the cult of the new revolutionary martyr, and Che's image, especially Alberto Corda's famous 1960 photograph of a determined Che looking into the distance, became a powerful symbol during the student revolts of the late 1960s and 1970s. The 1965 song to mark Che's departure from Cuba, Hasta Siempre, Comandante, also became a popular anthem on the radical left, sung by, amongst others, the American folk singer Joan Baez. The idealism of the late 1950s and early 1960s, represented by Che, was therefore to remain a powerful force during the rebellions of the late 1960s, as will be seen in Chapter 11. But in some ways Rostow was right, the death of Che was a sign that the Romantic era was coming to an end, at least in the capitals of the superpowers. Different as their politics were, Khrushchev, Mao, Tito, Che and even Kennedy believed that they were fighting an ideological struggle for hearts and minds. From the mid-1960s, however, statesmen in Moscow and Washington were concluding that the times were much more dangerous. The new era demanded not a Peace Corps or guerrilla bands, but traditional armies and vanguard parties. And in Moscow, this conservative thinking was only reinforced by a revolutionary challenge within the communist bloc itself, the Prague Spring of 1968. Stasis. I. On August 21, 1968, as Soviet and other Warsaw Pact tanks rolled into Czechoslovakia, the Romanian leader Nicolae Ceausescu addressed a crowd of 100,000 from the balcony of the Central Committee building in Bucharest. The USSR, he declared, was guilty of aggression and Romania would not be sending troops to join her communist allies, even though she was a member of the Warsaw Pact. His announcement was met with roars of approval, and his stand seemed like a truly courageous one, for Romania might have been at risk from a Soviet invasion. Ceausescu, together with Alexander Dubček, now led the most popular communist regimes in Eastern Europe. Nevertheless, his alliance with the Czechoslovak reformers was a strange one in ideological terms. Whilst the communists of the Prague Spring were moving towards a more liberal form of communism, only 1 year earlier Ceausescu had abandoned a much less liberal reform package, and within a few years would preside over one of the most authoritarian of Eastern Europe's regimes. The plaudits and praise he enjoyed were not rewards for any great liberalization but were bestowed in recognition of his patriotic valor in standing up for little Romania against an overbearing Soviet neighbor. The drama of August 1968 revealed the crisis the Communist bloc found itself in following the failures of Tito, Khrushchev, and Mao to revive communism by looking to various Marxist forms of democracy, with doses of militant radicalism and party-led mobilization. What was the way forward? The bloc fragmented. One group, including Romania, clung to a version of high Stalinism, complete with mobilization and harsh austerity, though they draped it in their own national colors. At the other extreme, communists like Dubček looked to a more pragmatic, even liberal Marxism which even allowed markets and pluralism. In the mid-1960s Moscow also tried to liberalize its economy to a limited degree. But the experiment was short-lived, and the Prague Spring discredited such experiments. By the end of the 1960s the nature of the Soviet bloc was best seen in the image of the tanks rumbling into Prague. It had lost any dynamism the system once had, and now devoted its energies to stability at any cost. 2. In 1974 Edgar Papu, a Romanian literary critic, wrote an article in the Bucharest Journal. 20th Century that elaborated a rather far-fetched theory. He called his idea Romanian proto-chronism. Papu argued that, throughout history, literary movements and styles commonly believed to be West European in origin, the Baroque, Romanticism, the ideas and styles of Flaubert and Ibsen could actually be found in Romanian literature first. Proto-chronism became an enormously popular idea in Romanian culture in the 1970s and 1980s, and was endorsed by Ceausescu himself. 1. Proto-chronism, of course, had been seen before, in the Soviet claims of the late 1940s that Russians had invented the telephone and the light bulb. This was no accident. Romania was essentially importing a version of high Stalinism, a politics of hierarchy and discipline was wedded to an economics of industrialization and an ideology of nationalism. It was joined in this strategy by Albania, on the other side of the Balkans. Both Romania and Albania were non-Slavic agrarian societies, both were far away from the flashpoints of Central Europe and the impracticality of Soviet invasion gave them room for maneuver, and both parties saw Khrushchev's Soviet Union as the new imperialist power a threat to their national autonomy. Why did they have such a strange, counterintuitive view? Surely Stalin, not Khrushchev, was the imperialist. Khrushchev had indeed made real efforts to extend a new spirit of fraternity to Stalin's empire. The old diktats gave way to greater freedom for local communists. Stalin had treated East European party bosses as if they were vassals in a patrimonial court, and their visits to Moscow were almost private affairs, rarely publicized. Now the relationship was much more equal. Visiting party leaders were treated as heads of state on official visits, and were spared the humiliations and post-prandial dancing sessions of the late Stalinist court. Khrushchev also abolished Stalin's old nocturnal timetable. Certainly, the Soviets continued to exert direct influence in their satellites' security services and military, and they made it clear that there were boundaries to the freedom, capitalism and a multi-party system were out of the question. But Khrushchev's reconciliation with Tito in 1956 marked a major change. The Soviets now accepted that Stalinist ambitions for a monolithic bloc were over, as they now declared, the paths of socialist development vary according to the country and the conditions that prevail there. 2. The economic logic of the bloc had also altered under Khrushchev to a less imperialistic direction. The old exploitation gave way to subsidies. 3. By the late 1950s it was the USSR that was transferring wealth to its satellites, not vice versa, most notably when Khrushchev gave János Kadar 860 million rubles worth of aid to prevent the Hungarian regime from collapsing during the anti-communist strike wave of 1956-7. The subsidies increased with time and by the 1970s and 1980s had become a serious drain on the Soviet economy. At the same time, however, Khrushchev began to take the economics of the Soviet bloc more seriously. He was not satisfied with Stalin's loosely articulated congeries of militarized buffer states. Inspired by the example of the European Economic Community founded by the Treaty of Rome in 1957, Khrushchev sought to create something more ambitious. In the early 1960s he tried to introduce a socialist division of labor into Comecon, encouraging the national economies to concentrate on areas where they enjoyed a comparative advantage. But to the poorer nations this policy really did look like imperialism. Stalin may have seemed like a pillaging imperialist to the developed states of northeastern and central Europe. But to the agrarian states of southeastern Europe, he had offered a route to wealth and independence, the command economy. Khrushchev, in contrast, threatened to condemn them forever to impoverished agrarian dependence, supplying food to the richer north. From the perspective of non-industrialized countries, Khrushchev's demand that they confine themselves to producing food and primary products for the needs of the Soviet economy would imprison them in permanent inferiority. The Romanian communists were always likely to find nationalism alluring because they had unusually shallow political roots. 4. Most communist leaders in the interwar period were from Romania's ethnic minorities, and when they came to power they were under intense pressure to establish some appeal to the majority population. The ethnic Romanian local communist Gheorghe Udej, a former railwayman, eventually seized the leadership, successfully outmaneuvering the Jewish Moscow communist Anna Pacher. While Stalin lived, Gheorghe Udej followed a slavishly pro-Soviet line. But weakened by the denunciation of Stalin in 1956, he increasingly looked to nationalism to bolster his regime. Lacking a committed group of communists in its middle ranks, the Romanian party found itself increasingly reliant on officials with strongly nationalistic views. This was a nation with a traumatic recent history. It had been heavily bombed, many of its Jewish citizens had been massacred, it had lost hundreds of thousands of men fighting alongside the Germans, and it had permanently lost substantial territories including Bessarabia to the USSR, resulting in substantial population transfers. It is no surprise that questions of national integrity and status should have been central, even to communist politics. Gheorghe Udej gradually began to distance Romania from the Soviet Union, negotiating the withdrawal of Red Army troops in 1958 and refusing to take sides on the Sino-Soviet split. The final break came in 1962 when Khrushchev tried to launch his new division of labor within Comecon. The Romanians responded by issuing a declaration of autonomy in 1964 and began to pursue an independent foreign policy, forging links with Yugoslavia, France, and even the United States. On the death of George Dej the following year, his successor Ceausescu continued the new nationalist line, which he justified with an intensely chauvinistic ideology. Ceausescu, born in 1918, the son of poor, ethnically Romanian peasants and apprenticed to a cobbler at the age of 11, had little education. By the age of 15, however, he had been elected to the communist-led anti-fascist committee. From then on he was in and out of prison, where he received an education in Marxism and became part of the Dej faction. On becoming premier in 1965 it seemed that Ceausescu would probably combine a new nationalist ethos with some form of cultural and economic liberalization, and he tried to gain the support of intellectuals through a limited cultural relaxation. But this was always likely to be temporary. Ceausescu had been committed to heavy industrial development, quoting the 19th-century historian A. D. Zenopol, to remain only agricultural is, to make ourselves for all time the slaves of foreigners, and many agreed with him. 5. Meanwhile, the Prague Spring convinced Ceausescu of the dangers of liberal political reforms, and the popularity of his opposition to the Soviet invasion demonstrated the power of Romanian nationalism. The 10th Party Congress of 1969, at which Ceausescu delivered a marathon speech lasting 5.5 hours, marked the beginning of his complete control of the party, and the launch of an exceptionally extravagant leadership cult. 6. By 1974 he was being compared to Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, Pericles, Cromwell, Peter the Great and Napoleon. 7. In many ways this was just a more extreme version of Tito's multifaceted cult, in which the leader posed both as ascetic revolutionary for the party members, and as new king for the peasantry. The principal difference was the elevation of various relatives to high positions, and of his wife, Elena, to cultic status. This was, of course, typically monarchical, as the joke went, if Stalin had created socialism in one country, Ceausescu had established socialism in one family. Yet Elena's virtues were not merely uxorious, but, importantly, scientific. She pursued a career as a research chemist, and from the 1970s was described as eminent personage of Romanian and international science, academician Dr. Engineer Elena Ceausescu. 8. She was also credited with the invention of a major new polymer, though when asked to discuss her researches in public she became mysteriously tongue-tied. Like other communist leaders in Balkan societies, then, Ceausescu projected an eclectic mixture of political messages, monarchical, scientific and communist. He even briefly flirted with Maoism, visiting China in 1971, though he did this largely to establish his independence from Moscow. But trumping all these conflicting attributes of Romanian communist ideology was ethnic nationalism. In the 1970s, Ceausescu set about creating an ethnically homogeneous state. Jews were allowed to emigrate, as were Germans, whilst efforts were made to assimilate the resentful Hungarians. Ceausescu's chauvinism was clearly difficult to marry with Marxism, though the Romanians did their best, dredging up some obscure jottings by Marx which seemed to condone Romanian claims to Bessarabia. 9. But it seems to have been very popular, and the Romanian regime was remarkably successful in attracting intellectuals to its cause. On the other side of the Balkans, the Albanian communists did not espouse such a crudely ethnic nationalism. They had little interest, for instance, in the rights of the Kosovar Albanian minority in Yugoslavia. But like the Romanians, they welcomed the Stalinist model as a way of building national strength. Born 10 years before Ceausescu in 1908, Enver Hoxha was a small landowner's son from southern Albania, and he always claimed that his uncle, an old Albanian patriot, had imbued him with an ardent belief in Albanianism. Hoxha won a government scholarship to study sciences at Montpellier University, and from there he went to the Sorbonne to study philosophy. He was one of the many communist leaders of the developing world including Ho Chi Minh, Zhou Enlai and Pol Pot who were inducted into communist culture by the French Communist Party, and it was there that he began to see Stalinism as a solution to Albania's backwardness. When he returned to Albania, he briefly taught French. But when he refused to join the fascist party during the Italian occupation he was sacked. He then set up a tobacconist's shop which became a center of undercover communist activism. He was a confident, articulate figure, who, like Tito, liked to dress well. Indeed, sartorial issues lay behind his conflict with the equally vain Tito. When he visited Tito in June 1946, Hoxha was appalled at his arrogance and jealous of his extravagance, his palatial surroundings, white and gold uniform and haughty manner. He and his fellow Albanians felt humiliated and patronized. So whilst Tito complained about Soviet imperialistic arrogance, Hoxha saw Tito as the real imperialist. Yugoslav attempts to dominate the region soured the relationship further, and Albania was delighted when Tito broke from the USSR in 1948. Inevitably, therefore, the Soviet-Yugoslav rapprochement of 1955 spoiled Soviet relations with Albania, and Hakka was further angered at Khrushchev's attempt, as he saw it, to consign Albania to the status of a permanent agricultural ghetto within Comecon. From 1960, relations between Albania and the USSR deteriorated. The formal break came in 1961, with Hakka denouncing Khrushchev in typically vituperative language as the greatest counter-revolutionary charlatan and clown the world has ever known. 10. In that year, the Third Five-Year Plan launched an intensive program of Albanian industrialization, and industrial output rose from 18.2% of national income in 1960 to a massive 43.3% in 1985. To his orthodox Stalinism, Hakka added a number of other elements. The first was the ethnic and clan politics of Albania. The party systematically favored the southern Tosks, of whom Hakka was one, a group that had resented the suzerainty of the northern Gegs for some time. And within the Tosks, Hakka depended on a close-knit group of clans. Of 61 members of the Central Committee in 1961, there were 5 married couples, and 20 were related as sons-in-law or cousins. 11. In glaring contrast to this traditional tribal politics was an adherence to Maoism, a tendency that emerged in the 1960s as Albania forged links with China in one of the more curious alliances of the era. Hakka's Maoism, however, was rather closer in spirit to late Stalinism than Chinese communism. The works of Mao were used to justify his purges, and he also shared Mao's love of and talent for vitriolic invective. His campaigns, however, were highly controlled, and bore few signs of Mao's populism. The most controlled of the high Stalinist states, however, was undoubtedly North Korea. After the end of the Korean War, and Stalin's death, direct Soviet influence declined, but Kim continued to use high Stalinist policies, combined with Japanese and indigenous traditions for nationalist objectives. The Korean War had left a deep, unhealed wound in the form of the border dividing North and South. Kim Il-sung faced a threat from the American-backed South, and he himself continued to dream of reunification under his control. After the end of the war, a technocratic right emerged within the leadership, which argued for a more balanced, consumer-oriented economy, but they were soon defeated and purged. Kim insisted on an industrial and military build-up under the slogan, "Arms in the one hand and a hammer and sickle in the other." 12. It was unclear how one hand could manipulate both a hammer and a sickle, but in 1958, the year of China's Great Leap Forward, Kim believed Great Break-style storming could overcome any obstacles. He called this the Kolyma Campaign, after the magical winged horse from Korean mythology that could cover extraordinary distances at great speed. Kim was worried about threats from his communist neighbors to the north, the USSR and China, as much as from the capitalist south. He was therefore determined to build up his defenses during the turbulent years of the late 1950s and early 1960s, when Khrushchev's criticisms of Stalin left him dangerously exposed. Setting out to free himself from the vagaries of communist bloc politics, in 1955 Kim began to marginalize Marxism-Leninism, and his philosophy of Juche became the new ideology of the regime. Juche, in effect, meant national spirit. The main evil in the Juche universe was flunkyism, sycophancy towards foreigners and their culture. This echoed the high Stalinist crime of servility to the West, but this time the targets were the Russians themselves. Kim decried poets who worshipped Pushkin and musicians who adored Tchaikovsky. Flunkyism was so rampant that some artists drew foreign landscapes instead of our beautiful mountains and rivers. He was particularly outraged to find a painting of a Siberian bear in a local hospital. 13. His old connections with the Soviets and the Red Army were downplayed, and Kim Jong-il's official biography was doctored. Now he had been born in Korea itself, not the USSR. Yuri Arsenovich Kim had never existed. Kim initially deployed Juche during the tensions with the USSR in the early 1960s. But later, during the Cultural Revolution, it was China that became more of a threat. In 1967, radical Red Guards, seeing in North Korea the feudal communism they were so eager to extirpate, and criticizing Kim for failing to be anti-Soviet enough, began to condemn the regime as revisionist and corrupt, and a dispute simmered over the Sino-Korean border. Kim responded by emulating aspects of Mao's leadership cult. North Koreans were now expected to demonstrate the passionately intense emotional attachment to the great leader that the Red Guards showed to Mao. However, Kim never copied the chaotic populist mobilizations of Maoist China. Indeed, the country has retained his hierarchical order. According to a grim Korean quip, the population was divided into tomatoes, those who are red to the core, apples red on the surface but susceptible to ideological improvement, and grapes, who have no chance of redemption. Heredity and class background still play a role in Korean society. The top core class are largely the descendants of the workers, peasants, and communists of the 1940s and 1950s, and occupy good jobs. The wavering class have opportunities to secure promotion, possibly through the military, whilst the hostile class are seen as outcasts, and have lowly jobs. However, observers disagree over the strength of Songbin and people's ability to circumvent it as over so many other aspects of this mysterious and isolated society. 14. Social hierarchy has been reinforced by ideological controls, and the population continues to be treated as a labor army. Life was, and is, hard. North Koreans generally have to leave for work at 7 a.m., attend political study sessions and meetings between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., work for 8 hours with a rest period of 3 hours at lunchtime, and then attend more study sessions and self-criticism meetings until 10 p.m., returning home between 10:30 and 11 p.m. The military model extends to all aspects of everyday life. Everybody is allocated a set of clothes, suited for their work and position, once a year on Kim Il-sung's birthday, and whilst there are subtle differences in quality according to rank, the styles are all very similar, creating an extraordinary uniformity. They are also of mediocre quality, many of them made of vinylon, a locally invented synthetic textile derived partly from limestone. Food has been rationed, and droughts, combined with agricultural mismanagement and exports of grain to earn foreign currency, have caused serious shortages and even famines. 15. Despite these crises, however, the regime has survived. After the Cultural Revolution, relations with China improved, and North Korea became more secure internationally. Domestically, too, the regime has been remarkably stable. Defectors report dissatisfaction, especially amongst those social groups that are not favored by the Songbin system, but there is a significant privileged group that benefits from the regime. The regime's nationalist credentials, its determination to preserve its isolation from the rest of the world, the state's intrusiveness, and the power of the leadership cult now under the auspices of Kim Jong-il have all contributed to its survival, despite a severe deterioration in living standards. All three regimes on the periphery of the Eurasian landmass found they could use their own versions of high Stalinism in pursuit of nationalist ambitions. But the Central and East European core was traveling in precisely the opposite direction. As relations between East and West gradually improved from the 1960s, the failures of Khrushchev's romantic communism left them open to the influence of the market and the capitalist world. 3. The second part of Kundera's The Joke is set in the 1960s. Ludwig has long been released from his mining labor battalion and has become a successful academic in a research institute. A journalist comes to interview him about his work, and it transpires that she is Helena, the wife of Zemanek, the party boss who presided over his youthful expulsion from the communist Eden. Still bitter, Ludwig decides to take his revenge by seducing Helena and breaking up her marriage. But though he succeeds in winning Helena, he fails to wound Zemanek, who is involved in an affair himself and is delighted at Helena's departure. He also discovers that Zemanek has become a popular reform communist. His cruel joke aimed at his old enemy has backfired on him. A last encounter with his old friend, the folklore enthusiast Jaroslav at an ersatz folk festival. The Rite of the King reveals that the Slavic folk tradition, now commandeered by the communist regime, has been emptied of all meaning. It has become a hopelessly vulgar, kitschy entertainment gawked at by uncomprehending teenagers. Though temporarily transported by their love of music, Ludwig's and Yaroslav's brief idyll ends when Jaroslav has a heart attack. Ludwig is again a victim of his incomprehension of the world around him and, more generally, mankind's inability to control events. His first joke backfired because he did not understand the Puritanism of the late 1940s, whilst his second joke fails because he does not realize how far those ideals have decayed by the 1960s. The marriage of Helena and Zemanek, which began as an idealistic communist union, is a sham. The folk tradition has been deeply corrupted by the state. Ludwig discovers that a world without values is as abhorrent as one of intolerant mass joy. Kundera, writing in 1965, captured the changes in Eastern Europe since the end of high Stalinism. In most states, the terrifyingly idealistic enthusiasms of the late 1940s had yielded to a less repressive but more cynical era. The rebellions of the mid-1950s had forced many of the socialist regimes to retreat from high Stalinism, and they had achieved some stability. However, now they had jettisoned their old ambitions, there was a danger they would merely become repressive and infinitely less successful versions of their Western counterparts. Immediately after the shock of 1956, it looked as if the Eastern Bloc might be subject to new campaigns of revolutionary purity. Khrushchev was sensitive to Chinese criticisms, and the Moscow Conference of Communist Parties in 1957 launched a new push for collectivization after the brief post-Stalin pause. Except in Poland, where Gomulka managed to ditch collective farms completely, most East European countries completed collectivization by the early 1960s. Yet this was to be the last gasp of ideological optimism in the region. Never again would there be such a concerted advance along the road to communism. The loosening of the imperial reins brought much greater diversity to Eastern Europe in the late 1950s and 1960s. Whilst Yugoslavia, Romania, and Albania had escaped Soviet control, even within the Soviet sphere variations were large, from a liberal Hungary at one end of the spectrum to an immobile Bulgaria at the other. But beneath the surface they all resembled each other in one respect: communist parties throughout the region were retreating, and in doing so they were forced to become a different type of animal. The more egalitarian militias or guerrillas of the Soviet First Five-Year Plan and of the Chinese 1950s and 1960s had never been much of a model in Eastern Europe, but even the more orderly armies of high Stalinism no longer seemed to be suitable. One Hungarian low-level party official, interviewed in 1988, put the problem starkly. "We inherited the structure of the period when it was really a warlike goal to get this country in shape. To start something. That required a large concentration of willpower and force on the part of the party. It was possible only if the party worked with a soldier-like punctuality and discipline. Now the biggest problem of the party is peace. There are no tasks. We are a combat troop, and there is no war. So, for the present problems, the party is like a bull in a china shop. It attacks everything, wants to fight, to battle, and so on, when the problems have been different for a long time." 16. The remaining radical elements of high Stalinism were dropped in favor of technocracy and creeping markets. Communists were now much more likely to be professionals and managers than workers. In 1946, only 10.3% of Yugoslavia's communists were white-collar workers. By 1968 the proportion had more than quadrupled to 43.8%. 17. Secret policemen remained, but they were less visible. The communist authorities also made fewer efforts to remold their populations and create the new socialist man. They sought, rather, to establish a workable modus vivendi with the rest of society. The first renegotiation was with the industrial working class, the most rebellious and threatening force. Stalinist efforts to bully workers into increasing productivity were abandoned, and the influential grouping of male skilled workers in heavy industry was bought off with incomes approaching those of educated white-collar employees. Rapidly, therefore, the regime's pro-worker rhetoric, so evidently hypocritical in the Stalinist period, began to mean something. But as will be seen, these concessions had their drawbacks. Factories became even less productive, and opposition to market-style reforms became more entrenched. The concessions also fueled resentment amongst professionals, who felt that their educational achievements were not being recognized. Communist parties also retreated before entrenched peasant cultures. In Yugoslavia and Poland, collectivization was permanently abandoned, but even where collectivization was the norm, efforts were made to accommodate the traditional peasant household. Private plots expanded, and soon made a major contribution to food supplies. Religion also flourished after the new retreat. No longer were the churches and mosques treated as inherently anti-communist. The Polish Catholic Church did particularly well out of the 1956 crisis and became a major force, seizing a great deal of autonomy. In Hungary, Katar reached agreement with the Vatican in 1964, whilst in 1958 the East German leadership tried to come to some understanding with the influential Protestant churches. Yet the Communists never fully made their peace with God. Relations with the churches were always tense, and churches were riddled with spies and informers. Only in Orthodox Romania did Gheorghe follow Stalin's wartime strategy and co-opt the church. By 1971, his successor Ceausescu had put medieval images of Saint Stephen on Romanian postage stamps. 18. But perhaps the greatest beneficiaries of the retreats, at least for a time, were the urban middle classes. The early 1960s was one of the freest periods of the communist era. Khrushchev's second and even more forthright denunciation of Stalin at the 22nd Party Congress in 1961 reverberated throughout the Soviet sphere of influence. Solzhenitsyn and Kafka could even be read in conformist Sofia for a time. Only Poland bucked the trend. After a liberal period in 1956-7, when Gomulka even allowed competition between candidates in parliamentary elections, the party cracked down, seeking refuge in anti-intellectualism and anti-Semitism. But if the comrades were retreating, and no longer serious about creating full communism, what on earth were they for? How could they justify their monopoly of power to the population, or to themselves? Nationalism, of course, had long been part of the communist repertoire, and the Polish regime embraced it more fully after 1956. But nationalism itself could be hazardous. Polish nationalism, for example, was strongly entwined with an anti-communist Catholicism and anti-Russian sentiment. Hungarian nationalism was difficult to disentangle from old revanchist demands for pre-World War I territories, demands that were naturally unacceptable to its now socialist neighbors, and nationalism in the GDR was now irredeemably besmirched by Nazism. In multi-ethnic states like Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, nationalism, far from fostering cohesion, could be dangerously corrosive. Slovenes and Croats increasingly saw Yugoslavia as a Serb project and became vocal liberalizers in the 1960s, whilst Slovak discontent at Czech domination helped to bring about the Prague Spring in 1968. The real alternative to radical and romantic mobilization in most of the Soviet bloc, however, was the promise to improve consumption. Abandoning the promise of a communist utopia to justify self-sacrifice and austerity, communist leaders now claimed that they were the best people to deliver higher living standards, whilst distributing them equitably. The communism which Khrushchev promised would be attained by 1980 was widely interpreted as a society of material plenty rather than an idol of Marxist creativity. Efforts to please the consumer began in the 1950s. It was then that some East Europeans finally enjoyed the self-service supermarket developed before the war in the United States and exported to Western Europe during the Marshall Plan era. In Warsaw, the grand neoclassical Stalinist shops were joined by a low-rise modernist, American-style self-service store, the Supersum, in 1959. As the supermarket's inventors in Depression-era America intended, it brought liberation and autonomy. Shoppers could wander round the store, choosing what they wanted without the need to engage with sullen assistants or join long queues at every counter. However, as any resident of or visitor to the old Eastern Bloc will remember, an American consumer culture never flourished, and self-service supermarkets remained the exception. The socialist car was the real symbol of the aspiration to satisfy consumers. The GDR, under most pressure to compete with the West, was the first country to make serious attempts to build cars for the private market with its plastic-bodied, environmentally unfriendly Trabant, first introduced in 1958. By the late 1980s about 40% of households had cars higher than any other country in the bloc, but not nearly as many as in West Germany. The USSR followed in the late 1960s, with its massive $900 million deal with Fiat to build a factory in the Volga town of Tolyatti in 1966 and produce the Zhiguli Orlata, a version of the Fiat 124. 19. Until then, a tiny 65,000 a year had been made available to the public, that increased tenfold, and by the 1980s, 10% of households owned cars. However, whilst communist leaders had hoped that cars would become a sign of the socialist world's ability to provide similar living standards to the West, in fact they became a symbol of their failure. In June 1989 the GDR's secret police, the Stasi, even reported that many citizens view the solution of the automobile problem as a measure of the success of the GDR's economic policies. 20. Cars were expensive, and waiting lists were long. In 1989 customers were receiving Trabants they had ordered in 1976. 21. This was taking delayed gratification too far. The regimes had raised expectations without being able to meet them. Why did socialist economies find it so difficult to satisfy consumers, even though their leaders were so eager to do so? A story told by Michael Burawa, an American industrial sociologist who got a job in 1985 as a steel worker in the October Revolution Brigade of the enormous Lenin Steel Works in Miskolc, Hungary, helps to explain why. In February, it was announced that the Prime Minister was visiting, and production stopped for days as he and his fellow workers cleaned and painted the factory. Hordes of young lads from neighboring cooperatives were swarming around and soldiers were shoveling the snow. It seemed as if the entire land had been mobilized for the visit of the Prime Minister. Burawa was supposed to be helping to paint one of the machines, the slag drawer, yellow and green, but there were not enough clean brushes to go round, and he spent his time pointlessly painting shovels with the only tool available, a brush loaded with black paint. The workers were deeply cynical about the whole exercise, seeing it as a typical example of the wastefulness of the system. On seeing workers melting ice with a gas flame, Jayuri shakes his head in dismay. Money doesn't count, the Prime Minister is coming. 22. Jayuri was right. In socialist economies, even those with strong market elements, like Hungary's in the 1980s, politics mattered more than money and profit. Successful managers were those who expanded their empires, and that meant pleasing the political bosses who controlled the purse strings. It was essential that a good show be put on for the Prime Minister, however much was spent. In this struggle for resources, it was the politically influential who were best able to compete, especially the heavy industrial and defense industries. Therefore, even after Stalin's death, when the economy was no longer whipped into fulfilling heroic plans, the state continued to neglect the consumer. And without the fear of bankruptcy to reign in their voraciousness, the old industrial interests remained uncontrollably hungry, sucking up all the resources and creating shortages throughout the economy, from Burawa's paintbrushes to Trabant cars. 23. Thus the main drawback of communist economies was not always equality and the concurrent poor incentives for workers, as is often thought. One of the main problems of the system lay in how capital was allocated, whether it went into productive or unproductive areas. The absence of democracy, combined with the centralization of economic power amongst the planners, allowed well-entrenched interest groups to hijack the honeypot. This was, at root, the insight of the Austrian right liberal economist and influential critic of communism, Friedrich von Hayek. Inevitably, this rigidity crippled communists' ability to innovate. Entrenched interests made sure that they took the lion's share of resources, starving new ventures which were to be vital for the economy. By the 1980s, therefore, a massive 20–30% of the Soviet national budget was spent on defense. Meanwhile, the Soviet bloc seriously lagged behind in the computing industry of the future. By the 1970s, the USSR had a quarter of the world's scientists, half the world's engineers and a third of the world's physicists, but manpower did not make a high-tech economy. The Soviet bloc did develop a serious computer system, copied from an IBM model, the RIAD, but, typically, much more energy was spent on producing the computers than helping their consumers in industry to use them. 24. In the 1980s, the number of computers in the USSR amounted to less than 1% of the quantity Indiana, the United States, 200,000 to 25 million. 25. The other main obstacle to the consumer economy, at least in less reformed states, was the plan, which typically set quantity targets. Factories therefore took the easiest route, producing large quantities of consumer goods of poor quality, which nobody wanted to buy. The result was shoddy, expensive goods that lay moldering on shop shelves whilst the public competed for the higher quality, expensive goods on the black market. As the Russian economist Nikolai Shmelev explained in 1987, "We produce more shoes than any country in the world, but they aren't any good and nobody wants them. We produce twice as much steel as the United States. Layers of bureaucracy and administrative tyranny are responsible for this mess. They prevent producers from caring about the quality of what they produce and from marketing it properly." 26. Even when efforts were made to improve consumer industries in the 1970s and 1980s, factories were still responding to planners, rather than consumers. Party officials did try to decide what would sell, but sober, puritanical bureaucrats were hardly the ideal people to predict future consumer trends. One member of the Dresden Regional Administration in the GDR was aware of his limitations, but still, absurdly, found himself having to second-guess fashion-conscious citizens. Willy-nilly one always hits up against the question, what is actually fashionable? During the last meeting between shops and manufacturers in Dresden, some of the retail outlets were of the opinion that the selection was too stylish and there was a lack of standard wares. Is this opinion right or is it subjective? Of course we cannot answer this question definitively. The relation between stylish and standard wares should be about 50-50. 27. By the mid-1960s, it was becoming clear not only that Soviet-type economies were struggling to satisfy the consumer, but that their high growth rates more generally declining. Between 1950 and 1958, Soviet growth per unit of resource was 3.7%, whilst between 1959 and 1966 it had fallen to 2%. What was to be done? Economists increasingly thought about combining the plan with the market, and Khrushchev's fall helped them. Khrushchev had dallied with market reforms, and had introduced them in a very limited way in 1964. But he was, at root, a true believer in collectivist economics and was suspicious of encouraging individual, market incentives. Brezhnev, in contrast, whilst he was no liberal, was much less concerned with ideology. It looked as if Khrushchev's awkward combination of technocracy and radicalism would give way to a new era of pragmatism. 4. The 1970s and early 1980s were some of the most dispiriting years in the history of the Soviet bloc, but, precisely for that reason, they were the golden age of the communist joke. Two of the best-known capture popular views of Leonid Brezhnev in the early 1980s. Brezhnev begins his official speech at the 1980 Moscow Olympics, "Oh, oh, oh." His aide interrupts him and whispers, "The speech starts below, Leonid Ilyich. That's the Olympic symbol. Leonid Ilyich is in surgery. Is it his heart again? No, he's having a chest expansion operation. He's awarded himself another Order of Lenin." No Moscow dinner party in the late 1970s and 1980s was complete without jokes about his idiocy and vanity, and everybody had their own impersonation, complete with his dottery Ukrainian accented speech. Kundera's Ludwig would have had no problems in the USSR of the 1970s. Even Brezhnev did not care. When told about the chest expansion joke, he said, "If they're telling jokes about me, it means they love me." 28. Yet many of his former colleagues have argued that it was only from the early 1970s that he became the notoriously lazy mediocrity who would brook no criticism, partly as a result of the ill health that dogged him from 1968. Before then he and Alexei Kosygin, the Prime Minister, seemed like energetic, pragmatic reformers, willing to break from Khrushchev's old ideological mindset. As the Czech reformer Zdeněk Mlyna with acute remembered, few of his reformist friends in the Soviet Party missed Khrushchev, and they welcomed Brezhnev as an interim leader who might preside over a rational line based on expertise. 29. Leonid Brezhnev was born into a Russian workers' family in Kamenskoye in eastern Ukraine in 1906. His parents were ambitious for him, and he attended a good classical grammar school. The revolution and civil war disrupted his education, but they also opened up new opportunities. Had it not been for the Bolsheviks, he would have undoubtedly followed his father into the steel mill. He joined the Komsomol, worked in factories, and acquired a technical education, eventually graduating as a metallurgical engineer. In 1936 he was elected to the Dneprodzerzhinsk Town Council, and then had a job organizing metal production for Ukraine's defense industries. It was at this point that he joined the tail of an important party boss Nikita Khrushchev, the new head of the Ukrainian party. During the war, he continued to put his technical and administrative skills at the service of the party, helping with the dismantling of factories in the western USSR for transport to the east. He also became a political commissar, charged with inspiring and disciplining his troops. Ultimately Khrushchev took him to the Kremlin on his coattails. But Brezhnev's style could not have been more different to his patrons. He was a technical person before he became a party activist, and when he did become a commissar it was during the most nationalistic and least ideologically Marxist period of the party's history. He was therefore more consensual than Khrushchev. He was, indeed, a fairly typical official of his generation who owed his extraordinary social mobility to the party. Like Dudantsev Drozdov, he was uninterested in ideas, did not enjoy films and disliked reading. Acolytes even had to read official papers to him. Some of his pleasures were simple ones, playing dominoes with his security guard and watching football on the TV. But the Brezhnev jokes had some truth to them. He was hilariously vain, loved ceremony and was no Puritan. He had accumulated more state awards than all of his predecessors combined. Indeed, he had more military medals than Marshal Zhukov, who had captured Berlin. 30 Other weaknesses included fast cars and the post-Stalin communist sport of bear hunting. And whilst Brezhnev hardly lived in the luxury enjoyed by today's Russian elites, his lifestyle was very different from the mass of the Soviet people, and inevitably generated resentment and jokes. In one, Brezhnev's mother visits her son in his luxurious dacha. "This is my house," he boasts, "these are my cars, this is my swimming pool." His mother gasps with wonder and pride, tinged with anxiety, "You do live well, Lyonika. But I'm worried for you. What happens if the Bolsheviks return?" As will be seen, the joke turned out to be prescient. Revolutionary Bolsheviks of a sort were indeed to return, and Brezhnev's corrupt legacy was to be one of their first targets. Brezhnev's lack of attachment to ideological shibboleths made him an ideal international negotiator, as did his easygoing character. He once confessed, "Charm can take you a long way in politics," and he was resolutely opposed to those he dubbed the Soviet Chinese, the Mao-style anti-Western ideologues within the party. After the erratic and touchy Khrushchev, Brezhnev was welcomed by Western statesmen, and peacemaking with the United States was his great achievement, in the raft of nuclear arms control and other treaties of the early 1970s. Brezhnev's ideological flexibility, together with his own interest in the good life, also gave him a greater willingness to tolerate economic reform in the Soviet bloc, and whilst the reforms in the USSR itself did not go very far, the 1960s saw some of the boldest economic experiments in the region. Three parties, the East German, the Hungarian, and the Czechoslovak, embarked on serious programs of economic liberalization, as did the Yugoslavs outside the bloc. The first reformer was the unlikely Walter Ulbricht. Few expected that the old rigid Stalinist, forged in the sectarian German Communist Party of the 1920s, would change in his 60s, but the GDR was on the front line in the economic competition with the capitalist world. Before the building of the Berlin Wall in 1961, those dissatisfied could just move to the west, as about a sixth of the population did. As Ulbricht told Khrushchev in 1960, "We cannot choose against whom we would like to compete. We are simply forced to square off against West Germany." 31 In 1970, Ulbricht sincerely believed that the GDR could overtake its Western brother in specific high-tech areas like electronics and machine building, even though it might not catch up with the economy as a whole, hence the party's surreal slogan "to overtake without catching up." Ulbricht's new economic system of 1963 was a typical reform of the time and was partially inspired by the economist Evze Lieberman, a technocratic project to introduce market mechanisms into the plan without giving in to the free market. Efforts were made to subject enterprises to market signals to improve their productivity and to make them more responsive to consumers. This would be done by judging them and financing them according to their profitability, rather than by how much they produced, and by giving them more powers over pay and bonuses. At the same time, Ulbricht challenged traditional party bosses by seeking to promote technically able, educated experts rather than the less well-educated Reds. His reform, however, soon ran into the difficulties that bedeviled all attempts at market-style reforms in the Soviet bloc: the objective difficulty of moving from the old system to the new, political resistance, and fears of worker unrest. Economic bureaucrats complained that they were still expected to fulfill plans, but had fewer powers to do so. Enterprises spent money on wages to appease workers, and productivity declined. The regime did not have the courage to set higher commercial prices, and even though Ulbricht did talk about the need to close down unprofitable plants, it was politically impossible to do so, as they had powerful supporters in the party. Ulbricht also discovered that decentralization deprived him of the powers he wanted to force through his ambitious high-tech projects, and he began to reverse the reforms. Soon a powerful opposition had emerged within the party, led by Erich Honecker, whilst Ulbricht's obsession with high-tech industries began to cause shortages and bottlenecks in other areas of production. A combination of economic crisis, mass discontent, and Brezhnev's displeasure at Ulbricht's unauthorized détente with West Germany brought Ulbricht's fall, his replacement by Honecker, and the end of market reforms. 32. Serious reform had ended much earlier in the USSR. In 1965, Kosygin introduced a limited version of Lieberman's proposals, but they were soon watered down. Brezhnev was a staunch defender of established bureaucratic interests, and the hungry parts of the economy, especially the military and heavy industry, resisted any reduction in their resources. The Hungarian party introduced the most long-lasting liberal reform, which few predicted after the brutal repressions of 1956-7. Once Kader had reimposed communist rule, he tried to follow a middle course between hardliners and liberals, and began to seek support for his unpopular regime. The new economic mechanism of 1966 and 1968 reduced plan targets to a minimum and freed prices, gradually lifting economic controls until by the 1980s the Hungarian economy was one of the freest in the bloc. A dual economy emerged, rather like the Soviet economy in the 1920s, with cooperatives and a legal private sector allowed to compete with the state-owned economy. The reform gave consumers, at least those with money, real power. The old socialist dilemma of too few goods and too much money was reversed, and the problems of capitalism returned: too little money, too much to buy. Wage differences also increased and inevitably caused some discontent. The Hungarians, then, had created their own goulash communism. By communist standards, this was a consumer paradise, and industrial performance also seems to have improved. Even so, this was not capitalism. Market disciplines were weak, and failing firms were not closed down. The state, moreover, still had most of the power. As long as these reforms promised to improve the popular mood without challenging the party's rule, the Kremlin tolerated them. And yet there were real dangers. After the crises of the mid-1950s, communist regimes had bought off rebellious workers at the cost of economic efficiency. Liberalization may have had the support of white-collar workers and peasants, but it was bound to hurt workers and poorer regions. After the Russian invasion, Hungary had a united, disciplined party that could cope with these tensions. Yet most communist states were not so resilient and proved unable to deal with the tensions liberalization brought in its train. Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, both with more powerful communist traditions than Hungary, but plagued by ethnic division, showed how dangerous the market could be to communist rule. By the mid-1960s, the dangers of the market were most obvious in Yugoslavia. The old efforts to unite the romantic marks of worker councils with the market had long been abandoned. Instead, a Faustian pact had been forged, borrowing cash from the capitalist West to fund socialism in Yugoslavia. The bargain proved hopelessly unequal, and Yugoslavia became increasingly sucked into the capitalist world. Forced to export more and more to pay off debts, efficiency and cost-cutting, and with them higher unemployment, were inevitable. By 1968, almost 10% of the population were jobless, a unique situation in a communist state. Conflicts broke out between conservatives, committed to greater planning and centralization, and liberals, and, more dangerously, they became linked with tensions between Yugoslavia's republics. Wealthier Croatia and Slovenia resented subsidizing the poorer Montenegro, Macedonia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, especially at a time of retrenchment, and demanded further liberalization and decentralization. Belgrade was beginning to lose control. In 1963, the republics were given more powers. In 1965, the central state's control over the economy was reduced further, and in 1966 the main defender of the old centralized system, the secret policeman Aleksandar Rankovic, fell from grace. But state control was not replaced with market disciplines. Local party pressure made it difficult to close inefficient enterprises, whilst managers were free to raise wages and borrow money. The consequence was spiraling debt and inflation. By the 1970s, Yugoslavia was in crisis, inefficient, indebted, and in danger of disintegration. Yugoslavia's travails should, perhaps, have warned Brezhnev of the dangers of markets and of integrating East European economies with the West. But Soviet bloc economies were not in debt yet, and Tito's troubles elicited only schadenfreude in Moscow. Brezhnev, however, could not ignore the crisis in Czechoslovakia. The Czechoslovak party was governed by Antonin Novotny, an old Czech party official of a fundamentally Stalinist bent. As Mlyna Withacute described him, he combined a true belief in the correctness of communist doctrine and its advantages for workers, with political hucksterism and a talent for bureaucratic intrigue. He had been closely involved in the Stalinist show trials of the early 1950s, and was so lacking in sentiment that he was happy to sleep between the sheets belonging to Vlada Clementis, one of the communists he had sent to the gallows. 33 Nevertheless, Novotny forged links with Khrushchev and was prepared to introduce limited reforms in response to economic failure. Growth slowed from an impressive 11.7% in 1960, to 6.2% in 1962, to 0 in 1963. He allowed more cultural freedoms and rehabilitated the economist Odaic, who proposed a number of liberal reforms. Yet the conservative Novotny dragged his feet when it came to implementing them, and workers who inevitably suffered from reform were unhappy. 34 As the economy continued to do badly, the intelligentsia also became restive, and a slew of novels appeared, condemning evil apparatchiks in the harshest terms. The party now began to split along ideological and ethnic lines. The poorer Slovaks, who felt very much the inferior partners in Czechoslovakia, and whose economy was doing particularly badly, demanded liberalization. But it was the Prague students who began the crisis, when in December 1967 they protested against poor conditions in their dormitories. The police put the protests down savagely, and Moscow began to get worried. Brezhnev flew into Prague for 48 hours. Initially, he did not plan to change the leadership, but merely to put pressure on the Czech party. He soon realized, however, that Novotny was not open to persuasion. He seemed to have no idea of the seriousness of the situation, was rigid and did not know how to handle people. Brezhnev told the Czechs that they had to sort the situation out themselves. This is your affair. 35 But his refusal to give Novotny unequivocal backing was fatal to the old regime. The Slovak leader Alexander Dubek replaced him in January 1968, and charged a group of reformist Marxists with formulating an action program. Unlike the Hungarian reformers of 1956, the reformers had no intention of dismantling the party state, or leaving the Soviet bloc. Dubek had spent much of his childhood in the Soviet Union, and was deeply attached to his Russian elder brothers. Similarly, one of his main advisors, Zdenk Mlyna with acute, wrote in 1980, "I was a reform communist, not a non-communist Democrat. I didn't try to hide it then, and there is no reason why I should try to do so now." 36 Multi-party democracy, he believed, would only cause a conservative backlash and endanger the reforms. Yet the reformers were left with the old dilemma: how to reconcile genuine democracy with the guarantee that the party would retain its leading role. Khrushchev's romantic Marxist solution had been a program of moral renewal, to reinvigorate officialdom by means of purges and controlled party elections. Officials would then be in a fit condition to mobilize ordinary people. But the Czechoslovak reformers rejected this top-down vision. Whilst they agreed with Khrushchev that the communist elites were capable of change, they believed it should be through direct democratic pressure from below. The party had to re-earn its leading role by taking account of popular opinion. They justified their democratic socialism by going back to a non-Stalinist Marxism, both romantic and revisionist. The post-Stalin thaw had given intellectuals a very different view of Marxism from the orthodoxy that had prevailed since the mid-1930s. Mlyna with acute, one of the first cohort to move into the Grand New Moscow University building on the Lenin Hills, remembered how narrow and distorted the Marxism he studied there was. "It was only in the late 1950s that I finally studied what every Marxist-oriented university should teach its political science students as a matter of course." Now that he had been able to read the young Marx and Gramsci, as well as Kautsky and Bernstein, my former system of Marxist ideology was destroyed. 37. Most influential, perhaps, was the young Marx. This Marx, the new generation plausibly argued, was interested in human creativity. But from the end of the 19th century, Marxism had taken a wrong turn with Engels, his technocratic view of the world and belief in the inexorable laws of history. Feelings and creativity had been sacrificed to modernity and rationality. Stalin, they argued, had merely continued on this path. For him, any amount of human suffering was tolerable, as long as modernity was built. The time had come for a socialism with a human face to flourish, which allowed people to engage in praxis, or creative activity. 38. This, of course, all sounds like classic romantic Marxism. But it is significant that Mlyna with acute's memoirs do not see any contradiction between the romantic young Marx and the pragmatic Kautsky and Bernstein. As in early 1950s Yugoslavia, the contradictions within different kinds of reform communism were rarely seen with much clarity. Some of the Czech proposals, like worker self-management, were romantic in inspiration, and were, of course, rather difficult to reconcile with market reforms intended to empower managers. Others were inspired by a pragmatic Marxism, with an almost liberal commitment to market reforms and pluralist politics. The reformers called for multi-candidate elections as the only way of revealing popular opinion, and denied they wanted to vote the communists out. Multi-candidate elections also had wide public support. But would the elections not undermine the communist system? Opinion polls showed that they would not, and an overwhelming majority of the population rejected any fundamental change. Only 6% believed that political parties opposed to the system should be permitted to stand. Even so, this was not a ringing endorsement of the Czechoslovak Communist Party. When asked whom they would vote for in the event of free elections, the Communist Party came top with 39%. A new, unspecified political party received 11% and 30% of people refused to answer or did not know. When only non-party members were counted, however, only 24% supported the Communist Party. 39. Even so, the reformers believed that they had finally found the philosopher's stone, a way of uniting the whole people behind the Communist Party. Dubek remembered his deep emotions as he watched the May Day parade from his democratically low tribune. "I will never forget the May Day celebration in Prague in 1968. After years of staged productions, this was a voluntary happening. No one herded people into columns marching under centrally designed and fabricated catchwards. This time people came on their own, carrying their own banners with their own slogans, some cheerful, some critical, some just humorous. The mood was relaxed and joyful. I was overwhelmed by the spontaneous expressions of sympathy and support from the crowd as they passed the low platform where the other leaders and I were standing. 40. Most of the Soviet bloc's leaders, though, were profoundly unhappy. Everything looked fine in May, but what would happen after September, when the action plan envisaged free elections? This looked like a recipe for the collapse of communist rule. Gomulka asked, why not draw conclusions from what happened in Hungary? That all began in a similar way. 41. Brezhnev, ever the consensualist, was desperate to avoid Soviet action, and he reluctantly endorsed the action program. But as time went on, it seemed to Moscow that Gomulka and the hardliners were right. Dubek's pluralism seemed to be unleashing a wave of criticism. Especially worrying for the Kremlin was the 2,000-word manifesto signed by leading intellectuals, which implied that the party, full of immoral power-hungry individuals, could never be transformed into a humane force. Fears that the party would suddenly collapse as in Hungary in 1956 were exaggerated, but pressures for some kind of Soviet intervention became overwhelming when party bosses started to warn of cross-infection. Petro Shelist, the Ukrainian leader, told Brezhnev that the Prague Spring was destabilizing his own republic, and Brezhnev feared that he was facing a series of falling dominoes. 42. He agonized, and the crisis marked the beginning of his long battle with illness, insomnia, and addiction to tranquilizers and sleeping pills. He finally took the fateful decision. In August, the fraternal forces of the USSR, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, and East Germany rescued their helpless sibling from the evils of counter-revolution. They were met with some demonstrations but no serious resistance. As in Hungary, brutal repression followed. The new Czech communist leader, Gustav Husak, who like Kadyr had been imprisoned by Stalin, agreed to do the Soviets' bidding. Thousands left for the West, were imprisoned or were given punitively menial jobs. Dubek himself became a forestry inspector in Slovakia. Unlike in Hungary, though, short-term repression was not followed by long-term relaxation. The Czechoslovak party kept a tight grip on society until the state's demise in 1989. In hindsight, we can see Prague 1968 as the writing on the wall for the whole Soviet bloc, and perhaps for old-style socialism throughout Europe. Hungary in 1956, like the Polish Solidarity movement in 1981, threatened the Soviet system, but these were cases of anti-imperial rebellion. In both countries, society was largely united in a mixture of nationalist and ideological resentment. But workers could be bought off and opponents imprisoned or intimidated, as happened in Hungary. The Prague Spring, in contrast, exposed the real weaknesses of the Soviet bloc, for it was a movement that had grown up amongst elites within the party and its culture, unlike the more nationalistic Hungarian and Polish rebellions which had largely developed outside it. It was fueled by communist true believers who principally sought to use reform to restore the party's moral right to rule. And whilst still Marxist, it was moving rapidly towards liberalism, unlike the more radical Western protests of 1968 with which it has so often been compared. As Kundera, one of the participants, has written, Paris May 68 was an explosion of revolutionary lyricism. The Prague Spring was the explosion of post-revolutionary skepticism. 43. These communists, unlike nationalists and dissidents, knew how to gain power and use it. And it was communists like these, not nationalist rebels, who ultimately destroyed Soviet communism. There was also a more personal and direct relationship connecting the Czech crisis with the ultimate demise of the communist system. One of Zdeněk with Acute's closest friends at Moscow University in the early 1950s was a fellow law student Mikhail Gorbachev. Both were part of a student generation committed to a non-Stalinist Marxism, and in 1967 with Acute had stayed with Gorbachev, now a party official in Stavropol. with Acute found his old friend broadly sympathetic to the Czechoslovaks' right to reform, even though his ideas were by no means as radical as his. Gorbachev also visited Prague in 1969, and saw with his own eyes the Czech hatred of their Soviet occupiers. The Soviet authorities were highly sensitive to the potential dangers of Gorbachev's Czech contacts. In 1968 the KGB questioned Gorbachev's friends and fellow students about the friendship, but could not find any concrete evidence of heresy. 2 years later he became party secretary of Stavropol region, unimpeded by the organs of state security. 44 It is tempting to imagine what might have happened had they acted on their suspicions. Rather like the Tsarist censors who failed to stop the publication of Capital, they let slip the person most responsible for destroying the system they were charged to defend. In the shorter term too, the Czech invasion had momentous consequences for the communist world, more so even than 1956. It marked the end of the thaw of the 1950s and 1960s as Moscow reversed its old tolerance of different national roads to socialism. In November 1968 Brezhnev first formally enunciated the principle that the USSR had the right to intervene militarily if national communist parties deviated from the principles of Marxism-Leninism and socialism, the so-called Brezhnev Doctrine. Similarly, the Prague Spring signaled the end of economic reform and cultural liberalization throughout the Soviet bloc. Brezhnev presided over an increasingly conservative order. The ice was not as thick as before 1953, but the choppy water had been stilled. 1956 was, of course, damaging to the reputation of the Soviet bloc, but many communists still believed that the system retained its dynamism and could be reformed. Between 1945 and 1968, 3 forms of communism had been tried in the Soviet bloc: high Stalinism, Khrushchev's mixture of radical and romantic mobilization, and the technocratic and market reforms of the 1960s. All had failed or been outlawed, except in Hungary, where goulash communism remained. What, now, was left? The system that emerged was described by Brezhnev as developed socialism, by Honecker as real existing socialism. Behind these bland phrases lurked a deeply conservative message: socialism was developed, not developing, it was real and existing and so did not need to be improved upon. Khrushchev's talk of an egalitarian communism arriving as early as 1980 had been quietly forgotten. Perhaps the best way to describe the system in this period is paternalistic socialism. This was a variation on high Stalinism, as it entrenched political hierarchies, even as it lessened economic inequalities. But the party was much less sectarian and violent than its Stalinist forebear. It had jettisoned its militancy and had given up on mobilizing the population for production. The Soviet Union still had major military ambitions, but the Communists were now more committed to satisfying demands for higher living standards. V. In 1979 Leonid Brezhnev was awarded yet another medal, the most prestigious Soviet prize for literature, the Lenin Prize. Never had the world seen such a combination of statesman, war leader, and literateur. The prize was given for the ghost-written 3-volume memoir of his war exploits at the Battle of Malaya Zemlya, near his hometown of Novorossiysk. The incident was a minor one, and Brezhnev had been a rather unimportant political commissar. But his role and the battles were systematically exaggerated in histories, and they had now become a major part of the official story of the war. Children sang songs about the heroic encounter, and tours of party members trudged around a newly constructed Malaya Zemlya memorial complex. Of course, the cult of Malaya Zemlya was greeted with general hilarity and occasioned a whole subgenre of jokes. But it also tells us a great deal about the nature of late Soviet rule. The obsession with medals was typical of the hierarchical culture of the Brezhnev era, and, for the first time, the war became a central part of the regime's propaganda. There was a flurry of memorial building, including the enormous Motherland sculpture in Kiev. War memorials spread throughout the Soviet bloc, and many are still there, despite the efforts of anti-Russian nationalists to remove them. Brezhnev himself admired Stalin as a war leader, and though he did not rehabilitate him, criticism stopped. The terror was simply not mentioned. Brezhnev, though, did adopt aspects of Stalin's style. He took Stalin's title, Secretary General of the party, and by the end of the 1970s was being described as vajda. His claims to great literary achievement also echoed Stalin's pretensions to be a leading Marxist philosopher, linguistic theorist, and corypheus of science. Brezhnev was perhaps closest to the late Stalin in his love of hierarchy. After Khrushchev's chaotic attempts to flatten society, Brezhnev was determined to restore the lines of command. Stalin's ethnic hierarchy was also restored. Just as it had during and after World War II, the party now relied on a version of Russian nationalism to replace a Marxism-Leninism very much in abeyance. A vocal Russian nationalist intelligentsia was treated with indulgence, the Central Committee became more Russian, and anti-Semitism crept back into official practice. Some of the main beneficiaries of the Brezhnev system were the cadres, the socialist service aristocracy. In 1965, Janusz Kadar told Brezhnev that it was unacceptable to operate according to the old Soviet principle of today a hero, tomorrow a bum, but he was preaching to the converted. 45. Brezhnev himself enunciated the principal stability of cadres, protecting them from Khrushchev's threatening democracy campaigns, whilst in the GDR the technocratic challenge to their position was removed. The result was an entrenched, an increasingly senescent political elite. In the USSR, the average age of full members of the Politburo rose from 58 in 1966 to 70 in 1981. In contrast with the early 1950s, however, political hierarchy was combined with greater economic equality, and a very un-Stalinist willingness to buy off worker discontent. The harsh father of the Stalinist era was replaced by a paternalistic state looking after the economic welfare of its citizens. Workers' wages rose throughout the Soviet bloc, and the gap between blue-collar and white-collar wages declined in the USSR. For instance, the differential between an engineer and a worker fell from 2.15 in 1940 to 1.11 in 1984. Worker protests in Poland in 1970 at rises in food prices toppling Gomulka and forcing the new government under Edvard Gierek to give in concentrated the minds of all leaders. In the GDR, subsidies on basic goods such as food and children's clothes rose from 8 billion marks per year in 1970 to an enormous 56 billion in 1988. 46. In the 1970s, living standards rose in most countries in the bloc, which explains the continuing nostalgia for the era. But how were these improvements to be financed when the productivity of the economies was declining? The answer lay in two rather unexpected places, beneath the ground, and in the banks of New York and London. The oil price hike in 1973 gave the USSR, a major oil producer, a massive windfall. It could therefore afford higher living standards and an ambitious foreign policy, even though, according to some estimates, in the second half of the 1970s its growth had slowed to a meager 1%. For oil importing Eastern Europe, in contrast, the price increase was a disaster. The USSR found it was foregoing huge export earnings by sending subsidized raw materials, and especially oil, to Eastern Europe. It has been calculated that in 1980 the terms of trade within Comecon transferred a massive $42.8 billion subsidy from the USSR to its East European satellites. 47. But oil also provided salvation, for it flooded the world with Arab petrodollars, funneled through Western commercial banks and looking for a home. With the petrodollar, the free global financial markets that dominate the world to this day were born, and the regulation of the 1930s was gradually dismantled. Hayek and his followers argued that private bankers, free of state regulation, were the ideal people to decide on the rational allocation of capital, and were certainly much less inefficient than bureaucratic planners. Driven by profit, bankers would inevitably invest in the most productive projects around the world, rewarding the innovative and hard-working and shunning the stupid and lazy. However, the early behavior of these new captains of global capital should have warned the world that Wall Street could be as careless with its capital as Gosplan. Bankers' timescales can be short, and far from picking long-term winners, they invested in the ramshackle, overplanned economies of Soviet Eastern Europe. The banks were encouraged by Western governments, eager to help their recession-stricken industries export goods to Eastern Europe. Communist leaders, for their part, abandoned any remaining ideological qualms and took the cash. It helped them to finance better living standards for their disgruntled populations whilst feeding the hungry state's voracious appetite for industrial investment. Having exhausted domestic resources, they now found a new source of capital abroad. Poland was one of the most ravenous states, and Gierek used loans to build steel mills and plants producing cars under Western license like the Fiat Polski, which he hoped to export throughout the Soviet bloc. By 1975 investment had reached a massive 29% of GDP, largely because the party failed to control industry's demand for the new foreign capital. 48. Ceausescu also hatched grandiose projects, conceived by crony economists and his own children. He borrowed in the hopes he could create a modern, though still planned, economy, exporting petrochemicals to the Western market. As one commentator has remarked, the ends were those of Adam Smith, the means those of Iosif Stalin. Like the Yugoslavs, the Romanians, even though operating an inefficient economic system, had ambitions to compete on the world market. By the end of the decade, much of the communist world, Eastern Europe, North Korea, Cuba, and communist Africa was in hock to Western banks, joining much of the non-communist developing world. East European debts were especially large, and between 1974 and 1979 the Polish debt tripled, whilst the Hungarian doubled. In the 1980s these debts were to cause a major crisis, but until then they helped to finance the paternalistic socialism of the mature communist regimes. By the end of the 1960s it was clear that communism was no longer a radically transformative force, at least in Europe. Many communists and even ordinary citizens in some countries were still convinced that their system was superior to capitalism, but they no longer expected it to forge radically egalitarian social relations, or to create a dynamic new economy to compete with capitalism. Both radical equality and economic dynamism were simply too difficult to reconcile with party dictatorship and the command economy. Ambitions therefore became more realistic. Communism's objective was to be a stable system of economic welfare and justice. Similar trends can be seen in China. Although China remained much more egalitarian than the Soviet bloc until Mao's death in 1976, as early as 1968 it was becoming clear to Mao that the radicalism of the Cultural Revolution was unsustainable. And as the leadership turned away from its earlier radicalism, China itself moved towards its own version of socialist paternalism. In many parts of the communist world, the system found some sort of equilibrium, as communist regimes learned how to live in peace with at least most of their people. 6. In the autumn of 1988, a pair of Hungarian sociologists, Agnes Horváth and Arpad Szakalzay, both deeply unsympathetic towards the ruling communists, were finally given permission to embark on a project most thought impossible, an independent academic analysis of party officials in the district organizations of Budapest, the way they worked, their values, and their psychological profile. 49. But traditional communist secrecy almost aborted the research even before it began. How, the anxious communists asked, could non-party people be trusted to study the comrades? Eventually, however, a tiny window of opportunity opened. Liberalization had reached the point where the party was willing to be scrutinized from outside, though it was in fact only a matter of months before the party's monopoly ended. Even so, a wary Horváth and Szakalzay sent their results for safekeeping to a number of well-known Hungarian academics as soon as they had a first draft, terrified lest their work be confiscated and suppressed. The results of their research surprised them. When a group of party instructors, middle to low-ranking full-time officials, was asked what made them especially well-suited to politics, the replies were remarkably similar. One answered, "I can make personal connections easily in all areas. I love to deal with people's problems." Another, "I planned this job as a temporary service. I felt I could easily make contacts with people, I have empathy." Though, of course, these answers should not be taken at face value, they are remarkably consistent with the results of questionnaires they completed on their personalities and values. The researchers had expected the officials to be typical political leaders, decisive, independent, and self-consciously rational problem solvers. Instead, they saw themselves as particularly flexible, emotional, and sympathetic. Moreover, when asked about their values, they were much more likely than other educated people to value individual responsibility, hard work, tolerance, and imagination. On the other hand, they were less likely than others to see rules and constraints, whether internal or external, as virtues. These Hungarian instructors sound like a group of social workers or psychotherapists, rather than the leather-jacketed militants of old. However, these results are less remarkable given how radically communist regimes in the Soviet bloc had changed since the early 1950s. The party, unlike the more technocratic state organizations, had always prized emotional skills, and the ability to connect with the masses. These were, after all, essential qualities if one was to persuade and mobilize others. But now the heroic era was past. The party increasingly saw itself as an organization committed to looking after the welfare of its citizens, although, of course, it propounded a very particular vision of welfare: moralistic, paternalistic, economically egalitarian, and socially conservative. The values endorsed by these Hungarian officials were useful in this type of organization. They wanted to help people, prized personal relationships, eschewed abstract, impersonal rules, and were happy to discriminate, seeing some as more deserving than others. Unlike previous party officials, those of the 1980s were generally highly educated, and communist parties increasingly presented themselves as scientifically trained professionals. They were not, however, Max Weber's rational bureaucrats. Indeed, they strongly disapproved of formal or routinized methods. As one said, "I consider the most important thing to do is to talk from paper, that information smells of paper." 50. Therefore, outside the Stalinist periphery, communist parties no longer treated their populations as guerrilla armies. Citizens were not expected to be labor heroes, nor were egalitarian social and gender relations enforced. They were also no longer so concerned with transforming their citizens' internal beliefs, though some regimes, such as the Chinese and the East German, were more concerned with ideological belief than others, such as the Hungarian and Soviet. Rather, the paternalistic party state looked after the population and used coercion to make sure they stayed in line. They were welfare dictatorships, as one scholar has put it. 51. They also gave privileges according to people's service to the state and society, a non-military version of the Tsarist and Stalinist service aristocracy, which had now been extended from the elite to society as a whole. In some states they were also reminiscent of the well-ordered police state imported into Russia from Central Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries, in which the police were not just responsible for law and order, but also for making sure that the citizenry were both moral and productive. 52. But this paternalistic structure had its weaknesses. It was very difficult, if not impossible, to ensure that rewards were given in a way that was seen as just. The officials in charge of distributing goods often acted corruptly, helping friends and family. And even if they had been more altruistic, a system founded explicitly on official decisions about who is and who is not virtuous is bound to be vulnerable to criticism. Capitalism, paradoxically, is less vulnerable, because its inequalities can be justified as, in some way, a natural impersonal phenomenon, the product of the iron laws of the market. The style and degree of paternalism varied from place to place, depending on local political cultures and social conditions. Some of the most intrusive examples were to be found in China. The enormous reservoir of rural Chinese labor gave the regime much more power over the workforce than in the Soviet bloc, where managers found it difficult to stop workers leaving for other jobs. Old Kuomintang practices and a Confucian paternalistic culture also had an influence. Neighborhood committees played a much greater role in all aspects of people's lives than municipal bodies did in the Soviet bloc, and more closely resembled the Japanese neighborhood police than Soviet local councils. The lowest rung on the political hierarchy was the residents' small group unit, which looked after between 15 and 40 families, and communicated orders from on high whilst organizing welfare and policing citizens. In the workplace, the Danwei, like the Soviet collective, provided housing, clinics, childcare, and canteens for workers, but it had even greater sway, and even relatively low-level factory officials had powers to allocate apartments, bicycle coupons, and other rations. 53. To receive these favors, workers had to behave in an approved way. Even their private lives were carefully scrutinized. As one worker, interviewed by the political scientist Andrew Valder, explained, "Workers are usually punished for stealing, bad work attitudes and showing up late, absenteeism without leave, and having sex. There are no set punishments for different things. Having sex is usually treated very seriously, at least a formal warning." 54. Interestingly, poor performance in the job attracted less strict punishment, although much depended on the attitude and class origin of the worker. As one explained, if the person admits guilt and makes a self-criticism, usually the group will recommend leniency, and give the person help or education. Usually this is enough, because this is embarrassing for a person. 55. In the Soviet bloc, by contrast, such an intrusive approach to private life only extended to party members. Local councils were too remote to have very close contact with their inhabitants, and factories had less control over their workforces. Even so, the post-1964 Soviet system was strongly paternalistic, though socialist paternalism was not the same as the 18th-century paternalism of the well-ordered police state. In principle, citizens were not merely expected to be loyal to the party boss, factory manager, or collective farm chairman, but had also to behave in a socialist way, that is, to work hard, be virtuous, and participate in collective activities or social work as it was called. For workers, this would involve doing an unpaid shift for some worthy cause or serving on a trade union committee. For academics and professionals, it might include giving evening lectures to workers. The social work given to Alexander Zinoviev, an academic philosopher and dissident commentator on Soviet society in the 1970s, involved drawing cartoons for public wall newspapers and traveling with an agitprop brigade around the countryside giving lectures. 56. This kind of social work, though, was not done by everybody. Like party culture more generally, it penetrated the upper echelons of society to a much greater extent than society as a whole. In the USSR in the 1960s and 1970s, it was compulsory for party members, whatever job they did, whilst 60–80% of educated people participated, compared with 40–50% of industrial workers and 30–40% of farm workers. 57. Motives were mixed. Many believed social work, especially committee meetings, were pointless and only participated because they were pressured to do so, or because they hoped for benefits. As Zinoviev explained, if someone avoids social work, then that fact is noted and measures are taken. And there are several measures, ranging from pay rises and promotion to the solution of accommodation problems, the possibility of trips abroad or the chance of having one's work published. 58. Even so, Zinoviev denied that social work was always an empty formality that people were forced or bribed to perform. He insisted that it was often taken seriously, many people did it because it was good in itself, and it raised the reputation of the whole collective. It could also be a displacement activity. Surveys of academics found that older academics who had lost interest in their own research tended to be keener on social work than their younger colleagues. 59. Like the service aristocrats of old, therefore, some people labored both for reward and for an ideal of service. For some, this was the essence of mature socialism. One young Komsomol organizer in the early 1980s, interviewed by the ethnologist Alexei Yurchak, though critical of the boring and pointless meetings, insisted. Basically, as far as I was concerned, the government's policy was correct. It consisted simply of caring for people, free hospitals, good education. My father was an example of this policy. He was our region's chief doctor and worked hard to improve the medical services for the people. And my mother worked hard as a doctor. We had a fine apartment from the state. 60. But not everybody was as convinced of the fairness of the system. Frau Hildegard B. from Magdeburg in the GDR was one. In 1975, after a very long wait, she finally received an allotment she had applied for, but at a far higher price than she was expecting. Furious, she protested to the authorities that she deserved better because she had loyally served the state as chair of the Factory Trade Union Executive Committee. The chair of the district section of the Association of Small Gardeners, Settlers, and Small Animal Breeders wrote back to deny that she had been unfairly treated. All of those ahead of her had been virtuous activists and deserved their privileges. Even so, ultimately he came to a compromise, and gave her a cheaper allotment elsewhere. 61. The lengthy official response demonstrates the regime's concern to be seen to be acting justly. Any suspicion that privilege was not closely attached to good citizenship was bound to erode general placidity and willingness to play by the rules. However, the more the state abandoned its ambitions to transform society, the more difficult it was to ensure a direct link between reward and service. This was increasingly the paternalism of the acquisitive boss and his clients, not of the loving father and his children. Meanwhile, subordinates realized that they were rewarded more for unswerving loyalty and sycophancy to their superiors rather than more abstract socialist virtue. For even though they no longer aspired to mobilize their workers to build the socialist utopia, bosses still exercised power over the details of everyday life. When in 1983 the sociologist Michael Burawa went to work in Hungary's Banki heavy vehicle plant, he was struck by the contrasts between it and the Allied plant in Chicago where he had worked a decade earlier. Relations between managers and workers were very different. In the United States, jobs were not secure, but pay was. In Hungary, the reverse was true. It was very difficult to sack people, but workers were paid strictly according to piece rates. If they only produced 50% of their norm, they were paid 50% of their wage. In the United States, independent trade unions ensured that workers were guaranteed a minimum of 100% of their wage, whatever they produced. The Hungarian system gave managers and foremen a great deal of power, for they could set the work norms, and therefore pay, and they could allocate the best machines and the easiest work to their friends. So Burawa, who, as a foreign interloper was given an old machine and a difficult job, only ever achieved 82% of his norm, and earned 3,600 forints, unlike his favored fellow worker who earned 8,480 forints. 62. The Hungarian poet and leftist dissident turned Margaret Thatcher admirer Miklos Hrasti, who spent some time in the Red Star tractor factory in the early 1970s, described the role of the foreman. The foreman doesn't just organize our work, first and foremost he organizes us. The foremen fix our pay, our jobs, our overtime, our bonuses, and the deductions for excessive rejects. They decide when we go on holiday, write character reports on us for any arm of the state which requests them. 63. The power of managers varied across the Soviet bloc. In China, factories had a great deal of control over food supplies and housing, and so workers were forced to stay on good terms with bosses. During the 1970s the factionalism of the Cultural Revolution period continued, but it now turned not on ideology but on personal connections. In Hungary in the 1970s, managers had less power over perks such as accommodation, but more over wages. In the GDR, in contrast, piece rate systems were weaker, but even here managers used incentive structures that divided the workforce between different shifts and brigades. So whilst worker protests did occur, they were isolated and rarely led to factory-wide strikes. However, it would be wrong to conclude that bosses were all-powerful. As in most paternalistic societies, fathers and children were bound together in a web of informal rules, customs and reciprocities, which meant that managers could not behave entirely as they wished. One worker presented a rather extraordinary picture, in which managers were wholly at the mercy of personal connections. One's actual power depended on these kinds of ties. A vice director transferred into our factory had a difficult time getting his orders carried out because he had no connections. It took a long time for him to build up these connections before people would listen to his orders. Friendship facilitated the carrying out of orders, kind of a way of helping out your friends by carrying out their requests. 64. There were also other, more fundamental reasons for the weakness of managers in late socialist societies. They may have had total control over wages and perks, but in the Soviet bloc there were simply not enough workers, and the discontented did not find it too difficult to quit and find another job. Also, managers relied on workers' cooperation and goodwill to be flexible in an economy marked by chaotic supplies and shortages. If workers did not cooperate, the factory would not fulfill the plan and managers would suffer. Collective farm chairmen were in a similar position. One chief of a collective farm in Romanian Altland explained how difficult it was to get peasants to work for him when there were other opportunities in local industry and they could work on their private plots. It was especially difficult to find people to act in positions of responsibility. The hardest part of my job is to get other people to work. There are never enough team chiefs, so I have to go jawing from house to house, making promises to get people to be chiefs. This one needs bottled gas, that one wants meat. I can't satisfy them all, but we need chiefs. 65. This picture of officials with limited powers, forced to compromise with their subordinates, is reinforced by the Russian philosopher Alexander Zinovyev's devastating satire on the Soviet system. The Yawning Heights of 1976. For Zinovyev, the dominant force in Soviet society was not the Kremlin but the collective. Whether the workshop in a factory, the collective farm, the academic institute or the apartment block. While officially appointed from above, managers and officials tended to identify with the collective, not with their bosses. Though managers might constantly try to exceed their authority and abuse their power, they were constrained by the fact that their career prospects depended on how well their subordinates worked, and by the surveillance of the local party cell and the rank and file of citizens who write complaints and anonymous letters to all sorts of organs. The power of managers therefore tended to be limited to feathering their own nests and those of their henchmen and toadies. It was virtually impossible to change the organization of the enterprise. Even a small initiative costs managers immense efforts, and quite often the result is a heart attack. 66. Zinovyev's account must be treated carefully, for the lives of the academic elite were a world away from those of the ordinary worker or peasant. Even so, he helps to explain the paradox of the mature socialist system. Its legitimacy was constantly undermined by endless popular complaints about injustice and hypocrisy, and yet it was remarkably stable. One reason was that people developed a sense of security in the collective, for it was very difficult to sack workers. Moreover, Zinovyev could reasonably talk of the simplicity of life compared with the West, for, paradoxically, in these supposedly bureaucratic societies people were in general much less burdened by red tape than under modern capitalism. Everything was looked after by their workplace, obviating the need to deal with a whole range of separate private institutions. Whilst acquiring desirable goods took a lot of time and energy, in most places and at most times a basic standard of living could be counted on. Furthermore, people generally did not have to work very hard. And yet the collective was not a stagnant, static place, nor was competitiveness absent. Hard work and overt ambition might not pay off, but there were many opportunities for self-advancement by politicking and forging good relations with bosses. 67. The relatively undemanding nature of work permitted people to devote time to personal relationships. As Horvath and Sakalzay commented in 1992, whilst the party successfully discouraged a large number of people from being able to lead their own lives, express their opinions, and discuss public issues and their interests in a civilized form, its failure to imbue people with a work ethic did leave people with time and space for themselves and their personal relations. People don't work here, said Western experts. But it was precisely this distance that made it possible for a long time, up to the 1970s, for people to preserve in their everyday life, in what remained relatively free from the official world, their personal connections, the trust toward each other, the immediacy, the inner harmony and autonomy, the ability to live and feel. The fight of all against all mentality which today characterizes all strata of society was earlier restricted to only those groups that were close to the internal power struggles. 68. Alongside the official collective, therefore, was the unofficial collective, friends and family. Indeed, the intrusiveness of communist regimes, and their ambition to change friendship into a politically acceptable comradeship, only increased the importance of friends as a refuge. Friends were people you could trust, people who would not report something you had said or done to the party activists. This was most important during periods of radicalism, like the Cultural Revolution. As Chinese remembered about their school days in the Mao period, you could trust friends to mention only small things and minor mistakes in self-criticism sessions. 69. Even in more normal times, friendship was probably more important in socialist than other societies. When asked in 1985 which institution had the most authority in their lives, 23% of the 3,500 Belarusian and Estonian young people questioned cited the collective, 33% said friends, and 41% family. Friendship in the USSR seems to have been taken much more seriously than in the West, and indeed there was much more time for it. 16% of people met friends every day, 32% once or again several times a week, and 31% several times a month. American single men, in contrast, met friends on average 4 times a month. 70. Yet however much one might create one's own informal collective outside the system, the official collective mattered, and there was a clear tension between the justice and egalitarianism that were supposed to reign there, and the managerial and party hierarchy that frequently operated according to personal favors. Workers, especially, tended to see the power and perks of managers as unjust. Miklos Hrasti found workers making a very clear distinction between themselves and the privileged managerial stratum just as the workers of Stalin's USSR had in the 1930s. They, them, theirs. I don't believe that anyone who has worked in a factory, or even had a relatively superficial discussion with workers, can be in any doubt about what these words mean. The management, those who give orders and take the decisions, employ labor and pay wages, the men and their agents who are in charge and remain inaccessible even when they cross our field of vision. 71. As Hrasti admitted, whilst all workers felt very separate from managers, they were not necessarily hostile to them. Some accepted that, as technical specialists, they were valuable and necessary, but in all workplaces it was common to find the radical Marxist view that managers, especially those without obvious expertise, were merely parasites, feeding off the surplus produced by workers. One young worker echoed Lenin's claim in State and Revolution that administrative work could be done by a barely literate worker and could be done better because the worker would be fair. That lot, what they do, I mean what they really do, could be done just as well by an unskilled laborer, all on his own, if someone taught him to count. Every morning he could distribute the jobs fairly, working from the list of runs, and take them to the machines. 72. Industrial and farm workers were not alone in believing that others were benefiting from unjust privilege. White-collar workers increasingly felt hard done by, especially from the 1970s onwards as the income gap between workers and the educated narrowed. As one East German teacher, Friedrich Jung, recalled, he who had neither money nor connections was in poor shape, and for him industrial workers at large wealthy plants were in a particularly good position because they earned more than teachers and their food and accommodation were subsidized. 73. So even as incomes became more equal, resentment at unjust economic privilege was endemic, as was revealed by the few independent opinion polls conducted during the 1970s and 1980s. A poll taken in Poland in 1981 showed that 86% of the population saw income differences as flagrant, and in Hungary most of the population believed that the party acted to a large extent in the interests of the top party leadership and apparatchiks. 74. Indeed, it seems that as incomes became more equal, people perceived unjust privileges to be greater. Research on Soviet opinion in the Brezhnev era showed that younger generations were more likely than the older to see their era as the most unjust. 75. Michael Burawa certainly found anger at inequalities much stronger amongst workers in the communist world than in capitalist countries. The workers of the Lenin Steel Works in Miskolc, Hungary, and those of the Allied plant in Chicago all complained about the closure of the old steel furnaces. But whilst the American workers were faced with losing their jobs, they still find little fault with capitalism. Meanwhile, paradoxically, the furnacemen of the October Revolution Brigade, although more or less insulated from the ravages of the world market and unable to comprehend what it means to be without a job, nevertheless know only too well how to criticize their system, and spent a great deal of time condemning the hypocrisies of socialism. 76. The solution to this paradox lies in yet another paradox. Despite the political secrecy and distorting propaganda that suffused communist regimes, the system was actually much more transparent than capitalism. Zola, rightly, described capital as a mysterious god, hidden in a tabernacle, rarely questioned or even noticed by ordinary people. In communist regimes, by contrast, workers were constantly made aware of the principles of socialism through propaganda, socialist competition, voluntary social work and production campaigns, and could always contrast the ideal with the reality. Also, the economic mechanisms of socialism were well understood. The state invested in a factory and workers produced a surplus, which was then taken by the state, which claimed to distribute it justly for the good of society. So when workers saw bosses awarding themselves privileges, apparently unearned, they felt angry and exploited. Under capitalism, it is very difficult to see where the profit is going or how justly it is being distributed. It is no surprise that workers normally criticized socialist systems for not being socialist enough. But, as in the past, not only did communism's paternalistic practices clash with its commitment to equality, but they also contradicted the modern values which the regimes claimed to champion. If traditional societies typically involve non-egalitarian, hierarchical social relations of dependence, deference, and immobility, whilst in modern societies individuals are supposedly independent and are judged according to their achievements, then we can certainly see elements of a traditional order under communism. Paternalistic relationships governed collectives, people were often dependent on bosses, and in some socialist societies, people were trapped in their collectives. Meanwhile, women continued to be discriminated against, despite official rhetoric. The militant Messianic Party could believe in its role when it was building socialism and fighting the class enemy, but when that task had been achieved its function was less clear. It increasingly looked like a traditional status group, less able to run the country than real experts. Even so, communist regimes had built societies that were modern in some other ways. They had promoted urbanization, mass education systems and welfare states. Socialist regimes also encouraged a modern attitude towards life, where individuals and families strove to better themselves as part of a broader, national community. As the anthropologist David Kideckel has argued, the peasants of the Romanian Altland developed much broader and more diverse networks, covering a wider geographical area, than they had before the war, and peasants were well aware of the importance of bettering oneself. The concept of preparedness, the need to do well at school and know about one's work, became much more important under socialism than before. As one worker explained, in the past leaders had pregtire, and workers and peasants didn't. Now it's the opposite. 77. The older, almost aristocratic aspiration to be a dom. The generous, stylish, and charismatic person who did not work was still present, but it coexisted with newer models of behavior. Peasants also adopted a much more pragmatic, utilitarian attitude towards work. The anthropologist Martha Lampland found that between the wars the Hungarian peasants of Sarost, south of Budapest, were relatively uninterested in markets. Status came with independence from others, and the peasant's ideal was to acquire enough land to secure it, a goal that most were too poor to achieve. Socialism, therefore, was unpopular amongst many peasants because it made them dependent on officials. But it also helped to transform their attitudes. Now work was measured and paid for, they developed a much more commercial view of their labor. By the 1980s, the Hungarian village was a place of rampant economism and utilitarianism. 78. Communist regimes, of course, were perfectly happy with these attitudes, as long as peasants placed the collective above the individual. They had sought to create a new type of modern individual rational, free from the social ties of the past, and collectivist. And they enjoyed some success. In some cases, Soviet bloc citizens seem to have been more collectivist than their Western contemporaries, and as will be seen in Chapter 12, many citizens of Soviet bloc societies had more egalitarian views than Westerners. 79. However, there were strong forces undermining that collectivism. Opinion surveys in Poland showed that the principle of self-sacrifice for the collective became less important for ordinary people between 1966 and 1977. 80. Commitment to the collective was also threatened by a new enemy, consumerism. Communist societies were still far from the consumerism of the West, but some were beginning to measure their status by the goods they acquired, rather than by their service to the state. 7. In 1983, a new, genuinely amusing romantic comedy was released in the USSR, though one with a strong ideological message. The Blonde Round the Corner told the story of the romance between Nikolai, an astrophysicist who decides to become a warehouseman in a large Moscow shop, and the real heroine of the film, the shop worker Nadia, a larger-than-life wheeler dealer who can fix anything through Moscow's black economy. 81. Her life and relationships turn on her ability to secure deficit goods. She introduces her friends to Nikolai not by name, but by what they can get for her. One is theater tickets, another holidays on the Black Sea, and so on. In this parallel consumerist universe, the materialistic Nadia, not the party secretary, is boss. She has so much faith in her influence that she tries to find out whether she might be able to procure the Nobel Prize for Nikolai by bribing the committee members with caviar and other luxuries. Light comedy ends in heavy moralizing. Nikolai, at first captivated by this new world, abandons the monstrous Nadia on the eve of their marriage and, by implication, the selfish and shallow pleasures of consumerism. The Blonde Round the Corner displayed all of the communists' anxieties about consumerism. It was a rival universe, with its own hierarchy and values antithetical to those of communism. Soviet bloc countries all had flourishing black economies by the 1970s, some, such as those of the USSR, Poland, and Hungary, were largely tolerated, others, such as the East German, were treated less liberally, but flourished all the same. These parallel economies covered a significant proportion of economic activity. Surveys showed that in the USSR of the 1980s, 60% of all car repairs, 50% of shoe repairs and 40% of apartment renovations were done on the black market, many by people moonlighting from their official jobs. 82. But socialist states also legitimized this corrosive consumer culture by establishing special shops where luxury goods could be bought. For instance, the GDR's exquisite and delicate shops sold such goods for much higher prices than in normal shops, and the inter shops sold goods for Western currency, acquired from relatives in the West. Consumerism established a different world. People spent a great deal of their time tracking down deficit goods for their apartments, or finding fashionable clothes, especially Western ones. It is no surprise that those jobs which gave access to consumer goods became much more popular in the 1970s. Sociologists found that shop sales jobs like Nadia's, looked down on in the early 1960s, were now much more attractive, whilst conversely higher education was becoming less popular. White-collar workers still generally earned more than their blue-collar counterparts, and some groups, such as the army and top party bosses, were relatively well paid in money and perks. But a new status hierarchy, founded on access to consumer goods, began to rival the old paternalistic one based on service. A survey of Soviet teenagers in 1987 showed that they regarded black marketeering as the most lucrative job in Soviet society, followed by work for the military, car servicing and bottle recycling, at the bottom came pilots, actors and university teachers. 83. Similarly, in the GDR, where access to foreign currency sent by relatives was so crucial, the joke went that German socialism had reached a new phase in the Marxist scheme, from each according to his ability, to each according to the residence of his aunt. 84. As the blonde round the corner showed, this challenge to the old order was resented by those without access to consumer goods. In Poland, where party apparatchiks were themselves involved in the black market, it damaged their prestige. Elsewhere, it was more difficult for middle-ranking party officials to nurture foreign contacts, and consumerism antagonized those who did not have the opportunity or desire to participate in the parallel economy. Whilst they had status in the old hierarchy, they were very lowly in the new one. It was perhaps inevitable that consumer goods would become so central to people's lives when they became more widely available. Most people, in most societies, try to acquire status. But that status was only likely to become associated with consumerism when official socialist hierarchies became less important, and, crucially, when consumer goods were within the reach of ordinary people. People compete with their peers. When the very top elite, remote from most people, had these goods, it was less important to have them, but from the 1950s communist regimes created the ideal conditions for an obsession with consumer goods. They made greater efforts to spread these goods around, but failed to produce nearly enough to meet demand. Fascination with consumer goods clearly showed that many Soviet bloc citizens were moving into the Western cultural orbit. Youth culture revolved around Western clothes and music. Even though socialist states produced their own clothes, only foreign-produced clothes were fashionable. However, we should not exaggerate the power of consumerism. Communism was not brought low by the Marlboro cowboy. A survey of attitudes to social prestige in Hungary, the socialist economy with one of the most developed market economies, showed that jobs associated with knowledge had the most prestige attached to them. Commerce and high incomes were much less prestigious. 85. Also, an interest in consumer goods did not necessarily lead to anti-socialist attitudes. A minority of people were actively involved in the black market, an estimated 15% in the USSR, and they were generally regarded as being an unusual group, more materialistic than normal people. 86. So even though official propaganda relentlessly attacked youths obsessed with Western clothes as materialistic and work-shy, the youths themselves did not see the world in such Manichaean, black and white terms. Enthusiastic Komsomol activists were as likely to buy jeans from black marketeers as dissidents. The same can be said of that other hugely influential Western import, rock music, though in this case communists did sometimes have more cause for concern. Rock music was, of course, strongly associated with the youth rebellions of the 1960s, and its lyrics were often imbued with a hedonistic romanticism as hostile to the principles of state socialism as technocratic capitalism. In some countries rock music became explicitly oppositional. The punk group Perfect provided the soundtrack to Poland's Solidarity movement in the early 1980s, and the post-invasion Czechoslovak group The Plastic People of the Universe was explicitly dissenting. One of its 1973 songs included the verse, "Bring your kilogram of paranoia into balance. Throw off the horrible dictatorship. Quickly. Live, drink, puke. The bottle, the beat. Shit in your hand." 87. Some of the group were arrested and tried, accused of extreme vulgarity with an anti-socialist and an anti-social impact, most of them extolling nihilism, decadence, and clericalism. During the trial, the defense did not deny their vulgarity, but ingeniously argued that they were just following Lenin's Bolshevik forthrightness, quoting his supposed maxim of 1922, "Bureaucracy is shit." 88. They failed to convince the judge, however. The musicians were imprisoned, and their case became a cause célèbre, attracting international attention. It also led to the creation of Charter 77, a dissident group committed to forcing the regime to observe law and the constitution, whose most famous member was the playwright Václav Havel. Most pop and rock music, however, was not so explicitly anti-communist, and most Soviet bloc regimes in the 1970s were willing to tolerate it as they rather had to, given the huge numbers who listened to Western radio stations. The East German party sponsored socialist realist rock, whilst the Soviets had their own anodyne, politically correct bands, like the Happy Guys named after the 1930s socialist realist comedy film. The Komsomol produced long lists of band groups. The heavy metal group Black Sabbath was accused of promoting violence and religious obscurantism, whilst the crooner Julio Iglesias, bizarrely, was categorized as a promoter of neo-fascism. 89. However, the implication was that other bands were fine, and Komsomol organizations themselves organized rock concerts. Alexei Yurchak tells of Alexander, formerly Komsomol secretary of a school in Yakutsk and then a student at the University of Novosibirsk, who was both unusually committed to the communist ideal, and enthusiastic about prog rock and the British group Uriah Heep. He wrote, somewhat self-importantly, to a friend whose philosophy teacher had condemned rock music. Tell your professor of aesthetics that one cannot look at the surrounding world from a prehistoric position. The Beatles is an unprecedented phenomenon of our life that in its impact on the human mind is, perhaps, comparable with space flights and nuclear physics. 90. There was, then, no necessary contradiction between communism and modern popular culture, but communist parties still reacted to it in a prehistoric way. Khrushchev and his generation had dragged communism into the space and nuclear age. But modernity had moved on, and the aging communist leaders looked increasingly prehistoric, just as their politics seemed conservative. 8. I like rightists. Thus did the NE plus ultra of communist radicalism, Mao Zedong, address the notorious anti-communist, American President Richard Nixon, during their summit in Beijing on February 21, 1972. Equally implausibly, Nixon, not known for his interest in theory, claimed a desire to discuss philosophic problems with Mao. 91. A mere 2 years earlier, few would have predicted this extraordinary rapprochement between the most radical force in the communist world and the jittery chieftain of U.S. imperialism, as the Chinese press had dubbed Nixon. Just over 3 months later, on May 29, Nixon met the other communist bloc leader, Leonid Brezhnev, in the distinctly unrevolutionary surroundings of the Kremlin's St. Catherine Hall, an architectural orgy of gilt and crystal. They had come together to sign a range of treaties, including the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty and a document outlining new foundations for U.S.-Soviet relations. Brezhnev's willingness to make peace was no surprise, given his character and the changes in Soviet thinking since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Also, the détente of 1972 achieved much of what Stalin had hoped for in 1945. The world was formally carved up into spheres of superpower influence. Now that East and West were more equal at least in military and geopolitical terms, Brezhnev had succeeded in securing the recognition of the Communist Empire in Eastern Europe which the Americans had denied for so long. Mao's reincarnation as a peacemaker is, of course, more unexpected. But both communist leaders were facing similar difficulties, weakened as they were by the revolutionary explosions of the late 1960s and strategically vulnerable. As Brezhnev was trying to stabilize his bloc after the Prague Spring of 1968, Mao was still restoring order after his own Cultural Revolution, whilst anxious about military threats from the USSR and India. He therefore had good reasons to turn to the right. It was Nixon, however, who had most reason to compromise. For after its apparent success in suppressing revolutions in the Third World in the mid-1960s, American power was shaken by resistance in Vietnam. As in 1945 and indeed 1919, statesmen negotiating in grand residences and palatial halls could not impose their will on the turbulent South. And even more worryingly for Washington, it found that its opponents in the Third World had attracted sympathizers closer to home on its own university campuses and in its inner cities. In 1968, from Washington to Istanbul, from Paris to Mexico City, politicians anxiously looked on as a new generation of revolutionaries took to the streets. High tide. In March 1968 a charity fashion show was held in Addis Ababa University's RAS McCohen Hall in an atmosphere of high tension. 1. It was organized by Linda Thistle, an American Peace Corps volunteer who ran extracurricular activities at the girls' hostel, and followed a show the previous year when a Californian firm had donated modish creations from Salon Exquisite and La Merveilleuse, including the fashionable miniskirt. The 1967 show had generated critical articles in the Ethiopian student press. Miniskirts were especially controversial. Whilst some of the arguments were nationalistic or Africanist, fashion shows were un-Ethiopian, an opium that has contaminated Europe. Denunciations also carried a distinctively Marxist tone. Indeed, such rhetoric had become pervasive in student circles at the time. The fashion show is nothing but agency for neocolonialism, an instrument for the creation of favorable market for luxury goods, one article thundered. 2. Thistle responded to the criticism by excluding miniskirts and transforming the event into the first African fashion show on the continent, featuring only African fabrics. But the radical students were not to be so easily appeased. Some argued that no fashion show, however nationalistic, could be justified in such a poor country. But questions of gender, and power relations between the male and female students, were also at issue. The men saw the event as evidence that Ethiopian women, seduced by Western mores and decadent lifestyles, were neglecting the more serious business of political discussion and activism. As one, Well-Line McCohen, explained, "Our sisters' heads have been washed with Western soap. American philosophy of life leads nowhere." 3. The dispute eventually erupted into a small but violent demonstration. About 50 angry male students gathered outside the hall, abused and slapped the women, jostled foreign visitors, threw rotten eggs at some of the guests, and dragged others from their cars. Soon the police were summoned, violence escalated, and the police arrested a number of radical students, including the editor of the student journal. Struggle. Meanwhile, the university authorities, with the American University vice president at the forefront, decided to close the institute. Marxism and anti-Americanism had been a palpable sentiment amongst Ethiopian students for some time. Americans were associated with the increasingly unpopular regime of Emperor Haile Selassie, and a couple of months before the fashion show, the U.S. Vice President Hubert Humphrey had been prevented from speaking to students by a rowdy anti-Vietnam War demonstration. 4. But the events at the RAS McCohen Hall signaled the final breach between the student movement and the Selassie regime. Many of the students involved would go on to play a central role in the Ethiopian Revolution of 1974. A couple of weeks before, in New York, a young Berkeley graduate, Donna Fowler, read out a petition with 66 signatures, which championed the miniskirt and threatened to picket department stores with banners demanding "Down with the maxi." But whilst Thistle's and Fowler's generation was just as angry about Vietnam and American imperialism as its Ethiopian peers, their immediate concerns and overall vision of politics could not have been more different. For Fowler and her sisterly protesters, miniskirts symbolized personal and gender liberation, a rejection of the disciplined and masculine culture they believed had prevailed in the United States since World War II. But for Well-Line McCohen, these garments flaunted a decadent attitude that was holding Ethiopia back. Rigorous discipline, not frivolous liberation, was precisely what was needed. Both groups of youth voiced Marxist slogans, but those of the Ethiopians, which harked back to the militant radical Marxism of late 1920s Russia, contrasted rather sharply with the more democratic, romantic Marxism of the Americans. The year 1968 saw the explosion of a whole range of long-established resentments heralding a high tide of revolutions throughout the world. Never before nor again would Marxist language be so fashionable and commonplace, as activists in the Global South joined those in the West to struggle against imperialism, racism, and paternalism. The number of Marxist regimes proliferated and the map of world communism was at its reddest. And yet beneath the apparent unity, communism had never been so diverse and disunited. The decade or so after 1968 saw it emerge in all its varieties. It was as if the whole history of the movement had been condensed into one febrile decade, from a late 1920s style Stalinism in Africa, to a cultural revolution Maoism in Cambodia, from the Popular Front Communism of Allende's Chile, to the Marxist Romanticism of the Soixante-Huitards. From an almost social democratic Euro-communism, to Nicaragua's Guevara-inspired guerrilla struggle. But the sense of romantic liberation and democracy beckoned by 1968 proved fleeting. Though the defeat of American power in Vietnam had emboldened a vast range of radical political and social forces, the United States and its allies soon rallied. And as communist movements and regimes became entangled in great power rivalry and Cold War competition, the politics of protest meetings, discussion groups, and love-ins gave way to those of guns, bombs and grenades. Khrushchev's Third World Zone of peace had become a bloody battlefield. 2. In the summer of 1964, about 1,000 American students from northern universities, most of them white, traveled to the southern state of Mississippi as part of a campaign by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to fight against the racial segregation that prevailed there. During the Mississippi summer, the students lived in communes or freedom houses or with local black families, registered voters, and taught in freedom schools. 5. Much of this earnest activity recalled the Going to the People movement of idealistic young Russians in 1874. But unlike the Russian agrarian socialists, these American students were joining an already well-established grassroots movement, and their relations with the local African Americans were good. Nevertheless, like their Russian forebears, they had to contend with repression. 10 days after they arrived, 3 students were beaten to death by segregationists and many more were victimized. 6. The Mississippi summer was a radicalizing experience for all involved, and it was with anger, therefore, that a group of returning Berkeley students discovered they had been banned by the university authorities from land which they had previously used to set up stalls and distribute political leaflets. When the police turned up to enforce the ban, one student, Mario Savio, led a sit-in around the police car, a technique used in Southern civil rights demonstrations. Attempts by Berkeley to punish Savio provoked the newly formed free speech movement to organize massive sit-ins and demonstrations involving an estimated 10,500 of the university's 27,000 students. These remarkable events became a model for student protests that was swiftly exported, making Berkeley, in a sense, the epicenter of the series of rebellions which swept across America, Europe, and beyond, and which we call 1968. The Berkeley student movement, like its Russian and Chinese predecessors, was an attack on both legally sanctioned inequality, in this case ethnic, and on paternalistic power structures, and in particular the university authorities. Savio explicitly linked civil rights and university politics in a speech of 1965. In Mississippi, an autocratic and powerful minority rules, through organized violence, to suppress the vast, virtually powerless majority. In California, the privileged minority manipulates the university bureaucracy to suppress the students' political expression. That respectable bureaucracy is the efficient enemy in a brave new world. 7. Savio's language is strikingly radical, but before the 1964 demonstration he was not known as an especially politicized person. As an Italian-American, one of the ethnic groups that had been so successfully mobilized in the anti-communist crusade, Savio was a beneficiary of the welfare state of Truman and Eisenhower. He was also attending a university committed both to technological research, some of it for the military effort, and to social mobility, at least for white Americans. Berkeley was therefore typical of many universities, especially in the Western world, which had rapidly expanded and now counted amongst their students many people from rather modest families with no previous history of higher education. And like the first-generation students in 1860s Russia, they did not always appreciate the rather hierarchical and sometimes alienating educational culture they encountered. As one student recalled, "We really did speak of Berkeley as a factory. Classes were immense, and you didn't feel that you could get near professors because they were this presence way up in front of the lectern." 8. In recent years it has become common to see the student rebellions of the 1960s as naive and self-indulgent, but whatever our opinion of their objectives, we should not underestimate their historical significance. For like their Romantic student predecessors, they registered a fundamental shift in worldview. Western students of the 1960s and 1970s were taking a stand against all fathers, whether at home, in the university or in the state. Within the essentially fraternal communities fostered by student life, young people were questioning traditional hierarchies and authority, challenging prevailing attitudes to women and gay people, and even experimenting with new forms of domestic life in hippie communes. 9. At the same time, the feminist and homosexual rights movements challenged traditional patriarchal attitudes. At the center of their vision, therefore, lay a participatory form of democracy. Much of this iconoclasm was the consequence of a long-term change in the position of young people since the 1950s. With higher incomes and the autonomy of higher education, the young seemed more independent and assertive than in the past. Moreover, as the elision of the university and the factory illustrated, a critique of gender and ethnic discrimination, along with paternalism, could soon evolve into a more generalized attack on what was perceived by some as the military welfare state of the post-war era. To their critics it seemed that Western states, though not as regimented as their Soviet-style counterparts, demanded an intolerable degree of social discipline. Factories were governed by the Fordist production line, and corporations had become huge, hierarchical, and alienating. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, when many feared Stalinist subversion and accepted the imperative need to rebuild swiftly shattered economies and societies, such discipline had seemed defensible. But as in the Soviet bloc, once the threat of real war retreated, the young were less willing to submit to these constraints for which the compensations of welfare and consumer goods seemed insufficient. As Barbara Garson, the editor of the FSM newsletter, wrote, many people were beginning to say, I want to do something with my life. I don't want to be a sharply chiseled tool to be used for corporate profit. 10. In crucial respects, therefore, the Western student movements differed from their Russian and Chinese forebears. They were suspicious of the very technology, machinery, and organizational modernity that their predecessors had so admired. Indeed, they were challenging a fundamental element of the Promethean project, as was perhaps not surprising, given the fact that they did not perceive their societies as backward and were uninterested in international competition. In some ways, the protests of the mid-1960s, with their attacks on imperialistic and militaristic fathers by rebellious sons and daughters, were closer to the convention ridiculing Dadaists of World War I than to Chernyshevsky and Ilyushin. The European situationists of the 1950s and 1960s acknowledged that debt. Convinced that deep down Western men and women were alienated by Philistine consumer society, they believed that provocation and spectacle would shock them out of their numbed complacency. 11. The main theorist of the Situationist International, Guy Debord, insisted that proletarian revolutions had to be festivals based on play and the indulging of untrammeled desire. 12. Debord's book, The Society of the Spectacle, published at the end of 1967, became one of the gospels of Western student revolutionaries. But as had happened during World War I, an essentially aesthetic frustration at bourgeois Philistinism evolved into a more political romanticism, bearing powerful Marxist influences. Indeed, it brought the return of the Lukács Frankfurt School brand of Marxism to prominence. Herbert Marcuse, a pre-war Frankfurt School luminary who had left Germany for the United States in 1934, was to emerge as philosopher-in-chief of the 1968 student revolt. His One-Dimensional Man, published in 1964, was an extreme restatement of the Romantic Marxist worldview, albeit one now exotically blended with Freud. Marcuse argued that modern capitalism was imbued with a technocratic rationality that had fused the welfare state and the warfare state to produce a society of total mobilization. Consumerism and hierarchical institutions like corporations, the military and political parties had established a mechanics of conformity, people were alienated and autonomy was suppressed whilst the genuinely pleasurable, creative, and erotic aspects of life had been outlawed. 13. In Marcuse's rejection of the modernist Marxism of planning and rationality, one sees a revival of Fourier's phalansteries and the romantic young Marx. And given his rejection of the Marxist synthesis of modernity and revolution, it is hardly surprising that Marcuse condemned Soviet communism as vociferously as he did capitalism. For him both industrial capitalism and communism were heirs of Nazism, totalitarian orders, ruled by soulless technocratic elites. Marcuse's deep mistrust of technology and science, and his view of Nazism, industrial capitalism and Soviet communism as all symptomatic of a totalitarian syndrome, permeated the romantic left politics and culture of the 1960s. Domineering fathers, Nazis, and atom bombs were vividly yoked in the soon cultic poetry of the American Sylvia Plath. And 1960s technophobia haunted the powerful films of Stanley Kubrick. The figure of Dr. Strangelove in his 1964 satirical film of that name encapsulated many of Marcuse's themes: a bomb-obsessed German-born scientist and advisor to the American president, whose mechanical arm kept rising in an involuntary Nazi salute. 14. In 2001, A Space Odyssey. First shown in 1968, technological progress is shown as a sinister force that leads to violence, most famously in the form of the murderous cyclopean computer HAL. 15. Mario Savio's most famous speech at the Berkeley rallies was full of this romantic rhetoric. There is a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart, that you can't take part, you can't even tacitly take part. And you've got to put the bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. 16. Marcuse was, however, merely the most prominent of the New Left thinkers, an eclectic group, amongst whom we can count the American sociologist C. Wright Mills, the British historian E. P. Thompson, and the Greek-born Trotskyist intellectual Cornelius Castoriadis. In adopting the label New Left, they consciously defined themselves against an old left, both social democratic and Soviet communist. Their objections to the old left were numerous. They disliked its obsession with party organization and hierarchy, championing instead free discussion and participatory democracy. But at its root the conflict between old and new left turned on conceptions of equality and power. For 1960s thinkers, economic equality alone was simply not enough. More important was a change in authority relations, a cultural revolution, and an end to all forms of hierarchy. As Gregory Calvert, a president of the New Left Students for a Democratic Society, explained, revolutionary mass movements are not built out of a desire for the acquisition of material goods. Revolutionary movements are freedom struggles born out of the perception of the contradictions between human potentiality and oppressive actuality. 17. This opposition to economistic Marxism was closely connected with disillusionment with the industrial working class, which the radicals believed had been bought off by the warfare-welfare state. The new revolutionaries would be an alliance of groups who suffered from legal, political, or racial discrimination in a world dominated by an imperialistic United States, an alliance of students, African Americans, Third World revolutionaries, women, and homosexuals. As Wright Mills wrote in his letter to the New Left of 1960, "Forget Victorian Marxism, except when you need it, and read Lenin, again Rosa Luxemburg too. Whatever else it may be, it's not. Tell it to the students of Japan. Tell it to the Negro sit-ins. Tell it to the Cuban revolutionaries. Tell it to the people of the Hungry Nation bloc." 18. By the early 1960s the parallels between African American civil rights at home and American anti-communism abroad seemed obvious to some intellectuals and activists. But it was only with the escalation of the Vietnam War in 1965 that the comparison became a commonplace. With the doubling of military conscription, students were inevitably radicalized. Although deferments were possible, avoiding the draft was often difficult. Protests began in the universities in 1965, and radical academics began to cancel normal lectures and organize teach-ins, based on the Mississippi Freedom School's day-long seminars on the war. One Students for a Democratic Society member remembered how powerful the New Left conception of an alliance between students, blacks, and Vietnamese had become. 1965 That was the year for me of the connection between all this rhetoric of American values and what we were really doing. The connection between civil rights and the Vietnam War. Keeping down a large underbelly minority population at home and bombing back to the Stone Age a peasant population of another race and culture abroad. 19. A radical anti-imperialist language became increasingly dominant within the SDS. As another SDS activist and future terrorist, Kathy Wilkerson, recalled, it was at this time that Vietnam and a perception of persistent economic inequality led her from liberal democracy to the revolutionary belief that we could sweep out the old government ourselves, and any sweeping out would not be accomplished without a fight, given the violent nature of our government. 20. By 1967, the SDS leadership, though not always the rank and file, was turning to revolutionary Marxism, because, as Carl Oglesby explained, there was and is no other coherent, integrative, and explicit philosophy of revolution. 21. A similar radicalization was occurring in the civil rights movement. The Vietnam conflict was the cause of a double resentment, as resources were funneled away from social programs and into the war, whilst a far higher proportion of blacks than whites found themselves conscripted. Martin Luther King's nonviolent strategy, which had worked so well in the South, did not resonate with the radical youths of the northern cities where violent riots erupted in the summer of 1967. 22. A new generation of black power politicians drew freely from the rhetoric of guerrilla communists, and in particular the violent third-worldism of the Martinique-born revolutionary, Frantz Fanon. Speaking in London in 1967, one of Black Power's most charismatic spokesmen, Stokely Carmichael, quoted Fanon and Che Guevara in a paean of praise to political violence, adding, "We are working to increase the revolutionary consciousness of black people in America to join with the Third World. Whether or not violence is used is not decided by us, but by the white West. We are not any longer going to bow our heads to any white man. If he touches one black man in the United States, he is going to war with every black man in the United States." 23. The rebellion also spread to America's empire by invitation in Western Europe. Anger at events in Vietnam was central to all student protests there, particularly once TV screens began to fill with images of airborne, mechanized violence. Opposition to the war grew rapidly in those states where the government supported the conflict, as in Britain. One British student remembered, "There was the bombing and the relentlessness of the bombing. I think people now probably don't understand that, but it was just terrible. Everything that was progress was being used to destroy. My feelings were so strong that I feared the sense of my own violence." 24. Europe's elites began to question their support for the United States. Francis de Gaulle refused to contribute to NATO operations, and the British declared that financial difficulties would force them to reduce their troop commitment in Europe. The United States, of course, never experienced a Marxist revolution, but 1968 brought a taste of it. At home and abroad, waves of rebellion, partly inspired by ethnic nationalism, partly by various very different forms of Marxism, were threatening the American imperium. President Johnson, faced with guerrillas in both urban America and Vietnam, was determined to continue welfare at home and warfare abroad. But as in so many empires in the past, a combination of domestic unrest, defeat abroad and financial profligacy provoked a crisis. The defeat came in Vietnam, and was of huge symbolic importance. Johnson, convinced that its fall would undermine American credibility and embolden Moscow and Beijing throughout the world, had decided to send American troops into Vietnam in 1965. And he had a point. Vietnam was central to the Cold War conflicts, and America's successful halting of the North Vietnamese advance in 1954 had indeed blunted Moscow's and Beijing's resolve in the Third World for some time. However, as critics argued, by Americanizing the conflict, Johnson had dangerously raised the stakes. Under-Secretary of State George Ball's prediction that a military failure would have far worse consequences for American credibility than a peaceful compromise, proved prescient. 25. Though initially pessimistic about the Vietnamese Communists' prospects, Moscow and Beijing were determined to counter American military support with their own, and poured money and weapons into the conflict. The result was stalemate. Meanwhile, American bombing and destruction of forests with chemical defoliants only pushed more South Vietnamese into the arms of the Viet Cong. In January 1968, in what became known as the Tet Offensive after the Vietnamese term for New Year, 67,000 Viet Cong troops attacked the major cities in the south. It was, in effect, a mass suicide mission, and though it was eventually beaten back, the accompanying media images of communist fighters attacking and occupying the United States Embassy in Saigon were deeply humiliating for Washington, and encouraged radicals everywhere. As one West Berlin student remembered, "It was a world-shaking event that allowed me to imagine what the Russian Revolution must have meant for people with socialist ideals." There, next to the American Embassy in Saigon, the battle was raging from house to house, the NLF's flag was flying over Hue. It was said that the students were mainly holding the city. There was no doubt now the world revolution was dawning. 26.